Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Greetings, mystery lover. Time for your Dead Time story. That's right, Dead Time. This Let George Do It adventure has so many bodies in it you'd think the Black Plague hit town. It's called Angel's Grotto, and I think you'll find it a heavenly tale. As usual, it's all about George Valentine and his faithful companion, Brooksy. Companion? Oh, well, I better not tell you any more, as it might spoil the suspense. And that we cannot do.
Dear Mr. Valentine, you are fired. I know that's a clumsy way to put it, but I've been a nurse too many years to learn parlor diplomacy. Besides, you've been here at the Grotto farmhouse for almost a day now, and you haven't found anything. Not a single thing. Not that you should have. Perhaps I was just hysterical this morning when I called you out here. But now even the police seem to agree, don't they? Mr. Moraga's death last evening was an accident. Yes, an accident. And so much as I appreciate your coming to help, why should you stay on? Sincerely, Emily Flood.
You're listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It and George Valentine.
Oh, Miss Flood. Miss Flood.
Yes. Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, here you are. We've been looking all over.
Did you get my note?
Yes, back at the house, but we wanted to...
I don't like it back there. I came
Look,
out
Miss Flood, I was a little surprised. After all, I've barely even had a chance to talk to you since we got here.
You see, there's very little factual evidence of any kind.
Here. Did you check here? There might have been fingerprints on the handrail that might show...
No, we checked all that. Best fingerprint man in the state found nothing to prove anything, not even on the wheelchair. No sign of a struggle.
He hated that wheelchair. Imagine a man only 45 who usually couldn't sit still for a minute, having to spend 6 months in that thing. It was from a sailing accident. The bone wouldn't heal.
Uh-huh.
Most of the nurses were scared to death of him. But he liked me, because I wasn't good looking and I didn't have an eye on his purse. And he had told me about this grotto.
The Angel's Grotto. It's beautiful, isn't it? All that moss and the ferns.
Yes. I saw it first about this same time yesterday. I just brought him out from the train, and he had to come here first thing, even before supper.
Did you try to find the angel like we did?
Oh, it's just a legend. Indians who used to work at the mission across the ranch. An angel of stone, they say. Crossed by the waterfall, I guess.
Yeah. Only it's like all those things, huh? The face in clouds, the mountain shaped like a man's head. You can never really see it.
Angel of death. He used to come out here and just sit when he was a little boy, you know. It was all so different then, he said. A farm, I mean. Just a place in the woods. And an exciting, scary grotto for boys to tell stories about and dare each other to come close to the edge. They were lovely boys, I guess. Herman hadn't met the bottle and the blondes yet. And that whiny stepbrother who still lives here was just like the real brothers.
And John hadn't taken up sailing or broken hips, or even gone out to the city to build his steel mills to become the richest man in the state.
Why?
All been murdered.
Mr. Valentine.
All right, lady, we're sorry. We know you're upset. Anyway, there aren't any facts. But last night at supper, well, those guys aren't boys anymore, are they?
He hated his family. He said this was the last time he'd ever come back.
You want the rest of it? If you're going to fire me, you want my report, why I say murder?
Go on.
Well, you were there. You and he and the boys last night, remember? You're all sitting around the table?
No, I don't want to talk business tonight. I don't want to talk anything. I'm tired. Emily, have you done my unpacking yet?
Well, I thought as soon as supper is over, while you sit outside for a while.
Sure, your nurse will take care of things, John. Here, have another glass of wine. It's special.
No, I said.
Well, farm isn't business. I only waited till you came, John, to talk about buying a new tractor instead of riding.
Oh, for the love
Leave
of
him alone, Jake. He's tired. Can't you hear what he
Well, I
said?
got a setter coming around tonight. Got to get out there, help her with the pups. I only thought if he could spare $1,000 or so.
Leave him alone. Jake, you'll just never understand us businessmen.
Well, farm's a farm. You can't operate
Stop
on
it. Both of you, stop it. I came here for a one-day visit, that's all. That day starts tomorrow.
Oh, sure, Johnny, sure, we understand. I don't come out to the old place often myself, but a little reunion is different, huh?
No. I wish I'd stayed in Florida.
Don't blame you. All those classy nurses.
Please, Mr. Moraga.
Well, Johnny, I know the farm isn't very important anymore to you, but all I wanted to say was...
Oh, get out to your barn. Go be a midwife, whatever it is. Now, you nurse, see if you can't give the cook out there a hand with the dishes. I notice Mary's not as speedy as she used to be, Jake.
Stay where you are, Emily. Herman, for your information, I'm sick and tired of the steel business, too.
Huh?
You heard me, Mr. Vice President in charge of gas and wind?
Oh,
Yes. Get everybody out. Leave us brothers alone. Have some wine. You don't want to talk business, not old Herman. Herman, the diplomatic sponge. Well, I wrote you I'm going to retire, didn't I? In the prime of life, and why not? And that means for my family, too. I'm here to cut all strings at once. Lazy relative steel mills, old family homesteads, the works. I'm sick and tired of supporting a worthless bunch.
Please, don't. You're tired. You'll upset yourself. You said everything could wait till tomorrow. Everything you have to say to him.
Yes. All right. I'm sorry, Emily. You two fellas. Wheelchair doesn't make a guy like me very friendly, but I mean it. I'm moving to Florida for good. Only, we'll talk tomorrow, huh?
Sure, Johnny, sure. We understand.
No, you don't. You're going to work for a living, Herman. Well, what's the matter with you, Jake?
Huh?
Earn your own tractor. Me? I'm tougher than all of you, I guess. Well, what's the matter? Want to murder me or something? Well, come on, say something.
Want to murder me or something? And then, Miss Flood, you brought John Moraga out in his wheelchair to sit in the evening air. You went back to do the unpacking and clean up the dishes for Mary, the cook, who was out helping Jake. Brother Herman, he went to his room, so the testimony says, where he drank that wine all by himself. Jake, he came out and smoked a cigarette for a while with the impatient invalid. Then went to the barn and was busy for some time delivering a litter of puppies.
Your testimony's very complete, Mr. Valentine.
So what? So 10 o'clock, you came out to bring Mr. Moraga in for the night. And he was missing. Because around 9 o'clock, according to police reports, the doctors, his wheelchair parked here overlooking the grotto where you left him got a little bit too close to the edge.
Look out, George! Oh. But there wasn't any evidence. You couldn't find anything.
No evidence to show whether the brakes just slipped and the wheelchair rolled over, or whether Mr. Moraga was pushed off the edge. 200 feet down to the rocks.
All those hatreds and everything, even motives. But everybody's story seemed to check.
Yeah, that's it. Nothing so far can be proved.
Mr. Valentine, you kicked that rock just now to see how I would react.
Maybe.
Well, I think you should understand there won't ever be any evidence. His death was an accident. I believe that now. So get out. Get out. Please, go away.
Johnny couldn't have been too surprised, Mr. Valentine. Said he saw the angel clear as death. Omen, I guess you'd call it. We smoked a cigarette together down there, half hour before his death.
Surprised at what, Jake?
Huh? Well, a brake slipped on his chair, don't you think? You figure he was unconscious when it happened.
We don't even know that. Look, we're leaving. I only asked...
His own fault in one way. Had a fixation on that place, he did. Ought to be the devil's grotto, I always claimed. Or maybe we could blast the marble, make a quarry.
You see me, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, yes, Mr. Moraga. Look, Jake, do you mind...
Sure, Mr. Valentine, sure. Got to see about...
Mr. Moraga, testimony showed that last night your brother called you vice president in charge...
In charge of gas and wind. Yeah. Old Johnny was the only one had any brains or...
Are you part owner of the Moraga Steel Mills, or just a paid employee?
You mean am I just the boss's brother? Yeah. Yes, if you like.
Uh-huh. And now that he's dead,
Weren't you leaving, Mr. Valentine? Oh, no, don't get me wrong. Jake and I, we appreciate what you've done. But also we're tired of everybody looking cross-eyed at the guys who benefit. I should have told that nurse she was being officious to get you up here in the first place.
She was badly upset.
Well, so am I. Johnny was my brother. These little nurses get more conscientious the richer the patient is.
Oh, how dare you!
Mary, listen to me.
What in the
I
name...
will not, and I won't leave here until
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you, but you can't talk like that to me.
I'll talk any way I please. I've been here 15 years. I'll call you all the names I
Stop
can.
it, I said stop it.
All right, Nursey, now cut it out. Cut it out. What'd she do to you, Mary?
Huh. What'd she do?
Don't look at me that way.
Hey, easy, please.
Huh. Miss Flood. Know what she was up to, Mr. Moraga? She was firing me. Yes, she fired me.
You what? Now, look here, Miss Flood. You've been butting
Take it easy, will you? Here, Emily, you're all right.
It was the way she looked. The way she... I'm sorry, Mary. I didn't mean
You see, Mr. Moraga, I happened to overhear this young lady and a policeman
Please,
talking.
no.
You just
Let me-
found out the nurse is really a wife, eh, Mary?
What's that, George?
Just guessing. But it would explain why she could try to fire you, Mary. Why you laugh at the word miss. Not to mention some things John Moraga said last night. Or why just a nurse should be so curious and hire me
You
and
mean
try...
this mousy little flat-heeled...
Yes. We were married a week ago in Florida. I did tell the police, Mr. Valentine. I wanted to tell you, but I wanted to wait until... Oh, just because I'm his nurse and he was wealthy. Just because... Stop looking at me like that.
Nobody's looking any way they shouldn't.
I wondered what his big announcement today was going to be. What made that hot-headed sucker want to sell his business, cut us off, go gallivanting off?
Get out of here! Every one of you! This is my house now. Get out!
So you married a week and now he's dead.
Yes, he's dead. He's dead. Don't look that way. Can't you understand? I loved him. And he loved me.
Don't give me that
Oh,
hug.
I wish I were dead, too. Leave me alone or I will be!
Yes. A good act.
Good act, Mr. Moraga? Are you changing your mind? I thought you were so sure your brother's death was an accident.
You're listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
And now back to George Valentine. Angel's Grotto, a place of great beauty, a place where a man fell 200 feet to his death on the rocks below. A man in a wheelchair sitting alone in the moonlight. But, according to the police, that death was an accident. There's no further reason for you to stay around. Still, if your name is George Valentine, well, what can you do except stall for time, pretend you can't start your car?
Say, look, Jake, is there some rope around here? I may need it when the mechanic comes to give me a tow.
Yeah, in the shed over there. Help yourself.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Get out of the way. Good idea. So that fool Emily won't hang herself. Huh, there's a good one.
Come on, Brooksy. Let the rest of them think we've gone. You realize how short our time is?
You mean what he just said about Emily? George, I want to go back in and
No,
talk to her.
Brooksy, we gotta find evidence before somebody else gets murdered. Yeah, these are the tracks, all right, Brooksy. And here's where the wheelchair stood.
George, you and the police went over it inch by
Well,
inch.
Jake gave me an idea. He was wondering earlier if John Moraga was conscious when he fell, remember?
Yes.
Okay, now look, I'm John Moraga. I'm in a wheelchair, see, and I'm sitting here. I'm a strong guy.
Strong? George, John had been laid up for 6 months.
Well, that's not long enough to break down a dynamo like him. The point is, when he was sitting here, it would have been pretty hard to take him by surprise.
You mean somebody slugged him first?
I don't know. There's no sign of a struggle. Police thought he might have fallen asleep.
George, suppose he'd been drunk.
Huh?
I mean, remember that wine last night at supper?
Oh, yeah, I thought of that. But it's like everything else. Nothing left to show. Nothing left but the tracks of the two wheels here. And hey, Brooksy, look. They just go in practically a dead straight line all the way out to the edge and over. Okay, Brooksy, throw me that rope there.
Oh, George,
It's all
what
right
are you...
now. It's all right. This tree will hold me.
George.
Just take it easy, will you? There we are. This is one thing we didn't check.
But they combed every rock down below there.
When I kicked that rock loose this afternoon, remember what happened? It bounced. Okay, I'll find out what happened last night, and I won't bounce either. I hope. Hey, Brooksy. I can see the angel from down here. Yeah, it really does look like one, you know. Across by the...
George, your rope's twisting.
I'm all right. There's some stuff to hang on to here. Angel of death, huh?
I can't even see you anymore.
Brooksy.
What'd you say, George?
Hey, not so loud, will you? I was just looking down before. It's a watch.
What?
No. Piece of watch chain. Sure. He did hit here before he dropped to the rocks. I thought so. The way the cliff curves out, it's...
Don't go any farther. What if he did lose part of his watch chain? It doesn't tell you anything
Oh,
about...
doesn't it? Hooked on a little twig, some scrub trees here growing in a crevice. Well, you know, it doesn't have any bark. Yeah, that's right. 2 places here, no bark. I'll tell better in the daylight. But, Brooksy, there are kick marks, too. He grabbed here as he fell. Must have hung on for some time, several minutes maybe, before his strength gave out.
Somebody's coming, George.
Mayday. Hey, I called you, but I didn't hear you answering.
Well, I went to see George. Listen.
Listen to what?
Oh, it's gone now.
Okay, come on. Get this rope out of sight. Here, duck back here. In the bushes. That's better.
George, I hate high places. You're crazy.
But I learned something, Brooksy. The fact he clung there proves John Moraga was conscious. He couldn't have grabbed on there unless he was perfectly all right when he went over.
He wasn't slugged, doped, anything.
Just pushed.
But those straight line tracks...
Well, I can think of a person he might have trusted. Never guess what was going to happen until the last minute.
Oh, George, any of them could have come down here without being seen. His shouts when he was hanging there wouldn't have been heard.
Oh, Brooksy, look, stop evading it. You know who I'm talking about. All those tears don't hide her motive.
George, I just can't believe that a girl would...
Yeah. You see what I see? Little Emily.
George, she's crying. That's what I heard before.
Yeah, walking like she didn't know where she was.
George, she wished she were dead, too. She was hysterical, but she said
I'm like Jake. I didn't take it
But
seriously.
she's going where we were. George, grab her.
No,
She's going
stop.
Emily?
Oh, you startled me.
Oh? I didn't mean to.
It's Herman.
Beautiful night, isn't it?
Mr. Moraga.
What are you doing down here, anyway?
You know, don't you? Why do you ask?
Oh, well, I didn't believe a good-looking girl like you with her head on her shoulders would seriously think of carrying out a threat
You
like...
think I'm ugly. You said so. A stupid, flat-heeled nurse.
Oh, well, really, it isn't anything...
No, stay where you are. I don't think there's room for both of us here, Mr. Moraga.
All right.
I loved your brother. I loved John. I'm 35. I'm not pretty. I know what I am. But he loved me, too.
Now.
Please don't touch me. Don't come any closer.
Oh, it's all right. I know how you feel. It was an accident.
Leave me alone.
Well, just an accident, that's all.
I told you, don't touch me.
Well...
You big fat fool! You walked right into it, didn't you?
Look out, my arm.
I've handled patients 10 times as tough as you are.
My arm. Look out, the edge is
Believe
right.
what I said, didn't you? Believed I'd come down here and be thinking of jumping when it's you who's going to go.
Come on, Bussy, step on him. He's the one who's liable to be killed.
I'll get you!
Get back here, I said. Get back.
Let go of me!
Okay, sister.
Hey, what happened?
What is it?
All right. Take it easy, all of you.
Good Lord, what's the matter with
She's
her?
all right, George. Let go. Leave me alone.
She would have killed me. She was trying to push me.
I know. We saw
We
it
thought
all.
it was going to be the other way around.
Oh?
It never occurred to me. She has the same motive for getting rid of you, Mr. Moraga. You're the only real brother. You're in her way, too.
Herman, for the love of Pete, what the crazy little fool...
I thought that she was...
Shove me. That's what she tried
Why,
to
will you
do.
please
Tried to
stop
shove-
it? Yeah, that's right. We prevented a murder. Now I can prove it. Murder number 2.
Hey, did you find out something?
Mr. Valentine.
Lady, will you stop crying for 1 minute, please? I didn't say you killed your husband. You didn't kill John Moraga.
George.
Emily, the tragedy we prevented tonight was you killing for vengeance because you thought the murder would never be solved.
Herman did it. I was sure.
The police couldn't find any clues for you, but you were like I was. You knew it had to be murder, and so you tricked Herman into following you down here. The only trouble was when you tried to take the law in your own hands, you picked the wrong person.
What?
Yeah, that's right. He didn't do it. He's demonstrated that pretty well right now, hasn't he? Only, what's your name, Cook? Mary?
Oh,
Did you ever see the angel?
did I... What?
Come on, the angel in the rocks. You've lived around here 15 years, you said. You've heard the legend.
Oh, that. No, I don't know what you're talking about.
There's no angel in the rocks, Valentine. That's just an
Oh,
old...
yes, there is. Because I saw it. And John Moraga said he saw it, too.
Oh, no. No, he
After
didn't.
you left
He's...
him down here, Emily, he supposedly said it while smoking a cigarette. With you, Jake.
Now, wait a minute. I never said it.
Oh, yes, you did.
I remember it, George.
And that was your mistake. Because, Buster, that angel turns out to be a real angel of death. You can't see that rock formation from any place except halfway down a straight cliff. No wonder the Indians had a legend. So when could John possibly have seen it except when he was climbing down there after he'd been shoved, clinging there, hanging there? Why did John scream out that he saw the angel? Was he pleading with you to help him? And did you just stand there and laugh at him, Jake?
No, you're crazy. I'm just a farmer.
Sure, you're a big, strong guy. And that's why the tracks of the wheelchair were nice and straight, Brooksy. A man strong enough could just tip it back, load and all, and give it a roll.
Now, you listen to me. I was up with that setter of mine. I was clean out in the barn. Mary, help me.
Mary, do you know what the penalty is for providing a false alibi in a murder case?
No, I don't even know what you're
You'd
talking
better tell me fast, lady, how many of those puppies you delivered.
Mr. Valentine.
How much
you
of that
think-
2 hours Jake really spent with you in that barn?
Hey, get her. She's running.
No, we'll get her all right.
I don't believe anything that dumb old thing...
That's all, Jake!
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
Angel's Grotto. And the angel really did solve it.
Well, Brooksy, the weak-kneed accomplice didn't help Jake much.
But Mary wasn't really mixed up in
But she started the ball rolling. Nothing else he could do but confess after that. I suppose she wanted to keep the farm as much as he did. And Moraga was going to take it away, sell everything.
And to think it all started with our being fired. Emily tried to do it the right way, George. She hired you to find evidence of what she thought had happened.
By woman's intuition. So, just on the basis of that, she tries to play angel of destruction, of vengeance.
It was crazy and wrong. But she loved John Moraga. Those tears were all true. She told us how much she loved him. First and only love of her life. I could tell. And he loved her just as much.
I know. Love, love, love. Hey, how come you're such an authority on the subject, Brooksy?
With you around, I'll be darned if I know.
You have just heard Angel's Grotto, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Pet-Free Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petrie family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell about another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective Sherlock Holmes. I suppose your dinner is well over by now, so now's the perfect time to get out a bottle of that swell Petrie California port. You know, Petrie port was just made for a time like this, after dinner when you're just taking things easy. If you've ever tasted Petrie port, you know what I mean. It's a hearty, full-bodied wine with a deep red color and a flavor that's just about out of this world. I think that if you had only one wine to choose and the whole world to choose from, chances are you'd pick port. Petrie port. That's how good I think it is. That's saying plenty, I know, but I think Petrie port will easily live up to all I say about it. Try it and see, and share it with your friends. You can serve Petrie port proudly, because the name Petrie is the proudest name in the history of American wine. And now let's visit our old friend, Dr. Watson.
I'm out here on the patio, Mr. Foreman. Come on out and join me.
Admiring the sunset, eh, Doctor?
Yes, my boy. It's a particularly beautiful one.
Where are the puppies this evening?
Asleep on a favorite tweed coat of mine that's just come back from the cleaners.
And you hadn't the heart to move them, I suppose.
No, I hadn't. The little fellows looked so... But you haven't come here to listen to a dissertation on the behavior of dogs?
Well, it is getting near story time, Doctor.
Yes, of course it is. Well, just let me get my pipe properly lighted. That's it. The story I'm going to tell you tonight began in 1909. I received a telegram from my old friend telling me that he was leaving his Sussex bee farm and coming to London for a few days. I hadn't seen the great man for several months, so naturally I went to Victoria Station to meet him. As the train drew to a stop, the door of a first-class carriage swung open and Sherlock Holmes, hand outstretched, jumped down onto the platform to greet me.
Watson, my dear fellow, how are you?
Oh, Holmes, my dear fellow, it's good to see you again. I've missed you.
And are you, old chap?
Carry your bag, sir?
Yes, Porter, and get us a hansom cab, will you?
Right, you are, Governor.
I wish I'd got a spare room for you.
Don't worry, Watson. I shall be very comfortable at the Diogenes Club. By the way, I trust you're free this evening.
Yes, naturally. What are your plans?
I thought we'd go to the theatre.
The theatre? Oh, what play do you want to see?
Well, I thought we'd go to the Savoy Theatre and see the Sherlock Holmes play. I hear it's enormously successful.
Yes, I know it is, but I've avoided it. I'm told that Sir Claude Horton takes great liberties with your character, and as for the actor portraying me, my friends tell me it's a travesty. He makes me nothing but a bumbling old fool.
Therefore, a visit to the play might be a salutary experience for both of us. In any case, my trip to London is a response to an urgent telegram from Sir Claude himself. Seems to need my help rather badly.
Oh, what's his trouble?
Well, he wasn't specific in his telegram. He suggested, however, that we attend tonight's performance and discuss the matter with him afterwards.
I see. Well, I suppose...
You yourself are partly responsible for the play's existence.
How do you mean, Holmes?
Those sensational stories you wrote of my modest problems, I should have seen where they would eventually lead to. In time, no doubt, we shall be portrayed on the cinematograph as well.
Nonsense, Holmes. That newfangled thing's only a toy.
I think not, Watson. We're on the edge of a strange new mechanical world. In fact, I begin to feel a certain concern about the rumored developments in wireless telegraphy. But enough of these predictions. Here comes our porter with a cab. We'll tell the driver to take us straight to the Savoy Theatre.
Just look at that line of people at the box office, Holmes.
Very flattering, old chap.
Well, possibly, but I hope it doesn't mean that we've got to wait our turn and...
Excuse me, gentlemen. You're Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, aren't you?
Yes.
I thought I couldn't be mistaken. My name is Frank Ferris. Sir Claude has a box reserved for you. He asked me to see that you were quite comfortable.
Consider it of him.
Will you follow me, please?
Thank you.
Neither of you has seen the play before, I understand.
No, Mr. Ferris, we haven't.
I imagine it'll be a strange experience seeing yourselves portrayed on the stage. By the way, I'm playing the part of an old friend of yours, Professor Moriarty.
Oh, indeed. I'm looking forward to a very entertaining evening. I presume that you escape our clutches, as usual?
Yes, I do, Mr. Holmes. And I've done it nightly now for 137 performances.
A record that I'm sure Professor Moriarty himself would envy. Had it not been for his memorable demise at the Rackenback Falls.
Here we are, gentlemen. This is the box reserved for you. And now, if you'll excuse me, I only forgot, Mr. Holmes. Sir Claude asked me to give you this note.
Thank you.
No, not at all. Well, I'll see you later.
Very nice fellow for an actor.
Don't be a snob, Watson.
Well, what does Sir Claude know?
Since I telegraphed you yesterday, there have been strange developments. In fact, I've been doing some detective work off stage as well as on. Watch the performance tonight and watch the audience, too, particularly the occupant of the box opposite yours. Please come to my dressing room as soon as the last curtain has fallen.
He's being very mysterious, and the box opposite ours is empty.
No. Look, Watson, look. Someone has just entered. Confound it, the house lights are going out.
The first act's beginning, Holmes.
The first act, yes. Well, sit back and relax, old fellow. Let's see what they've done to us.
Well, what did you think of the first act, Holmes?
Huh? Oh, the first act, yes. I was examining the occupant of the box opposite ours. An attractive young lady, alone and unusually preoccupied in her program. In fact, one might assume that she was trying to hide her face.
Yes, but the play, don't you think it's ridiculous? Just imagine a crown jewel being stolen from the Tower of London.
Why not? It's been attempted many times.
Anyhow, you must admit that the actor who's portraying me behaves like a blithering idiot. And Sir Claude's interpretation of you is pretty far-fetched.
Far-fetched, but flattering, Watson. What poise, what suavity, and what a voice. I find myself thoroughly entertained.
You're a strange chap, Holmes. No accounting for your tastes.
Look, Watson, look. The back of the box over there.
Good Lord, I could have sworn a man dodged behind the curtain. I don't think the girl saw him, though.
Looked like a foreigner. I think as the young lady's alone, we'll take the liberty of joining her.
Oh, dash it, there go the lights again. The second act starting now.
And sit down, old fellow. We don't want to attract attention. We'll join her during the next intermission.
Yes, who is it? Who are you? What do you want with me?
My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, young lady?
I hope you'll forgive this intrusion, but Sir Claude requested that I keep an eye on you during the play tonight.
Please come in and sit down, won't you?
Thank you.
Oh, this is very kind of you.
You must forgive my abruptness just now. But I've just been watching Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson being impersonated on the stage. It's rather startling to have the real couple walk into my box.
Yes, I quite understand. By the way, just before the curtain went up on the second act, I thought I noticed a man come into the back of this box and then disappear again. Were you aware of his presence?
No, I didn't see him. But I know who it is. He's been following me for weeks now.
Perhaps you'd like to tell us about it, Miss...
Henshaw. Alicia Henshaw. Yes, I would. As a matter of fact, that's why I'm here tonight. Sir Claude Horton's an old friend of my father's. I went to ask his advice. He did some investigating himself for a few days, and then he found himself a little out of his depth, so he decided to telegraph for you, Mr. Holmes. We were going to meet in his dressing room after the performance tonight.
Splendid. And now, Miss Henshaw, what is your story?
It's a strange one, Mr. Holmes, though I didn't realize just how strange until I first saw this play a few nights ago. You see, my story concerns Estelle and Ruby.
Good Lord, and tonight's play revolves around the same thing.
Exactly. I might as well tell you how it all started. My brother's an officer in the British Army stationed in Egypt. Early this year, he saved the life of a very important native personage in some uprising in Cairo and was rewarded with a magnificent ruby. This jewel he sent to my Uncle Timothy and me. Oh, we're the last of the Henshaws, you see.
Did your brother tell you the name of this personage?
He didn't know it, Mr. Holmes. Apparently, the whole affair was hushed up.
I see. Please continue.
Well, the trouble began shortly after Uncle Timothy and I received the ruby. A description of it was published in the papers, and a few days later a message came to us from an Egyptian, Muhammad Ali, laying claim to the stone as one stolen from his family years ago. He sent an expert to our house who examined the ruby under a lens, Mr. Holmes, and then tapped it with a hammer. It fell to pieces. It was a fraud.
Gracious me, an amazing thing.
I'm sure that's not the end of the story, Miss Henshaw.
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. I wrote and told my brother what had happened. He became very suspicious and suggested that I investigate the credentials of the expert that examined the stone.
I think I can finish the story for you. The supposed expert was a jewel thief who substituted a paste ruby for the real one, destroyed the imitation, and walked off with the treasure. It's an old trick. Of course, you haven't been able to find any trace of the supposed expert.
Well, that's the funny part of it, Mr. Holmes. Uncle Timothy and I gave a description to the police, but it was a very vague one, I'm afraid. All the time, Uncle said the man reminded him of a colleague of his many years ago at the university, a professor of mathematics. The play a few nights ago, he was reminded of it. The name was Moriarty.
Moriarty?
But Moriarty's dead.
Miss Henshaw, you say you have been shadowed for some weeks.
Yes, an Egyptian. You've stolen the ruby, Mr. Holmes. Why don't they leave me alone?
That, Miss Henshaw, represents a very fascinating problem, and one that I shall be most happy to help you solve.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr.
Oh,
Holmes.
there go the lights again. The last act.
Yes, the last act of this little play, but not, I fear, of Miss Henshaw's problems. Let's meet after the act in Sir Claude's dressing room, shall we?
Well, Holmes, how did you enjoy the play?
Very much, Sir Claude. May I introduce my old friend, Dr. Watson?
How do you do, Sir Claude?
How are you, Doctor? I see you've already made the acquaintance of Miss Henshaw. She, no doubt, has told you her troubles, eh?
Yes, Sir Claude. And Mr. Holmes has promised to help me.
Splendid. Tell me, Watson, how did you like the play?
It was very interesting, Sir Claude. Not quite accurate, of course.
Well, you have to allow us a little dramatic license, you know. What did you think of Rodney, the man who was portraying you, Doctor?
Well, since you mention it, I think the fellow needs to study diction. He mumbles so much I couldn't understand a word he said.
Oh, come now, old fellow. I think there are times when you're a little hard to understand yourself.
Oh, rubbish.
Sir Claude, I hope you'll meet us at the Diogenes Club, and then we can go out and have some supper.
Excellent idea. I'll join you there after I've taken off my makeup.
Splendid.
I think I should be going home now, Sir Claude. I gave my address to Mr. Holmes so he knows where to get in touch with me.
Very well, Miss Henshaw, and don't worry. I shall give you...
I'll take you to your cab, my dear.
Oh, there's no need to, Sir Claude.
Nonsense, I insist.
Goodbye.
I'll be back in a moment.
Right, Miss Henshaw.
Good night, good night. Strange business, Holmes. What do you make of it all?
Very little as yet, but it's a fascinating problem.
Sir Claude really seems to have identified himself with the character of Sherlock Holmes. He gave me the impression that he feels quite capable of solving the case by himself.
Hello. Claude hasn't left, has he?
Oh, no, Mr. Perez. He's coming back in a moment.
How'd you like to play, gentlemen?
Very much. Your own performance as Moriarty was most convincing.
Yes, indeed, sir. Congratulations. A couple of times there, I had a strange feeling that you really were Moriarty.
Well, that's very flattering, Doctor. Oh, hello. Well, it sounds as if there's some trouble at the stage door. Excuse me.
Come on, Watson, let's follow him.
Right. Hello, it's Claude. He seems upset about something.
Yes. What's happened, Claude?
Oh, there you are, Holmes. I just seen Miss Hanshaw off in her cab when a foreign-looking fellow came out of a doorway and got into another cab. I heard him tell the driver to follow her. I tried to stop him, but he got away.
Must be the same man that we saw in our box during the play.
Mr. Claude, we have her address. I think we'll drive there at once and see that she's arrived safely. We'll join you later at the Diogenes Club.
Well, Holmes, here we go. Off on another adventure.
Yes, and one they may give us an account with Moriarty once more.
Oh, Moriarty's dead. He was killed when you and he fell over the precipice in 91.
He was supposed to have been killed, just as I was, but his body was never found. It's impossible, or rather possible, that he returned to pour into the ears of Colonel Moran a story as unlikely and as true as the one I related to you on that April evening in 1894. One can never be sure of death, old chap, until one has touched the cold skin of a corpse.
Doctor will continue in just a few seconds. Hardly time for me to tell you about a really great Petri wine. Petri California Muscatel. Did you ever walk through a vineyard early in the morning and pick a big, juicy muscat grape right off the vine? If you've ever done that, then you know what to expect when you taste Petri Muscatel. Petri Muscatel is the color of golden sunshine with a flavor to match. Serve Petri Muscatel after dinner some evening, or serve it any time friends drop in. It's a way to express your hospitality with a wonderful wine, a Petri wine. And now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. The famous pair have become involved in a strange mystery concerning a stolen ruby, a frightened girl, and an Egyptian who appears to be shadowing her. As we rejoin our story, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson are standing in a darkened alleyway adjoining the girl's house.
Holmes, look. That Egyptian fellow.
I assume she's safely inside. Seems to be giving up.
He's coming this way.
That is. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Who are you, please?
We are friends of Miss Hanshaw, and we're very curious to know why you've been following her.
I'm sorry that I cannot answer your question, sir.
Now, look here, my man. You're talking to Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
You are Mr. Sherlock Holmes? I'm greatly honored to meet you, sir. All my life I have known of you. All my life I have admired you.
Then in that case, perhaps you'll answer my questions. Why have you been following Miss Hanshaw?
Because it is my duty.
What do you mean, your duty?
Perhaps I should have said my destiny, Mr. Holmes. I have dedicated their lives to finding the stolen treasure of Asyut.
What on earth's all that got to do with Miss Hanshaw?
The treasure of Asyut is a giant ruby. It was stolen many years ago from the family of Muhammad Ali. A few months ago, Miss Hanshaw received a mysterious ruby. I have found out many things, Mr. Holmes. I have many sources of information.
Then I must regard you in the light of a rival detective in this...
I hardly call myself a detective, Mr. Holmes. My life is dedicated to only one problem. Miss Hanshaw now says the jewel was stolen from her. I do not believe it. That is why I watch her. If I am wrong this time, and I do not think I am wrong, then my quest must go on. Always it will go on.
Permit me to wish you the best of luck, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, good night.
Tomorrow we shall meet again.
Oh, why did you let him go, Holmes?
Why not?
He's frightening Miss Hanshaw.
But not molesting her, old chap. In fact, it might be a good thing if someone is keeping an eye on her. And meanwhile, Watson, let's see if we can find a cab and get... Porter, has Claude Horton arrived yet?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. He and another gentleman came in about 5 minutes ago. They went up to the library. The other gentleman has just left.
I see. Thank you. This way, Watson. I'm sorry, Sir Claude. We've kept you waiting. We took a little longer, but... Sir Claude!
Great heavens, what's the matter with him?
Holmes, I found the answer. Too late. It's...
No, sir. Don't try and stand up. You're ill.
What are you trying to tell me?
The ruby. The ruby. Moriarty. The answer. The answer's in the book. In the book.
Sir Claude! Holmes! He's been stabbed. He's dead.
Just as he was trying to give me a message.
He was muttering something about the ruby and Moriarty. And twice he said, it's in the book.
Yes, there's a book still in his hand.
It's a copy of The Tales of Edgar Allan Poe.
His thumb's marking the page. The story of the purloined letter. Thank you, Sir Claude. You delivered your message. Come on, Watson. If we want to catch a murderer and a thief, we must go back to the Savoy Theatre as quickly as we can.
Why do you suppose Sir Claude was murdered?
Because he was too curious. He told me at supper, you remember? And so he was killed by a man who came with him to the club tonight. Fortunately, he gave me a clue by indicating Poe's story of the purloined letter.
But I still don't see how that helps you.
Well, it leads us to the ruby. The premise of Poe's story is that the most obvious hiding place is the safest. Now, what physical object was most prominent on the stage in tonight's play?
By Jove. A ruby.
Exactly. How better can you hide a stolen ruby than by exhibiting it, night after night, as a stolen ruby, before the eyes of thousands?
Well, you mean you expect to find it in the property room backstage?
Precisely. That and a murderer. Wait for us, Terry. Come on, Watson. You have your revolver, old chap?
Yes, I do.
Well, keep it handy. Our visit may not be unexpected. Unlocked. That's good. Come on.
Look, Holmes, look. The doorkeeper. He's slumped over his desk.
He's been given chloroform. We'll take the liberty of borrowing his lantern.
An eerie atmosphere about a dark and empty theatre, isn't there, Holmes?
Now, where would the stage properties be kept, I wonder? Hold the lantern a little higher, will you, old fellow?
Yeah.
That's it. Look over there.
A large cabinet. It's marked Property Department.
And it's unlocked. Oh, this is frighteningly easy. Let's look out for a trap. Now, let's see.
Look. There's the ruby, lying on that tray.
Hold it up under the lantern, Watson. Exactly. It's as I thought. This is no paste stage property. It's a genuine ruby. In the light of this lantern, it's very hard to... Down, Watson, quick!
He nearly got us. Smashed our lantern.
Yes, he's got an air rifle, a powerful one, too. There's no flash to indicate where he's firing from. Of course, he's baited his trap so neatly that he's exactly where we are.
I'm going to take a shot at him. I can't see anything, but at least it'll let him know that we're armed.
Now, move your position quickly, Watson.
Just missed me, Holmes. This is hopeless shooting in the dark.
Yes. I've got to switch the stage lights on. Keep him occupied, old fellow, will you? While I try to find the light switches.
I've got him. But he can still shoot, confound it.
Yes, well, I found the light switch. Keep your eyes skinned, Watson. I'm turning it on.
There he is, Holmes, up in that box.
Getting away. Up him, Watson. We can jump over the footlights into the box. I'm afraid the bird has flown, Watson. I should have remembered that theatre exit doors always open from the inside.
No, he didn't get away, Holmes. Look on the floor. It's that Egyptian fellow.
I hope you haven't wounded him too badly, old
I
chap.
don't care if I have. He was trying to kill us. No, it's only a shoulder wound. He's fainted, infernal scoundrel.
No, he's a very gallant man. Undoubtedly, he was trying to save us as you shot him just now.
Holmes, what on earth are you talking about? Obviously, he's Moriarty.
No, Watson, Moriarty just escaped through the door you heard clang a few moments ago.
Then what's this man doing here?
As a fellow detective, undoubtedly he followed us. Perhaps he preceded us. When Moriarty started shooting, this man tried to capture him and got wounded by you for pains.
Then who is Moriarty? He must be someone connected with this theatre.
It's obvious. Moriarty is Moriarty.
What? You mean Frank Ferrers, the fellow that played the part on the stage?
Again, remember Poe's story of the purloined letter.
But why didn't you recognize it?
Oh, Remember, I haven't seen him for 20 years, and you haven't put disguise, have you?
What incredible audacity.
How better could Moriarty conceal himself than by announcing nightly to the theater-going public that he was Professor Moriarty?
Then he killed Sir Claude.
Of course he did. Sir Claude must have persuaded Moriarty to go to the club with him. Probably he hoped to expose him in front of me, but Moriarty found out that Sir Claude knew too much. Yes. So he stabbed him. Rushed back here to bait his trap for us.
Yes. But how did he know that we'd walk into it?
Well, he knew that if Sir Claude had guessed his secret, then I certainly would, and so he was waiting for us.
Hello. He's coming too. How are you feeling, my man?
The ruby. The ruby. Did you find the ruby?
Yes. Here it is, sir. Tell me, is it the ruby of Muhammad Ali?
No. It is a fine stone, but it is not the one for which I have searched all my life. So my endless quest must go on and on.
He's fainted again.
Poor devil. Fine mess I made of this case, Watson.
Oh, I don't know. You've recovered the ruby?
Yes, look at it, old fellow. Before I turn it over to Miss Hanshaw, look at it well. Probably its every facet stands for a bloody deed.
It's a beautiful stone.
And yet this lovely bauble cost Sir Claude his life.
And that devil Moriarty still goes free.
But one day, Watson, and may the day come soon, I shall meet Moriarty again. And when that happens, and I finally bring him to justice, then and only then, can you write fini to the character of Sherlock Holmes.
Well, Doctor, that was kind of an exciting story. Tell me, did the Egyptian recover from his bullet wound?
Yes, indeed he did, and rather quickly, too, Mr. Foreman. I felt very badly about shooting him, but of course I couldn't help it.
Of course not.
But, you know, if I had to shoot someone accidentally, I wish it could have been the actor who portrayed me on the stage. Wretched fellow mumbled all over the place.
Oh, don't worry about that. After all, you did recover the ruby.
Yes, and a beautiful stone it was. The color of, the color of a fine glass of port when the light shines through it.
By a fine port, I take it you're talking about a Petri port?
Is there any other kind?
Well, all kidding aside, Doctor, Petri port, like all Petri wines, is good wine. And I can tell you why very simply. Petri took time to bring you good wine. You see, the Petri family has been making wine for a good many generations, since way back in the 1800s. And because the Petri business has always been family-owned, everything the family has ever learned about the art of making wine, they've been able to hand down from father to son. From father to son. That adds up to a lot of skill and a lot of experience when it comes to turning plump juice into clear, fragrant, delicious wine. So when you want a wine for Petri took time to bring you good wine. And now, Dr. Watson, what story do you have lined up for us next week?
Now, let me see. Next week, Mr. Foreman, I'm going to tell you a most unusual adventure that occurred to Sherlock Holmes and me early in the last World War. It took place in Flanders and concerned a famous British general, an actress, and a German firing squad.
Boy, that sounds like a real thriller. Well, see you here next week.
No. Not here, Mr. Foreman, remember?
Oh, of course. Next week, we're going to be at the Paramount Theater in Hollywood for the 7th War Loan Drive.
That's quite right. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't invite you all to my home for one of our broadcasts, but we can get together next week at the Paramount Theater in Hollywood. You can get a free ticket for our broadcast by buying a war bond. And I sincerely hope that you will do this, so that we can see you next week at this time.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Second Stain. Mr. Rathbone appears to the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce to the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station.
Oh, the Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you cook, remember Petri wine.
To make good food taste better, remember...
Petri
Bill Foreman saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, 20 Fathoms Under.
I was standing out in front of my Cafe Tambourine getting a little of the afternoon sun. A lemonade seller with his jingling urn drifted by. I was enjoying myself till I looked down the street and saw a guy feeling out his sea legs on the narrow sidewalk. His weather-beaten face slit with a grin from ear to ear. I hadn't seen him for 3 years, and I didn't especially want to see him now, so I ducked inside. But he sailed in behind me like a schooner in a high wind.
Ahoy, matey! Rocky! Rocky, lad.
Oh, hello, Sandy.
Well, now, that's better. You wouldn't be forgetting old Sandy McQuill now, would you? 3 long years, now I'm back. Come on to a table. We'll be drinking on it.
On you this time, Sandy?
Ahoy, bartender. Bring us a bottle. Look alive.
What do you want, Sandy?
What do I want, lad? Rocky, I've sailed every port from Shanghai to Cape Town. But I wouldn't be passing up an old friend now, would I?
Oh, not if you had an angle.
I know you to be an honourable man, and I'll give the belay and pin to the man that says different. Here we are.
Oh, Sandy's paying for this, Chris.
Aye, lad. This is a great day for us, Rocky. Now then, lad, to the old days.
It'll cost you 24 piastres.
You'll get it, lad, and plenty more. Scud up alongside, Rock.
Oh, I can take it from here. What are you asking for, Sandy?
Asking, Rock, nothing of the kind. Listen, did you ever hear the Mandara? She was sailing for the Suez 3 months ago, loaded to the gunwales with a cargo worth a king's ransom.
Oh, save the yarn, Sandy.
Wait, lad. The Mandara sailed into bad luck. Rocky, didn't you read of this? A stray mine from the war blasted the Mandara, and it went down off Rossab and Funderek and all its cargo with it.
Maybe I did read about it. But why tell me?
It's ours, Rocky. Free booty of the high seas for them that gets it. It's there, waiting for us.
Salvage? Oh, no.
I can handle it, Rocky. And I'm letting you in. 50-50.
Of course, nobody else thought of bringing the Mandara up.
That's just it, lad. The brig was off its course. It went down in a fog. Nobody knows exactly where it is.
But you do.
Aye, Rocky, that I do. Right to a compass point.
How'd you find out?
A man sailing the 7 seas has ways of learning things, lad. Here, I'll show you the map.
Who gave you that, Captain Kidd?
Cast your binnacles on this now. Look, there's the Suez. The Mandara followed a course through the Red Sea. And there's Rossab and Funderek. The Mandara went down there. See the mark? There's what Davy Jones got her. 20 fathoms under.
Oh, sorry, Sandy, but my money's all tied up in Abyssinian grasshoppers this year.
You don't follow me. It's not money I'm after.
What else?
You've got a motor launch still tied up at Port Said, I'm thinking. The one you sailed down from Istanbul.
Yeah, only because nobody'd buy the tub. Is that all you want?
Aye, Rocky. It's good enough. I'll rig it for diving and man it with a couple of buckos from the side wharves. That's all I'm asking for, Rocky. What do you say?
Sure, why not? And I hope it sinks before you get out of the harbor.
Yeah, never you worry. Sandy McWill can sail any brig with a hull. You'll sign the papers to get me out of port?
Yeah, and out of the Tambourine. And there'll be some papers for you to sign.
Wait. This map, Rocky. Look at it well.
Just get it off the table.
Now, only you and I know, lad. We'll keep it that way, eh?
Sure, but... Hey, what are you doing?
There. Just a little precaution, lad. The map's spinning merrily. That calls for a chaser, I'm thinking.
Look, burning a map gets too corny, Sandy. Suppose you move along now, huh?
Yeah, aye, Rocky. I'll hoist anchor. You'll wait for me here?
Sure. Come back in another 3 years.
You'll hear from Sandy McWill again, lad. And so...
Hey, wait a minute. What about the drinks? Chris made a move from behind the bar to stop him, but I said not to bother. Sandy McQuill had a habit of barging into my life every few years. Whatever the pitch, he never got off with very much. I figured this time he was just around for free drinks. He hadn't told me where he was going, and I didn't care. Well, by the next evening, I hadn't heard from him again, and I was real glad. McQuill was clear out of my mind when the office phone opened up. Cafe Tambourine.
Mr. Rocky Jordan?
Jordan speaking, lady.
Thank you. My name is Ming Lee.
What can I do for you, Miss Lee?
I am calling at the command of my father, Sen Wang Lee.
Do I know him?
No, you have not met. My father instructs me to tell you that he wishes most urgently to talk with you.
Well, all right. He'll find me around the bar most any time of day.
My father is unable to meet you there. It is his wish that you honor him with your presence in his most humble home.
What does he want, Miss Lee?
My father wishes to talk to you about the Mandara.
Wait a minute. What makes your father think I know anything about the Mandara?
He read it in the paper, Mr. Jordan.
Look, Miss Lee, I don't know what this is all about, but tell Mr. Lee I've got nothing to do with the ship.
But, Mr. Jordan, the paper said...
I don't care what the paper said. It's a mistake.
But my father...
Just tell your father to forget about the whole thing. There's nothing to it. That all, Miss Lee?
Yes. I will tell him, Mr. Jordan. Goodbye.
I made it out to the corner in 10 seconds flat. I grabbed the evening edition of the Cairo Mail, flipped a couple of piastres to the newsboy, and started looking. Didn't take long. When I turned to page 3, my picture jumped out at me. And the story below my picture, written in newsy Arabic, didn't miss a thing. Rocky Jordan, noted proprietor of the Cafe Tambourine, reported financing an expedition from Port Said to salvage the ill-fated Mandara. Oh, there were a lot more details, and all a build-up for Rocky Jordan. It wasn't long till all sorts of people came driving around. A fellow wanted to sell me a diving helmet. Another called to sell me a home on the Nile. And a lady came in for a contribution to the home for aged camel drivers. Oh, there were a lot more calls, and I didn't like it. I finally left the receiver off the hook. Just then, I saw a stout, bald-headed man in a new suit looking in from the office doorway.
Mr. Jordan, I am Jacob Matson.
Oh, I see you got a paper too, Mr. Matson.
Why, as a matter of fact, that is what I came about. I am with the Continental Insurance Company.
Sorry, I'm not in the market for insurance or anything else.
I'm afraid you don't understand. You see, my company issued a policy on the Mandara and its cargo.
Sit down, Mr. Matson.
Thank you.
Now, what's the trouble?
Oh, no trouble, Mr. Jordan, but we are naturally most interested in your plans to salvage the Mandara.
Oh, it's free booty?
Of course. You see, we paid off in full for the loss of the ship and its cargo. That's what puzzles us.
I don't follow.
The cargo of the Mandara consisted only of tea, rice, and other perishables. That's hardly worth salvaging.
Go on.
Naturally, my company is interested to learn if there was something else. Something not mentioned in our policy.
Oh, I wish I could tell you.
I see. After releasing such a complete story to the newspapers, Mr. Jordan, we felt that you might be willing to discuss this matter.
It's a fact, Mr. Matson. I'd tell you if I knew.
You know where the Mandara went down?
More or less.
Would you be willing to reveal the source of your information?
I wouldn't. Oh, by the way, why don't you talk to whoever collected the insurance money?
That's hardly possible. He has disappeared.
Any idea where?
Who knows? Perhaps like others who knew too much about the Mandara, he is dead.
Yeah,
You understand my company's interest now, Mr. Jordan?
maybe. I'll let you know what I find.
Thank you. Good day, Mr. Jordan.
Jacob Matson put on his pinch glasses. They dropped off again, and he went out. Right then, I decided to toss the ball to the Cairo police before they started coming to me. I found Captain Sam Sabaya inspecting a long row of newly fumigated cells. I got the feeling he was laughing at me when I showed up, but his face didn't show it.
Well, how convenient, Jordan. I've been trying to call you.
Oh, my phone's been real busy.
Well, such is the price of fame.
Anything special you called about?
Yes, Jordan. It is about the item in the afternoon paper.
Hey, do you like my picture, Sam?
It should attract a certain type of clientele to your tambourine.
I don't know quite how to take that.
That one is okay. Jordan, how did you come by this information about the Mandara?
Well, in the first place, Sam, I didn't put that item in the paper. I'd like to know who did and why.
Then you have no intention of this salvage operation?
A friend of mine thinks he knows where the Mandara went down. I said he could use my boat, that's all.
What does he think he'll find?
I don't know.
Could you not ask him?
Sure, and I will. After I found out what you've got on the Mandara.
The information in the newspaper article is correct, Jordan. The ship was reported sunk by a mine, obviously still floating from the war. This cell will do.
Anything more, Sam?
Yes, and this will perhaps interest you, Jordan. Only the captain and 4 of the crew escaped from the sinking ship. Since then, 3 of the crew have suffered violent deaths, all in the same manner.
Yeah, I am interested, Sam. What else?
The captain and owner of the Mandara is not to be found now. Perhaps he also has been killed.
Oh, what about the 5th one?
The first mate, a man named Pete Limbo, is still living in Cairo. We have questioned him repeatedly.
Get anything out of him?
No, nothing. Inspection complete. I am sure he knows, but he will not tell. We've been watching him.
Where's he live?
When not frequenting the bars, he can be found at a place on Sharia Naga.
Let's have another talk with him, Sam. Sometimes Sam surprises me, like this time. Without batting an eye, he called for his black limousine. In about 15 minutes, we were driving down Sharia Naga, trying to miss the bumps. An excited cluster of natives were crowded around an open doorway as we pulled up to the curb. When they saw the police car, they scattered like ducks in hunting season. It looks like something's up. Better get in there, Sam.
Perhaps you're right. Come along, Jordan. Here, this is Limbo's room. Open up! Open up in there! Close the door.
That Pete Limbo?
It was.
Didn't watch him any too well, Sam.
We could not watch him every minute, Jordan.
Yeah, I know. Somebody sure took care of him.
Exactly as the other 3, Jordan. Hung by the thumbs and then the knife.
Sam began rounding up the other folks in the building, but there was nothing to be learned from them. Me, I wanted to round up a certain Sandy McQuill and get a few answers. So I went scouting for a taxi. It was dark by now, with no traffic along the narrow Sharia Naga. I spotted a dim light a couple of blocks up and made for it. As I passed an alley, I knew I should have stayed with Sabaya. 2 powerful shadows moved out quick and pinned me to the wall. I tried to make it interesting, but right then I felt a cord wrap around my neck. A silken cord, drawn tight. I stopped fighting real quick.
You're smart, Jordan. You got respect for the cord, huh?
It can get awful tight.
Yeah. All we gotta do is pull. A little too hard.
Maxie pulls his end, I pull mine.
Look, what's the big idea? Shut up.
All you gotta do is listen.
Yeah, we got information.
So get it, Jordan. Keep away from the ocean.
You might get seasick.
I'm not going anywhere.
That's right, Jordan. You know something about the Mandara?
If you do, forget it.
Forget real fast. Nobody's diving for the Mandara, Jordan.
Especially not you.
Know why? Because there's nothing there you want.
Nothing.
Go back to the tambourine, Jordan. Stay there, you'll live longer.
Do you know what if you don't?
Next time we'll twist the cord.
Tighter. Tighter.
outsider!
They both gave a last twist. My breath was gone, and I went spinning off to the moon. The curtains were closing in when the cord loosened. Then they slammed me back into the alley and were gone.
You are listening to 20 Fathoms Under, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. You'll find the chills colder, the excitement sharper, and the stories better on CBS Mystery. At 9 tomorrow night, enjoy thrilling mystery on Inner Sanctum when the creaking door opens and exposes a man returned from the dead. Then on Tuesday night, remember Mr. and Mrs. North at 8:30, followed by Mystery Theater at 9. Yes, you'll find colder chills, sharper excitement, and better stories on CBS Mystery. And now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, 20 Fathoms Under.
It was all started by a sea dog named Sandy McQuill who wanted to salvage the sunken freighter Mandara. The cargo of the Mandara was supposed to be nothing but tea and rice. And after the sinking, members of the crew had been killed one by one, all in the same manner. I didn't want any part of it, but the story got spread all over the newspapers with my picture. Then a couple of guys gave me the silk cord treatment with threats to lay off and dump me in an alley. I finally got my breath and was working on the idea of trying to get up, and I noticed a round, soft face looking down at me. Her eyes were curious, but not afraid.
What is it that has happened here?
Don't you know?
Your neck. The silken cord. And you live.
Say, haven't I heard your voice before?
I do not know. I am Ming Li.
Ming Li. You called me on the phone this afternoon.
Then you are Rocky Jordan.
Just where did you come from?
I was searching for you.
I'll bet you were.
Mr. Jordan, I am but obeying the command of my father, Sen Wang Li. He wishes to speak with you.
He doesn't give up easy, does he?
My father feels that it is most important. Will you come with me now?
Maybe I've been pushed around enough for the night.
But my father does not wish you harm.
Just questions, huh?
Perhaps more. Come, let me help you.
All right, Ming. Let's go see what Sen Wang Li has on his mind.
This way, Mr. Jordan.
Ming Li tripped ahead, and I followed her down a twisting lane. She took me into the Chinese sector, where the houses overhanging the street almost touched overhead. At one of the doors, we turned and went in. Ming led me down a dimly lit hall, off another corridor, and finally into a room rich with tapestries. A little heavy on the incense for me, but furnished in the dignity of the upper-class Chinese. Standing in front of a teakwood desk was an old Chinese in Mandarin dress. But something else caught my eye as he took a couple of steps toward me. He was the first Chinese I'd ever seen with a peg leg.
I have obeyed your command, my father.
You honor my house, Mr. Jordan. That is all, Ming. I am Sen Wang Li.
Look, Mr. Li, I'll clear up a couple of points real quick. I don't know what's on the Mandara worth salvaging. In fact, I don't know where it went down.
And yet we have read that you plan to find the Mandara.
Mr. Li, what I want to know is why you and a couple of dozen other people in Cairo care whether I salvage the Mandara or not.
The interest of other people is not my affair, Mr. Jordan, but for me it is most imperative.
Enough to set two muscle men on me with a silken cord?
Mr. Jordan, let me explain. The captain and owner of the Mandara insured the ship far beyond its worth. It was his plan to sail to Shanghai and take on a cargo of tea and rice.
Go on.
Sailing back into the Red Sea, the captain then conspired to sink his own ship, report the disaster from a floating mine, and collect the insurance.
But I still
Wait,
don't...
Mr. Jordan. While in port at Shanghai, the captain was approached by my brother, a most respected man who had to leave China secretly and quickly. The captain accepted a high fee to bring my brother and his wife to Egypt.
Only they never got here.
Only the captain and 4 of his crew came off the Mandara when it went down. Now you understand my interest in your venture?
Yeah. And maybe why the escaping crew of the Mandara have been wiped out. Chinese retribution?
Mr. Jordan, my only interest is to recover the body of my brother and his wife, so that someday I might bury them with their ancestors.
Mr. Lee, I think I should talk this over with Sandy McQuill.
A man by that name was seen 2 days ago talking with the first mate of the Mandara. The first mate was quite drunk.
Yeah, he gave McQuill the map, and now he's dead, too.
I can also tell you where Sandy McQuill is living.
Sandy McQuill's address turned out to be a third-rate hotel, past the Frank Quarter and near the Hassan Bazaar. I took the steps up 2 flights and slammed at McQuill's door.
Oh, Rocky, lad.
That's right. We got a salvage deal, remember?
Why, sure, Rocky.
Well, bags all packed and ready to go, I see.
Well, sure, I'm shoving off right away.
For Port Said? Let's go. On the way, you can clear up plenty.
No, Rocky. As a matter of fact, I've changed my mind. The Mandara's no good for us.
Wait a minute. We made a deal to salvage that hulk. You said there's valuable cargo aboard.
Forget it, my boy. Forget it. I'm setting my sails for Marseille. There's a little girl that's waiting,
Cut it, Sandy, cut it. Just why did you change your mind?
Like I told you, Rocky, lad.
Answer me something, will you? Did a guy named Pete Limbo give you that map to the Mandara?
You've seen Limbo?
Yeah, I saw him. Hanging by his thumbs. A knife did the rest.
Yeah, you see, Rocky, lad. We're getting out of this. It was that story you put in the newspaper. You queered everything.
Yeah, it's another thing. Just how did that story get in the paper?
I don't know. Rocky, don't you see? It's best
I'll tell you what I think. I think you put it there to set me up as a kingpin. I don't know just why, but...
Oh, no, Rocky, lad. Would I do that to me old drinking mate from Frisco days?
Come to think of it, maybe you never planned to take my boat out after all. The whole deal was a cover-up for something else.
Oh, it ain't so, Rocky.
Suppose I get it in the papers just who does know where the Mandara went down. You, Sandy.
No, Rocky, for what good reason?
Think about it. Pete Limbo might not be the last to hang by his thumbs.
Oh, you wouldn't do that, lad. You wouldn't do that to Sandy McQuill.
All right, then. Grab your bags and come on.
Where are we going?
We're catching the night train to Port Said. You're going to go diving for the Mandara if I have to let you down by the heels.
You are listening to 20 Fathoms Under, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. The Unafraid, an emotion-filled screenplay, is presented by Lux Radio Theater tomorrow Monday night at 6. Burt Lancaster and Joan Fontaine star in their original roles. So don't miss the radio adaptation of The Unafraid with Burt Lancaster and Joan Fontaine on Radio Theater Monday night at 6 on CBS. Now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, 20 Fathoms Under.
Well, when McQuill and I got to Port Said, we found we couldn't have sailed my motor launch in a bathtub. So I rented a salvage rig at the docks, dug up a couple of bumps to help man it, and we headed down the canal. McQuill steered and seemed to know where he was going. It was early the following morning, far down the Red Sea. The sun was just beginning to cut through a fog that had followed us all the way from Shadwan Island. Hey, what's that to the starboard, Sandy?
The best I can make out through the fog. That's the point there, Rocky. That's Ras Haben Funderak. Now listen, Rocky, lad, I'm telling you again, this ain't for us.
You'd better find it, Sandy.
Cut the motors!
Oh, is this the spot?
Aye, matey. The Mandara's below.
Look, Sandy, if you've steered wrong, you'll find that ship if you have to dig up the Red Sea.
It's here. I'll lay my word to it.
Okay, let's not lose any time. It'll be light enough before long. Get into your diving suit.
Well, Rocky, there's no rush about it. Just listen to me.
We didn't come all the way down here to talk, Sandy. Let's go.
Rocky, I can't do it.
Why?
I promised somebody. That's all I can tell you. If we cut it off now, there'll be no harm to any of us.
Here's the diving suit. Take off your jacket and get it on.
No, Rocky, let go. Let go. I warn you, matey.
Diving now, Sandy, if I have to break your neck.
No, Rocky, I'll get it. That's mine.
Oh, something you're hiding in your jacket, huh, Sandy? Neat little bundle.
It's nothing, lad. Give it me now.
As soon as I've had a look. Neat stack of 20-pound Egyptian notes. Enough to take you a long way. Where'd you get it, Sandy?
Why, it's mine, Rocky. Just me life savings.
Oh, it's real clear now. This money's a payoff, right?
Well, I tell you...
Who are you
Rocky,
blackmailing? A missing captain of the Mandara, maybe, huh?
He's a dangerous man, Rocky.
Sure. You had a great way of bringing the captain to terms. You threatened to salvage the Mandara, then splash my picture all over the papers. When I was a sitting duck, all you had to do was sit back and wait for the payoff.
I was going to split with you, Rocky, lad.
With me hanging by my thumbs, like Pete Limbo and the rest of the crew?
Now, matey, you wouldn't suggest that I did that.
Why not? What do you know of a Chinese named Sen Wong Lee?
Nothing at all. But the captain did it, Rocky. He wanted rid of them that knew the Mandara's secret.
Who is the captain? Where do we find him?
Rocky, you know I can't tell you that. I made a promise. I'm a man of my word.
Get
the port side. Look, Rocky, coming out of the fog.
There's a big ship. Suppose they see us?
Aye. She's drawing in close, but she don't turn alongside. Now, Rocky,
wait a minute.
Rocky, do you know who it is?
Easy, Sandy. Maybe I do. Yeah, it's Matson, the insurance man who came to my office asking about the Mandara's cargo.
He had a beard before that, Rocky. It's the captain himself.
I see. Better answer him, Sandy. Talk fast.
Ahoy, Captain! It's a mistake. I wasn't meaning to cross you.
You won't be crossing me, McQuill. But Jordan neither. Full speed ahead.
Matson, turn about! He's coming at us. He's going to ram us.
Get off this tub, Sandy. Jump! Well, after that, there was a lot of splashing around. I saw the captain swing about to get a look at the results and maybe try for us again. Just then, we heard another sound. And the sun's rays cutting the fog pointed out a speedy Egyptian Coast Guard cutter bearing down. The captain changed his course, but he was way too late. Their warning shots were enough. The captain cut his motors, and it was all over. A few minutes later, the crew of the cutter pulled us out of the water. It seems Sam Sabaya had been way ahead of me again, and had tipped off the Coast Guard to watch for trouble. Well, there was nothing left for Captain Matson, whatever his real name was, except to make a full confession, including the murder of his crew. Not long after that, a government salvage boat brought up the bodies of Sen Wong Lee's brother and his wife. But so far as I know, McQuill's money is still floating around the Red Sea. Well, back at my tambourine in Cairo, I had no more than settled down in my office when I heard a tap on the door. Real gentle. Come in.
Mr. Jordan?
Well, Ming Lee.
Yes, Mr. Jordan. I come at the command of my father, Sen Wang Li.
Oh?
My father sends me with a gift from his house for your kindness. This ancient wind bell.
Oh, but this must be of great value to your family. I didn't ask for anything.
You will honor my father by accepting it.
Why, of course. Give your father my regards.
Also, Mr. Jordan, my father wishes you to know that he feels deep gratitude and devotion to you.
Wait, Ming.
Yes,
How do you feel?
I feel that my father is most wise.
It's CBS again at this same time next week for another story of adventure and intrigue when we take you back to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine run by Rocky Jordan. Jack Moyles plays the title role with story by Gomer Cool and Larry Roman. Rocky Jordan is produced and directed by Cliff Powell with original music by Richard Arant. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13.
Well, this is great. I come to the park to get a hot idea, but the day turns out hot, and my idea turns out cold. Idea. Well, I thought I'd find something different in a public park, and I did. A small boy mashing his ice cream cone against my brand new trousers. And all to meet a deadline. Deadline. Story idea. Why didn't I do what I should have done in the first place?
Copy, boy.
Hi, Mr. Holliday. Hiya.
Hey, Smith, where's the lead on that fire?
Hiya, Mr. Holliday. What do you say, Bill?
Down towards that interview. Hiya, Dan.
How are you, Joe?
Where's the makeup on page 4?
Hi, Holiday.
What's a good word, boy?
Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
Hiya, Susie. Anything in box 13?
Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now for Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Go to the park and get a story idea about romance. Sure, why not? What do I come back with? Gravel in my socks, sand in my shoes, and a June bug in my hat band. Holliday, why didn't you pick a different profession like driving a coal truck?
Mr. Holliday.
What's that, Susie?
I said there's a message in box 13 for you.
Oh, thank you, Susie. Thanks so much.
Don't mention it. Say, you got a faraway look in your eyes today.
Yes, but only as far as the dry cleaners.
Dry cleaners?
Have you ever had a small boy wipe his ice cream cone off on your trousers?
Oh, girls don't call them trousers. In our set, it's slacks.
So it is, Susie. So it is. Well, see you later.
Okay, if you say so. But I still don't like that look in your eyes. You look like you might get into trouble.
You know what I think after spending the day in the park?
What?
Trouble will be a welcome relief. Why did I ever have to decide to be a fiction writer? I could have stayed a newspaper reporter. I could have kept on writing those snappy obituary notices and worn a hat that turned up in front and shoes that did the same thing. Well, better see what's in this envelope. If you want real adventure, be at the corner of 7th and Main at 10 p.m. tonight. A black limousine will pick you up at that time. Do not try to engage the chauffeur in conversation. Huh? What's this? No signature. Oh, no signature. Black limousines, chauffeurs who won't talk. Meetings on street corners at 10 o'clock at night. Well, this should be interesting. Oh, there it is, a black limousine. And look at that chauffeur.
This way, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, thanks. What a character this driver is. He looks like he spent his nights on a nice cold slab down at the morgue. Wonder if I can get him to talk.
Driver. I said driver. Oh, chauffeur.
Oh, you. Oh, pardon me.
Through there, Mr. Holliday.
So you do talk. I was beginning to wonder about that.
This way, Mr. Holliday.
Who's that?
It's only me, Mr. Holliday.
That black suit, it makes you almost invisible, you know.
Yes, I know. Follow me. You're curious about the way you were brought here. Did it frighten you?
Maybe. Maybe not.
This room, please. My office.
Well, this is very cozy.
Well, I'm glad you find it so. To eliminate a lot of questions, I'd like to say this. I know all about you. All? You're a successful writer. Apparently you fear nothing, and I would presume that some of your adventures spring from that ad you run every week in the Star-Times.
Did you find it interesting?
Adventure wanted. We'll go any place, do anything. Do you catch many people with that ad?
I caught you. Or is that vice versa?
I had you investigated, Holliday. I know where you live, what you do. The newspapers have told me of your experiences.
What are you leading up to?
You'll notice I had you brought here by a devious route. I wanted to be sure no one knew you were here.
Go on.
How much do you know about insurance, Holliday?
A great many people buy it. A great many don't.
And of those who do buy, a great many intend to defraud, to steal from their insurance company.
Now, look, if this is a racket, I'm not interested.
My name is Abner Blake. I'm the chief investigator for Northern Insurance.
Oh.
Do you remember the disappearance of Dr. Max Alexander?
I read something about it. Why?
He carried a very large policy with us. He's been gone almost 7 years. When his 7 years are up, the law will permit his widow to collect. And Holliday.
Yes?
I don't think Alexander is dead.
This man has the coldest, frostiest eyes of any professional man-trailer I've ever seen. And he's loaded with energy. Energy which I'll bet has helped him track down the people who tried to cheat his insurance company. Boy, I'm glad I'm on his side.
If you'll think back, Dr. Alexander performed a very delicate brain surgery on a prominent man. The operation was not successful.
I remember that. He was criticized in some circles for taking a chance.
Immediately after the patient died, Alexander walked out of the operating room, the hospital, and so far as we've been able to prove, right out of this world. But I still feel that he's alive, somewhere.
And you believe it's an insurance fraud?
I'm sure it is. And I have a reputation, Holliday. No one has ever attempted to defraud Northern Insurance and has been successful.
You, suspect Mrs. Alexander?
Hardly. She's barely left her house in all these years. She receives no mail except from her daughter.
Her daughter?
She lives in New Mexico.
What about your regular men?
They've looked everywhere. They've come up with absolutely nothing.
Police?
Same thing.
And you're afraid you'll have to pay off?
No. Not if I have a smart man, a resourceful one, a man who can be as relentless as I am. And I think that man is you.
If Shakespeare were alive, he would cast Abner Blake in the role of Macbeth and throw him an extra part as one of the witches. But that's no affair of yours, Mr. Holliday. You've got to find a man who's been gone for almost 7 years. And if you were the hero of this story, you'd go to the files of a newspaper and look into the past.
Well, if it isn't Dan Holliday, what are you doing down the morgue of the Star-Times?
What would anybody be doing down in the morgue, Mac?
Well, some of them just lay there. You know me, Dad. I just got to have my little joke once in a while. Now, what was it you're looking for?
Oh, the clips on a citizen named Dr. Max Alexander. What have you got on him?
The works, Dan. The whole works.
Prominent man dies following delicate operation. Doctor criticized for taking chance. Dr. Alexander walks out of operating room and disappears. Grief-stricken wife employs private investigators when police fail to find Dr. Alexander. Dr. Alexander given up for dead. Not a bad-looking citizen, the doctor. He's been shot from more angles than this Philadelphia at Atlantic City. Kindly eyes, intelligent face, strong chin. Yes, Doctor, when I see you, I'll know you. And I hope to see you soon.
Yes?
Oh, I'm Dan Holliday, Miss Alexander. I'd like to talk to you about your husband.
My husband is dead.
Well, some people think he isn't.
They found something? They think he's alive? Come in. Now then, Mr. Holliday, who are you? And why are you looking for the doctor?
A commission from the insurance company. I hoped you might give me some information.
It was on all the front pages.
That's exactly as it happened?
Yes. He was never seen again. Oh, Mr. Holliday, if only you could find some trace of him.
I'm going to try.
You don't know how terrible it is. Almost 7 years. But still, I've had the feeling that he'll come back someday. You look for me, too.
Well, of course.
I miss him so.
What about your daughter?
After her father's disappearance, she couldn't stand it here in town. She went to our ranch in New Mexico.
Oh?
Her father's disappearance broke her heart. I pray you find him.
Mrs. Alexander, so do I. Mrs. Alexander is a grief-stricken old lady. One who sincerely wants her husband back. So, where to look first? This is the build-up to the main story, Holiday, and if you're smart, you'll bring in all the characters.
Where to, mister?
I want a drawing room to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Well, Holiday, you've got a railroad ticket and an hour to make the train. Better get back to your apartment, a quick shower, pack your bag, and get on your way.
We've been waiting for you, Mr. Holliday.
Well, gentlemen, is this a pleasant intrusion? And I hope you are gentlemen.
We were positive you wouldn't mind.
Oh, of course not. People break in here regularly.
Good. Sit down.
If you don't mind, I like the air up here.
As you wish. I understand you like to travel, Mr. Holliday.
Travel? A wonderful pastime, travel.
Ever think of South America?
Often. You see, I'm a Carmen Miranda fan.
How would you like to go to South America? For me. All expenses paid. For as long as you want to stay.
What would I have to do?
Just forget a few things.
Like New Mexico?
Particularly New Mexico.
Give me about 2 weeks and I'm your man.
You don't seem to understand. You're leaving. Tonight.
Well, that's what I mean. But I'm going west.
No. South.
You and I would make a nice compass together. Now, suppose you point north and walk right out of this apartment. Oh, and don't forget your gorilla.
You mean Spencer?
If that's his name, I mean Spencer.
You'll hurt his feelings talking that way.
Well, that makes us even. Just looking at him hurts mine.
Is it, South America?
In a way. At least I'm showing you the open-door policy. Now, get out, you and your gorilla.
Spencer.
I wouldn't recommend that.
So?
I said get out.
Have you ever stopped to consider something, Mr. Holliday?
What?
You may never get to New Mexico.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. And now, back to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well. Now you've got all the ingredients for a story. Insurance investigator doesn't believe doctor is dead. Wife doesn't believe doctor is dead. 2 men try to stop Ryder from making further investigation. All right, Holliday. Write the rest of the plot. Or maybe you'd better hit the sack. This is very pleasant. I've got a comfortable drawing room, and I'll bet it's got 1,000 springs to ease my worries. Uh-oh. The man with the urge to send me to South America. Well, I've got something for him. Now, fellow, what's the big idea breaking in here?
I'm sorry. I must have come into the wrong drawing room.
You came into the wrong apartment a couple of hours ago. Now, what do you want?
I just want to go to sleep.
In my traveling bag?
I was looking for my razor. I wanted to shave.
You just had a close one. Come on.
Where?
To find out if you got space in this train. If you haven't, we'll make some for you. Under guard in the baggage car. This is fine. I couldn't prove a thing. My friend had space, and to the conductor, it seemed like a perfectly logical thing to mistake car 19 for car 18. I wonder who this man is and who's in back of him.
Next stop, Albuquerque.
Albuquerque. Well, that's the end of the line for me. And I hope I don't mean that too literally. Long distance? I want to speak to Catherine Alexander at the Bar Cross Bar Ranch just outside of Valmont. Yes.
Hello?
Miss Alexander?
Yes?
This is Dan Holliday. Wonder if I might come out to the ranch and see you.
Oh, you're the man who's looking for Father. Mother wired me about you.
Was it complimentary?
Mother said she believed if anyone could find Dad, you could. Come right out. I want to talk to you.
And I want to talk to you.
Cab, mister?
Yeah, ever hear of Valmont?
Sure did.
Know where it is?
Sure do.
Very far?
Sure is.
Can you take me there?
Sure can. You got enough money to pay for the trip?
Sure have.
Let's go, then.
Sure thing. This is New Mexico, Holiday. Breathe deeply and treat your lungs to a shot of straight ozone. 20 miles to Valmont, and all you've seen on the whole trip is 4 buzzards, 3 in the air, and the 1 driving. And if he's a cab driver, I'm a flying disc.
Car behind.
Yeah, so I hear.
Wants me to pull over.
Don't do it.
Know them fellas?
One of them is Spencer.
Friend of yours?
That depends on what you mean by friend.
I gotta pull up. Those guys are gonna run me into the ditch.
Can you fight?
Nope.
Then can you recommend a good dentist?
What for?
Something tells me that when this is over, I'm going to need a new set of teeth.
You feel better, young man?
Yeah, thanks. What happened after those 2 fellas jumped me? Who are you?
My name is Moran. I'm the caretaker up at the Bar Cross Bar Ranch. I was coming down this way when you were forced off the road.
What happened to the driver?
Last I saw of him, he was just a cloud of dust.
I remember now. I got out of the car. He drove away.
Those 2 fellows started to beat you up good. When they saw me coming, they ran off, too. You had a mighty close call, young man.
I had 3 of them. After this, my luck runs out.
Somebody after you?
And vice versa. Say, how far is the ranch?
Half a mile up the road. Better take it easy.
Come on, I've got to get to the ranch.
Feel you can make it?
My friend, I've got to make it. This is not good. Spencer and his girl have followed me all the way out here, trying to stop me at every turn. Maybe I'm getting warm. But if that's true, why hasn't someone else found Dr. Alexander?
Here's the ranch house, Mr. Holliday. They say Miss Catherine was expecting you?
Yes, but hardly in this condition.
You're Dan Holliday? Oh, what happened? You're all beaten up.
So this is Captain Alexander. What a beautiful girl. And what beautiful eyes.
You'd better lie down, Mr. Holliday. You're badly hurt.
Oh, no, thanks, Miss Alexander. I don't feel that bad. I just look that way.
Anything more I could do, Miss Kathy?
Oh, no. No, and thank you so much. If you hadn't come along, Mr. Holliday might have been badly injured. Perhaps fatally.
Thank you, Miss Kathy.
Now then, how about a hot shower? You can get a rub down and change of clothes.
Miss Alexander, you read a man's mind.
Sometimes that's a pleasure. Depending on the man.
You're depending on me?
What do you think?
Well, this is more like it. Hot shower, brisk rub down, little iodine on a few... Ouch, that stings. And Catherine was kind enough to loan me some riding clothes. That should indicate a sojourn in the saddle out on the desert, with the stars blinking their approval of my companion. Blinking approval? Holliday, you're an incurable romantic.
Isn't this beautiful? That gorgeous sky and the stars.
You love it, don't you?
I always have. Always will.
Have you been here long?
The Barcross Bar belonged to my dad. We used to come out during the summer. Now I live here all the time.
Alone?
Oh, there's always Moran.
Moran? He's a strange old fellow.
People around here say he's a little attached. But he's been wonderful to me.
Oh, say, those men who jumped me down the road. Moran, ever seen him before?
How could he? They were strangers.
Oh. Your mother told me you've been searching for your father a long time.
Yes. Mother and I have spent a fortune on private detectives, investigators, following up leads, but nothing ever happened.
Yes, I know. Oh, tell me, Miss Alexander.
Kathy, please.
Kathy, have you any idea where I might begin to look? I thought you might give me a starting point.
Not unless it would be back in the city. He just walked out one day. No one ever saw him again.
Well, I'd better go back there and start from scratch.
You don't have to leave right away.
I'd enjoy staying a while.
Maybe I have been lonesome. Perhaps I've forgotten what companionship can be.
Perhaps.
You'll stay a while?
A while.
Good. Say, the time. We'll be much too late for dinner. Come on, I'll race you.
You're on.
Hurry or I'll beat you. I'm at the corral gate already.
Kathy, look out! Kathy.
Mr. Holliday, what happened?
You were racing. The horse stumbled over that lower bar and threw her. Look at that gash in her head.
She's unconscious. I hope she isn't seriously hurt.
Don't stand there, man. Get into the house. Call a doctor.
Yes, a doctor. Doctor.
Hurry, will you?
Of course. Get into the medicine cabinet in the house. I need some bandages. She may be suffering from multiple contusions.
Multiple contusions?
Or even a compound skull fracture. Hurry, will you?
Compound skull fracture?
I don't know if you can find it. Hurry, I said. There isn't much time.
Okay, Dr. Alexander.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, now I'm back in the city again, walking up the street towards that same grim gray house where I first met Abner Blake. Up the steps, Holliday, and write the final chapter.
That was a nice job, Holliday.
I was nice about it.
What do you mean?
You didn't see the look in Dr. Alexander's eyes when he recovered his mind. And that lovely, lovely girl being mixed up in a deal like this.
If you feel sorry for her, you're making a big mistake.
Yes, I know. She was following him the day he walked out into the country. She'd almost caught up with him when a hit-and-run driver knocked him down.
That's when she got the idea for the disappearance act.
Why not? The doctor's face had been so damaged no one would ever recognize him. And he'd lost his memory to top it off.
We've got the daughter and the mother in custody.
Just think, if she hadn't have fallen off that horse, I might never have been able to prove that Dr. Alexander was alive.
I know.
Hiding him on his own ranch was the daughter's idea, too.
Why not? No one would pay attention to an old man puttering around the place.
I've got a story, and I don't like it. Mother and daughter hide amnesia victim to collect insurance.
Oh, excuse me. Blake speaking. Yes, he's here. For you, Holiday.
Oh, thanks. Hello.
Mr. Holiday, this is Susie.
Oh, yes, Susie.
There's a message for you in box 13. Shall I read it to you?
Now, Susie, you know you're not supposed to open my mail.
But this is already open. It's a postcard.
Oh. Is it interesting?
I think it is.
All right, come on. Tell me what it says.
It says, rental for box 13, $15.
Oh, fine. Goodbye, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is written and directed by Ted Hediger. Original music was composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. This is a Mayfair production.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, the thrilling drama of murder and mystery and the people who walk the Great White Way, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
In the summer's heat, Broadway is a wasteland, sullen, a place of regret. It's a time when the breeze puffs in from the river, dies suddenly before it touches your dampened cheek. The time when you wake up already exhausted, then pause before your office door and consider arson. Broadway fans itself with a newspaper and finds fascination watching a fat fly crawl against a sweating window. The thing to do is give up, except you've got a job, except you've got to pay the rent, pick up the check, buy the beer, leave the tip, meet the installment. July or not, you've got to make a living, kid. For my part, I would rather have been at Jones Beach, but I wasn't. The apartment was expensive, but something had gone wrong. The upended furniture, the torn drapes, the slick paintings abstracted into crazy angles against the wall, the empty liquor bottles. The place was a mess, which included the man who nagged at me.
You've been doing nothing but walk around. Say something to me, so I'll know you're working.
I'm working, Mr. Chelsea. I walk around and observe and jot little things down in this little book, and that's what I get paid for.
You don't care, do you? What do you care if someone's been killed, slashed to death?
Show me a body, and I'll help you weep.
If you'd only listen to me. Stop walking around and hear what I've got to say.
All right? Go ahead, Mr. Chelsea.
Something's happened to Celia.
Celia Jordan, that's the name, isn't it? So I'll know.
Why don't you pay attention? Look at those spots over there. Blood. I'd say they were blood.
Drunks have a habit of getting themselves nicked. I can show you statistics.
Something's happened to Celia.
Mr. Chelsea, why are you here? What are you doing in this apartment? I asked you that 10 minutes ago, and you told me something's happened to Celia. What are you doing here?
I had a date with her tonight. I have one with her almost every night.
I see. Is this Miss Jordan's photograph? She's young, about 22, I'd say. But then I'm not very good on guessing ages. For instance, I'd say you were about 53.
51.
You see what I mean? I'm not very good about ages.
Something's happened.
Don't do that again, Mr. Chelsea.
Well, something has. And I know why, too.
Now I'll listen to you.
I've known Celia for 3 years. Met her at a banquet for my corporation stockholders. She was there because, well, if you must know, well, she was in a cake.
You met her in a cake, Mr. Chelsea?
Well, I pulled the ribbon that was attached to this big cake on the table, and Celia popped out.
That sometimes happens.
And it was just about this time that Cliff went away.
Cliff?
Cliff Moore. A boy that Celia used to know. He was in the Army, went overseas with the occupation forces 3 years ago.
I see, and you took over.
Cliff is back now. Celia told me. She said she saw Cliff on the street and he recognized her. But she didn't recognize him.
Oh? Why?
She found out Cliff was discharged for mental reasons. Something about he was hurt on maneuvers. Oh, I don't know.
You're trying to say that this Cliff...
That this Cliff has done harm to Celia. That's what I'm trying to say. What about those bloodstains? What do you think I'm trying to say?
It could have been nothing, or it could have been what the man said, a violence, unknown, unshaped, born and nurtured in the December love of the man for a woman. And finally, the violence assuming its pattern and its texture, the room torn in anger, the room empty of the woman, the room stained with blood. And the policeman has to make sure. He calls the men from technical, and they come with their scales and their rules and the sharp little knives. And they scrape and measure and weigh. The blood is human blood. Does it equal death? And that's an equation a policeman has to solve. At the hotel where Cliff Moore lived, they told me he'd checked out. No, he hadn't left a forwarding address. And that meant an all-points bulletin on Cliff Moore and Celia Jordan. And in a few hours, a call from Detective Muggavan. A bartender on 3rd Avenue had recognized a picture of Celia Jordan. Would I care to come down and check? I cared.
Hi, Danny.
Oh, Muggavan, which one recognized the picture?
Charlie over there. Hey, Charlie.
Another set's coming up, Detective Morgan.
No, Charlie. Just you. No more beer.
What'll it be, Detective Muggavan?
This is Danny Clover, Charlie, the detective handling the case I was telling you about.
Oh, Charlie.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Danny.
Muggavan tells me you recognize Celia Jordan's picture. Was she in here?
Well, no, she was that. And not alone. With a man, and well, she might be. She's that pretty.
When was that?
Oh, yesterday, toward the cool of evening. In the twilight cocktail hour. They sat at that marble-top table with the romantic crack in its surface.
What time did they leave?
Oh, around 8, I'd say. They were hungry, went off to eat.
How do you know?
The girl was so pretty, I kept hovering around the table. That way, willy-nilly, I was forced to eavesdrop.
Were you forced to hear where they went?
Oh, I was indeed. To Matthew's, the steakhouse on 2nd Avenue it was.
You waited on this girl?
I'm certain of it. Of course, yes.
Was she with anyone?
She was. A young man. A nervous, temperamental type, I'd classify him. The way he handled his eating tools. The way he addressed himself to his food. All symptoms of a
How long were they here?
A modest time. They ate neither too quickly nor slowly. Rather rare in these times.
How long?
An hour and a half, an hour and 40 minutes. What does it matter, one way or another?
They left here around 10 o'clock.
Around 10 o'clock.
Did you...
Permit me to anticipate your question, friend. They left by cab. Yellow cab.
Yeah, I picked them up at a steak joint on 2nd. What's the matter? They committed something?
Where'd you take them?
To the girl's apartment on 63rd. Man tells me to wait. I wait.
An hour and a half, 2 hours. My meter is abloom with money. Down he comes and spoils it all.
Alone?
All alone. I gather that they, What does it matter what I gather? Anyway, I take the guy to the address he gives me.
Where?
The Suffolk Hotel on 71st. He committed something?
Yeah, come on in. Well, don't stand there. Come on in.
You're Cliff Moore?
I'll close the door and sit down, will you?
We've been looking for you, Cliff.
No, that's mighty nice.
The police.
Oh, I know what. The census taker missed me.
You know why we've been looking for you?
Gosh.
Huh?
I don't know you well enough, so I said gosh. That's because my cigarette just rolled off the table. Step on it, huh? Thanks. You were looking for me. Why?
Because of Celia Jordan.
She's coming back to me on bended knee, and she's rousted the whole police department to find me. Good, sweet, four-square Celia.
She's missing, Cliff. We found bloodstains in her apartment.
That guy, that Paul Chelsea, beat her up? Oh, I'll bet she had fun.
Cliff, we know you were with Celia last night. We know you took her home, spent some time in her apartment.
Swell.
What happened between you and her yesterday?
Walked and talked and sipped a few and had a steak. You know, boy and girl, hand in hand. The things magazine ads are made of.
What happened in her apartment?
Oh, sad time. She had a smile all rehearsed to drag out for the occasion. You're a nice boy, Cliff, and we did have fun, but you're broke. The best you can expect is $50 a week if you're your type of successful. Anyway, Cliff, there's the thing. She didn't know how to say it, so she called it the thing. She said it in capital letters.
About what?
I got a medical discharge from the Army because I'm a nervous boy. Post-war Germany made me nervous. Also a live landmine during maneuvers.
What else?
I don't know. So you can't find Celia, huh?
No, we can't.
Now, when you find her, let me know if she needs any help.
Sure. Don't run away, Cliff.
You kidding? I sit here and run away all the time. Because I'm a nervous boy.
Look what I got on the tray, Danny. Nice surprise, huh?
Huh?
Come on, sit down, Danny, and I will cater to you.
What in the name of...
Iced tea, Danny. Look, boiled hot water, courtesy the lab boys with their Bunsen burners. Cubes of ice, courtesy the deft hand of Gino Tartaglia, purloining from a water cooler. Tea bags, courtesy Mrs. Tartaglia, who is friendly with the friendly Jewel tea man. Glasses, courtesy...
Gino, what have I ever done?
Well, you have been considerate and kind to me, Danny. So this is just a small token of the... Well, how do you want it? With or without lemon?
With.
The best way to fight the heat. Yeah, coming up, Danny.
Gino?
Yeah, I know. You want to know, is there any progress in the search for one Celia Jordan vanished? Possibly mayhem committed upon. Possibly deceased. Stop me if I'm wrong.
No, go ahead.
There is no progress. Anything else, Danny?
No, I guess there's nothing else, Gino. Excuse me.
Certainly.
Thank you. Danny Clover speaking.
I understand you've been looking for me, Mr. Clover.
Who is this?
Celia Jordan.
Are you all right?
Not a mark on you, Mr. Clover, anywhere. Come see for yourself. You really should. It'll ease your mind.
But we thought... Where are you, Miss Jordan?
At the Amsterdam Hotel on 34th Street, room 2412. I'll be ready for you.
You see, Mr. Clover, I'm perfectly all right. My arms, my legs, my throat. I wore this sunsuit especially for you, so you could see I was all right. All over, I'm all right.
Miss Jordan.
Except inside. Since I called you, it's funny. Inside, it doesn't feel so good. Inside, it hurts.
Here, let me help you. Lie down here on this couch.
Thanks. You know something is...
Don't talk. I'll go get a doctor.
No, don't go. It really hurts. It hurts bad. Don't go. Help me.
The
Even after death touched her, whispered to her eyes, pleaded with me. And the attitude of her body was a beggar's, contorted in pain, twisted in longing, grotesque with despair. And suddenly she could no longer reject it. And her body eased with the acceptance, was stilled because the poison inside her was stilled. Its shadow on her lips, in her eyes. The violence that had been marked for Celia Jordan was finally hers. Celia Jordan was dead.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. We now continue with Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Summer begins its long dying. Broadway reacts to the process about the same as anywhere else, with regret, with a smile and closed eyes. Except on Broadway, there'll be more things to remember, huh, kid? The evenings just as twilight washed over you, and the lights on the translux flicker like fireflies, and dance out the dance of how it is to be at war in the summertime. And the cool evening breeze from the air-cooled movie, refreshing, till the newsreel sends out a cold wind. You shiver and move to another place. Because in summer, a man needs something he can hold on to, something to latch onto, like the murder of that girl there in that hotel, in the sunsuit, poisoned, murdered, saying the last word she ever said into the ears of a policeman. And the next morning at headquarters, the policeman sits in his office, remembering her words, but finding in them no trace of a murderer's name. And then a door opens, and a voice that's welcome calls you.
Danny?
And it's Dr. Sinsky.
Danny, this heat, this inferno, can take the heart out of a man.
Well, sit over there by the window, Doctor.
Yeah.
Pretty girl might walk by and set a cool breeze in motion.
Dreamer.
Yeah, it's no good, huh, Doctor? You can't put it off, huh?
No, Danny, that's why I'm here.
Yeah.
I wish it could be just a chat, but man wishes and death. The report on Celia Jordan.
Poisoned?
You were right, Danny. The girl was poisoned. What kind doesn't matter much. What matters is that there was enough to kill her. What pain must have been hers.
How long?
Poison that takes maybe 3 hours to act with 5 minutes of terrible pain at the end.
Anything else, Doctor?
You asked me to examine her for a cut or a wound.
Well?
There was nothing, Danny. Her skin was not even scratched. Not even the shadow of a bruise. This is important?
Yeah, because it might give me her murderer. Excuse me, Doctor.
Muggavan here.
Danny, I want you to take a plant, Muggavan.
Okay, Danny. Where? Who?
Suffolk Hotel on 71st. Cliff Moore.
First Cliff Moore. Got it, Danny. This Cliff Moore, he murdered the girl?
Maybe, but I don't think so.
Oh? This is a day for riddles, huh, Danny?
No, Doctor. This is a day where I get a choice. I get 2 suspects for the price of 1.
Yes?
My name's Danny Clover. I'm from the police. Are you...
Mrs. Chelsea. You have the correct house?
Yes.
Well, then please come in.
Thank you. Mrs. Chelsea,
Sit down, please.
All right.
Yes?
I wanted to talk to your husband.
Oh, I'm afraid not. He's not home, you know.
I stopped at his office. He wasn't there either.
No, of course not.
Then where is he?
Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. I really don't know where he is. The bother of it is...
Don't you care where he is?
Paul? My husband? Oh, no.
Mrs. Chelsea.
Is Paul in trouble?
Yes, he is.
Well, fix your drink if you'd like.
No, don't bother. It's in connection with a murder.
Yeah, the one in this morning's paper. Celia Jordan's.
You know about her?
Well, Paul doesn't think I do, but I know all about her. I'm fortunate. Some women never know why suddenly they come to hate the men they used to love. They blame it on routine, getting old, habit. So silly.
And you hate your husband.
Because of Celia Jordan. Has he murdered her?
Maybe. Maybe someone else. We'll find out.
Oh, I wouldn't suspect anyone else if I were you. That'd be stupid. Paul killed that girl.
He told you he did?
Well, as much as did that.
Oh?
I confess it. I listen in on his telephone conversations. He thinks I eat chocolates when I lie in bed. Oh, I do, but I listen to his conversations on the extensions. Not much fun, but then it's not much effort either.
What are you trying to tell me, Mrs. Chelsea?
That girl was blackmailing Paul.
Oh?
$50,000.
Was your husband going to pay it?
Well, he said he'd meet her at the Amsterdam hotel, but I know it wasn't to pay the money. Oh, my, of course not. $50,000, Paul?
And I guess he did commit murder if what you say is true.
Please understand me. I'm plump, I'm hennaed, I eat chocolate, and I sleep most of the day. I'm a woman in her late 40s, so I would lie. But not to help Paul. Not Paul.
Then you're glad your husband might be held for murder.
Well, I'll miss him. His not coming home when he usually does might throw my days off. It'll be an effort to get used to it, but on the whole, Mr. Clover...
Yes?
On the whole, I'm glad about it. Delighted. As a matter of fact, nothing nicer's happened to me in a long time. I'd like that drink, Mr. Clover, wouldn't you?
I said no thanks, which gave Mrs. Chelsea reason to pop a fruit-filled nougat in her mouth. She didn't offer me one of those, so I knew my time was up. I left. I checked Muggavan. Cliff Moore hadn't stirred, Muggavan told me. Then to find Mr. Chelsea. Back to his office. Not in. Try his club. I tried his club. Not in. Try the bar around the corner. Not there. So I went to a place without being told. The apartment where I'd first met Mr. Chelsea. Why, I reasoned, shouldn't Mr. Chelsea be there again? For the sake of sweet old nostalgia. The door was open. I walked in. The place looked better. Neat. Everything in its place. The pictures. Furniture. Mr. Chelsea. I knew it was him because once I'd noticed he was getting bald. The pattern of it was the same. But Mr. Chelsea had been battered, beaten with a fury that demanded a lot of pain get there before death did. The pain had made it. So had death. Now it gave me a new place to go.
Here, Danny. Here I am. Shade of this doorway.
Cliff Moore?
He's in his room in the hotel, hasn't stirred from it. What's the matter, Danny? You don't look good. Looks like more in the heat.
I just cut myself a murderer.
Oh?
Yeah, Paul Chelsea.
Well, that should make you look good. Anyway, better.
Those blood stains he showed me in Celia Jordan's room, they were his, from a cut under his arm. I saw it. I took the bandage off.
So why so gloomy? You got him.
He staged the whole thing, the room in a shambles, the blood stains on the floor. He figured killing was easier than paying blackmail. But he made a mistake.
What's the matter with you, Danny? Of course he did, so why...
Not that kind of mistake. He got himself beaten up. Beaten to death, but for sure, with an andiron.
Cliff Moore?
I think so. Go back to headquarters, Muggavan. I won't need you anymore.
Come in. Oh, it's you. You came back to me. I'm that interesting?
You are, Cliff.
Doctors find me so. Sometimes kids. And women. This I understand. But you? Now that throws me.
You interest me because you're a murderer.
Point of information. Who did I murder?
Paul Chelsea.
Oh, him. So why did I murder him?
A simple motive, an old one. You loved Celia. You beat Chelsea to death with an andiron because he killed your Celia.
Every minute I learn new things. This Chelsea, Celia's good companion. He killed her, huh?
I think so.
A puzzle. Why did this old Mr. Chelsea murder something young and precious and vibrant, like they say, like Celia?
You can answer that all by yourself, can't you, Cliff?
Yes, I can. He killed her because she was going to blackmail him. Did you know this whole blackmail thing was all my idea? Because I'm cynical and sick? The proud possessor of a medical discharge?
Let's go, Cliff. Stop it, Cliff. I said let's go.
Go on and hit me. There's nothing I could do to you, so hit me.
What?
Look at my hands, my arms. I can't lift them no more than that. That live mine I told you about, it fixed them like that. I can lift them maybe 4 inches. That's what makes me so interesting. That's how I can take an andiron and beat a man to death when I can't even open a door or lift a cigarette off the floor without crawling like an animal. You call me a murderer? Oh, thanks, Mr. Clover.
Oh, my. And I was just dozing off, too. What now?
May I come in, Mrs. Chelsea?
Oh, and I was just dozing off, too.
I have to talk to you.
Oh, please come in. Oh, I hope this won't take too long. Sit down.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, what now, Mr. Clover?
But Paul.
Oh, Paul.
He's dead.
Oh, you're silly.
He's dead, Mrs. Chelsea.
He is? Paul? What? Why, you're not kidding me. He really is, isn't he?
Uh-huh.
Well, you better leave me alone, Mr. Clover. The things I said about him, you won't believe me if I cry.
No, I won't.
I don't blame you. Please, please go away. Who killed him?
You don't know?
Who killed Paul?
It was this way. Your husband murdered Celia Jordan.
I told you that.
Because she demanded blackmail. Because she threatened to tell you about what Paul had been doing.
And I knew about it all the time. Errors. A comedy of errors. Tragedy.
The blackmail was a scheme whipped up between Celia and her boyfriend, Cliff Moore.
And this boy, this Cliff, he killed my husband.
Why should Cliff do that?
Why? Oh, my. You ask me that? A police?
Yeah, that's what I asked you.
Well, I think it's obvious, don't you? Paul kills his girl, Cliff shoots my husband.
I didn't say your husband was shot.
Oh.
Your husband was beaten to death.
Oh. Cliff beat him to death.
You know, I've come to know your husband working on this case, peeking into small corners of his life. He was a man I can understand. I feel sorry for him.
Tell me how, so I can feel sorry for him, too. I suppose I owe that to Paul.
The man is 50. He knows it, realizes that the rest of his life has to be lived. Something he wanted all his life and missed. Something like that passes close to him. He clutches onto it.
I don't understand you at all.
Something like a beautiful girl, a sympathetic girl.
Celia?
You can't really blame him now, can you, Mrs. Chelsea? After all,
He had his own home. He had me. What's wrong with me? Go ahead, tell me. I can take it. What's wrong?
You couldn't hold your husband.
Why? Why couldn't I hold him? Tell me why.
Celia Jordan, young, beautiful, warm. Her mind was lithe, young.
You filth, you like Paul.
Was kind to Paul.
Filth.
Something he wanted all his life.
Filth.
Something he didn't have with you. That's why you killed him.
Beat him, and beat him, and beat him until he was dead. He died too quickly. He wouldn't even give me that satisfaction. Filth!
Let's go, Mrs. Chelsea. When dawn touches Broadway, the shadows linger for one final caress, then leave and take away the night. A cloud drifts, and far away a bird dips and touches it with a wing. The time has come for the day. The people wake, the fury gathers. The crowd funnels into the streets. Walk easy, kid. The shock is on. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. The makers of Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's story and that you're enjoying Wrigley Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to join us next week at this time when Detective Danny Clover returns again with Broadway's My Beat. Broadway's My Beat, brought to you by Wrigley Spearmint Gum, is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis with music composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The program is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. Included in tonight's cast were Irene Tedrow, Joyce McCluskey, Jack Crucian, Earl Ross, Jack Edwards, and Tom Holland. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Time. The Petrie family, the family that took time to bring you Good Wine, presents The Casebook of Gregory Hood, starring Elliott Lewis, with our guest star, Gail Storm. In just a moment, you'll hear tonight's story, Fifth Avenue, with Gail Storm as Nida Miles. Say, do you know who's the best judge of wine in all this world? Well, as far as you're concerned, you are. That's right. What other person can decide what kind of wine you're going to like? So here's my suggestion. Try Petrie wine. You know, Petrie wine is the one and only wine for thousands of people. But the only way you can be sure it's the wine for you is to try it. Once you've done that, I'm pretty sure you'll agree that Petrie wine is the wine to suit your own particular taste. And the reason it's so good is because the Petrie family took time to bring you good wine. Many generations of knowledge, skill, and experience go into the making of every bottle of Petrie wine. Only the finest of luscious, big, sun-ripened California grapes are used. And Petrie wine is always made in the Petrie family's own honored tradition. So Petrie wine is a wonderful buy, a real wine value. Why don't you try a bottle of Petrie wine tomorrow? Those 5 letters on the label, P-E-T-R-I, are your assurance of good wine. Petrie wine. Well, it's that time again. Time to join Gregory Hood and his friend and attorney Sanderson Taylor for another story from Greg's casebook. Greg and Sandy are in New York City on business for Greg's world-famous importing house. It's a bracingly cold night, but in spite of the cold, Greg has insisted that he and Sandy climb aboard a Fifth Avenue bus and settle down for a tourist's eye view of the famous thoroughfare. The bus is deserted except for a very beautiful young lady sitting across the aisle from them. Sandy is complaining bitterly about the draft.
This is the craziest thing we've done in the last 5 years, Greg. Could be in a nice warm cab, where they keep the doors closed.
Oh, you've lost the spirit of adventure, Sandy.
Yeah.
We're going back to California tomorrow night. A little cold weather will do us good while we can get it. Improves the circulation, puts a sparkle in your eye.
Hey, what's the matter?
Look, there. That mansion. You recognize it?
That one?
Yeah.
Well, it does look familiar, Greg.
Familiar? We spent 2 of the happiest hours in our lives or thereabouts in that house, Sandy. Night before last.
Are you losing your mind? I've never been in that house. Night before last, Roy Del Ruth invited us to that screening, his latest picture.
Well, that's what I mean. That's the mansion that Aloysius T. McKeever spends his winters in. Remember?
Oh. Well, of course. And that picture, it happened on Fifth Avenue.
That's right.
Oh, yes, yeah, that's that. Well, I'll be done.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Victor Moore in his hobo getup going through that hole in the fence. Oh, what a wonderful character. I don't know when I ever enjoyed a picture as much, Sandy. I'd like to see it again.
You'd like to? Boy, I'm going to. I'm going to take Mary to see it as soon as it opens in Berkeley. You know, Charlie Ruggles has always been a favorite of hers. Oh, wait till she sees him in this part. He was one of them.
Oh, the whole cast. I fell in love with Gail Storm. I've always been mad about Ann Harding. Everyone gave swell performances, especially the leading man, Don DeFore.
Yeah, sure did. You know, it must be a lot of satisfaction to make a picture like that.
Yeah. Roy Del Rute's made a lot of fine pictures, but this tops them all. Excuse me, allow me to pick your bag up for you. Oh, nothing much spilled out.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, you're quite welcome. I don't want to seem inquisitive, but why are you carrying that gun?
Please, give me my bag.
Look, I'm not just being nosy, but if you're scared to death and carrying a gun, that's a bad combination for a little girl like you.
Give me my bag.
My name is Gregory Hood. If you're in trouble, I want to help you.
I'm not in any trouble. Give it here and please go away. I don't want to talk with you.
Okay, Miss Miles.
You know my name?
Yes, on this envelope in your bag. I'm very observant.
You might be sorry you noticed that. Now, please go away. I'm getting off the bus at the next stop.
Do you want me to get off with you? Bodyguard?
No. Now, go away, please. I don't want to talk with you.
Okay.
Well, you didn't make much of an impression on that young lady, did you, Greg?
Yeah, I'm afraid not. Something the matter with that girl, Sandy.
Ah, because she didn't throw her arms about you?
No, cynic. Because it's a little unusual for a girl as lovely as that, draped in that many $1,000s worth of mink, to be carrying a .32 automatic pistol in that full-grown alligator bag.
An automatic?
Yeah. And she's scared silly.
She's getting off, Greg.
I'm going to follow her, Sandy. I'm not going to get off at the same time she does. We'll jump off in the middle of the block, and we'll keep our eye on her. Let's go.
Okay. Greg, that girl, she left a package on the seat there.
Oh, yeah. Well, give us an excuse for chasing her. I'll get it.
I'll take that package, buddy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to return it to the young lady who left it here just a minute ago.
Give it here. Don't be a hero.
Look out, Greg.
Just hang on to that gun arm, Sandy. Give me that gun.
I have to have that package. It belongs to me.
Grab him, Sandy. Yeah. Oh, stop him, Sandy.
Hey, wait until the bus stops. He got away, Greg.
Yeah, I lost my balance when he let go of the gun. Come on, Sandy. I don't want to lose that girl. Let's get off this bus.
What are you trying to do? Break your necks?
Now, jump, Sandy. Come on.
Hey, what's the matter with you two jumping off that moving bus? You crazy?
What happened to the man who jumped off just ahead of us?
He ran across the street against the light, the idiot. What's all this about? What's going on?
Oh, look, officer, nothing's going on. A young lady left a package on the bus. I jumped off to return it to her, that's all. She got off at the corner back there. Small girl, brunette, mink coat. You notice her?
You think I got nothing to do but watch who gets off the bus? She didn't jump. I didn't see her.
Thank you. Come on, Stanley. You see her?
No, I don't. Now she's gone, Greg.
Well, I know her name. Come on, let's go back to the Waldorf, try to locate her. This package she left behind must be pretty important. Oh, Sandy, there's no Night of Miles listed in the city directory or telephone book. I guess the only thing to do is buy an ad in a paper and advertise the fact that we have that package.
Yeah. What do you suppose is in it, Greg? What does it feel like?
Feels like a leather box, Sandy, because that's what it is. That's not much of a help. Take it down and ask the clerk to put it in the safe, will you?
Aren't you going to look and see what's in it?
Why, Sandy, surprised at you.
I'm the one who's surprised. I'll take it down, Greg. Meet you in the lobby in a half an hour.
Yeah, I'll be ready by then. Quick shower and shave. Wish I could locate that Miles girl. I want to get this package back to her.
She was a very pretty girl, Greg.
No, well, it's fast, too. Be within a half hour, sir.
Okay, in the men's bar.
Right. Nida. Hello, operator. This is Gregory Hood in the tower. Yes. I want you to check all the Class A hotels for me. I have a friend named Nida Miles. Miss Nida Miles. I know she's in town, but I don't know where she's staying. Yep, that's right. M-I-L-E-S. And there's a $20 bill in it for you if you locate it for me. Well, you're welcome if you find it. Right, and thank you. Nida. Oh, darn it.
The Get back in that room, Mr. Hood. I don't want to have to use this gun.
Oh, no, not you again.
Sorry. I've been waiting to see you at all, Mr. Hood. I've been telling you ever since you grabbed that package this afternoon. You shouldn't have done that.
Why? It wasn't yours.
But the boss wanted it. The young lady wanted to have it. You aced your way in where you weren't wanted, Hood. Now, where is it?
I haven't got it.
Get it.
I can't right now.
That's too bad. Now, Mr. Hood, we're going to take a little trip. Boss wants to see you.
Look, you're out of a book. Go away. This is the Waldorf. You can't kidnap me out of here.
Don't go betting your life on that. There's a car waiting downstairs. Walk through the lobby and get in it. I'll go with you just to keep you from making any mistakes.
Well, this is ridiculous.
Isn't it? Come on, get moving. Don't take it too hard. You'll be in good company. We're entertaining a dame there called Nida out of the place.
What?
Yeah, she's waiting for you. If you don't arrive, it might kill her. So don't be tricky, Mr. Hood. Just keep moving. As soon as we get past this light here, Joe, twist it over to Lexington.
Right.
I want to put the blinders on Mr. Hood here.
You're going to blindfold me, huh?
Yeah. I hate the cover of those pretty blue eyes of yours.
Oh, thank you.
There's not much semen in the real agent anyway. For the love of...
I didn't do anything to have with a cab jockey behind me ramming.
Come on, the light's changing. Take out of here.
Lock bumper.
This is pretty embarrassing, isn't it?
Just keep your seat.
No, I think I'll get out and help unlock
you-
bumpers. You wouldn't want to do any shooting in all this traffic. So long, Clancy.
See you later, Lucky.
Hey, Greg! Greg!
Huh? Oh, Sandy.
What happened, Greg?
Where'd you come from?
Well, I saw you leaving the hotel with that fella.
Oh?
Looked to me like he was holding a gun on you. So I grabbed the cab and followed.
How come you always do the right thing? I was in a little trouble, Sandy.
Well, that's what I figured. So I gave my driver $20 to lock bumpers with the car you were in.
Oh,
see?
sheer genius. Now, let's get back to the hotel and get my suite changed. I want privacy when I take a look at what's in that confounded package. Now, that girl that left this package in the bus, Nida Miles.
Did the operator manage to find her registered at one of the hotels?
No, and please stop taking words out of my mouth. Alligator jewel case with a sterling silver coat of arms. Black pearl. Beautiful, Sandy. A fortune's worth of black pearls. The most beautiful strand I've ever seen. Now, what in the devil was that Miles babe carrying them around with her for on a bus?
Well, even I can answer that. She was making a rendezvous with somebody on the bus to pick them up after she left them on the seat.
Sandy, well, you're getting to be a great deducer. This strand of pearls must be well known. The manager of our branch here will probably be able to tell me who they belong to. That's the next move.
You think the pearls were stolen?
I don't know what to think, but we're in it. We might as well find out what it's all about. Tell you what, get on the phone. Mm-hmm. Who is it?
Mr. Hood?
No? Yes, who is it?
It's Miss Miles, Nida Miles.
Huh. Speak of the angels. Hello, Hey!
Get back into the room, Mr. Hood. Please don't make me use this gun.
Well, okay, but...
Back up.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, give me those pearls. And get into that closet, both of you. And don't try to get help for 5 minutes.
Well, you're welcome to the pearls. They're yours, I suppose.
Get in the closet. Forget about me and the necklace. If you don't, you're going to be killed.
Greg Hood and Sandy are riding on a Fifth Avenue bus in New York City when Greg notices that the young lady sitting opposite them has left a package on the seat. He picks up the package intending to return it to her when a large gentleman attempts to get the package away from him. Greg manages to hang on to the package, is kidnapped, rescued by Sandy, and returns to the Waldorf to see what it contains. He opens it, finds a priceless string of black pearls, is admiring them when the girl from the bus comes in, gun in hand, locks Sandy and Greg in the closet of their room, and leaves with the warning to forget all about her and the pearls. Not Greg. Released from the closet, he goes to see the manager of the New York City branch of Hood and Company.
It was the most beautiful strand of pearls I've ever seen, Mac. Graduating from the size of a pea up to the size of as big around as a penny. They were in an alligator jewel case about 8 inches long by about 3 inches wide. There's a crest on the case, a coat of arms, 2 tigers rampant against a wreath, and a shield. Some Latin words I don't remember. Here, it looked like this. I'll try to draw it.
I know about the pearls, Gregory.
Oh?
I know the man who owned them. I've seen them many times. We restrung them for him several years ago.
Oh, who is it?
The gentleman who owns them is named Carruthers.
Huh?
Charles P. Carruthers. Has an apartment in Park Avenue. Fine gentleman, very old family. The pearls, as a matter of fact, have been in the family for several hundred years.
Had been. Look, Mac, could you call him and make a date for me to drop over to see him? Tell him I want to buy the pearls. Or if he won't sell them to me, at least I want to see him.
I'm sure I can arrange that, Mr. Hood. Just a moment.
Oh, fine.
Get me Charles P. Carruthers on the phone, please.
I hope you don't think this is just idle curiosity, Mr. Carruthers.
Oh, indeed I don't, Mr. Hood. As a matter of fact, I'm quite flattered that a collector of your prominence would be so interested in my pearls.
I admire the tone of your phonograph, too.
Of course, there could be no question of my selling them. They've been in the family for hundreds of years.
Oh, I can understand that. I would like to see them, though. Black pearls just happen to be one of my hobbies. Hood and Company have sort of specialized in them for a couple of generations.
Yes, I know. I'll get them for you.
Oh, thank you.
I keep them here with me in this wall safe. I like to look at them sometimes, even when I'm here alone.
No?
I've had them out more than usual lately because of my approaching marriage.
Oh, I didn't know about that. You getting married soon?
Yes, in 2 weeks. To a very lovely girl. One who will wear these pearls as they should be worn. Proudly. That's her picture there on the radio.
Beautiful. You're a lucky man, Mr. Carruthers.
Indeed I am, Mr. Hood. Here they are. The Carruthers pearls.
Yes. I see. They are everything I expected, Mr. Carruthers. I wonder if I could borrow them for a few hours. I know the request is a bit unusual, but I'm leaving for the coast in the morning, and I would like to have them photographed before I leave.
Well, Mr. Hood...
I'm writing a book on famous jewels, the ownership of them, their history. Wouldn't be complete without a mention and an illustration of your pearls.
Tomorrow morning, Mr. Hood.
Look, you know me. If you don't, you can establish that I am not an imposter by checking with the New York police and Mr. McIntosh, my local manager.
Well,
I have to have these pearls for just a few hours.
Greg.
Oh, quiet, Sandy. Mind your manners. I'm on the phone.
Now, how did you get that necklace back, Greg?
Well...
Mighty desk, Eileen Kilroy.
Hello, Kilroy. Greg Hood.
Now, what makes me so lucky? What do you want to know now?
Charles P. Carruthers of the Park Avenue Carruthers is engaged to marry a girl named Nida Miles.
Well, now, that's startling news. I had it in my column a month ago. What paper do you read anyway, Greg?
I love you, Kilroy, and we'll discuss that fact at great length later. Right now, I want to know where Miss Nida Miles lives.
Well, just a minute. I've got it right here in my file somewhere. Hang on, Hanson.
Oh, flatterer.
What is it all about, Greg?
Well, Sandy, it's pretty involved. I can't explain the whole thing to you while I'm talking to somebody else. You should try to curb that urge to be inquisitive.
She lives in an apartment at 626 East 72nd Street. Now, what else do you want to know?
What do you know about the background of the Miles female? Where'd she come from?
Well, there you have me, Greg. Why, what's up?
Well, if I tell anybody, I'll tell you first. There may not be anything to tell. You must have something on her background. Where did she meet and capture the wily Carruthers millions?
Well, she was singing in a nightclub when that happened.
Huh?
The club, Managua.
Oh?
Old Charles P. saw her, loved her, asked her to marry him, and she said yes, being very much in her right mind.
Oh, I see. Managua. That's Dude Defoe's joint, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll take you to lunch tomorrow. Good night, sweetheart. Come on, Sandy. We're going to take a cab ride over to East 72nd Street. Clerk?
Yes?
What apartment is occupied by Miss Nida Miles?
Miss Miles just went out a minute ago. I'm surprised that she didn't pass you in the entrance.
Oh, thanks.
Well, where are we going now, Greg?
I don't know, but I expect to find out. Come on. Dorman?
Yes, sir?
Did Miss Miles just take a cab away from here a minute ago?
Yes, sir, she did.
Would $10 help you to remember where she asked the driver to take her?
No, let me see.
I have a very important message for her. I have to locate her right away. All right, Pirate 20.
Oh, yes, sir. She asked to be driven to the Club Managua. Oh, thank you very much, sir.
That's okay. Is there any additional charge for whistling me up a cab?
No, sir.
I just hope we get there in time to do some good, Sandy.
Yes. Of course, I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about.
Club Managua on 52nd. Can you make it in 5 minutes for $1 a minute?
I can make it in 4 minutes for $2 a minute.
It's a deal. Get us there fast. Take a look inside, Sandy. Maybe she beat us here.
All right, Dick. I will.
Yeah.
There you are, driver.
Hello, Miss Miles. Fancy meeting you here. Come on.
Where are you taking
Well,
me?
let's just drop in this restaurant for a minute before we go to the Club Managua, shall we?
No, I have
Come
to...
on, or I'll call a policeman. I want to talk with you.
All right. I couldn't be in any more trouble anyway.
Here, let's take this corner booth. Get in there.
All right.
Now, we talk. I'll bring you up to date. You're engaged to marry a lot of money, the Carruthers millions. Somebody's blackmailing you. Who is it?
I can't tell you.
I'll tell you. It's Dude Defoe, isn't it? What's he got on you, youngster?
Why should I tell you?
Because I want to help you. What's he got? Letters? Pictures?
Yes, both. I have to get them back.
Oh, we'll get them back, all right. Let me see your purse.
No.
Yes. Give it here. Still got the black pearls. Gonna give him to Dude. He planned this whole thing, didn't he? It'd take a crook like him to plan anything as clever as this.
I had to do what he told me to. I had to. You can think whatever you like, but I'll be a good wife to Charles. He's good to me. He has respect for me. I'll make him happy.
Look me right in the eye and tell me that, baby.
All right. I'll be a good wife. I'll make him happy. I love him. He's good to me.
Okay. Come on, let's see Dude and give him those pearls, shall we? This is his office, huh? All right, let me handle it.
Oh, hello, Nida.
Hello, Dude.
What'd you bring this guy with you for?
I'll answer that. I'm here to see that she gets a square deal. Where are the letters and pictures? Where are the pearls? Give them to me, Nida.
All right.
Thank you. Let's have your material now, hot shot.
There you are.
Look them over, Nida. See that they're all there.
All right.
You look familiar.
Huh? The name's Hood. Gregory Hood. I got news for you, Dude. After we finish our little deal here tonight, if Miss Miles ever is bothered by you again, she gets in touch with me and you talk it over with the police. I stand pretty good with them, you know.
Yeah, I know. I've heard about you, Hood. How come you're mixing into this caper?
Dull evening.
Oh.
Just remember, next time you'll be dealing with me and not a scared little singer.
They're all here, Mr. Hood.
Okay. Here are your pearls, Dude. Okay?
All buttoned up. That finishes it, Hood. Thanks, Nida.
You're not welcome. But you can have them this time. Tear those letters and stuff up, Nida. We're going to use them as a burnt offering to the god of matrimony. Right here in Dude's ashtray. Okay?
Well, Greg, now maybe you'll tell me why you gave those pearls to that blackmailer. I know, sometimes
hold
I
it,
think
Sandy.
it is.
Hold on, I'll make it simple. Jude Defoe knew about that black pearl necklace Charles P. Carruthers owned. He also had a fine stack of blackmail literature on the girl Carruthers was going to marry. So he had her get the pearls one day. He had a paste copy made up of the strand and a duplicate alligator case made.
Oh, I see.
Good. So, the next opportunity Nida had, she switched the phonies for the real pearls. She was supposed to leave the real ones in her seat on the bus where one of Jude's gorillas could pick them up. We interfered, and that started all of the, excitement.
Well, it's a little clearer now, but...
I'll take you all the way. I had in my pocket the phony pearls, which I borrowed from Carruthers, when I met Nida outside the Club Managua tonight. While we were in the restaurant, I switched them for the real pearls while Nida was looking into my eyes. Right now, I've got the real pearls in my pocket.
Huh?
Jude's got the phonies in his safe, and Nida has burned up all the evidence he had to blackmail her with. I return the real ones to Charles P. Carruthers in a few minutes, and everybody will live happily forever after. I hope. Yeah. I'd like to be there when Dude finds out he has his own pearls.
Well, my goodness, Greg. Well, as usual, everything has worked out all right, and you've managed to escape alive, but there's a law of averages, you know.
Hey, it's 11:30. I have to get these pearls back to the owner, and we have a date to meet Roy Del Ruth and Gail Storm at 21 at midnight. I want to tell them my story about it happened on Fifth Avenue. No, I don't think I will. They'd never believe it. Why does everything happen to me, Sandy?
Very interesting story, Greg. You do let beautiful women lead you into the most amazing adventures.
Oh, I'm easily led, Herb.
I should think you'd have been scared. After all, she was carrying a gun.
No, but that's it. I like my women with arms.
Ooh, I'll let that one go. And what's our story going to be about next week, Greg?
Well, Herb, next week I'm going to tell about an adventure Sandy and me and Ray Driscoll, the designer, had in San Francisco a few months ago. It concerns a good-for-nothing son-in-law, an irascible father-in-law, and $50,000 in a suitcase. We call it Ransomed. See you next week, Herb.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood is written by Ray Buffum. Original music composed and played by Dean Fossler. Elliot Lewis plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by Howard McNear. Gail Storm was heard as Nida Miles. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. The Casebook of Gregory Hood comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Herb Allen saying good night for the Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Oh, hello, Miss Williams. I was just telling Casey...
Hello, Annie. What have you got there?
Hi, Ethelbert. Oh, Casey, don't they look good? I just couldn't resist them.
A jar of strawberry preserves. Say, they look just like those my grandmother used to make.
Somebody talking about food?
Well, look, Tony. Don't they look wonderful?
Oh, they sure do. And in a glass jar, too. Oh, smart gal, Annie. See the anchor and the H on the bottom? This jar was made by Anchor Hocking. Anchor Hocking, a great name in glass. Crime Photographer, brought to you by Fire King Oven Glass. Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, a great name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation brings you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole. Our adventure for tonight, The Handkerchief. Joe Paletti's Tavern in the factory district at 11:30 o'clock on a Friday night is almost deserted. Behind the long bar, two white-coated bartenders are busily polishing glasses, while Joe Paletti himself, a jovial-looking fat man, checks his cash register. The street door opens and a huge uniformed policeman enters.
Evening, Joe.
Ah, Lieutenant McHugh.
Hi, Mac.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Bill, Andy. Say, where's your other barkeep tonight, Joe?
Gus? Oh, he was not feel so good. I told him go home and lie down. But he'll be back on the job at 12 o'clock when the rush starts.
This is the night of your big rush, isn't it? Friday's payday at the factory.
Yeah, 5 minutes after 12 o'clock, everyone who's quits work at midnight comes in to cash his paycheck. And buy a drink.
Or a dozen drinks. You got a sweet racket, Joe.
Yeah, to cash these checks is good business. What do you have, Lieutenant?
I'm out of cigars again.
Well, here's your special brand.
Thanks. Say, how much worth of checks you figure on cashing for that factory crowd tonight?
Well, last week was over 16,000. Tonight in my safe upstairs, I got 20,000 bucks.
Well, that's a lot of dough. Too many people know you keep heavy cash on hand these Friday nights. That's dangerous.
Oh, what's dangerous? And I got a first-class safe in my apartments upstairs. And I also got a burglar alarm. Ain't you cops got a precinct station just 1 block away? If anybody tried to stick me up, ain't you going to come and stop them?
You're a hard guy to argue with, Joe. Because he's got a thick skull, McHugh. What are you doing here, Snyder? I just dropped in for a beer.
Snyder, when I paid you off 2 weeks ago, I told you to get out of my place and keep out.
So what? Public place, isn't it? Come on, draw me a beer, Joe.
All right. Bill.
Yeah, boss.
Give this louse a beer. See he pays for it.
Okay.
Your boss don't like me, Bill.
Neither do I. Or anybody else here. Here's your beer.
Thanks. Here's your dough. Where you working now, Snyder? I ain't working. Joe Paletti's seen to that.
I ain't recommending no bartender I catch you stealing from my cash register.
I didn't steal. If you could prove I did, you'd have turned me over to the cops. Joe could have proved it. He just gave you a break, Snyder. You're not decent enough to appreciate it. Now finish your beer and get out of here. Okay, copper, I'll drink up and get out. Mind if I wipe my mouth off first? How do you guys like this handkerchief I'm using? Pretty classy, huh?
Yeah, it's just like you, Snyder. It's loud, it's cheap, and it's got a lot of yellow in it.
Maybe someday, Joe, you'll be kind of sorry for the raw stuff you pulled on me. For so long. When I see you next, I hope it's in the obituary columns. He's got a few drinks under his belt, Joe. If he comes back tonight, you better keep an eye on him. You too, Bill.
He won't bother the boss, Mac.
Well, I've got to get back to the station house. Here's for the cigars, Joe.
Thanks.
So long.
So long. Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, Joe?
How's your wife?
Oh, about the same. She doesn't get any better.
She's been sick a long time, huh?
Yeah, over a year.
Cost you plenty of money, huh?
Every cent I had.
Look, if I can help
Now, thanks, Joe, but the guy in my job can't borrow dough from, well, not and keep his nose clean. I'll see you later.
So long, Mac.
Good night, Lieutenant. Andy.
Yes?
You bring up plenty lemons?
More than we need, Joe.
Okay. 10 minutes to 12. I go upstairs now and get the money from my safe to cash them paychecks.
When is Gus supposed to get back here, Bill?
12 o'clock, Andy.
I hope he gets here. We need help to handle that factory mob.
Gus won't let us down. I wonder if we shaved enough ice.
There's plenty. Say, what was that rat Snyder in here for? I was at the far end of the bar when you and the boss and Lieutenant McHugh were talking to him.
Oh, he was just...
What's that?
Gunshots.
Upstairs, where the boss is.
That's his burglar alarm.
Come on.
I'm with you.
We're coming, Joe.
The door's locked. We got to break it down.
Let's go, together.
That did it. Hey, look. The safe is open.
There's Joe.
On the floor.
He's been shot through the head.
That back window's open. The killer busted out there.
Can you see anyone?
No, too dark. But the cops have heard that alarm. They'll get whoever did this.
Andy, I know who did it. What? Come here. Look at that handkerchief on the floor.
Handkerchief?
That's the loud one Ed Snyder had tonight.
All right, now, Bill, if you and Andy will take another pose in front of that door you busted open after you heard the shooting.
Like this, Mr. Casey?
Yeah, that's fine, yeah. Hey, you get in this shot too, Gus.
Well, I didn't get here till after poor old Joe was killed, Mr. Casey.
Well, that doesn't matter. You're one of the bartenders. Stand next to Andy, huh?
Okay, all right.
All right, all face the camera now. Hold it. That does it.
You got enough pictures, Casey. Now I want these gentlemen to go on telling me what happened after they found the body.
Well, we told you about all there is to tell, Miss Williams. The cops and Lieutenant McHugh here, they come running up these stairs only about a minute later.
We'd heard the burglar alarm, of course.
Well, how do you figure Paletti pressed that alarm button after he was shot through the head, Lieutenant? Huh?
He fell on the button, Casey. It was next to the safe.
Oh.
But you policemen didn't catch the killer, Lieutenant. He got away through that dark alley with Joe Paletti's $20,000. Is that right?
Yes, but he won't get far with that 20 grand, Miss Williams. That yellow handkerchief Bill found on the floor told us who he is.
Lieutenant Mack, how do you figure Snyder got in here, huh? Bill says Paletti always kept that window locked. Huh?
Well,
this Snyder guy could have come up these front steps. There's two doors at the bottom, one leading into the bar and the other onto the street.
But Paletti wouldn't have let him in the door up here, not Snyder.
Doesn't matter how he got in. Before he got out, he left evidence enough to burn him.
Thanks, Sergeant. We'll go up now and look things over. Come on, you fellas.
Captain Logan, Casey.
Hello, Logan.
What? Casey.
So the big boss of the homicide squad has finally gotten here.
Hiya, Captain.
I might have known you two'd get around to get in my hair. Hello, McHugh.
Glad to see you, Captain. Hello, Doc. Pete.
Get to work, you tech men. There's your corpus delicti, Doc. Lieutenant McHugh, your sergeant downstairs has given me the general layout. It's open and shut on this guy Snyder, huh?
As far as I'm concerned, there's his handkerchief. Bill, the head bartender here, identifies it, too.
100%.
Not many guys that carry a loud-colored handkerchief like that.
It's a cheap handkerchief, Logan, which means a lot of guys probably carry them.
Casey, you must have all the pictures you need by this time. Go back to your paper with them and don't bother me.
Ann and I have got to stick around for the payoff, pal.
Well, sure. We're waiting for Snyder to be brought in.
All right. Can you tell what caliber bullet killed the guy, Doc?
I can, Captain. There's a 38 caliber slug lying under this chair. I wouldn't touch it, of course, till you homicide guys got here.
I see, Lieutenant. It's a 38, all right.
Caliber you cops use.
Yeah. Police positive size.
Lieutenant Mack.
Yes, Casey?
Where did this guy Snyder carry this handkerchief you saw him use tonight?
You remember, Bill?
Yeah, sure, in his coat, the breast pocket. I remember him tucking it back there.
Huh? Why do you suppose he took it out of his breast pocket and dropped it here? As a definite lead?
Well, I don't know. Maybe Paletti's last act was to yank that wiper out of Snyder's pocket.
That's possible.
Lieutenant, you were in the precinct house when the burglar alarm went off, huh?
No, I was out getting some air around the corner.
Alone?
Yes. Why?
Just wondering.
Nobody ties Snyder up with his handkerchief except you and Bill, Lieutenant.
Say, look here, Captain. You're not getting a wild idea that maybe...
Until I have more than this handkerchief as evidence against Snyder, I'm going to investigate this job from every angle.
But you can't possibly think that
Captain Logan.
Yes, Feldman?
We've got Snyder.
Bring him up here.
This I get pictures of.
Okay, Snyder, get moving. Come on, you.
Okay. You don't have to yank my arm off.
So, you're Snyder.
I ain't trying to say any different. Hello, McHugh.
You tried to get away with a little murder tonight, didn't you, Snyder?
The smug who pinched me gave me the idea that's what you try to pin on me. Prove it if you can.
Shut up until you're asked to talk.
Okay, copper.
You made the pinch, Feldman?
Yes, Captain. He was sneaking out of an alley on Chester Street. He started to run, and I had to throw a shot over his head.
Sneaking out of an alley, eh? Started to run.
That don't prove I murdered anyone, McHugh.
Shut up.
Of course, you searched him, Feldman.
First thing, sir. No gun on him and no sign of Joe Paletti's 20 grand. But I found these in his pocket.
30 caliber cartridges, huh?
That's all we need, Captain.
Great.
Naturally, he threw away the .38 revolver he used to kill Paletti. I never had any .38 revolver. I picked them cartridges up on the street. Sure. And I suppose you lost the nice colored handkerchief you had in the bar tonight. I don't know what you mean, McHugh.
He didn't have any colored handkerchief when I pinched him, Lieutenant.
Is this your handkerchief, Snyder?
Well, No, I never saw that thing before. We know it's yours.
What have you done with the money you took from Paletti?
I didn't take no money. I didn't kill Paletti.
The truth now will save you a lot of trouble, Snyder.
Well, Okay, I'll tell you what you want to know.
You killed Paletti.
Yeah.
That does it, Casey.
Yeah, that does it.
Now, Snyder, what did you do with the 20 grand you took?
That's the big payoff question, ain't it, Copper? Well, I wanted to pay me something, so you don't get an answer until I see my lawyer.
Take him to headquarters, boys.
Come on, Snyder.
Okay, Copper.
Gonna let him see a lawyer now, Logan?
Why not? He's confessed the murder. And, Casey, did you almost get me on a phony track about Lieutenant McHugh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was all wrong.
100%. Well, see you later, pal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so long.
Come on, Casey. Let's get our stuff to the office.
Okay, Annie. Annie, you know, it's funny.
What?
I've got the doggonedest hunch that I wasn't all wrong.
The whole thing is blown up in my face, Casey. Snyder didn't kill Paletti.
Calm down, Logan, and tell me about it.
The lawyer Snyder insisted on seeing came in at noon today with 7 reputable witnesses.
Witnesses to what?
To a perfect alibi. At the time Paletti was shot, between 11:55 and midnight, Snyder was in a restaurant nearly a mile away.
7 reputable witnesses say that. Huh?
They're ready to swear to it.
Well, how does he explain his phony confession?
Claims he had to stall us until he could prove his alibi.
That's pretty thin.
Sure. The truth is that he's a small-time cop hater who was getting a kick out of making us look like saps.
And he says he found those 38 shells and lost his handkerchief.
Yeah. Casey, I figure he did lose that handkerchief. Just outside Paletti's tavern, maybe. Somebody found it, got an idea, and planted it beside Paletti's body.
Any suspects?
I don't like to say this, but... Well, cops sometimes go wrong, Casey. Lieutenant McHugh has been under heavy expense on account of his sick wife, and 20 grand is a lot of dough.
Yeah. Snyder may have given his handkerchief to somebody, Logan.
What do you mean?
Well, if suspicions hadn't immediately centered on Snyder last night, everybody in the vicinity of Paletti's tavern would have been a suspect, huh?
Yeah?
Anybody who couldn't furnish an on-the-spot alibi might have been searched for the murder gun and that dough.
Yeah.
But when Snyder was pinched and made his phony confession, he gave the killer plenty of time to get the stolen money under cover.
Snyder and the killer were working together.
That's my guess.
I think it's the right one. I'll have another talk with that rat Snyder.
No, pal, don't. Let him go.
Let him go?
Yeah. With the idea that he's gotten away with it. But tail him, Logan, day and night. Until he leads you to his partner, the guy who has that 20 grand.
Okay, Casey, we'll try it your way. But your way had better pay off.
Let's pause right here. We'll return to Casey, crime photographer, in a moment.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
MediaBay.com. And now we rejoin Casey, crime photographer, and the conclusion of The Handkerchief.
Good night, Mrs. Wheelbreaker. The strangest darn people come in here sometimes.
Yeah, well, don't look at us when you say that, pal.
Casey! Hello, Miss Williams.
Hello, Ethelbert.
Say, I've been wondering when you two would come in. Anything new on that Paletti murder?
No,
Not yet, Ethelbert.
You know, I take a personal interest in that case, being as how it happened to a bartender, a brother professional, as you might say. Captain Logan's detectives have been shadowing that Snyder guy for 3 days now.
They sure have. They know what he's done every single
He
minute.
hasn't made or received any phone calls or made contact with anyone who might be a logical suspect. Or at least he hadn't up to noon today when Logan showed us the latest report on him.
It's nearly 6 o'clock. Maybe something's happened since.
Logan would have let me know if it had.
Maybe your idea about Snyder was wrong, Casey.
Listen, that's what I'm hearing from Logan. Now, don't you start pulling it. Give the idea a little time, huh?
Well, gee, I didn't mean... Oh, Walter, will you...
Never mind, Ethelbert, never mind. I'll get it. It's probably from me anyhow. Excuse me, Annie.
Sure.
Blue note.
That you, Casey?
Yeah. I thought it might be you, Logan. Anything new?
Get into that jalopy of yours and come to Spring Road off 200th Street as soon as you can make it.
Well, there's nothing but woods out there.
Oh, yes, there is. There's something I want you to see, smart guy.
What's that?
The dead body of Snyder.
There's all that's left of him, Casey, in that ditch.
Shot through the head.
Yeah, twice, with a .38 revolver, as Paletti was shot. Snyder'd been dead over an hour when he was found here.
Well, then that means that the detectives who were watching
He
him...
gave him the slip, Miss Williams. I wanted to keep this rat at headquarters and sweat the truth out of him, Casey. Instead, I listened to you. You see the result?
Yeah. You mind giving us some of the details, Logan?
I'd be happy to tell you all I know. You may have another bright idea.
Don't rub it in, huh?
I'm sorry. This is my fault, not yours.
Huh? Say, Logan.
I hope you'll have an idea to give me a different idea than I have.
Hey, pal, are you sick?
Here's what happened. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, Snyder was walking up Crosley Street with one of my guys behind him when he suddenly hopped into a Ford sedan, parked at the curb, and got away.
Huh?
Another guy was at the wheel all ready to go. I think the driver of that sedan was Snyder's partner in the Paletti murder. I'm still riding with your theory about that.
And he killed Snyder because...
He didn't want to share that 20 grand with him. He wanted it all.
Or because he knew Snyder was being trailed. Snyder was dangerous to him.
Yeah, that fits, too.
Obviously, he and Snyder met by appointment, Logan. Snyder expected him to be waiting in a car at that time and in that place.
Sure.
Well, then your killer is someone Snyder talked to since you turned him loose.
Yep.
You checked on everyone Snyder talked to?
Yeah. There hasn't been a logical suspect in the bunch, Casey, until today.
You mean he talked to somebody today?
Yeah. Several hours before he got into that sedan.
Who?
Lieutenant McHugh.
McHugh?
Captain Logan.
From the first, I figured McHugh might have killed Paletti, but I've never really believed he did.
You believe it now?
He needed that dough, Casey, all of it, for a sick wife. He's a cop. Paletti would have opened that upstairs door for him. I've known Mac a long time. He's been a good guy and a good cop.
Logan, where did he and Snyder talk today?
Outside of Paletti's tavern.
Paletti's tavern?
Yeah. Snyder had the nerve to go in there and ask for a drink. That's all he had a chance to do. One of the bartenders grabbed him and threw him out of the joint. Lieutenant McHugh came along just then and helped him out of the gutter.
Then they talked?
Yeah, for 2 or 3 minutes, walking up the street together. Then McHugh went off duty soon afterwards, and he didn't go home. He could have met Snyder in that sedan. It looks like McHugh all the way, Casey.
How close was your detective when Snyder was given the bum's rush from Paletti?
Oh, he'd only just followed him inside the joint. It happened that fast.
Which bartender gave Snyder that rush act?
It was Andy.
Andy.
Who was in the bar downstairs when Paletti was killed upstairs.
He couldn't have been Snyder's partner.
Oh. Your man sure it was Andy, huh?
We didn't have time to ask for names, but the description he gave me is Andy's. Tall, with dark hair.
Well, Bill is tall, but he's bald.
Well, Gus has dark hair. Oh, but he isn't tall. Say, Your guy got only a quick look at that bartender.
Yeah, but he couldn't be wrong about it.
Wait a minute, Logan. A medium-sized guy looks tall when you see him beside a very short guy. Snyder was a shrimp, and Gus hauling him around with a collar would look like a 6-footer.
But Gus!
Poletti would have unlocked that upstairs door for Gus, Logan. He was a trusted employee. And Gus didn't report for work until after Poletti was killed.
Casey, you're right. Let's get Gus and go to work on it.
He's a tough cookie, Logan. You'll never break him.
I'll make him talk.
I don't think you will. Look, Logan, can I stick my neck out again?
Casey, I'll listen to anything now.
All right. We'll take Gus for a little ride.
A ride?
Yeah. But not in a police car this time. We'll use my jalopy.
Where are you guys driving me to? You said you were taking me to headquarters. Hey, we're way out in the country.
We changed our minds about headquarters, Gus.
What do you mean?
Too many people hang around down there.
Where are you taking me?
Just take it easy, sucker.
Look, you're a cop, Captain Logan. You can't kid me into thinking that
We know you got that 20 grand, Gus.
I tell you, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, that's what you told us.
It's what I'll go on telling you.
This is a nice deserted spot, Logan.
Yeah, a perfect spot, Casey.
Shall I stop here?
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, what are you going to do here?
Just talk. For a while.
Step out of the car, Gus.
No, yeah, pal. Hey, why are you pulling that gun? You can't bluff me. I ain't afraid.
What have you done with the money you stole from Poletti?
I told you.
What have you done with that dough?
I ain't got it.
We want that 20 grand, Gus.
And we're going to have it.
Hey. I'm getting a picture now. You two came to my hotel room alone. You bring me out here alone. I get it now. You two are working together.
Logan and I do a lot of work together, Gus.
So that's it. You want that dough for yourselves.
Where is it?
I ain't talking.
We'll see about that. Here, Casey, hold my gun on this mug while I...
pal, I will.
Oh, you don't. You dropped the gun.
I'll get it.
No, I got it. Easy. Stick up your hands, you lousy. I stick them up.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for the scat. You two saps should have stayed honest. You ain't got the brains for fast stuff. So you thought you'd hijack my 20 grand.
Listen, Gus, you're in the racket. You know how guys have to figure. If you'd been nice and told us where to find that dough...
Sure, Gus. We'd have been nice.
So now I'll be nice to you. And tell you where to find it. It's buried under a flower bed on my old man's grave in Oakwood Cemetery. I buried the gat I used to kill Poletti and Snyder there, too.
That was smart.
Yeah. I think of little things like that. Just like you, Muggs, thought of bringing me to this deserted spot. In a car that I'll drive away. Alone.
Gus, you're not going to...
No, Gus. You get it between the eyes like Snyder and Poletti. Now! What the...
Something the matter, Gus?
This gun is empty.
Uh-huh. That's another little thing we thought of.
Oh, you double-crossed me.
Thanks for the confession, Gus. Come on.
Now we're really going to headquarters.
Right. And then, Casey, you and I have got something to do with the Blue Note.
What's that, Logan?
I'll tell you on the way about it.
So you cops found that 20 grand and the murder gun just where Gus said it was. Hey, Captain Logan?
That's right, Ethelbert.
Yeah. Gus figured he had no reason to lie to a pair of dead pigeons, as he figured Logan and me to be.
Well, I'm certainly glad that a disgrace to the bartending profession like he was is going to get what he deserves. Hey, by the way, Captain, what brings you here to the Blue Note tonight?
Ethelbert, Casey and I want a box of the best cigars you have in the place.
Yeah, we want you to send them to Lieutenant McHugh, Ethelbert. Here's his address here.
Well, sure, but Casey, why are you and Captain Logan, head of the homicide department, sending cigars to a cop?
Well, you see, that is...
It's just... you see, McHugh likes to smoke cigars. Crime Photographer is directed by John Dietz and stars Stotts Cotsworth as Casey. It is written by Alonzo Dean Cole and is based on the fictional character of Casey created by George Harmon Cox. Our cast features Miss Leslie Woods as Anne, John Gibson as Ethelbert, Bernard Lenrow as Logan, and the Blue Note pianist is Herman Chittison. The original music is by Archie Blyer. Crime Photographer is brought to you by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees. Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, Portrait of Rocky.
It was the stifling sort of night when you expect people to stay at home and out of trouble. Later on, it got a lot hotter. I wasn't exactly done in oil, but I was plenty burned up. The night air out of the desert was thick and depressing, and the windmill fan in the tambourine made it even worse. At 11 o'clock, I sent the help home, figuring to close up early. The only trouble was a couple of customers. One was over in a corner nursing some cognac, a big shaggy specimen, dark eyes, gray showing in his beard. Might have been American once. The other one was easier. He hung onto the bar and let you know about himself.
I tell you, right to Monty, signing to his nose.
I get the idea. You in Montgomery, like that, huh?
Yeah, just let me tell you a week before Tobruk what I'm saying. I'm standing in a tank.
How about finishing it off, huh? Closing time.
Oh, wait a minute, Governor. I haven't told you. Hey, now, catch an eyeful of that bloke, would you?
Oh, the beard over there?
Staring at me, he is. Why does he get off staring at me like that?
Oh, take it easy. It's me he's looking at.
You, me, what's the difference?
He does it every night.
Well, does he get too fast?
Hey, put down that bottle.
A man's got a right to his privacy, ain't it? Let go, me.
I said take it easy.
I'll take him and me boot his eyes for
All
him.
right, Horsey, you asked for it.
Let go, me.
Out you go. Come on.
I'll wipe the floor with you two.
Good night, Horsey. Pleasant dreams. Don't bother to come back until your tank's empty.
Don't worry, Governor. I ain't bad for the last couple of drinks, remember? Waltzing Matilda, waltzing Matilda.
What's so funny?
All of it. Anger, drink, man.
Yeah, well, you're next, you know. I'm closing. Do you mind?
Ambition is funny, too. Hatred? Well, sort of. And love? That's the most humorous of all.
Look, philosopher.
Sit down, Jordan. Have a nightcap with me.
Thanks. I'm having a cold shower alone.
Just a friendly little cognac. You know, friendship isn't so funny.
Look, pal, what's it all about?
Who is he?
The Australian?
Yes.
You heard him, a buddy of Montgomery's.
Tell me, Jordan.
I told you I don't know.
No, you don't, do you?
Now, let me lock up, huh?
Jordan, would you like to make 10 pounds? That's all I have.
How?
Find out about him.
Uh-uh.
Please, Jordan, I need your help. I must find out.
You tell me why?
I wish I could tell you, Mr. Jordan. It's just a feeling. That man, I don't know.
Then skip it. Doesn't make sense anyway. The guy's been in here once, and you've been in 3 or 4 times. Only every night you stare at me.
Oh, that. You have a face, that's all.
Don't most people?
Most people only have license plates. Here, I'll show you. A pencil. You know, there's something in your eyes that belongs to you. One ear's a little larger.
Well, that's it. You're an artist, huh? You draw pictures of everybody you meet?
A mouth that's for chewing instead of advertising. Yes, I'm an artist. Jeffrey James. Jeffrey, not Jesse. But you've never heard of me, have you?
Well, don't let it worry you. Renoir, Michelangelo, and Rembrandt, that's all I know.
Here, keep it. A souvenir.
Ah, it's not bad.
You sure you won't reconsider? About checking on the Australian?
I don't like trouble unless I know what it is.
Yeah. You're smarter than I thought you were, Jordan.
Thanks for the picture, Mr. James.
Yes. Good night.
Well, he hunched his shoulders and shuffled out the door. I watched him until his dirty white suit rounded the mosque at the corner of Benghazi. The street was empty, except for the night. Then I heard a motor start across the alley. Against the low yellow moon, I could see it moving. It was one of those army surplus jeeps that are all over the world. It kept its lights off, and it slowly rounded the same corner, tailing Jeffrey James. Exactly 1 minute later, before I'd barely started to get the place cleaned up for the night, I heard something else. Hey, Australia.
Where? Still open for business, eh, Governor?
Come in here, will you? I want to talk.
Ain't that a coincidence now? There was something I forgot to say myself.
Huh? Well, it figured I made my mistake when I thought he was drunk. He wasn't. Neither were his brass knuckles. I came floating back to life maybe half an hour later. I was alone on the floor. The door was open, and all the bugs in Egypt were holding a filibuster around the bar light. Everything else seemed to be okay. Nothing was missing. The cash register was still full. I still had my wallet. Yeah, nothing was missing except one thing. That pencil sketch the artist had drawn. The pencil sketch of me. I'd been rolled before for a wallet or a wristwatch, but never so someone could steal a pencil sketch of me by some down-and-out artist. But I never did like getting rolled, no matter what the reason. Well, I finally got my cold shower and tried for some sleep. I was awakened way too early by someone banging on the front door of the Tambourine. It was Captain Sam Sabai, Cairo police.
Good morning, Jordan.
Sam, I'm not entertaining. What's the idea?
A small matter.
Well, let's save it till later.
One moment. A beggar saw a man in your cafe last night.
That unusual?
An Australian talking to you at the bar.
Sure, name's Bertie. Short, shifty eyes, seersucker suit. Why?
Your memory is rather sharp, Jordan.
Ought to be. Got a little noisy. I threw him out. A few minutes later, he came back with some brass knuckles. I took the count.
And you did not notify the police?
You want me to call you every time somebody gets rough in my cafe?
Jordan, this is more serious than you think. The man you call Bertie was just found back of the Tambourine. He's dead.
What'd you find on him, Sam?
Very little. Why? Did he take something from you last night?
No money. Only a picture.
What kind of a picture?
A pencil sketch of me.
Of you, Jordan? Are you suggesting that a picture of you is motivation for murder?
All I'm saying is he knocked me out, took it from me, and it's gone now.
Well, perhaps when this Bertie sobered up and got another look at your picture...
Okay, have your laugh, Sam. But think about it.
I have much more important things to occupy my mind. Come on, Jordan.
We had a look at Bertie. That didn't help my morning any. And Sam kept asking the same questions that always kept leading back to the missing pencil sketch of me. So when Sam left, I decided to dig a little. The artist, Jeffrey James, figured to be information pleased, so I tried to run him down. A couple of art stores knew nothing about him, so I put in a phone call to somebody named Tuga Bey, Egyptian art critic on one of the newspapers.
Yes, this is Tugape.
I'm trying to locate a guy named Jeffrey James. He's a...
Jeffrey James. I'm afraid I do not know.
he's an artist.
Oh, that James. An artist, you say? Bad. No style.
Look, I'll read about it in your column. All I want to know is where he lives.
Well, he used to have a studio at number 16, Street of Many Moses, but I don't know.
Thanks. I didn't have any trouble finding it. It was down a dusty, narrow street full of flies and herb smells and peddlers. And up some outside steps to the top floor of number 16, Street of Many Moses, a peddler was doing a sales job and a very sleek young lady standing in the doorway.
Madame, wait. Do not shut the door. I have the samples. Many samples.
Please, no, go
Brushes, postcards, neckties, snake balls.
Take your foot out of the door.
Sample for every human need. Oh, Effendi, for you too, a man, I sell something.
No, I'm not buying.
Brushes I got. Oh, careful, my foot is still there.
You heard the lady. Brush.
Effendi.
Go on, Imshi, beat it.
Oh, but Effendi, if you would but look at sample.
Thank you, sir.
Skip it.
Now you go away, too, please.
I want to come in.
No, please, no.
I'm looking for Mr. James.
So?
I'm Rocky Jordan. I'd like to see him.
But your name means nothing to me. Mr. James is not here.
Where is he?
And the studio is so dirty. It's so poor.
That's all right. He told me he wasn't selling like Renoir.
He said what?
Oh, never mind.
Oh, wait.
You know...
Wait, I must cover the paintings.
What's the matter with them?
Only that they're of me.
You're his model?
Yes.
Oh.
This morning, I came to work on time, but how do I know I can trust you?
Well, you don't, but he says I got a nice face.
Yes, I can see that for myself.
Come on, tell me. What is it?
This morning, I found a note. I have it here.
Jeannie, I'll not need you this morning. I may never need you again. Stay here. You'll hear from me once more. Well?
His bed wasn't slept in.
What do you know about him?
I've been modeling for Mr. James for almost a year, but I know so little about him. He's such a strange man, so alone, so tragic.
Yeah, he thinks he's a failure. But he's got some friends, some enemies, something.
No, there's just me. I'm like a daughter to him.
A guy in a Jeep and an Australian. You ever seen them?
Why, no, I don't think so.
Okay, then I'll call the police.
The police, no.
Why not?
Well, if something's wrong, don't you understand? It would only be worse for him.
I see, all right. I see nothing.
Please, for my sake, have faith in him. I just need you to help, Rocky.
Well, what's your suggestion?
Wait with me, please. It's only hot outside. You could draw the blinds to the window, and it's cool here. I'm not so bad to wait with, am I?
Some other time, sister. I'll see you later. Hey, you toothbrush.
Effendi, get away, Effendi, get away.
Keyhole boy, huh?
Yes. Look at what you are looking at. The rod, artillery, pistoliver.
Listen, brush boy.
Brushes? Oh, a disguise, Effendi. Now we are vamoosing before she sees us.
Okay, quit shoving.
Hurry, please. This way, Effendi. This way for a little ride with me.
Oh, so that's it. You drive a Jeep.
All the modern appliances, Effendi. In, please. In.
Where are we going?
You do not ask questions. This is a caper.
You know all the words, don't you?
On the shortwave radio, I am listening to Sam Spade. I know my stuff. So beware.
Now I heard everything.
Permit me to present myself. Ali Ben Sheamus.
Sheamus?
Egypt must have her national character. Sheamus. I am calling myself the private eye of the desert.
All right, what's it all about? Why you been following me?
Well, if you please, tail and plant.
Last night you were following the artist, James. Why?
Oh, but I lost him. That is why I follow you.
So you don't know where he is?
No, Effendi. Some lessons I have not learned so well yet.
You're not good at a lot of things.
All I am trying to do is to raise business. I find a caper, I get myself a commission.
Doing what?
Well, that is the only thing I do not know.
Look, Buster, spit out the sand. Who hired you? Where you taking me?
Your name is Jordan, Effendi, and I think maybe you will hire me.
I already got a dishwasher.
No jokes, please. We are going into the Royal Galleries, room 12, left wall. You will hire me. Now, out, please.
Sure. Well, somebody else is here, too. Look behind you.
Look behind you. Even Sam Spade is not falling for that one.
Have it your own way, but I happen to recognize Captain Sabaya of the Cairo police.
Goodbye, Effendi.
Hey!
Well, Jordan, who is your hasty friend?
Oh, he's a nut, Sam. If you want to crack him, you better get going.
I have done enough chasing for a hot day. The one I want is you.
Me? Why?
A few more routine questions.
Okay, just stay with me. Come on.
Jordan, where are you going?
Into the Royal Galleries to get you some answers. I grabbed Sam's arm and pulled him into the Royal Galleries. It was all crazy, but I had to take a look at what had been in the Seamus's mind. He'd said, room 12, left wall. I found it all right. It wasn't the same sketch Jeffrey James had drawn last night. This one was fancier, but it had the same lines, the same style. Underneath, a little bronze plate said, Portrait of a Gentleman. Original sketch by Renoir. Worth £5,000. Only I knew better. Why? Because it was a picture of me, Rocky Jordan.
You are listening to Portrait of Rocky, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. Today we salute San Francisco's CBS station on the occasion of the change of the call letters from KQW to KCBS. For the best entertainment on the air, for the nation's favorite personalities, remember it is now KCBS at 740 on the radio dial in San Francisco and the Bay Area. Now we return you to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, Portrait of Rocky.
Well, there I was, framed very nicely in the art gallery. A pencil sketch of me valued at a few £1,000s, done by Renoir. Well, somebody had themselves a deal, selling phony pictures by old art masters and collecting a fancy buck for them. But who? The artist who drew them? The Australian who stole the sketch from me and ended up dead? The model or Ali Ben Seamus? There are a lot of people in the play, but as we stood there in front of the picture in the gallery, Sam Sabaya kept looking at me, because he was interested in finding a murderer.
Yes, Jordan, it might be you. There is a certain resemblance.
I tell you, it is me. If you could see that fast sketch James did of me last night.
But art is not one of my specialties, Jordan. Murder is. Now, who killed the Australian?
Oh, how should I know?
How should anyone else know? I will search for the others you speak of, but I would not want to lose you, Jordan.
Look, Sam, look here at the nose. The ears, one's bigger, see?
What are you trying to prove, Jordan? That this artist you wanted to help is some kind of a forger, a crook?
That's the hard part.
Well, anyway, Jordan, it is not likely the Royal Gallery would accept a fraud, is it? This Renoir is on loan from Mrs. Baldwin Wentworth. She's very important, very skillful, very rich.
Okay, I'll see her myself.
Why, Jordan? I am the police.
Don't you understand? It's my face. She can look at my face.
Yes, your face. The police can hardly protect her from that.
Mrs. Baldwin Wentworth lived in a private pyramid with a view of the Nile. She was maybe 10 years older than she tried to look. When I got there, she was pouring tea for a slob in a fez. It was Tuga Bay, the art critic I talked to on the phone that morning.
Yes, we talked on the telephone, didn't we? You were looking for that fellow James. Dreadful sense of color.
James? Never heard of him. Who is he? Sugar and milk, Mr. Jordan?
Thanks, I'd like a slice of lemon.
May I ask why it was you wished to find him?
Really, I don't particularly care who he is. You needn't bother telling me. Oh, it's frightfully hot.
I wanted him to paint me a mural, Mr. Bay, that's all.
Oh, yes, of course, that's it. A restaurateur, you say you are.
I own a place.
Oh, people eat so much, don't they? But it would be nice, wouldn't it? One of those lovely panoramic things over your bar, I suppose, with simply acres of female flesh. Bad for the digestion, though, I should think.
Mrs. Wentworth, about your Renoir. You were saying you bought it here in Cairo just a day or two ago.
Did I? Oh, but of course I must have.
How much did you pay for it?
Oh, blast, how should I know? Was it £5?
That's what I printed in my article.
There you are, young man. Newspapers never lie.
Isn't it just possible that your Renoir isn't real? That you threw away over $20,000 on a phony?
That's a ridiculous notion. I'm an expert, Mr. Jordan. And Tugger here. He's frightfully keen.
The picture is perfectly genuine. The find of the season.
Mrs. Wentworth, take a look at me.
Oh?
You've studied the drawing. It could be my photograph.
What?
It's me. Look at me. Don't you see it in my face?
Really, young man, all I can see in your face is my desire to be 25 years younger. There now. That's the nicest thing I've said all day.
Thank you, Mrs. Wentworth. I wish you were. Goodbye.
Oh, Jordan. Jordan, wait a moment.
Yes, Mr. Bay?
About that picture.
What about it? You said it was genuine.
And I am certain it is. I have staked my reputation as a critic on the authenticity of that Renoir.
Now, we haven't anything to talk about.
No, wait, Jordan. You interest me. Tell me, does Jeffrey James have any connection with this impossible theory of yours?
Nothing much, except that he drew my picture and sold it to Mrs. Wentworth for £5,000.
That is preposterous.
Is it? Why don't you ask Jeffrey James?
I most certainly shall. And immediately, Jordan.
Tugger Bay moved out fast. And next I went looking for the agent who'd sold the Renoir. Only he'd taken off the day before to visit the Louvre in Paris. I got around and talked to a lot of people, but they all thought I was nuts. And an hour later, I began to think so myself. I headed back for the Tambourine about sunset. Was just crossing the street in front of my place when a little Jeep whirled around the corner, and I jumped for the curb.
Oh, Effendi Jordan, I find you.
Ollie, the Seamus. Where you been?
Well, that I have come to tell you. I am convinced the life of a private eye is a bomb racket.
All right, come off the spade routine, Ollie. I'm not buying.
Oh, but this you should know, Effendi. There is a murdered man. I discovered him a short time ago lying in an alley back of the street of Many Moses.
You discovered who?
The art critic, Tugger Bay.
Tugger Bay is dead?
Yes, Effendi. He had been shot only a short time.
Come on, let's go.
Where, Effendi?
Back to Tugger Bay. Now, start it up, Ollie.
As you wish, Effendi.
And now, suppose you start at the beginning and tell me everything you know.
But there is nothing you do not know yourself.
You're avoiding the police too much, Ollie. Why?
Oh, please, you are touching a sore point, Mr. Jordan.
All right, let's have it.
Even in Cairo, the eye must be legit.
Oh, no license?
Natural intelligence, they admit I have. But I am handicapped.
How so?
Mirror vision.
Say that again.
Oh, please, it is not good for my ego. The world I see backwards. Only a few people are so afflicted with mirror vision, and I am one.
Yeah. Something's beginning to add up.
What did you say, Effendi?
You're the only one who looked at the Renoir and said it was me.
That is true.
Nobody else could see the resemblance because that drawing is wrong side, too. Like I see myself when I shave every day, like the guy who drew it.
Like he what, Effendi?
Jeffrey James sat in my Tambourine night after night, staring at me in a bar mirror.
That is it. He studies you. He is making a sketch. He sells it as a master for big money.
He made another for me in the Tambourine, freehand.
Oh, yes. Evidence against him. A mistake. So when it falls into the hands of the Australian, James must kill him.
No, I don't need a diagram. I put Tugger Bay on the artist trail today. So James had to kill him, too.
Ah, so, Effendi Jordan, we have got our man.
Ollie Ben Seamus parked his Jeep a couple of blocks from where he discovered the body of Tugger Bay. A crowd of natives was milling around the spot, so we knew the police were there, too. I didn't want to talk to them just yet, not till I paid Jeffrey James a visit. So I headed on foot for his studio. In the eye of the desert, flapped along behind like a Boy Scout on his first snipe hunt. It was dark by now, and the street of Many Moses didn't look quite so shabby. We groped up the rickety steps, and Jeannie answered my knock.
Mr. Jordan, what do you want?
A word with your artist friend, Jeffrey James.
But I told you he's gone. I still haven't heard from him. I'm so worried.
Why?
Well, so many strange things are happening.
Yeah, like the murder of Tugger Bay.
Mr. Jordan, no. No, what are you doing?
Getting a look at these pictures you covered up this morning?
Please,
Here, have a look, Ollie. They're not all pictures of Jeannie. Renoirs, Monets, Gauguins, all phonies by Jeffrey James. Right, Jeannie?
Why, yes, but what does it matter?
It adds up, Effendi. Now we know this girl is covering up for the artist.
You're right, Allie.
I don't understand. What is this all about?
It's simple, Jeannie. Your boss has been playing people like Mrs. Wentworth for suckers, selling his own stuff as originals of masters, then killing when anybody got in his way.
Oh, no, this can't be. Jeffrey's like a father. He couldn't harm anyone.
Yeah. Where is he, Jeannie?
I don't know. Now, please go.
Let them stay, Jeannie.
Jeffrey.
It is the artist. Watch him, Mr. Jordan.
Calm yourself, my boy. It's as Jeannie says. I would harm no one.
Yeah, we've got a different idea, James.
Yes, I know. I heard everything. You've made a great mistake, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, yeah? Like spotting these masterpieces as phonies you drew yourself? Is that a mistake?
Not at all. For many years I've known that I wasn't a creator. So what better could I do than imitate the work of great artists?
Sure, then sell them as originals.
Mr. Jordan, do you think I would represent my feeble efforts as the work of masters?
There's a picture hanging in the Royal Gallery, says you would.
One moment. Let me show you something.
What is this, Effendi?
Just watch him, Ollie.
We'll move this Renoir over under the light. Now, with my mat knife, I will scrape off the name of Renoir. Now, step over here, Mr. Jordan. Read what is underneath.
Imitation of Renoir by Jeffrey James, 1947.
Now you realize I couldn't possibly have represented the sketch as anything but my own.
Oh, you're clear, Jeffrey. Sorry I didn't get it right the first time.
So, Mr. Jordan, why don't we forget this whole affair?
That's not so easy. Somebody sold that picture hanging in the Royal Galleries as a genuine article, and 2 people were killed because of it. The police want to know why.
Are the police necessary?
Yeah.
Very well, Mr. Jordan. Let us go to them. I will confess to the murders.
Jeffrey, what are you saying?
Quiet, Jeannie, my dear. It's the best way.
So, Effendi, Geoffrey James is the killer. We have apprehended him.
No, Ollie, but you'll get your badge. We have the killer.
Please, Mr. Jordan, let's say no more.
The cover-up's the other way around, isn't it, Mr. James? If you look in Jeannie's room, I'll bet you'll find the £5,000 for that picture.
Wait. Recently, I've been aware of many things. But for Jeannie's sake...
You'd do anything for her, wouldn't you? Even after she's made a sucker out of you.
Mr. Jordan...
Try it this way. Jeannie knows how you feel about her, so she gets away with plenty. She and Tuga Bay hatch up this idea of selling your imitations as originals. When you start getting wise, they put the Australian on your trail. You learn too much. He was killed.
Not by Jeannie.
What difference does it make? Then Ollie here scratched around too much. Things begin falling apart. So Jeannie decided to get rid of Tuga Bay and keep all the money for herself. Oh, it's all so easy. You take the blame, Jeffrey. You're the sucker.
Please let her go, Mr. Jordan. She and I will go away together.
No, Jeffrey. Only I will go.
Effendi, she has a gun.
Yes, and there are enough bullets to kill all of you.
Please, Jeannie, my darling.
Shut up. I'll do it quickly. Why do you cringe, Jeffrey?
Effendi, Jordan, what do we do now?
You're a detective, Ollie. You tell me.
Oh, yes. Sam Spade, he would think quickly. He would move in.
Ollie, no.
So you're the first.
She swung around, but he kept coming, and she fired on him point blank. That was my chance. Before she could swing back, I had her by the wrist, and the gun dropped. Jeannie scratched me up a little, but she knew she was through. And all this time, Jeffrey James stood as though in a stupor. Well, as usual, Sam Sabaya was moving around a couple of steps behind me, and the gunshot brought him quick.
Jordan!
All right, here's your killer, Sam. She just tried it again.
Yeah. Greco, Amul, take everyone into custody at once. At once,
Lay off the artist. He's okay.
I will get a full statement at headquarters from everyone. Jordan, who is this?
Ali Ben Sheamus. She only creased him. He's coming out of it.
Bench, is this the pest who is always hounding me for a detective's license?
Yeah, and I think he won his color, Sam. Oh, wait.
Effendi, I did not do so well. I fear capers are not for me.
Well, think again, Ollie. I got an idea you'll get your license now.
Can it be, Effendi, that I will be a real private eye?
How about it, Sam?
Well, Jordan, if what you... perhaps.
Oh, so. Now, when the telephone rings, I will say, Ali Ben Sheamus, license number 34687. Oh, but now I am tired.
Sure. Do you know what your friend Sam Spade would say in a case like this?
What, Effendi?
Good night, sweetheart.
It's CBS again at this same time next week for another story of adventure and intrigue when we take you back to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine run by Rocky Jordan. Jack Moyles plays the title role, with tonight's story by Jackson Gillis and edited by Gomer Cool and Larry Roman. Rocky Jordan is produced and directed by Cliff Howell, with original music by Richard Arundt. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Personal notice changes my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Greetings, mystery lover. Have another helping of homicide on the half shell. Our Let George Do It adventure is a real killer, to coin a phrase, which I didn't. Anyway, it's called Tag, You're It, which, believe me, has nothing to do with Junior trying to catch the little girl next door. On the contrary, it deals with an officious master of ceremonies of an audience participation program. Now, this fellow was an eager little beaver who got along on poking fun at people, until one day someone took a poke at him. Then even George Valentine couldn't help him.
Well, here's a lady with a letter. Yes, sir, she's got one. Right here in her purse.
Give me that. Give it back.
No, lady. Wait a minute. Here's your letter. Now, what's the matter? Don't you want me to read it? Oh, you wrote this. That's it. You wrote it and haven't mailed it. You probably mad at the postman. He only rang once. Ladies, listen to this. Listen. My dear Mr. Valentine. Valentine.
Mr. McMurtry, would you please?
Now, don't blush, lady. Don't blush. If our radio audience could only see her. Her, I said, not me. But, madam, if I'm brave enough to wear your scarf over my head, it's really a good fit, don't you think? Don't you think it is? Over the face. What do you say? It's not a fit, it's a convulsion. Oh, you're real cute. Listen, how about your husband, madam? Huh? You suppose he's listening? I'll bet he doesn't know about this, Mr. Valentine. Ladies, isn't that a romantic name for you? Valentine. I'll bet your husband's out buying a gun right now. He's got a rifle. But you remember our bargain now, lady, on this program. You dared me to wear your scarf so I can read anything I find in your purse. Shall I read it, ladies? Yeah! All right, that's right. All right, ladies, here goes now. Dear Mr. Valentine, I've got to see you about a telephone call. A telephone call, huh? Well, let's make her do the call right here from the studio, shall we? All right, ladies, but here's the rest of the letter. Listen. I've got to see you because I'm not sure, but I think somebody is trying to murder me. Murder? Trying to murder?
Mr. McMurtry, all I wanted to tell you was that it isn't my letter. It's not my purse. A large woman. She got up and left in a hurry. She must have taken mine. It's her letter.
Mrs. Oscar Pettyman, 432 West 16th Street.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It and George Valentine.
All right, I'm coming. What do you want?
Mrs. Oscar Pettyman, this is 432
Ain't
West.
here.
You her husband, friend, Mr. Pettyman?
He's in Chicago. Can't stand her. Leaves every chance he can get. Ansel Pettyman's my name, her brother-in-law. I board here.
Well, Mr. Pettyman...
Yes, the police phoned me, miss, and no, I don't know anything.
You hung up on him?
Well, why not? Bunch of pests. Anybody tries to kill Birdie, it wouldn't hurt anybody. Why should they care?
Well,
You're a nice guy.
Puzzles, contest prizes. Yeah. You ought to see what she looks like.
Well, what do you mean?
Birdie's as big as a horse. My dear sister-in-law. So she started to write you a letter. Think somebody's trying to kill her. All right. What's all the fuss? Let 'em. Yeah, there's a time-wasting contraption.
Now, wait a minute. I'll answer that. I asked somebody to call me here. Valentine speaking.
Hal McMurtry. Mr. Valentine, now listen.
Did you find her?
There are cops all over the studio. I want you to understand, though, that I didn't know who you were when I read that letter.
Did you find her?
No, not exactly, not yet. But believe me, we're turning the place upside down. Now, about that game I play on my program.
Give me that phone. Give it to me.
Well, look, I want to explain.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on? McMurtry.
Hello, this is Holman speaking, F.J. Holman.
What? Who? What?
I'm the studio manager, Mr. Valentine, and as I told the police, we'll do everything possible. I've warned McMurtry before about that silly game he plays with those women, wearing their scarves and then trying to embarrass them by prying into their purses.
Well, they love it. You know they love that.
Be quiet, be quiet. I just wanted you to understand, Mr. Valentine.
Well, yeah, sure, Mr. Holman, sure. Nobody's going to sue anybody. Skip it.
But you can ask Ansel there. He's been our janitor here at the radio station, you know.
He's what? No, I didn't know anything.
That Birdie Pettyman, she's the sort of a person any number of people might want to kill. She's a pest, you understand? A pest.
Look.
A professional radio contestant who's forever snooping around here. And sooner or later, she'll be back. You see, that's what I mean. You don't need to worry. She's an unpleasant woman that lots of people...
Oh, tell it to McMurtry. I'm busy.
Hey, bunch of characters work at that place.
Including you, huh?
Of course. 20 years, never a day sick. How else do you think my sister-in-law get all the broadcast tickets I get them for? Keeps her away out of my brother's hair.
Look, I just want facts. Never mind the double talk like that Holman gives out. Because he's scared his radio station will get involved.
Hello from Tag. You're it. You're wealthy.
What?
Letter she started said something about a phone call, didn't it?
That's right. And when the police asked you about
Trying
it...
to remember. Only a phone call I know anything about happened yesterday when I was home for lunch. Birdie stepped out to look up something for a newspaper contest. Voice says, hello from Tag. You're it. You're wealthy.
What?
I'm not fooling. That's the kind of crazy stuff goes on around here. No greeting, no nothing. I remember every word. If you look in your mail today, you'll find you're a winner. We hope you enjoy your award.
And that's all? Look in your mail, hope you enjoy your award?
It happens all the time. She don't do anything for a living except that. Puzzles, contests, coupons are always ringing up, delivering things. You ought to see her stuff. She's got 5 vacuum cleaners in this house, and she doesn't use one of them.
What was in it, the mail? What was the award that they...
Search me, friend. I wasn't here. I work for a living.
Okay. Hey, Brooksy, phone Riley. Get him to check the mailman.
Sure, George.
So you don't like your sister-in-law, huh? Nobody seems to.
Doesn't do anything.
I know, yeah. Nut on contests. Well, sometimes I like contests myself. But I suppose it's a little different if that's all she does.
Always trying to get something for nothing.
Well, that's not the point. The idea is she was worried, wrote to me.
It is the point. How worried could Birdie be if she went gallivanting off to a radio studio to have fun before she mailed your letter?
Well, I'll grant you that it's...
I don't take it seriously because neither did she. Murder. Yes, it's just another idea to waste time with. You ask me, she's out someplace now. Forget all about it.
Wait a minute now. Tell me, what kind of a voice was that on the phone? That Tag, you're it. Man or woman?
Man, I guess. I don't know. It lisped.
It what?
Lisped. Like this. Soft voice. Just barely hear it.
Lieutenant Riley? Well, this is Claire Brooks.
Oh, wait a minute. Here, let me have it, Angel. Hello, Riley.
Listen, Valentine. We haven't found that Pettyman dame yet, but we just put out a bigger alarm on her because...
Riley, look, now, wait a minute. A quick angle. Her husband's out of town, so he
Yeah,
doesn't
but I
like
wanna-
her. Yesterday, she got a phone call, and later on, some kind of package
Yeah,
in
wait,
the mail.
wait, will you wait?
Are you trying to accuse my
I
brother
already
of...
got in touch with her husband. He's in Chicago. He's got nothing to do with it.
Oh, Riley, everybody seems to think this is just a false alarm. She's just some kind of a crackpot.
I want it...
All right, maybe so. But if there's 1 chance in 50 of our preventing a real
I
murder...
said wait, will you? It's already happened.
Huh?
I'm busy, I told you, with a blonde. And I don't mean Mrs. Pettyman. The exact opposite. Beautiful, young, real diamond.
Riley, for the love of
My
heavens, will you...
boys will keep on helping you look for Mrs. Pettyman, all right, but don't bother me. This one's a real case, my friend. This blonde, see, and the only clue I've got to go on is a note in her purse which says, Tag, you're it. You're wealthy. Ha! She's wealthy, all right. She's dead.
How long ago did the doctor say, Lieutenant?
Oh, it happened the first thing this morning. The traffic officer found her body in the car packed up an alley.
Girl was shot, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Nobody would have noticed it for hours. The best place in the world. Right in the middle of town, an alley in commercial district. But, oh, brother, how you get a connection between Mrs. Pettyman and something like this?
Maybe you don't, Riley.
This girl certainly lived in a fancy apartment house.
That's what I mean. What was she doing in the commercial district? 3A to the left, I guess. What's she doing with a note in her purse that says the same thing as... Huh?
Yeah, there we are.
Miss Dorothy Cheever, huh?
There, I got the housemaid. She can never stop crying.
Oh, Lieutenant, she was such a lovely person.
Yes,
such
yes.
a lovely person.
George, she really did do all right, didn't she?
No one hated her.
Yeah, you can say that
Simply no
again.
one. I can't understand it.
But
She
I'll
was
bet
so
the
popular.
bald-headed guy in
Now,
that
did she have
photograph
any
isn't her
family?
father.
No, she was alone, I think. So
F.
well liked,
J.
so lovely.
Yes, yes. Well, so you said. Well, now take hold of yourself, see?
She's done so well. She's...
I'm sorry, lady. I'm sorry, but here. Here, take a look at this.
Tag, you're it. You're wealthy.
Yeah, that's right. We found this note in Miss Cheever's purse. Now, the handwriting doesn't check with the signature on a driver's
Well,
license.
of course not. It's mine. I wrote it.
Oh? Well, then you better start drying your eyes, lady, and explain what in the name of
I
heaven...
wrote that note for her, so she'd remember, that's all, after the phone call.
The phone call? Oh, no, not
Wait
the
a minute.
same...
Go on, please, go on.
Well, there was this phone call first thing after breakfast. I was in to clean up. A voice says, Tag, you're it. You're wealthy.
What else?
Well, an address. I took the message for Miss Cheever.
An address of what?
I'm trying to tell you. It said she should drive a car and park a car in that alley. It's the back entrance of Benson's first store.
Hey, wait a minute. Sure it is, and it's the most expensive place in town.
Yeah, sure, go on.
The voice says she's picked for a chance at a mink coat. You know, one of them giveaways or something. I guess they take your name from a phone book. Well, of course, she went right away. Wouldn't you, miss?
Well,
a chance at a real mink coat? Huh? Free? Just 'cause you're lucky and your name's been picked for...
Hey, tell me, what kind of a voice was it?
It lisped. It was, hello from Tag, you're it. You're wealthy. Soft like that. Miss Dorothy Cheever hath been selected for a chance at...
Some crackpot.
No.
Some absolute nut. Sergeant, get hold of whoever runs that program and the radio station.
You haven't heard the worst of it, Riley.
Huh?
Go ahead, tell him, Brooksy. Tell him what kind of a case he's got, what kind of a connection there is between Mrs. Pettyman and this.
Well, we already did call the radio stations, Lieutenant, and the newspaper contest editors, all of them. There isn't any such thing as Tag, you're it, you're wealthy. They've never even heard of it.
Oh, brother. Well, that does it. You mean Mrs. Pettyman will turn up dead, too, huh? And anybody who's tagged will jump for it, just like the poor girl here did. Oh, my friends, we're up against a phony giveaway. Somebody just calling people up and giving away death.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
And now back to George Valentine. Yes, Tag, you're it, you're wealthy, and the lisping voice on the telephone really means that you've been selected for death. A fictitious giveaway, a contest, and you're the winner. At least that's what happened to Miss Dorothy Cheever. She went to collect on a chance at a mink and was shot. And earlier, a message came from Mrs. Oscar Pettyman promising a prize in the mail. And no sooner had she written her fear to you than she disappeared. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you'll have to agree with Lieutenant Riley, as back at the radio station, he puts it so mildly.
An absolute madman is calling up everybody, taking anybody's name from the phone book. And we'll never find Mrs. Pettyman. She'll probably walk into something just like the blonde did. Like everybody else.
Hey, wait a minute, listen.
You're welcome. Mr. Russell, you have won. Your name has been selected.
Hey,
You will just stay in
the
your
lisp.
office wherever you are.
So it wouldn't happen again, huh?
It's from this way someplace.
Here, come on, in here.
All right, whoever you are, put up your hands.
Hey, what goes on?
Who are you? You were whispering just a second ago.
Why don't you ring the bell or not? Uh-oh. The law, huh?
Stand still, I said.
All right, I'll take it easy. I didn't do anything. Here.
Hello from Tag. You're it. You're...
See? Just a gadget. I like gadgets. I hate to work. Oh, I'm Russell, Johnny Russell, night engineer.
That was a record, you mean?
Where'd you get it?
Oh, the telephone. I'm too lazy to answer it. I'm out of the room for a minute. Telephone rings, goes on the tape. Listen.
Hello from Tag. You're it. You're wealthy, Mr. Russell. You have won. Your name has been selected. If you will just stay in your office wherever you are, your prize will come to you. We wish you happiness as a winner in our contest.
See? Came on my telephone a few minutes ago, I guess. Mr. Valentine, I stepped out for a second. Tape machine rig picked it up. So I'm tapped. So it's me.
Don't you have any idea who it could be?
Look, Detective, I'm a lazy guy. I don't like old women and dogs, but I don't want anybody who wants to kill me for it. So just hand me my coat there, friend. I'm on my way. Tell the boss and McMurphy...
Oh, no, you don't. Wait a minute.
Ouch! Hey, let go. And there we are. Smiling, the boy dropped dead. You don't think I'm going to stick around here, do you?
We'll find out what happens. I'll stay right with you, pal.
And wait for my prize to come, huh? I'm not that curious. I'm going to put as many miles between me and this place
Then
as
you get a bodyguard.
Huh?
Sergeant.
All the same by me.
Oh, janitor. Janitor, get the sergeant.
Stay here, Angel. Well, McMurtry, huh?
Holy smoke. Hey, it could be me next, or you, or just anybody.
Oh, no, it couldn't. Say, it's quite a place Russell has here, isn't it? All these gadgets, pinups, hot plate for coffee, and this picture.
George.
Uh-huh. The blonde.
Yeah, Dorothy Cheever. Russell ran around with her once in a while.
Yeah, it all starts to tie together. Not the way I figured, but...
Well, she used to work here, you know.
Oh, no, we didn't.
Well, if you could call it that. She's not the working type, if you know what I mean. I took her out once or twice myself, but she's too rich for my blood.
Well, just what do you mean?
Well, don't misunderstand, but you know, ambitious. She wouldn't turn down that Duesenberg if you offered it to her. Out for the best she could get, you know. But that certainly wasn't Johnny here.
No, she liked men with more money. Like, FJH.
What, George?
Initials on the picture of the other guy. Bald-headed one back at her place, remember? Well, I wanted to see if F.J. Holman is bald.
Hey, now, look here, friend. The boss is all right. Sure, he dated Dorothy, so what? It's him, sure, but there's no love triangle.
Hey, Valentine!
George.
Yeah, hold it. Come on.
Busman's holiday, my friend. In a radio station. What do they listen to? Other radio stations.
Don't you understand? We found her, my sister-in-law. Bertie's all right. She ain't even halfway dead. Listen to her.
Well, I don't see anything to laugh at. Well, I don't. I answered the question right, didn't I?
Back to the microphone, please, Mrs. Pettyman.
Oh, excuse me. But I'm going to get a prize, ain't I? I mean, oh, my goodness, I'm so embarrassed.
Yeah. Told you what she's like. Might have known it. Ran out in McMurtry's program this afternoon because she remembered she had tickets to this one. She was just telling them over there.
Well, we'll have her under protection, too, Valentine.
Yeah. Told the audience her cat was sick. They laughed. Don't blame them. Piece of candy Bertie got in the mail yesterday.
What?
Huh?
Yeah.
What is all this? I'm so confused.
Well, apparently Mrs. Pettyman got a box of candy. That's what the package in the mail was yesterday. The award the Lisper sent her. But anyway, she's out of danger now. Like Russell is.
Hey, Riley. Take a look at Johnny Russell there.
What?
My arm. I can't move.
Get him to the hospital. Come on, lift him. Come on, step on it.
Fast as we can, sir.
George, his coat. That's what it was. He said ouch when he put it on, remember?
Let me see that. Yeah, you see that needle there hooked in the lining? You put on your coat, you get a scratch that you don't even notice. Oh, brother, how fast you have to work in this three-ring circus to keep people alive.
Mr. Holman's not in his office, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, well, never mind. Where are you going, Ansel?
I work for a living. What do you think? Instruction box says sweep Studio B. Well, janitors aren't paid.
All right.
George, I don't understand.
Well, take them one at a time, Brooksy. Mrs. Pettyman got her call first. In some kind of murder attempt through the mail. Candy or whatever it was.
Yeah.
The whole case got thrown in the open fast because her letter was read right out on the air for everybody to hear. But in the meantime, Dorothy Cheever had got her call and had been killed. Then Johnny Russell. You see, Angel, the murderer was working against time, making mistakes, because it was really going too fast for him, too.
George, they're tied together, though. I mean, the blonde...
Well, they've all been around here in the studio, sure. The blonde, Johnny Russell, even Mrs. Pettyman, always snooping around trying to get free broadcast tickets, remember?
Who's going to be next? I mean, what's the pattern? A killer like that doesn't stop. It just...
What's the matter, Ansel?
I just happened to think Studio B isn't being used tonight. It's a spare down in the basement with a reserve switchboard.
What?
Yeah.
Supposed to sweep it out for a broadcast, you said.
The note told me to do it. It was in the instruction box. Just a type note. Only now it's not there.
Ansel, you're the janitor. You see everything that goes on around here. Logically, you'd be the next person that...
Hey, Brooksy, get Riley back here. I'm going to be the next person.
What?
Yeah, stay up here, Ansel. I'll take a look at Studio B for you. Record storage, music library, phone booths. Here we are. It's a pretty good-sized studio. What? All right, come on now. Turn them on. Turn the lights on. Come on now. There's a master board around here someplace.
What's the matter? Can't you see?
Look, it's too late to play games, friend. Put your lip back in shape.
Where am I? Yes, where am I? You can't tell in the dark, can you? Where am I?
Oh, now, look, for the love of...
Music stands set up for an orchestra. Did you hurt yourself?
Not half as much as you're going to be, friend. Come on, tell me. I know where you are. You haven't moved, so you're still somewhere by the big control switchboard.
Mr. Valentine.
Look, now, I won't hurt you. Yeah, I'm on your side. In fact, I'm almost on you.
Hey, let go of that gun. Get away from those switches.
The wrong switch, Mr. Valentine.
No, what a madhouse. No, you don't, Buster. Get away. I'll get the lights. Get over there.
And I still have the gun.
Well. Hello, Ansel. You couldn't shoot me in the dark, could you?
You guessed who I was.
It wasn't a guess, Buster. You made a mistake. But skip that part of it. I'm on your side. Forget it.
Of course you're on my side. But I was fired. You guessed that.
Fired? After 20 years of service?
Holman said I should rest. But I work for a living. I'm not like the others.
Yeah, I know. The girl who was out for everything she could get without working for it. Johnny Russell, he's that type, too. And Bertie, always looking for a free prize someplace.
Stop looking past my shoulder. I'm not going to turn around. Yes, the worthless one. And I work. And I get fucked.
Are you going to kill Holman, too, the boss?
Lots of people I'm going to kill. Parasites who toil not.
Sure.
Yeah.
Upstairs, you pulled that gag to get me down here. It was going too fast for you, wasn't it? Holman was out, and you had to have time for him.
You understand, don't you? You're in the way.
Now, look, Ansel, you know this is all in your imagination. Those people you tried to kill are all right. Holman's all right. I know too much, but I'm not so bad either.
Shut up!
Why don't you lisp like you did in the phone calls? That was your mistake, you know.
I don't make mistakes.
You're the first one who told me about the lisp. And you pretended you'd taken the first call from that voice. You said you remembered every word. Hello from Tag. You're rich. You're wealthy. If you look in the mail today, you'll find you're a winner. We hope you enjoy your award. Friend, in that entire message, there's not a single S for anybody to lisp on.
For the last time, look at me. Down. And look at the gun. You can't fool me. There's no one behind me. I locked that door when I followed you in here. What difference does it make what I say? I worked all my life. Every penny I've made because I worked.
Sure, that's right, friend. This is a radio.
I'm going to kill you, and no one will ever know that it was I.
No one's ever going to know. What? Let me tell you just one thing, mister. It's just what I've been staring at. One of those switches we hit. Maybe lots of people will know about you, friend.
Mr. Valentine.
Now, you listen to me. Now, I don't know what it means. You could tell me. But right behind you, back there over the door, there's a big red sign that's all lit up. Yeah, look at it. In great big red letters, it says, "On the air."
What? No, this studio
That's
is...
all, sucker!
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
It was strange. Mr. Holman told you that. He'd saved enough money. He didn't need the job.
I wouldn't try to explain him.
Of course, I never paid much attention to him.
We know you were busy all the time doing what Ansel didn't like.
I beg your pardon. There's nothing wrong with contests, is there? With a bit of skill and a bit of luck?
Oh, no. We just...
You can't tell me there's anything to any of those ideas he had. A madman like that, a man who'd kill people.
Oh, no. I like puzzles myself. You're perfectly right. Now, there's no excuse for him. He's locked up where he should have been long ago.
Oh. Well, I just wondered, that's all. Because, you see, I just heard about another contest.
Uh-oh.
They're going to give away the most beautiful prizes. And it ain't really getting something for nothing either. Because it's a mystery quiz. And I thought if you'd give me some help, Mr. Valentine,
That's all,
I might
Brooksy.
even...
This is where we came in. Good night, Bertie. We're going to a movie.
Yes, George, to the Tivoli.
Why the Tivoli?
We're giving away a set of dishes.
Oh.
You have just heard Tag, You're It, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Arthur Godfrey, who usually comes around with his talent scouts at this time on Monday, has just about finished his summer holiday. Godfrey will be back with us 2 weeks from tonight on August 28th.
Broadway's my beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's the shrieking edge of a numb universe that lies in the shadows and licks its wounds. And it's wasteland, a tinseled wasteland that wears the motley, wears the scarlet of neon, the harsh gold of a trumpet scream, the kaleidoscope of color a tear makes when it's held up to the light. There's the color of the desolate wind that sighs through Broadway, nameless and cold. The wind that drifts, touches everything, seeps in through windows and under doors, and lends its quality to whatever room in which it dies. Like the room where I was standing. Mrs. Branch's rooming house, cretonne drapes, dusty, beaded lamp, dusty, wash basin, rust-stained, the bed pulled down from the wall, the crumpled sheets, and the dead woman. And Mrs. Branch not believing a bit of it.
Oh, I know it.
What, Mrs. Branch?
Someone's going to come along and pinch me, and I'm going to wake up, and this whole thing will be a dream. Won't it, Mr. Clover?
No. Who is this girl?
I'm going to tell you because it doesn't matter, because it's a dream. Her name's Mary Dimming.
How long has she lived here?
4 years. 5. One morning she rang my doorbell. She had a black suitcase in her hand. I liked her. She liked me. Yes, she stayed. Always paid her rent. Now... Oh, I don't believe it.
Now she's dead, Mrs. Branch. She's been stabbed to death. You've got to convince yourself of that and help. Who were her friends?
Oh, she was very popular. Whenever the doorbell rang or the phone, it was for Mary. Often wondered why she didn't marry with so many friends.
Tell me how you found her.
Well, I brought Mary her coffee this morning. She didn't smile when she saw me. Something was wrong, I told myself. I shook her, and then I saw the knife. And then I said to myself, someone's going to come along and pinch me in this whole thing.
But you called the police, anyhow.
I pride myself on presence of mind in any circumstances.
Did she have any visitors last night?
I wouldn't know. I wasn't home. Oh, that book.
What about it?
Mary loved it so. It was her dearest possession. Her yearbook from high school, you know. She loved to look at it before she went to sleep. I suppose that's why it's on the bed beside her. Here, let me show you.
What?
You see. Mary's picture in her yearbook.
Uh-huh. Mary Deming. Voted by the class of 1937
as the girl most likely to succeed, Mr. Clover. Isn't that nice?
Fingers of sunlight reached through the windows hung with the torn, soot-stained cretonne, reached out for the woman lying there, touched her face, her throat, her shoulders. For an instant, youth flowed over the dead woman's body. The youth her dead hand held in the shape of a high school yearbook. For an instant, a girl lay there in sleep, sun-warm in the power that is a girl's. Then the instant was gone. In a little while they came, the servicemen of death, the technical men, the photographers, the coroner, Muggavan. I gave Muggavan the notes I'd made, the yearbook, told him what I needed, sent him on his way. A little while after it was done, the men in the white jackets brought up the wicker basket and the joke to fit the occasion. At headquarters, a man stood at my desk, a bald man, eating a big red apple, enjoying it. It was Sergeant Gino Tartaglia.
Danny, I was saving this for you for my lunch, but it took you such a long time I couldn't save it no longer.
I know, Gino. Did Muggavan...
Yeah, he gave me your message, Danny, and I got all the dope right here in my pocket.
Well, let's take it out and look at it, shall we?
Huh? Oh, sure. I can tell you what's in the dope without you looking if you want.
Okay, I want.
The girl, lately deceased, Mary Deming. She had a police record.
Oh.
Not that serious the way you said, oh, Danny. A record that is not unordinary among certain type people. Reckless driving, driving while under the influence, bashing a cop in the eye because he stopped her while she was doing 90 on a Sunday afternoon, disturbances of the peace on occasion, shoplifting, little ordinary things like that.
Anything else?
Not from me, Danny.
You, Muggavan?
Yeah, Danny. I checked and cross-checked the high school yearbook like you told me. Mary Deming against everybody else in the book.
Something?
Maybe. Anyway, I came up with the names of 4 students that the Deming girls seemed to be most intimate with during her high school years.
Who were they?
I made up a list, Danny, here. I traced their addresses, their occupations. 3 of them, anyhow. 4th is going to take more time.
Thanks, Muggavan.
Wasn't too easy, Danny. Cross-checking all that stuff. The sororities, Sans Souci French Language Club, the Lettermen, the a cappella choir, the proms, the national thespians. All that high school stuff wasn't easy.
Tell Gino about it, Muggavan. He'll save you a big red apple. So it began, a woman dead in a boarding house, and her last identification with life, a high school yearbook. A woman, anonymous except for that. Somewhere, if Muggavan's checking was correct, 4 people had intruded upon her life, tempered it, perhaps shaped her dying. Only perhaps. A policeman has to make sure. Call on number 1, George Ferris, football player, who made All-State back in 1937. Now department store floor walker. Wade through the ladies' wear department, through the bookstore, down the escalator, and seek out the man who quarterbacked the bargain basement. And pose a name for him.
Mary Deming, you said.
Yeah, that's right. What about her?
Mary Deming.
Mr. Ferris, will you okay this charge, too?
Uh-huh. There we are.
Thank you, Mr. Ferris.
Now then about Mary Deming.
She's dead.
Well, now. Well. I guess we're all getting old, Mr. Clover. Just last week I met old Polyakov. You know, Ferris to Polyakov. What a combination we were. I flipped him, he caught him. Ferris to Polyakov. Polyakov said we were all getting old. Yeah, rackety racks and a locomotive for us. So Mary's dead.
We found her this morning with a knife in her back.
You know, she had to end that way.
Why?
Human nature. It's in the books, Mr. Clover. Mary Deming was wild for her age.
Wild? What do you mean?
Boys. Lots of them.
That included you?
I was a star quarterback. She wore my sweater for a week. Then one Monday afternoon I saw her in the drugstore with a left tackle. Mary Deming was a wild kid. I liked her. For the week I knew her.
Have you seen her since high school?
Yeah, about a year ago when I was in ladies' lingerie. A woman with a shopping bag was stealing one of our 498 items. Mary Deming.
Did you have her arrested?
Well? Yes, I did. After all, I work for this store.
Sure.
That's the last time I saw her. Mary Deming. Well.
The next on the list Muggavan had compiled from the yearbook was a woman. Lillian Hess. Address New Rochelle. Occupation unmarried. Her picture came to mind. A girl with a plain face with gentle eyes, a sweet smile, her dark hair cut in a page boy. The woman who opened the door was the same girl, the same plain face, the same gentle eyes, the same sweet smile, same cut of hair. Time had only touched the corners of her mouth, had drawn the lips back and down, had brushed her cheeks delicately with shadow, hollowed them slightly. That was all. Even her voice was a girl's voice.
What is it? What do you want?
I'm Danny Clover of the police. I want to talk to you about Mary Deming.
Oh, of course you do. I'm practically the only girlfriend Mary has. Please come in. Let's go into the den. I call it a den. I suppose a man would call it that.
You said you were
practically Mary's only girlfriend. I'm proud of it. I like Mary. I like her a lot. No matter what the other girls say about her, there's more to Mary than they just don't understand her, that's all.
Miss Hess, Mary Deming is, what I want to say is that she's...
You want to tell me that Mary is dead. I know that, Mr. Clover. I saw the afternoon paper. Here we are. This is my den. I was just playing some music and reading. I love that song, don't you, Mr. Clover? I play it over and over. Please sit down next to me on the couch.
Thank you. Mary Deming was murdered.
They were jealous of her. That's why they killed her.
Who?
Oh, almost all the girls. Some of the boys, too. All jealous of Mary, for their own reasons. You know, Mr. Clover, Mary once came to my room and cried because she knew how they felt about her. She never showed it, but it hurt her. That's why she went on those reckless, dangerous drives at night. She told me so.
Still, she was voted most likely to succeed.
They voted her that out of meanness. They didn't mean it the way it sounds. They didn't say out loud what she was going to succeed at.
When was the last time you saw her, Miss Hess?
Mary? It was in the afternoon, just before... She congratulated me. She kissed me and said she wanted all the happiness in the world for me.
In the afternoon before what did she do that, Miss Hess?
Before the graduation dance.
In June?
It's always in June, Mr. Clover. You see, Paul and I were going to announce our engagement formally at the dance, but Paul died. That evening he died.
Oh?
Yes. I went to his house just before dinner to ask him... to ask him did he really love me. He ran down the stairs to answer me, and fell, and died, just like that, without any reason.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
It's all here in my diary, Mr. Clover. The last time I saw Paul, the last time I saw Mary. My last entry. June 12, 1937. It tells all about Paul and me and... I'm sorry, Mr. Clover. Will you stay to tea, please?
I did. Tea poured by delicate hands into delicate china, smiles and chit-chat and small, fragilely iced cakes. Yesterday's time recaptured and held briefly until time changed and it was suddenly evening. The fingers on my arm when she showed me to the door. Number 3 on the list, Ona Webster, cheerleader, class of 37, the yearbook had said. Now, Ona March, married 5 years before to a Keith March. Address, 8020 Andrews Avenue in the Bronx.
You got here. You finally got here.
What?
You are the police, aren't you? I called.
I'm looking for Mrs. Ona March.
She's in there, in the bedroom. I told you she would be. Come on.
Look,
I just came home, went out for a walk. There have been prowlers. Maybe I shouldn't
Wait a minute. I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you?
Ona's husband. I told the policeman on the phone about my wife.
What's the matter with her?
She's in there, on the bed. She's been stabbed to death.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. An old friend of yours comes back tomorrow night, Luigi Basco. And once more you can live that wonderful Life with Luigi. So join us on CBS this Tuesday night for Life with Luigi on most of the same CBS stations.
There's a special hour on Broadway, the hour between twilight and darkness, dinner time. It's the time of the swarming into the earth because home is at the end of a long tunnel and walk 3 blocks. Or it's the time of the fast look at the Translux, the run out into the streets and say, cooled off, huh? Coffee, hot dogs, cream soda, and the nickel tip. And Broadway tries to gulp its dinner the way it's seen ordinary people gulp their dinner. Wipes up the gravy with a second piece of bread and compares boyfriends, girlfriends, and recurring dreams. But my dinner time wasn't like that, because it didn't happen, because it was being preempted by something else, by a woman with a dime store knife pushed deep into her, by a man with a fright of death goading him, taunting him into screaming at me.
Do something. Don't just stand there. Take her away, whatever it is. That's why I called you, police, because I thought you knew how to... Please do something, please.
Take it easy, Mr. March, easy. We'll do what needs to be done.
I'm sorry. Just that that's my wife lying there.
I understand, Mr. March. Here, sit down. Come on.
Yes, thank you.
Would you like some water? Anything?
No, thank you. Do they always look like that?
Huh?
When people die, do they always look like that?
Who'd want your wife dead, Mr. March?
What a strange way to say it. But then I suppose whoever killed her wanted her dead, or he wouldn't have done that to Ona.
Who?
I don't know. I told you I thought a prowler, a thief maybe. But nothing's been disturbed, has it? I don't know.
Maybe you, Mr. March?
No.
But you understand, Mr. March, that you'll be treated as a suspect until we...
Yes, of course. I understand.
Good. Now, there's some questions I want to ask you. Did your wife know a woman named Mary Deming?
Once she did. They were classmates in high school.
And you?
I knew Mary. She was one of my students.
Oh?
I'm a high school teacher, science. Ona and I recall that Mary Deming was in my class when we read about her murder. You think Ona and Mary Deming... You think the reason...
You fell in love with your wife when she was in high school, Mr. March?
I used to watch her at the football games. She was a cheerleader. She was young, exciting. You know how a girl can be.
You fell in love with her then?
I suppose so. But I didn't know it until 5 years ago. We met again by chance in a theater. After a while, we got married.
Your wife and Mary Deming, were they friendly? Did they go around together, have the same boyfriends, things like that?
I honestly don't know. Ona and I almost forgot we'd known each other in high school. We hardly ever talked about it.
Mr. March, How well did you know Mary Deming?
What? How well did I know her?
Huh?
Only as a student.
You never saw her or talked to her after she left high school?
No.
And Mrs. March, did she ever see or talk to Mary Deming?
Well, if she did, she never told me. What's that?
I'll see. It's the police you called for, Mr. March. I'll let him in.
Hi, Danny.
Oh, Gino. Come in.
I brought you what to eat, Danny. A box lunch for supper.
Thanks. Put it down. I'll eat it later.
Okay. I already peeked in mine, Danny. I got an apple. How about you?
Probably an apple. Box lunches never change.
Oh, I don't know. Once I found $1 bill in mine.
Gino,
Once I found an Easterling sterling silver spoon with which to eat my potato salad.
Gino,
I guess I'm born lucky.
Gino, please, I'm tired. I've had a tough day. 2 people have been killed, and I'm no closer now to the answer than I was when
I'm
you...
sorry.
Do you have anything to tell me, Gino, about Mary Deming or Ona March?
No, Danny. I'm sorry.
Danny?
Yeah? What is it, Muggavan?
Found what we were looking for.
And what was that?
4th name on the list, the one I couldn't trace down, Milliken Polk.
Hey, that Milliken Polk. I was looking through that yearbook. That guy was the genius of the class. Got through high school in 2 years. The type I admire most highly.
Where is he, Muggavan?
In the penitentiary, Sing Sing, a 3-time loser, for selling oil wells to visiting movie stars and poor Texans.
Don't stare at me, Danny. So his education turned him into a con man. So kill me.
How come you had such a hard time finding him?
Polk had 8 aliases. I tracked down one, he'd suddenly dissolve into another man.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Hey, Danny, it's too late to drive up to Sing Sing tonight. You haven't eaten your supper.
Don't worry about it. Muggavan.
Oh, yeah, Danny.
Call Sing Sing. Tell him I'll be up in the morning, and tell him to throw a guard around the cell for Milliken Polk so he won't dissolve into another man.
Stand right where you are, sir.
Huh?
Nothing personal, sir. It's just that the slightest movement, the slightest distraction upsets the delicately balanced mental processes of my student here. Doesn't it, Jerome?
Yeah, it does do that, Professor. Just what you said it does.
Shall we show the policeman what we've learned today, Jerome? You are a policeman, aren't you, sir?
I am, Milliken.
Oh, goody. Yeah, let's show the policeman what we learned today, huh, Professor?
Go right ahead, Jerome.
Today we have learned that energy is equal to mass times the speed of light squared.
That's excellent, Jerome. Excellent. Isn't it, sir?
Excellent.
And now will you tell me about the Pythagorean theory, huh? Please, Professor. Even the slough said I was excellent.
Later, Jerome. First we must find out what the slough wants with us. What is it you want with us, sir?
Only you, Milliken.
Thank you, sir. You may take a recess, Jerome.
But the Pythagorean...
Take a recess, Jerome. And now, sir, we are in effect alone. What can I do for you?
You went to high school with Mary Deming.
My congratulations, sir. However did you track me down to this, my private lair? I thought I'd successfully wiped out that puerile phase of my life.
Not quite, Professor.
Now that you've found me, I suppose you want all I can give you on Mary Deming and, let me see, Ona March, nee Ona Webster. Am I right, sir?
How did you...
I keep up with things, newspapers, magazines. I'm the institution's librarian. I assumed it was only a matter of time before one of you would appear asking me what you're asking me.
You assumed right. So?
I don't suppose you would arrange for this favor a little time off, say, a furlough, so to speak? I thought not, sir. About Mary. Most delicious girl, provocative, stimulating, quite an experience to a youth who had the intelligence to appreciate her qualities as I did.
You knew her well.
Let's put it this way, sir. When I was in high school, I'd put my brain against any football letter on the campus. Mary was quite interested in me till I tired of her, threw her to the athletes.
What about Ona Webster?
A bore, always turning cartwheels, screaming through a megaphone. Mary.
You really liked Mary, huh, Professor?
There were so many things about Mary, too, like the way she could wriggle out of trouble. All these years, in trouble, out of trouble, like putting on and taking off a nightgown. Always somebody to take care of Mary.
You have any theories, Milliken, as to who might want the girls dead?
I haven't wasted my brains on it, sir. For the past 5 years, I've been occupied with Jerome here.
Now, Professor, now you're going to tell me about the Pythagorean theory?
Now, Jerome, I'm sorry, sir. I'm calling my class to order. Goodbye, sir.
And the things Milliken Polk had told me had their own place with the fragments I'd gathered up about 2 women. Ona March, cheerleader. Mary Deming, most likely to succeed. Classmates of the year 1937. Ona, the respectable wife of a respectable man who lived in a respectable house. Mary, a woman whose youth fled in a hurry, because Mary was in a hurry. Too much of one. Back at headquarters, I went over her police record again. Reckless driving, 1937, license revoked. Drunk driving, 1939, fined $100. 1 night spent in jail, then released, fine paid. Drunk and disorderly, 1941, fined $50 and 30 days. Sentence suspended, fine paid. Went like that. Fine paid, fine paid. Then a felony a year ago, shoplifting, but a lenient judge changed it to petty theft. Fine $500 and probation, fine paid. The fine was always paid. Go back again and start all over. In 1939, the money for the fine was furnished by Joe Sage, bail bondsman. And in 1940 by Joe Sage, all of them, every one of them. Maybe Joe Sage had a fragment to hand me, too.
Yeah, what is it? Oh, hello, Danny. I didn't recognize you. The light in here. Maybe it's because you haven't been in here so long.
I need some help, Joe.
For you, the house.
Thanks. About a client of yours.
Except about clients. Danny, you know in this bail bonding profession we ain't required to give information about clients. Like a doctor, like a lawyer, Danny.
Look, you're talking to me, Joe. You know as well as I we can subpoena your books.
Sure you could. With a good reason.
Try murder.
Which of my clients do you wish to ask me about, Danny?
Mary Deming.
Like the back of my hand. I know her that well.
Good. You tell me all about it.
Sure. Here is a dame who used to get herself into trouble peck after peck. Drunk driving, disturbing, heisting underwear. Little things, but you could count on her.
And her fines got paid every time. I'm just trying to find out how Mary could afford to pay you back.
You know I went her fines, huh?
Uh-huh.
Because I had a standing order. About 10 years ago, a man came to me and he said, this girl, Mary Deming, ever gets into trouble, help her. This man said he would personally guarantee I would be paid back.
What man?
A professor. High school teacher. He wrote after the word business on my client's card.
Named Keith March?
Name, Keith March. Why do you ask me questions when you know the answers?
Oh, Mr. Clover, please come in.
Thanks. I will.
I was expecting you sooner.
I came back to check something with you.
Yes?
You said you hardly knew Mary Deming. You only knew her as a student. Would you like to add to that, Mr. March?
No. Why should I?
You were in love with her, weren't you?
You're being ridiculous.
It wasn't Ona you watched in school. It was Mary, because you were in love with her.
What are you talking about? She was a child.
Your wife's age. How old are you now, Mr. March?
39.
13 years ago, you were 26, just starting out as a teacher. A man 26 can fall in love with a 17-year-old girl. There's nothing unusual in that.
But I still don't
Every
see...
time Mary got in trouble with the police, you got her off. Got her fines paid. We've records that you helped Mary. Why should you do that?
Mary's the kind of a girl who never looks twice at a man like me. You'll have to take my word for that. I helped her. Why? Because the times I helped, paid money to help her, she would thank me, let me do other things for her. There's this, Mr. Clover.
What?
I did love Mary. Then why do you accuse me of killing her?
You didn't, did you?
No. I told you I loved her. Sometimes I hated myself for it, but I loved her.
But you know who killed her, don't you?
So do you.
Your wife?
She hated Mary. Hated her for what she could do to me. I never kept it a secret from Ona. That's why Ona killed her.
That's why you killed Ona.
From my point of view, that was the only thing to do. Ona had killed the thing I loved. After Mary was dead, nothing had any value. Not even taking another life. You understand that, don't you?
Let's go.
It's not going to be that easy.
Keep working that desk.
I'm going to kill you, Mr. Clover. You're a fool, Mr. Clover. You did just what I wanted you to do. I wanted to die. That's all I wanted. You fell into my trap. I didn't have the nerve to do away with myself. So I used you.
Sergeant Tartaglia speaking.
Danny, Gino, get an ambulance up to 8020 Andrews Street in the Bronx.
Roger. Wilco. Anything serious?
Just a shoulder wound. Nothing serious.
Who, Danny? Not you?
Not me, Gino. The man who lived to go on trial for murder. It's the gathering place of all the sleepless nights, this Broadway, and all the unwept tears. The place to come to. Erase what's happened, start all over, make a memory. The street is littered with odds and ends. Fit them together in any design you want. Only nothing slips into place. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in tonight's cast were Jay Novello, Hy Averback, Peggy Weber, Sammy Hill, Lou Merrill, and Jack Crucian. There's always plenty of fun on hand when you hear Columbia's Monday night program, Too Many Cooks. The hilarious adventures of a father, mother, and their 10 children. Stay tuned now for Too Many Cooks, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, where you live life with Luigi on Tuesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Beat it, you two. I don't talk to strangers.
Well, we're not strangers, exactly. I'm Mrs. North.
Beat it, I said.
Well, you don't have to get tough about it.
Go on, scram, and don't come back. The only place I want to see you is in the morgue.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, The Death Trap. A few miles uptown from where the Norths live, in the cellar of an old brownstone apartment house, a woman sits at a table playing solitaire. Her hair is blonde, platinum blonde, and her eyes are sultry. Behind her, an anxious young man is nervously pacing the floor.
You're going to wear out those shoes, Benny.
Won't be the first time. What the devil is keeping Nick?
Well, give him a chance, will you? He's got to check the whole setup before we can lift a finger.
What for? Don't he think I know how to case a job?
Look, Beanie, Nick don't trust anybody when it comes to a kidnapping job. It's the way he works. Careful.
You like it, I suppose.
I like staying out of jail. I like a meal ticket that's nice and steady, too.
What's the matter with me? I'd be the best meal ticket in the world if you'd only let me. I'd give you anything you wanted, Flo, anything.
Sure. For a while you would.
For as long as you wanted me.
Ah, stop it, kid. You're dreaming.
And what are you doing?
Using my head. When you get to be my age, you don't run off with little boys that fall in love with you. You stick to somebody solid. Somebody that's been around for a long time. Like Nick.
And how long are we going to go on like this? Making love behind his back. Aching to be alone together and having him put his fat paws all over you.
Watch. He's back. That you, Nick?
Yeah, it's me.
Well, how'd you make out? Set up okay?
Looks pretty good. Looks like you had it figured right about the old man's money, too.
Well, what kept you? He was getting worried.
About me or your share of the setup?
Oh, don't say that, sweetie. You know you're the only guy in the world for me.
Sure, I know. Got a kiss for Papa?
Well, let's not stand around smooching all night. Let's get the car and put this show on the road.
Car's outside, Beanie. We're rolling 20 minutes. What are you carrying?
Automatics. One upstairs and one on the hip.
Ditch him.
Huh?
Ditch him, I said, and take the silencer. I don't think we'll have any trouble with this old guy, but if we have to shoot him, we better shoot him quiet.
Oh, I'm glad we decided to go to the early movie, Pam. I don't think I could have sat through the late one.
Well, if I'd known you were so tired, dear, we wouldn't have gone to the movies at all. Have you got your keys?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. North.
What's that?
Oh, Mrs. Rowland, dear, across the hall.
Mr. North, did you happen to see my husband when you came upstairs just now?
Why, no, Mrs. Rowland. Is he outside?
Well, I don't know where he is, Mr. North. He said he was just going down to put the car in the garage, but he left here almost an hour ago.
Well, maybe he stopped off someplace on the way back.
Oh, no, I'm sure he wouldn't do that. You know, he hasn't been well lately, and with all the work we've been doing these past few weeks, selling things and making arrangements to live down in Florida, he's been getting to bed very early.
Oh, I'm sure nothing's happened to him, Mrs. Rowland. It's only a few blocks from the garage. Oh. There. I'll bet that's him calling now.
I hope so. Will you wait? I'll see who it is.
Yes, sure.
Hello?
Mrs. Rowland?
Yes?
Are you alone?
Why, yes? Who is this?
Never mind. Just listen and don't do any more talking. It's about your husband, and it's important.
What?
Don't talk, I said. Your husband's with me. He's been kidnapped, and as soon as we can get together on the dough, we'll let him go. In the meantime, keep your mouth shut.
But he's not...
I told you to keep your mouth shut. Don't say a word about this to anybody, and if you call in the police, we'll kill him.
No.
Remember what I told you, Mrs. Rowland. Now sit tight and wait for my call. I'll be in touch with you later.
Hello. Hello.
What's wrong?
My husband. He's been kidnapped. Shouldn't have done it, Mr. North. You shouldn't have asked Lieutenant Wagon to come here. They warned me not to call the police.
Well, you didn't call them. Jerry did.
Oh, if they find out, they'll kill George.
No, don't you worry about that, Mrs. Rowland. I was very careful about coming here, and I made sure that no one saw me.
Well, what's the next move, Bill? Tracing that phone call?
Well, no, you can't trace a local call, Jerry, not after it's completed. That's why I was so anxious to know when your husband left this apartment, Mrs. Rowland.
Well, I told you as near as I could remember, Lieutenant. He left about 9:30.
And the kidnappers didn't call till about 10:30.
Which means that it took them almost an hour to get where they were going.
If they called as soon as they got there.
Oh, wouldn't you? Now, if you wanted to keep Mrs. Rowland from getting anxious and going to the police about her husband, wouldn't you call as soon as you could?
Yes, I suppose so, Bill. But I still don't know what you're driving at.
Well, figure it out, Pam. The call was local. The driving time was at least a half hour more.
Uh-huh.
And with a kidnapped man in the car, they wouldn't dare risk going over any big bridges.
Well, so what does that mean?
That their hideout is probably in the Van Cortlandt area or Upper Manhattan.
That sounds like a good lead, Bill.
Well, it's only a hunch right now, but bright and early tomorrow, my men are going to check every public phone booth from Dykeman Street up.
What are you doing, Nick? Why don't you turn the light off and let the old man get some sleep?
He'll get sleep when the ransom dough is in, and so will we.
Well, what are you fiddling with those bandages for? You taking off the adhesive tape?
I'm not taking anything off. I just want to make sure he can breathe underneath the gag. You all right, Grandpa?
Sure, he's okay.
Well, he don't look so good, Beanie. Maybe that thing's choking him.
Oh, quit babying him, will you?
You shut up. You want this old guy to croak on us? Okay. I'll take it off for a while and give you a whiff of fresh air. There. That feel better, Pop?
Yes, thank you.
Maybe we ought to give him a drink of water.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Look, why me?
Huh?
Why me? Why did you have to pick an old man like me? I'm sick.
I've worked hard all my life, and now that I've got enough money to live on for a few years, you're going to take it away from me.
Listen to him.
I just want a little place where we can take it easy for a while and have a little fun until we die.
All right, Pop, that's enough talking.
We've sold everything we own.
He said that was enough talking.
No, I've
Pop.
got to tell you, because I don't care what happens to me anymore. If you take that money, there won't be anything left.
Are you going to shut up?
No, I'm going to fight you. Even if you kill me, I'm going to fight you every way I know.
Baby! You had it coming to him. Now maybe he won't talk so much.
Darling, I wish you'd tell me what you expect to gain by all this snooping around. We've been in every diner, bar room, stationery store, and soda fountain.
Now, don't be discouraged, dear. We've got to cover all the public phone booths in this uptown area.
Why? Bill Wagon has 30 policemen out doing this job.
Well, it won't hurt to have 32. Oh, don't you see, darling? There's so much territory to be covered, and there's so little time to do it in. If anything should happen to Mr. Rowland, I'd never forgive myself.
Okay, let's try the next one. Only if we keep going into all these bars, pretty soon I'm going to have a drink.
Well, not in this one, dear. It doesn't look sanitary.
Hammy heard you.
Cleanest bar in the town, lady.
Oh,
I wash every one of these glasses with my lily white hands.
Well, we didn't mean to...
I'm not kidding you, mister. I'm a bug on killing germs. I got disinfectant all over the place.
Yes, I smell it.
It smells good, don't it? Nice and clean. I put it in the mop water all the time. Believe you me, this place here gets a good going over.
Well,
as soon as I close up at night, I chuck all them bums out of here. I wipe off the tables with ammonia, sprinkle cockroach powder in all the corners. You'd be surprised at all the dirt and filth that accumulates in just one day. And if you don't do nothing about it, well, you get mice. Now, what do you have to drink?
We don't care for anything to drink, thank you. We're looking for some information.
About a phone call that might have been made from here about 10:30 last night. Do you happen to remember if anybody walked in here and used your phone about that time?
A man with a slight accent, Greek or Italian.
Gosh, you got me, lady. At 10:30 last night, we was all watching the fights on television. Wait a second. Was this bird a short, stocky guy with black hair?
We don't know what he looks like. We just know that he speaks with an accent.
Now that you mention it, I think this guy did talk kind of funny, and he acted kind of funny too, like he didn't want nobody to see him, you know?
No kidding. Do you know where we can find him?
No, I don't even know what his name is. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That guy looking in the door. You see him? He's the one I was just telling you about.
The one who made the phone call?
Yeah, that's right.
Richard, you've got to find out who it is. Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to bump into you.
That's okay.
You looking for someone, mister?
No. Are you?
Well, not exactly. Hey, where are you going?
What business is it of yours?
We're strangers around here. We thought you might...
Sorry, lady, I'm in a hurry.
Oh, wait a minute.
Take your hands off me, bud, or you won't have any.
Well, you don't have to get tough.
Don't I? I don't like your looks, mister. Now beat it, and beat it fast, or you'll wind up with a slug in you.
Nick should have been back by now. It don't take this long to walk down the block and put in a phone call. What's he telling that old lady?
How we want the ransom, I guess, and when to have it ready.
Even so, it don't take no 40 minutes.
Sit down, will you, Beanie? You're wearing out the floor again.
What else is there to do? Want me to play nursemaid, old man Roland?
You might go in there and see if he's okay. It was a pretty hard sock you gave him last night.
He got over it.
Yeah, he got over it. I mean, you didn't. You're just as jumpy as you ever were.
Flo, will you can that stuff? The old man had nothing to do with it. I'm jumpy on account of you.
What did I do?
What do you always do? Sitting there with that tight dress on, blowing smoke rings in my face. I'll jump right out of my skin if you don't put your arms around me.
Don't, honey. Nick will be back in a minute.
Oh, you're a great one. You say you're nuts about me when we're alone. You say I make love to you like nobody in the world, but you still won't run out on him.
We need him, Beanie.
For what? We'll net at least 15 G's from this haul, and with that kind of roll, we can go anywhere we want, baby. Just the two of us. We could burn up the whole world.
Oh, honey, if you get me started...
Oh, don't push me away, sweetie. You know you got a yen for me. And you know you're going away with me, too. Just as soon as we finish this job.
Oh, baby, if you just wouldn't lose your head all the time.
Don't worry, Flo. I'll take care of you good. Uh-oh. What took you so long, Nick? I thought you were coming right back.
I couldn't. I ran into trouble.
What kind of trouble? With the old lady?
No, I didn't call the old lady. Didn't get a chance to.
What are you talking about?
The job. The whole job. It's no good. Somebody's on to us.
Are you kidding?
Sure. I'm laughing my head off. Now get ready. Pack up some of your stuff, Flo. We're all pulling out of here.
Wait a minute. What's going on here?
Try to make a phone call on Dykeman Street. You'll find out.
Cops?
All over the place. Asking a million questions, too. In every barroom, drugstore, and soda fountain. I almost got picked up.
That don't mean nothing.
Don't be a chump, kid. They're too close for comfort. We're getting out of here.
What about the old man?
Leave him. Let him go back to his wife. I don't care where he goes as long as we get away.
Nick, you're crazy. This job is practically in the bag. All we got to do is set up...
Stop arguing, will you? We got to beat it, I tell you.
And lose all the dough we could get from the old lady?
You'll lose a lot more if we don't get a move on. Dough ain't important to us right now.
No, huh? Well, it is to me. It's the most important thing there is, and I'm going to get it, too.
You'll get it in the neck if you don't do like I tell you. Put your head on and go on down and get the car.
I ain't leaving the old man.
Okay, then stay. Come on, Flo, you ready?
She ain't going, Nick.
Huh?
She ain't going. She's staying with me.
What did you say?
Ask her.
What's this all about, Flo? What do you mean you're staying with him?
Well, I didn't want to tell you this way, Nick. But if you're walking out on the job, maybe Beanie and me can swing it ourselves.
I'm not talking about the job, Flo. I'm talking about us.
Well?
4.5 years, Flo. 4.5 years, and you'd split up with me on account
Nick.
of... Get away from me, you lousy...
Take it easy, Nick.
Yeah, I'll take it easy, all right. I'll take it so easy.
Put that gun down.
It's okay, Flo. You just wanted to make it plain to me. Now I know you ain't going with me.
That's him, Bill. I know it is. I'd recognize that face anywhere.
Are you sure, Pam? Are you sure this is the same man you bumped into at that bar uptown? Because this picture was taken several years ago.
It's the same man, all right. Have you got a record on him?
Oh, yeah, we got a long record. His name's Hadris, Nick Hadris, alias Joe Nicholas, alias Nick Haynes.
Well, if you've got a line on him, the rest ought to be easy. We know he's in that uptown area somewhere. And if you pick him up, you can make him tell you where they're holding Mr. Rowland.
That's right, Bill. All you have to do is locate Nick Hadris.
Well, I'm afraid that's not enough, Pam. We've located Nick already.
Oh, and he won't talk?
He can't talk. By the time my men got to him, he was dead.
No.
Murdered?
Mm-hmm. They found his body on the bank of the Harlem River.
I don't know why, Lieutenant. I don't know why you can't find out where their hideout is. With all the men you've got working on this case, you'd think...
Well, now, we're doing the best we can, Mrs. Rowland. I don't know how I can make you understand that.
Bill, let me talk to her. No use talking, Mrs. North. They've done something to my husband. Something must have happened to him. Otherwise, they would have called me. Almost a whole day has gone by, and they haven't even tried to reach me.
Well, you did get that postcard this morning telling you how much money they wanted. And they asked you to draw it out of the bank and have it ready.
I know, but that postcard was mailed last night.
Mrs. Rowland, let me call the
No,
doctor.
no, please, I'm all right. It's just that I keep thinking about him. If he's warm enough, they let him rest. They give him enough food. You know, there's certain things that he can't eat. Starchy things. They just don't agree with him.
Well, I'm sure that they'll wait. Oh, wait a second. Don't answer that phone yet, Mrs. Rowland. I want to switch on the recording machine. Flash my boys on the line downstairs. Now, if that's one of the kidnappers, keep talking as long as you possibly can. We may be able to trace the call. All right, you can pick up the receiver now.
Hello?
Mrs. Rowland?
Yes?
Did you get the money in small bills like we told you on the postcard?
Yes, I went to the bank this afternoon.
Okay, then get this straight. Follow these instructions and nothing will happen to your husband.
Is he all right? You haven't hurt him, have you?
Listen, I'll run a knife through his back if you don't get these orders right. Now, this is your last chance, lady.
All right. I'll do anything you say.
Okay, listen and listen careful, because I'm only going to say it once. Stick that money of yours in a shoebox and take the White Plains subway out to the end of the line. And come alone, do you hear? After you get off the subway, go 2 blocks north and 1 block west. Wait there on the corner for me. I'll drive by in a car at 2 o'clock this morning. Now, you got it?
Well...
2 o'clock sharp, end of the White Plains line. 2 blocks north, 1 block west.
But my husband, how do I know that he's... Hello. Hello.
No, it's no use, Mrs. Rowland. He's hung up.
What about the call, Bill? Was there time to trace it?
Just a minute. I'll check with the boys on the other end of this line. Hello, Eddie. That tracer come through yet? Was there time? Oh, good for you.
Have they got it, Bill? Do they know where the call came from?
Yeah, but I'm afraid it won't do us much good. This call was made from Grand Central Station. Now, look, men, this is a big job, but it's got to be done to protect Mrs. Rowland. I'm staking out this entire area around where she'll be meeting the kidnappers. Now, no cars are to be stopped, but if anybody drives past this red line on the map after 1:45, nail him. If we don't catch him going in, we'll grab him going out.
What are we going to do about the old man, Bean? He looks to me like he's getting ready to pass out.
What do I care what he's getting ready to do? As long as his old lady shows up with that dough.
You think she will?
She better, or there won't be nothing left of him. All right, come on, kid. Time to get ready.
Ready for what? It's only 12 o'clock. You don't have to meet Mrs. Rowland till 2.
Well, I'm going to change the plans around a little. Just be on the safe side in case there's cops around. She's expecting me to drive up to that corner at 2 o'clock, only I'm going to fool her. I'm going to have the car parked there instead, an hour ahead of time.
Hey, that's a pretty smart dodge.
Mm-hmm. I got another one, too. I ain't even going to be there to pick up the dough, on account of they might be expecting me.
Huh? Well, if you don't pick up the dough, how are we going to get it?
That's simple. You're going to get it for me.
We're going to get soaked waiting out here in the rain just to see what's going to happen. Did Bill tell you we could stand on this side of the street?
If we keep in close to the building, we can. We can't be seen from the corner.
Well, I hope that kidnapper shows up early. I'd like to get this over with.
So would Mrs. Rowland.
Is she there yet?
Yes, she's just coming up to the corner.
Where's Bill?
He's down the street away. If we see anything funny going on, we're to call him.
Say, there is something funny.
What?
That parked car over there. I never knew there was a woman sitting in it.
Neither did I. She must have been slumped down in the seat, or we'd have seen her.
How long do you suppose she's been there?
I don't know. But I'm going to find out.
Ham.
Hurry, Jerry. She started the motor.
Hey, wait a second. Just a minute, young lady.
What's the matter?
Well, that's what we'd like to know. How long have you been parked here?
Just a little while. I had a dizzy spell while I was driving, so I pulled over to the side to rest for a minute.
Is this your car?
Of course it's my car. Who are you? Why you ask me all these questions?
Because there's a police officer down there.
Police officer?
Hey, what are you doing?
Get away from that car!
Jerry!
Oh, brother, she almost knocked us down.
Well, don't stand there, Jerry. Get Bill Wagon.
Hey, Bill!
That car, Bill! Go after that car!
Hiya, baby. Did you get the dough?
No, nothing. We're hot, Beanie. Red hot.
What are you talking about?
That place up there was a trap. Cops were waiting for us.
What cops? How did you get through them? How do you know they didn't tail you here?
I don't. I just drove as fast as I could and left the car right out front.
You crazy half-wit. What's the idea of leading them to me? What the devil did you come back here for?
I don't know, honey. I was scared. I wanted you to help me.
How can I help you if you bring the cops? I ought to bust you in the nose.
Beanie.
Shut up and get out of the way.
What are you doing?
Looking outside. Gotta see if we can make a break for it.
Anybody out there?
I don't see anybody. Not yet.
Hey, wait. Wait. 2 cops coming around the corner. 2 more up the street.
I told you shouldn't have come back here.
Well, where else could I go? What could I do?
Anything at all but what you did.
Hold it up in there.
They got us, Beanie. They got us for good.
Not me, they ain't. I still got an ace in the hole. The old man.
Rowland.
You heard me. Go on back in the kitchen. Bring him out here, quick.
Open up, I said. Open up or we'll break right through.
Get away from that door, copper. You try to bust in here and I'll kill the old man. I'll blow his head off.
You better stop.
Ham, get back here.
I'm warning you, copper, if you want the old man to live back up from that door. Get your men out of here.
Don't be crazy. You haven't got a chance.
Get him out, I tell you. Get him out or I start shooting. Flo, where are you?
Coming.
What do you want of me? Haven't you done enough already?
Shut up.
Kill us, Mr. Rowland.
Come on, copper. Quit stalling. Either you get your men out of here or I plug Roland. Now, which is it? Make up your mind.
Wait.
I'll wait 3 seconds. 1.
Now look.
2.
Beanie!
3.
Mr. Rollins. Okay, lady. It's Beanie that ain't so good.
Good heavens, what happened?
Listen, no, she shot him. Shot him again and again.
I'll take that gun, young lady.
Go ahead. I don't need it no more.
Mr. Rowland, are you all right? Here, let me help you.
No. I just want to get out of here.
You will, Mr. Rowland. We'll all get out. Bill, is it all right if we take Mr. Rowland out to the car?
Sure. His wife must be worried sick about him.
Well, we'll see you out there, Bill.
Yeah. I just want to talk to this young lady for a minute before we go down to headquarters.
He was no good, Copper. No good at all.
Is that why you killed him?
Guess it must be. Funny thing about Beanie, he could just touch me and I'd feel like I was on fire. But he was just no good. No good at all.
We're on the front page of this morning's newspaper, Jerry.
Oh, really? Does it say something about the kidnapping?
Of course. Tells the whole story, dear.
About the way we tracked down the first clue up in that bar room where we bumped into Nick?
Well, no, it doesn't say anything about that, dear.
No? Oh, I suppose it plays up the car angle, the way we found that Flo woman and tipped off the police about it.
Well, no, it doesn't say anything about that either.
Oh, that's funny. Let me see that paper.
No, don't be disappointed, darling. After all, they had to give the police some credit.
Some credit? Well, I don't see our names mentioned at all.
Oh, we're there, darling.
Where?
Down at the bottom. See?
Oh.
After a harrowing experience which lasted some 32 hours, the victim, George P. Rowland, and his wife, Margaret, returned to their apartment at approximately 3 a.m. They were driven home by some neighbors across the hall.
Next week, more adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Personal notice, changes my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
You know something? I'd love to be a detective. You meet so many interesting monsters. Take the fellow who's about to get in touch with George Valentine. He's a big game hunter with a cargo of hungry wildcats, boa constrictors, and other charming playmates. Now, what this old codger wants with our George, I don't know. But I do know this. Our Let George Do It adventure is called The Hand and the Coconut. And just in case you don't care for jungle stories, you should pay attention anyway. Because you'll learn a dandy new way to keep Junior's mitt out of the cookie jar.
My dear Mr. Valentine, this is a letter about monkeys. My name is Derek Stang. The same Derek Stang whose exploits in the jungle you no doubt read as a boy. Yes, I'm still as alive as an old battleground of scars and fevers can be alive. And today I'm writing my letter on the deck of a sweltering ship, a South African freighter tied up at the port in your town. There's a little capuchin monkey trying to untie my shoelaces at the present moment. Monkeys are strange animals. They're greedy like human beings. I have trapped them many times by the simple expedient of placing a shiny, desirable object inside a hollowed-out coconut to which there is only a single small opening. An opening just big enough for a monkey's hand. Of course, the monkey reaches in to grasp the object. Inside the coconut, he grasps it, his hand makes a fist. But then, Mr. Valentine, he can't pull his hand out. The fist is too big. His greed is greater than his fear of the approaching hunter. Now, Mr. Valentine, will you please come to visit me this evening? I need your help to complete the capture of the monkey. A monkey whose hand is already trapped. A monkey by the name of Lars Mikkelsen.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It and George Valentine.
You didn't think I could stay away, did you, Mr. Stang?
Here we are, through here. I'm supposed to be in bed, you know. But I was afraid you couldn't find your way from the pier. And so few people pay any attention to an old man.
I've heard of you too, Mr. Stang, only somehow I always imagined you as...
Taller, yes. More hair in my beard. Perched astride an elephant, perhaps. Isn't it wonderful? The romance there is in those old National Geographic pictures.
Yeah, the greatest hunter in the world. Why, I remember when you...
Oh, but I still am. Yes. Indeed, there's no one who can approach me. My exploits will never be...
Wait a minute. That red sign back there, what did it mean?
Quarantine, Miss Brooks.
Ah?
Animal quarantine. 10 days I've been stewing here because of some ridiculous nonsensical... careful there.
Oh, yes.
Gangplank runs straight into the ship, into the hold.
I'm all right. But quarantine for what?
It's a plot against me, that's what it is. No lights on, the captain disappears. Oh, yes, he's ashore. He's having fun. I have matches. Here, the ladder to the...
Oh!
What in the...
Steady, it's all right. It's a panther. Very rare specimen. Tore a couple of native boys to shreds when he got him. But he's in a cage now, aren't you, old boy? Yes, they're all in cages.
Animals. A ship full of wild animals.
Look here, see? It's a constrictor. 33 feet. Takes quite a crate to pack them in, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You see, through the little bars? And over here, the poisonous...
Well, thanks. I'm not much interested in snakes.
No, of course not. Too easy, much too easy. All of them are, you know. 60 years old I am. Living from pill to pill, fever to fever.
Well, I guess you're still the greatest
Red
animal...
tape, to be finally caught myself in red tape.
Oh, you mean this quarantine?
Yes, not one of my animals is sick, mind you, not one. Zoos all over the country waiting for delivery. But the day we dock, what happens? An officious young veterinary aboard for the usual government inspection, and he and the captain get together.
Well, look, Mr. Stang, this veterinary or the captain, is one of their names Lars Mikkelsen? Is that what you meant when you wrote
No, Mr. Bowling. That's the vet, Mr. Bowling. The captain's name is Teague. You've had trouble with him before. Lars Mikkelsen is... Now, Baba, how many times have I told...
Asleep, stupid like men, big booming feet on the floor. You come booming like elephants.
All right. My wife, Mr. Valentine,
men.
This is...
Oh, no. My wife is asleep. She means in there. Baba, these are friends of mine. We're just going to my stateroom.
Well, go. Do not just talk about it. She's asleep. Be quiet.
Of course. All right.
Man, elephants in the moon.
Here we are.
What in heaven's name was that old thing in earrings?
Baba. Old-fashioned notion of my wife's the personal servant, the devoted slave. I found her in Cairo 25 years ago. Claimed she could talk to animals. She looked just the same then, but she gets more and more obnoxious every year.
Did your wife make this last trip with you, Mr. Stang?
Oh, yes. Has to be somebody to tie my muffler, spoon out my medicine, yammer at the old man.
Mr. Stang, wait a minute, look. What do you want me for?
To be a witness. The hand in the coconut, Lars Mickelson.
But who is
The
Lars?
captain left the ship in charge of this man, an ugly, conniving rogue, the second mate, Lars Mickelson.
Well, what did he do? What do you want me to be a witness to?
Mr. Valentine, he stole my field glasses.
What?
Especially made ones they were, too. Finest Zeiss lenses. There were several things stolen during the voyage, but I was sick. I didn't notice. First a hunting knife, then other little things. Now you're to see that he has them, that's all. I'll testify to their loss. I'm seeing my lawyer in the morning.
What makes you think Mickelson took these?
The hand in the coconut, I told you. The field glasses I placed where he could take them. He won't let go. No one else could have taken them. He's up in his cabin now. Oh, you think this is trivial. I'm being vindictive. But, Mr. Valentine, people can't get away with things with me. I won't let them. Now, you'll find out for me, won't you? You'll come back first thing in the morning. This quarantine, my fevers, those nagging women, you understand, don't you? It's the last straw when somebody thinks I'm so ineffectual I can be stolen from without...
All right, Mr. Stang, all right, yeah, sure. See you in the morning.
The boyhood hero.
How the mighty have fallen.
Oh, George, I feel sorry
Sure.
for him. What are you going to do? He's going to see his lawyer in the morning and prefer charges
What can
against
we do, Angel? I don't like a thief either. The hand in the coconut. Poor, worn-out, suspicious old guy. Well, least we can do is find out if he's right.
Sure, those are good field glasses. What of it?
Well, we were on the ship here, Mr. Mickelson. I just wondered what the skyline of the city would look like from... Well, I saw you with them around your neck, and...
The name is Lars, sister. Second mates don't rate that mess of stuff on a tub like this. I just been cleaning them in my cabin there. You want to go out on deck?
Oh, wait a second. Zeiss lenses, huh?
Nothing but the best. Who are you? What are you doing aboard?
Oh, we're just visiting Mr. Stang.
Oh, nasty old coot, isn't he? What's the matter, buddy?
Whose glasses are these?
Mine, of course. What are you talking about? They're a gift, that's all. Look, what in the name of...
Oh, excuse me. Mr. Mickelson, have you seen my... Well, how handy. Those are what I came for.
These?
Yes, of course, my glasses. I wanted to take a look at
What? Wait a minute, Lorna, baby. You said you...
Beg your pardon? I don't know who you are, but if this fresh sailor's a friend of yours...
Baby, I don't...
Mr. Mickelson, I want these field glasses. I loaned them to you, remember? Are you so stupid?
Here you are, lady. Here you are.
Thank you. You're not stupid at all. But then, maybe you're not a sailor. Bye-bye.
Well, here's one for you, Angel. Tempest in a teapot. So much fuss over a pair of field glasses. Here's.
They're on this ship, tourists. Now get off, both
What are
of
you so mad about?
Who is she, friend?
Passenger. Lorna Stang. Mrs. Stang.
Mrs. Stang, but she was supposed to be asleep.
Look, both of you, there's a gangway off the forward deck through here. Now, come on, be good, will you? I'm busy trying to get ready so we can unload when this crazy quarantine...
Wait a minute. Why can't we go through here?
No, you can't get
the way
off
she came. Here, this is the door she came out of, isn't it? The same one you came from when we came in here?
No, get away from there.
Says you, handsome.
I don't know why you should be so upset, Mr. Mickelson. There's nothing through that door except apparently your stateroom.
I don't know what goes on that ship, Mr. Valentine. I'm just a veterinarian. Strange bunch of people being cooped up together for a long time.
Mr. Bowling, I tried to get hold of the captain.
The captain went ashore the day they landed. Known him for years. Nice guy. Besides, that second mate, Mickelson, offered to stay aboard and keep an eye on things.
That's not surprising.
Huh? Oh, well, yeah, I know what you mean. They're about the same age, I guess. I mean, Mrs. Stang.
Yeah, we know what you mean.
I'd like to help the old guy, too. He's one of my heroes. I guess if his wife is giving things away to her sailor friend, your evidence might at least help him get a divorce from her. She's no good, I can tell you that.
Stang says there's something funny about the quarantine.
There is. When the ship docked, we got an anonymous note from one of the crew. Said a couple of the animals had been suspiciously sick during the voyage. Going to take the quarantine off tomorrow. Let them all in. False alarm.
Anonymous letter from one of the crew.
Made sense at the time. Doesn't now.
Will you clear that up?
Well, George, after all, if Mrs. Stang is the kind of woman who'd pull the wool over her husband's eyes in one way,
Not exactly what I meant either, Miss Brooks. Oh, yeah, she might have written the note.
To finagle a couple of more weeks with a sailor? That's not likely.
It's Derek Stang who's sick, Mr. Valentine.
We know that.
He keeps alive from medicine to medicine. Old fevers, something tropical.
Medicine in blue wrappers?
Huh? Yes, as a matter of fact. Tablets of some kind. Something pretty strong, I should imagine.
But his wife...
His wife is also his nurse, Miss Brooks. He depends on her. Aside from his money, she's all he's got. Only, Mr. Valentine, why did you say blue?
Because I noticed a stack of blue papers in Lars Mickelson's cabin.
George.
The greatest hunter in the world. Suppose he's the one walking into a trap.
Yeah. Suppose it's his hand in the coconut.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
And now, back to George Valentine. The hand in the coconut. You meet one of your childhood heroes, the greatest hunter in the world, Derek Stang. You find that he is still the greatest hunter when it comes to animals, but his observation of human beings is a little less acute. He thought you would trap Lars Mickelson for stealing a pair of field glasses. Instead, you have trapped him for stealing Mr. Stang's wife. Or is it the other way around? If your name is George Valentine, you have begun to suspect that the person who is really in danger of being trapped is the hunter himself.
I don't know what I can do in this situation, Mr. Valentine, dragging me down to the waterfront.
I know, Doctor, I know. I'm sorry we had to get you out of bed.
Oh, look at that fog. Stang must have his own position, you know. I can't interfere.
Mr. Stang's stateroom is right here.
Don't see his wife's watchdog around any place, do you, Angel? Come on, let's slip into his cabin. We'll wake him up.
Georgie's not here. He's gone.
Well, you dragged me out to look at a man you think might be sick or... There, you see? He's so sick he's out walking around deck someplace at 6 a.m. or going someplace else. Well, I'm a doctor, Mr. Valentine. Do you expect me to take seriously the idea that...
Here, look at these.
Yeah. Blue papers.
In the wastebasket. George, the same as those powders, those tablets were...
Yeah, only look how many of them.
Yes, the accumulation of days, judging from the other trash. Strong. Well, I grant you the old man is taking strong medicine, but men who are poisoned generally die in bed. And if a man had been living on this stuff, he could build up quite a resistance. In fact, Mr. Valentine, while it might hurt you or me, he couldn't be poisoned with it.
There's a Stang.
George, here she is.
Hey, what's the matter? What happened? Hey, lady, snap out of it. Snap out of it.
I'm all right.
Lorna, what is it? What are you doing to her? What's the big idea?
Oh, take it easy, Buster. Take it easy.
It wasn't me. She's just staring at something down there in the fog. Baba, she screamed. I heard her, but I can't see.
Stang, where are you? Mr. Stang, look out! Look out! In the water. He fell in the water.
George, I can't see him. There's his cane, but it's so far from the wharf.
Not there. He's not here. He's gone down. I could see him go down. The current's so fast I can't do anything.
Hey, there's the police over there. Get a boat for him, Mickelson. Step on it.
The current's so fast.
All right. Do what you can.
He just fall. I could see him
Now,
fall.
listen, old lady, will you
there
tell
was
us?
something the matter with him. He walked like the blind. I call out, I shout. I tried to grab him in time, but he falls.
Policeman over there on the deck saw the splash too, Valentine. Looks like Stang's been swept out.
All right. Only Mrs. Stang.
Leave me alone.
My baby, I could not grab in time.
Don't touch me, Baba.
Oh, my baby.
Baba, come here, will you? Now, look, he fell here, huh? Over this rail?
Yes, I think. It was in the fog. I
Okay,
couldn't...
now listen, I don't believe you. And I don't mean just the rail. I mean the scuppers, wide and deep, see? If a man fell, he'd only land against the rail.
Men. He fall, I say. I saw him fall.
They're not doing much good, Valentine.
Mickelson.
The police couldn't get out in time, neither could I. He didn't come up. He's gone. He's gone, you understand me?
Yeah, I understand. It's as phony as a lead nickel.
They're lying. Of course they're lying. But there's nobody aboard the ship except the three of them, was there?
Riley, suppose that old harridan gave the poor guy a
Of
shot.
course she did. What else? You already saw how Baba was covering for Mrs. Stang, didn't you? The good, faithful old duenna helping out in all kinds of cute ways.
No real witnesses. You'll never get a conviction.
I'll get a confession, my friend. You were with the other two, so they couldn't have shoved him. All right, Mrs. Stang, let's go inside and... Mrs. Stang.
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
Leave her alone.
Still staring at nothing, huh? But you ought to stop shaking, Mrs. Stang.
I'm all right.
Oh, sure. You're fine. Just a little upset because you're going to get all of Stang's money at the expense of your stooge, poor faithful old Baba, who'll be locked up for murder.
She told you he fell. She told you, didn't she? She told you.
Well, go on. Oh, Doctor, what's the matter?
Medical convention, Lieutenant. That other man over there with the bag, colleague of mine, Dr. Morrison, just got here. Says a woman called him from the ship almost an hour ago. Before we came aboard, Valentine.
No.
Had to hurry all the way across town. Woman identified herself as Lorna Stang.
No.
Said she'd just gone into her husband's stateroom to give him his regular medicine, only he wouldn't wake up for it. She was afraid he was dead.
Oh.
So it was just his body that went overboard, don't you understand, Riley?
We'll get a confession. The three of them are in it.
Now, wait a minute, hold it. Doctor, what else in that wastebasket?
Same wrappers, same medicine.
So they poisoned him. What difference does it make?
Will you ever prove it?
I don't have to.
No. Even if you had his body, you wouldn't either. Tablets are gone from the mate's cabin where I saw him, aren't they?
Huh? What's that got
Hey,
to do
Doctor,
with it?
tell me. Derek Stang lived on this stuff. What would happen if it were taken away?
It's hard to tell. Die sooner or later, probably.
Uh-huh. Well, suppose Lorna Stang had left those tablets with the mate. Suppose they were substituting something harmless for the strong stuff in the blue papers. Suppose that was the idea. Even an autopsy couldn't prove that absence of medicine had killed a man.
Hey, where you going?
Where do you think, Riley? To catch a monkey. Mr. Stang told me you talk to animals. Is that right, Papa?
Why not? They can say more than men.
I already told you we know the whole story, didn't I? That your beloved mistress confessed, the whole thing, all of it?
And so?
And so now tell me he fell overboard.
I threw him overboard. He was dead. I see him dead in the stateroom.
Oh, great. Helpful Nellie, huh? No wonder Mrs. Stang wouldn't let you touch her. No wonder it was she who screamed when she saw you out there on deck. You kind of interfered with their little plan, didn't you?
I know nothing of plans.
You knew enough that when you saw the body, you figured it was murder and thought you'd better be helpful and get rid of the evidence.
She is my mistress. For her, I would do anything. But you say she confessed.
I lied.
You shuckle.
Take it easy, lady. Look out now, look out. Yeah, be careful. Don't get your friends excited. Besides, you're not really mad. You told it too easy, so don't pretend.
There should be cages.
Oh, I'm not afraid of these things. All behind bars, aren't they? All trapped. The monkeys, panther. Yeah, even the snakes. I talk to animals, too, you know, Baba.
Ah, you fool.
No, I'm not. You are. The good and faithful servant who spoiled Lorna Stang's plan for a perfect murder. So perfect, so neat, it must have been put right in front of her. Like bait in front of an animal, like a shiny object in a coconut to trap the greedy
Look
monkeys.
out. They move the cages. Sometimes there are accidents.
Cut it out, old woman. I'm not afraid. But everybody else seems to be. Stevedores, policemen. They don't come any closer than they have to, do they? Be only too glad to get rid of this slice of the jungle. Now, let's see. All consigned for shipment to Derek Stang's animal farm.
You talk like the wind. Ah, men.
Old woman, so faithful to Lorna Stang. I guess she believed it. You put up a pretty good act. But then she's young. You can't have been with her very long. And the great hunter told me he found you at Cairo 25 years ago. Faithful to whom, Baba? Now, let's see. Who's everybody most afraid of? Snakes, I guess. Boa
Look out! Don't touch a cage!
The great hunter. Greatest in the world. Hello, Mr. Stang.
Stand very still, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, yeah. Now I get it. The snake was the dead man, thrown overboard. Yeah. Even when I was a kid, I knew how good you were. Don't know why I thought you were slipping.
There is a snake in the next cage under my hand, a live one, poisonous. You will stand here quietly until I am loaded off the ship with my animals.
No, you're not a hero anymore, just a guy who baits coconuts. Waits until the monkeys bite. Think they've killed you, and then mess things up by having Baba throw something overboard with a splash. Then she reluctantly admits it. It was you.
You would have made a good pupil, Mr. Hunter.
I doubt it. You picked me for a sucker, didn't you? Because you arranged this phony quarantine that kept the monkeys aboard, where you'd all be cooped up together, where you could push Lorna and Lars into what they did. Sure, you arranged it all.
It won't do you any good to move, Mr. Valentine. I lift this catch and the snake is released. He's faster
I was
than you.
hired as a witness, wasn't I?
Yes, a witness, Mr. Valentine, to a murder without a body.
Oh, yeah, that's better, isn't it? It'd be second degree. They'd be put in prison, locked up, put in cages.
Yes. I never kill animals, you know.
So you baited the trap.
In cages, Mr. Valentine, they'll still be here. Perhaps you, too, the biggest game in the world, men. And I am the only hunter in the world who ever
Hold
tried...
it, Stang, hold it. Now you listen to me. I'm just an amateur, see?
Mr. Valentine, there's no more time. It's up to the
When I
snake...
go hunting, now you listen to me. I'm stupid when I go hunting. Because I carry a gun. Hey, you see? Now your snake's dead. So you stand still, Buster. I could probably get a game permit for you.
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
But Stang didn't do anything. That's the awful part. He made the other people do things that were wrong, so there's nothing the police can hold him for.
Angel, Derek Stang was really successful. You know that, don't you? Yeah, he kept trying to get bigger and bigger game all his life. And then he tried to trap human beings into a spot where they'd be caged.
Yes,
Until
but
he finally trapped himself, don't you understand? Now, one look at that guy, and what do you think any court would decide? Well, don't worry. He'll be in a cage, all right, a padded one.
Oh, George. Let's forget this nightmare. Take me someplace for a nice, cozy supper.
Okay, the Tropic Inn.
Is it nice?
Oh, yeah, Angel. They serve a delicious kind of drink there. In a coconut shell.
Oh, George.
You have just heard The Hand in the Coconut, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, the St. Louis Blues.
I was trying to wake up over a second cup of coffee in my Cafe Tambourine, glancing through the morning paper. A picture on the front page didn't mean much at first, but a second look and I recognized the face. It was Ted Polanski, an old friend. I hadn't seen him since the early days in St. Louis. The printing underneath brought me wide awake. U.S. naval hero found lying near the Mahouder Canal with knife in back, victim of an attempted murder. Victim seemed unable to identify assailant. No relatives or friends to be found. Polanski was taken to the Cairo General Hospital. Well, maybe I was just curious, or maybe I wanted to recall old times. Anyhow, I went to the hospital right away to see Polanski. The nurse showed me into a hot little room that had an overhead fan. I found Polanski's bed behind a screen. Hello, Ted. Rocky Jordan, remember me?
I remember you.
It's been a long time, Ted.
All right, it's been a long time. What about it?
Well, I'm just sorry you didn't look me up when you came to Cairo. I'd have warned you they play rough with knives around here.
I don't need your help. You or the cops or anybody else. What do you want with me?
Well, not a thing, Ted.
Then leave me alone.
Listen, Ted, I know my way around Cairo a little. I don't know what this is all about, but somebody tried to kill you. Maybe if you told me...
Why don't you mind your own business? I've got nothing to tell you.
Okay, if you don't want to.
Am I asking you why you left St. Louis?
We'll skip that.
Then shut up about me. Just leave me alone. Get out of here.
That suits me fine, Polanski.
Don't bother to come back.
I took a good long walk to cool off. Ted Polanski had changed a lot, and that was his affair. That's what I told myself. So I tried shaking him out of my mind. Too many times you try remembering things, and you get hurt. I was behind the bar at the Tambourine early that afternoon when I had a visitor. And for the second time that day, my mind went into reverse. She was American, smartly dressed, but not too much, with just a touch of platine and a soft, clean face like something I'd known before.
Mr. Jordan, I'm Mrs. Saunders, Cora Saunders.
What can I do for you, Mrs. Saunders?
I believe you were at the hospital this morning to see Ted Polanski.
That's right.
I'd like to ask a favor of you, Mr. Jordan.
Look, before you go any further, I'll tell you I don't know who tried to kill him or why. I just happened to drop in and see him, that's all.
You're a friend of his?
I was once, back in St. Louis.
I'm from St. Louis, too.
Well, lots of people are.
I'm sorry I'm bothering you, but I've got to know about Ted.
Why?
I was once his wife.
Sit down, Mrs. Saunders.
Thank you.
Why not go and talk to him?
I wanted to. I've been trying all day to see him, but he won't talk to me.
What makes you think he'd talk to me?
I was hoping he would, Mr. Jordan. Ted and I were very happily married before the war, but the war seemed to change him.
Yeah, wars have a way of doing that.
I don't know what it was. Maybe it was that episode in the Mediterranean, but Ted never came home to me and our child, Linda. That was 5 years ago. I've never seen him since.
Maybe you ought to keep it that way.
I was able to trace him for a while, the Riviera, Casablanca, Alexandria, but it was as though Ted had turned his back on everyone who had ever meant anything to him before. I couldn't wait forever. I divorced him and married Evan.
All right, you got a husband. Why don't you forget about Polanski?
You know things aren't that easy.
Yeah. Did you come to Cairo to see Ted?
Oh, no, Mr. Jordan. My husband is here on business. He's in textile. He's here to organize a company, a new cotton process, I believe. I had no idea Ted was here until I saw the paper. Mr. Jordan,
Would you please get Ted to let me talk to him?
Oh, sorry, lady. I don't have any drag in that direction.
Oh, but Mr.
Polanski
Jordan...
doesn't want to see me, and I don't want to see him. Let's keep it that way.
Please, think it over, Mr. Jordan. I'll be back later this evening. I'm certain that what I'm trying to do is best.
Well, I watched Cora leave and tried to wash the thing out of my mind. But somehow I kept thinking of Polanski and kept wondering what would make a guy foul up his life. Trading a sweet little number like Cora and a kid for a knife in the back. Well, my day had been ruined already, so I knocked off and went over to the U.S. Embassy to ask the naval attaché a few questions.
Well, there's plenty here in the files about Polanski. Not that I have to look it up.
You mean he's been in Cairo before?
Yeah, off and on. You say you knew him back in the States?
Quite a while ago. What do you got on him?
Yeah, here we are. Sit down, Jordan.
Thanks.
Now, let's see. Theodore Robert Polanski, Lieutenant Junior Grade. Decorated March 7th, 1945. Heroism over and above the call of duty. Delayed parachute jump from burning reconnaissance plane to save valuable photographs which enabled Allies to advance on a broad front at minimum loss of life.
Anything wrong with that?
For a guy like Polanski, yes. Got too loaded down with medals. He cracked up under the strain.
I still don't get it.
Well, look at it this way, Jordan. Polanski's just a nice guy from the Middle West with a wife and kid. He goes off to war and suddenly he's a hero. Headlines everywhere, big shots hanging ribbons on him, dames with soft shoulders falling all over him.
Went Hollywood, you might say.
Well, that's the way we figured it. He began to like it too much, so now he's a celebrity.
Couldn't he be forced to go back home?
We tried. But when a guy gets that big, he can pull strings. Oh, his wife almost drove us nuts for a while. But she's lucky to be rid of him. He's gone from bad to worse, knocking around in scrapes with the police, women, and now they find him on the streets with a knife in his back.
Yeah, that brings me up to date. You got any idea why someone would try to kill him?
I don't follow him that closely.
Well, thanks. I'll be seeing you. Well, I left the U.S. Navy going through a racing form of some sort and went out into the street. One of the big questions the naval attaché couldn't answer. Why the knife in Polanski's back? I was working on that, walking up the Sharia Nauru, scouting for a taxi, when a shiny red car with plenty of chrome pulled up to the curb. The back door opened, just a little.
Step over, Jordan.
I knew the native in front with the gun was covering for the voice that came at me from the back seat. The voice must have had a face, but I couldn't see it. All I saw was a shoe wearing spats and a hand filing fingernails.
Been keeping busy, Jordan?
With my business?
Maybe I don't like your business.
Forget it, then.
Wait, Jordan.
We going somewhere?
That all depends.
Well, let me know when you decide.
That's up to you, Jordan. You've been having a lot of conversations today.
I know a lot of people.
Like Ted Polanski?
Maybe.
You had quite a talk with him at the hospital. All sorts of questions.
He's an old friend.
Polanski's got no friends.
I'm way ahead of you.
What did he tell you?
Nothing.
Let's keep it that way. He don't want you talking to him. Neither do I.
About what?
Keep away from him, Jordan. Stop asking people questions that don't concern you.
If I don't?
You know what'll happen. Come here, Jordan. Little closer.
Yeah?
Here's a sample.
He gave the door a quick shove right into my face. I went back and down like a kingpin in a bowling alley. My breath was gone, and for a second I couldn't move. When I got my eyes open again, there were a million sleek red cars pulling away from the curb. Cars that finally narrowed to one and roared down the street and out of sight. I knew right then and there, Ted Polanski was a hot article.
You are listening to the St. Louis Blues, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. The day of miracles is not done, and one way to work miracles today without leaving your home is to contribute to your Red Cross. Your contribution will go out doing the yeoman's service to your fellow humans that you would like to do yourself but cannot. Your contribution will perform miracles of aid for the homeless, the wounded, the hungry. Send your contribution out today to work miracles. And now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, the St. Louis Blues.
When I learned an old St. Louis friend named Ted Polansky turned up in the hospital after a knifing, he didn't want to see me or anybody else, including his former wife. That was the end of the line for me, till a man with a homemade manicure and spats moved in and warned me to lay off Polansky. Advice like that just doesn't sit well with me. I was back at the Tambourine patching up my face when Chris told me I had company. When I came down, I spotted him at one of the tables. Slightly bald, friendly face. Before he introduced himself, I knew who he was. Cora's husband, Evan Saunders, St. Louis.
Mr. Jordan, being frank about my personal affairs isn't easy for me.
Well, then maybe we can just have a drink.
Why, yes, of course, thank you. Straight, if you don't mind.
Couple straight, Chris.
Mr. Jordan, you'll pardon me if I come right to the point.
First, I'd better tell you that your wife was here ahead of you.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm here. Cora keeps nothing from me.
She tell you why?
About Ted Polansky. Mr. Jordan, I don't want Cora to see that man.
She seems to have ideas of her own. Oh, thanks, Chris. Settle down.
Then you must understand. Cora's gone through too much already. Waiting all those months.
Look, if you're worried about Polansky, you can forget it.
No, it's Cora, Mr. Jordan. I've always known that she was never quite able to close the chapter. Never quite sure.
She thinks a lot of you.
But it's not the same, and I know. I was well aware that she married me, not out of love, but because she needed a home for herself and her child. It was all right for me, Mr. Jordan. I loved her deeply enough for both of us, and we've had a good life.
I'm not arguing.
Now I found it necessary to come to Cairo on business, organizing a new corporation, revolutionary cotton process.
Yes, she told me that, too.
And now we run across that man again, stirring up all those old memories. I know you're an old friend of Polansky's, and that you've talked to both him and Cora, and I'll not stand for any meddling.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Mr. Jordan, I'll not stand by and allow you to bring them two together again. He has no right to her. There's something good about our marriage. And I tell you, Mr. Jordan, I'm willing to fight to protect it.
You better take that drink, Mr. Saunders.
Yes, of course. Sorry, Mr. Jordan. You understand, I feel very strongly about this. I'll protect her against that man at all costs.
After I got rid of Evan Saunders, I broke my rule and had another straight one during business hours. The more I thought about it, the more I thought Saunders had a point. So I was off again on my way to the Cairo hospital. This time I didn't wait for the nurse to show me in. I got to Polansky's bed and drew aside the screen.
I told you not to come back, Rocky.
Maybe I didn't hear you. I've been talking to some people, Ted. One of them is Cora. Oh, don't you remember?
I can forget her.
Sure, but she doesn't find it so easy.
Get out of here.
Not yet. Lousing up your life's your own business, Ted, but this concerns Cora. She's got a good thing with Saunders. Best thing you can do is have it out with him and wash yourself out of their lives.
Rocky, what do you know about me?
Enough. Being a hero made you too good for her. Bunch of medals and headlines meant more to you than a wife and child.
You think so? Rocky, I'm going to tell you something I've been living with for the past 4 years. Maybe it's time I unload.
I'm listening. Ted Polansky lay back in his bed, closed his eyes, and turned his face away. Finally, he started talking.
You despise me, Rocky, but not as much as I despise myself. But believe me, I've always loved Cora. That's why I could never go back to her. You see, I'm not a hero. I never was.
It's not the way the papers got it.
Sure. Heard the same story every time somebody pinned a medal on me. I risked my life to save top-drawer photographic information from a burning plane. Delayed parachute jump. Want to know why I delayed that parachute jump, Rocky?
Go on, Ted.
Because my parachute was torn to shreds. The other guy on the plane was wounded. So I took his parachute. He died in a crash. I parachuted to safety. I killed him, Rocky, as sure as I'm lying here. Now you got it all.
Yeah.
Somehow I couldn't go back to Cora and the kid knowing in my own mind I'd killed somebody. You know how I spent my time since then, bumming around. I was never going back because I just wasn't right for her. All I knew was that the best thing to do was to keep away from Cora. But now it's not so easy.
What do you mean?
Her life's not what you think it is. That husband of hers, Evan Saunders, a big cotton man's a crook. He's rotten crooked, and so's that phony corporation he's setting up.
Where'd you get that?
That's what's behind that knife in my back. He's in with a crumb named Vance Marco.
Shiny car, West Bats?
That's the guy. They're promoting a phony cotton refining process, starting a company selling a lot of stock, and after enough money comes in, Saunders and Marco pull out with their pockets full.
How do you know all this?
Because there was a third guy in the organization, Ted Polanski. Only I pulled out when I found out that Saunders was Cora's husband. I hoped I could stop the deal before Cora got hurt. All I stopped was Marco's knife. Now I'm flat on my back and can't do a thing.
But there wasn't anything to keep Rocky Jordan from doing something. I wasn't flat on my back, yet. So I started out spoiling for trouble. And I didn't mind when a native started tagging me after I left the hospital. It was the same one who had covered me with a gun in Marco's car earlier that day. So I let him follow for a while. I took him down a dark side street a couple of blocks. Then I suddenly doubled back and he ducked into a doorway. This was a good time to let him make his move, so I kept coming. I reached the doorway. There was the flash of a knife, but I wasn't there. I had him by the wrist and twisting it back.
I killed the kill by flanker.
Drop that knife or I'll slap your brains against this wall. Oh, drop it. There now. Let's talk.
No. Let me go.
That the knife you used on Polanski?
No, I do not know what you mean.
Polanski knows. He got a good look at you.
He told you?
Yeah, everything.
Well, but it was an order.
Sure, Vance Marco's order. He sent you to get me, too?
Effendi,
Where do I find Marco?
I cannot tell.
Think real hard. Come on.
Yes, the Athens Hotel, Sharia Rakib.
Yeah, it's better.
But, Effendi, what will I do? Marco here...
never mind. Where you're going, you'll get all the protection you need. I dragged him back down to the square and turned him over to a cop, along with a message to Captain Sam Sabaya. Then I was on my way to the Athens Hotel. Vance Marco had a big suite on the 4th floor front. I was about to knock when the door opened. Marco was inside with a couple of his men, and coming out was Evan Saunders.
Well, Mr. Jordan, I didn't expect to see you here.
Oh, I'll bet you didn't, Saunders.
Mr. Marco, it's been a pleasure. I'll see you in my suite at the National Hotel tomorrow morning.
Goodbye, Mr. Saunders.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah.
I still don't like your face, Jordan.
You did your best to change it.
I was just giving you a friendly tip. It didn't take, did it?
I forget easy. You got a couple of muscles for help. Want to try again?
Maybe I will. What's on your mind, Jordan?
Great big deal, Marco. With a lot of little investors pouring their money into a phony corporation.
Either one of you guys know what Jordan's talking about?
Got it, Marco. Polanski told me everything. What happens to those investors when they find out they bought into nothing? A new cotton process nobody can produce.
Why ask me?
Or better yet, what happens to you and Saunders? The police aren't going to like it.
Let them talk to Saunders. He's on top of the deal. President, chairman.
Yeah, how do you fit in?
Me? I just helped out a little on the financial end.
Yeah. Always works, doesn't it, Marco?
Hasn't failed yet. What's your interest, Jordan? Trying to cut in?
I'm giving you a chance to call it off. Well, you got the chance.
Sorry, Jordan. Corporation's closed. Anything else?
Yeah, a lot more.
Well, I don't want to hear it. Throw him out, boy.
Sure, boss. Come on,
Junior. And don't come back, Jordan. Next time we drop you down the elevator shaft.
I picked myself up and got out the back way just in case he had somebody waiting for me. Well, even though I knew the deal, Marco felt pretty safe. I figured there was more to it than what I'd worked out. When I got back to the tambourine, it was almost 7 o'clock, and Cora Saunders was waiting.
I haven't changed my mind, Rocky.
Okay, Cora. I think Ted's ready to talk to you.
You've seen him again?
What did you know about him personally?
All I know is he's He's been very, very good to me and my child. He's a wonderfully kind man, Mr. Jordan.
How about this cotton deal he's in?
Oh, he has great hopes for it. Evan thinks it'll make a lot of money and help a lot of people. Why do you ask, Rocky?
Oh, no. Just curious. You better go talk to Ted.
What are you trying to tell me?
Visiting time's 8 o'clock. Ted'll be waiting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Rocky, maybe you could come along.
Oh, sorry, Cora, but I'm going to be real busy. I walked Cora to the front of the Tambourine and saw that she got a taxi. Then I caught one for myself. I wanted to see Evan Saunders just once more before he pulled out for St. Louis. At the National Hotel, I got Saunders' room number and went on up without being announced. I found his door open. Saunders was there, pacing the floor.
Oh, Mr. Jordan, come in.
Yeah, that's my plan, Saunders.
Where is Cora? Where's my wife, Mr. Jordan?
You're real worried about Cora.
Don't evade my question, Mr. Jordan. She went back to your cafe this evening. I have her message.
She tell you where she was going from there?
That's what I'm asking you. I demand to know where my wife is.
Where she is at this minute, I don't know. But in another hour, she'll be at the Cairo General Hospital, talking to Ted Polansky.
Mr. Jordan, I told you I don't want her to see that man.
Now tell me why.
I explained that to you. I made it perfectly clear. He's hurt Cora enough.
Any other reason, Saunders?
Isn't that enough?
Try it my way. You don't want her to talk to Polansky because you're afraid of what he might tell her. Why he got that knife in his back, for instance.
What happened to him has nothing to do
Cut
with
it,
what...
Saunders. Happens Polansky told me everything.
What did he tell you?
Everything. The phony corporation you and Marco was setting up. How he moved in to spike the deal before Cora got wind of it. So you had to get rid of him.
Mr. Jordan, I don't understand what you're talking about.
I think you do. Didn't you wonder what I was doing at Marco's place a while ago?
Certainly not. Why should I?
He admitted the whole deal. The investors have been taken for every cent they put into your crooked racket.
I don't believe Marco said any such thing.
Ask him.
Get me Mr. Vance Marco at the Athens Hotel. I'll wait. Yes? Yes? Yes, thank you. Vance Marco just checked out of the Athens Hotel. No forwarding address.
Looks like you're on the griddle, buddy.
Mr. Jordan, I'm not a swindler. I've been taken in by Marco just like...
That's a pretty good act.
It's not an act. I'm innocent and I can prove it.
Well, Evan Saunders started out to prove his innocence and prove that my thinking had been wrong. Mine and Ted Polansky's. He made another phone call, and then we went over to a building on Abraham Pasha Square. We went through a door marked Allenby and Allenby, attorneys. Allenby, number 1, was there waiting, and Saunders told him the whole story.
I said this is a beastly affair, Mr. Saunders, beastly.
I brought Mr. Jordan here, Mr. Allenby, to prove that I couldn't possibly have profited by the venture.
Well, under the circumstances, perhaps it's wise. I have a folder here. Oh, yes. Here you are, Mr. Jordan. This is a duplicate, of course. The original has been filed.
Just give me the quick once-over, Mr. Allenby. What's it all about?
Well, with this document, Mr. Evan Saunders hereby assigns and grants all funds and income from his share of the Cotton Processing Corporation to charitable organizations. The Association for the United Nations, the International
Wait a minute.
And what?
Saunders was to receive nothing from the corporation?
Oh, absolutely nothing.
Mr. Jordan, I hope you're convinced now that I was acting in good faith.
Mr. Saunders could have had no possible motive for promoting a crooked venture such as this.
Just a second, Allenby.
Yes?
Why didn't you know it was a phony? You're the attorney.
Oh, not for the corporation, Mr. Jordan.
Vance Marco had that all set up with his own men. And he set it up very well. I was made president. My name was put on everything. And I'm left holding the bag. Right, Allenby?
Yeah, frankly, you are in a bit of a pickle, Mr. Saunders. Your reputation will suffer and all that.
No, I'll not have that. I'll repay every cent to the investors out of my own pocket. Clear up this mess as soon as possible.
Well, that sort of makes things look a little different.
Forget it, Jordan. We all make mistakes.
Going, Mr. Jordan?
Yeah. I got some clearing up of my own to do. It wasn't yet 8 o'clock, and I had to talk with Ted Polansky just once more. I got to the hospital a few minutes before visiting hours started, and Cora Saunders hadn't arrived yet. Took a little convincing, but I got to Polansky's bedside right away, and I talked fast. I made him see that Saunders was okay, that he was a good husband for Cora and good father for their daughter, that if Cora had a chance for happiness, it was up to Ted. And it was 8 o'clock, and Cora was standing at the foot of his bed, her face pale and tight.
Hello, Ted.
Hello, Cora.
How are you feeling?
All right. Cora, I'm glad you came. There are some things we can clear up.
I'll wait outside.
No, Rocky. That's not necessary. This won't take long. Cora,
Yes?
I want you to know I'm glad you married Saunders.
Oh, but Ted...
The thing that bothered me was that I left you flat with no one to take care of you.
Take care of me? Is that all I meant to you? Somebody to be taken care of?
Yes.
But I was your wife, mother of your daughter. What about her?
I'm sorry, Cora. The child was just a weight around my neck, too. I stopped loving you long ago. Going away to war was just a good excuse for getting away. After it was over, I just couldn't go back to you.
Well, I guess there isn't much you can do when there's no love left. I'm just sorry it took so long for me to find this out.
Well, now you know. I never felt so good as when I left you in St. Louis.
Thanks, Ted.
Thanks for what?
I never realized until this moment how fortunate for me it was that you did leave. I see now how lucky I was to find a man like Evan. He's a strong man and an honest one. And he loves me and our child like you never could. Oh, goodbye, Ted. I don't think there's anything more we have to say.
Goodbye, Cora.
Goodbye, Rocky. I won't be bothering you anymore about Ted Polanski.
So long, Cora. Have a nice trip back to St. Louis.
Well, Rocky, how did I do?
Okay.
She'll be all right now, won't she?
I think so, Ted. In fact, I'm sure of it.
Thanks, Rocky.
Well, after a while, I left him. Later that night, I found out that Marco had been picked up boarding a plane at the Cairo airport. There wasn't much they could do to him about the phony cotton deal. He kept his nose pretty clean. But his knife man had talked, so they salted Marco away for the attempted murder of Ted Polanski. Before I turned in that night, I checked back on my day. Pretty unusual. Not a single dead body. I felt real good about it.
It's CBS again at this same time next week for another story of adventure and intrigue when we take you back to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine run by Rocky Jordan. Jack Moyles plays the title role with tonight's story by Gomer Cool and Larry Roman. Rocky Jordan is produced and directed by Cliff Howell with original music by Richard Arant. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment.
Broadway's my beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, the thrilling drama of murder and mystery and the people who walk the Great White Way, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
A time comes finally to Broadway when the emptiness is big, when solitude walks the street, arrogant and brazen. It's the time when the neon carnival is wound down, when the blazing furnace of light darkens and grows cold. And on the pavements, glistening with the tears of despair, the stragglers walk. They plead for a door to open, for a light to be turned on. Solitude is at their heels. Please, kid, for a friend. But it's no good, kid. Broadway's closed for the night. But there are side streets where it's never closed, where trumpets scream and saxes weep. In the 50s, for instance. In a little joint called the 34 Club, for instance, where I was, where death was. And this time it was a circular platform raised above the bar with a piano on it, and a dead man resting his head on the keys, and all of it defined in the darkness by a spotlight that changed colors, and all of it revolving like a big toy, slow, round and round. And the man tries to explain to you why it wasn't turned off.
It isn't that we were sitting here enjoying the spectacle of it, Mr. Clover. It's just that in cases of murder, I read someplace you're not supposed to touch nothing, but nothing.
It was going around like that when...
Before, during, and after the murder. Hey, you got yourself a puzzle. How to figure out from where the shot came from with that platform going round and round and round.
Turn it off.
I'm glad somebody finally came through with an order. There. I'm a man who doesn't function very well, Mr. Clover, unless somebody gives me an order. Spineless, that's me.
Still, you manage this place, Mr. Darby. You own it, too, huh?
Sure. But what courage does that take? The decisions are made by Kay. She hires the musicians, pays the salaries. That's my wife, Kay. You ever heard her sing, Mr. Clover? Like a dream you don't talk about to nobody.
She hired the man up there?
Absolutely. Heard him playing piano in some forlorn joint. Hired him on the spot. He was very great, that boy, on the piano.
What else about him, Mr. Darby?
What else about Harry Brett? He's dead with a bullet hole in him.
Maybe you can tell me why.
Maybe I can. Want to hear, Mr. Clover?
Uh-huh.
I got a good why. Harry Brett was singing siren songs into the ear of my wife, Kay.
That could be motive, couldn't it?
Yeah. Uh-huh. It could.
Did your wife listen?
My wife, Kay? You won't mind asking her yourself. You won't mind at all.
Now tell me how it happened.
I wish I could, Mr. Clover, but I just can't.
Try.
Oh, it's no use. Because I was out on the sidewalk at the time, communing with something or someone.
It has no name, this something?
No. But I can give you a list of witnesses on the street who witnessed me communing. They know the look that comes over me. That's how they know. You want the list?
Yeah, but later. You'll stick around so you can give it to me later.
I got no place else to go. Just no place.
Who can tell me how it happened?
Jack over there. Jack Gage, the boy sitting at the bar crying because his friend is dead.
He's sorry the pianist is dead.
Sure. Somebody has to play a dirge at a funeral, don't they, Mr. Clover? Don't they?
Harry, you were too good to die, kid. Too good.
Mr. Gage, I'll have to ask you some questions from the police.
You have to?
Tell me what happened.
We were on the platform up there, turning round and round, playing good. Harry was playing so good it hurt you inside. I still hear it. It still hurts.
Just you and Harry were up there?
Me on clarinet and Harry on piano and the trumpet.
The trumpet?
Charlie Walker. Charlie the trumpet and I the clarinet were out. Harry took it away from us. Nobody could play against what he was doing. It hurt.
That's when he was shot?
Yeah. There was a shot. At first I thought it was a drum, but then I knew it wasn't a drum because there's no drum in the number. The drum's out with the rum.
Who talks about me? Who talks about me when my back is turned? Out of my way. It's burning. I gotta put it out.
Take a minute. Who are you?
You don't know. Ray Richard. I beat out heartbeats for the people on the drums. What are you, an agent? Hey, Jack. Why the tears without tears?
Oh, go die. Beat out your own march and go die.
I'll do that. It was burning me up and I didn't know what. A death march, that's what's inside me. A jazz time death march. Hey, who died beside me?
Harry Brett. He was murdered.
I gotta play him into the other world. I gotta. Hey, you kill him, Jack? You kill him because you love him so much?
Oh, that dirty, rotten
Leave him
crawler.
alone, Jack. He's drunk.
That don't give him the right. Listen to him play. Listen to that crazy, crazy man.
You haven't told me yet how it was, Jack.
Huh? Oh, about Harry? Well, there was this shot. And Harry goes, oh, like that, oh. And he puts his head on the keys and dies. And nobody cares. Everybody runs away. Harry dies and they run away.
Where did they run?
Why did who run? Be specific. It's the time to be specific.
The trumpet. Charlie Walker.
Who knows?
Kay Darby.
To her apartment, I bet. Right down the street, number 16. Call on her. Tell her I sent you. Tell her that.
Yeah? What?
Kay Darby live here?
You're who?
Danny Clover, police.
All right. You'll be in the way, but all right.
I was told I'd be able to find Kay Darby here.
Who can find Kay Darby? Guys like you? People who come knocking on a door? Ask me about Kay Darby. I'll try to translate her to you.
Let's not bother, huh? Where is she?
That's a little late, isn't it? 3:30 in the A and the M?
The next room? Get her.
If so say you. But only because you got a badge tucked away. Kay? Visitor, Kay. Man from the police, Kay. He wants to find you.
I'm Danny Clover. There's some things I want to ask you.
Yes?
About Harry Brett.
Don't mind him, Mr. Clover. Charlie here thinks anyone who doesn't play a trumpet might as well be making music with a comb and tissue paper.
You feel that way, huh, Charlie? Charlie who?
Hey, what's the matter with you, Mr. Clover? Been away from the world for 6 years? I'm Charlie Walker.
Charlie blows a trumpet.
And you sing, isn't that right, Kay?
That's right.
Why did you leave the 34 Club after the shooting?
I was upset.
She was upset. Leaned on old Charlie Walker for strength in time of need.
You came here with Charlie?
Yeah. I left word about leaving. Seeing Harry dead, I knew what would happen if I stayed.
Oh? What?
I'd want to keep looking at him lying there. I wanted to see him. What's it matter? Just that I left word that I'd be here with Charlie, so if the police wanted to question us, we'd be here.
What can you tell me about Harry?
A lot. He could play the piano like an angel. His fingers touched my arm too much when we talked. I hated the sight of him. Does that take care of it?
Where were you when Harry was shot?
Sitting with me at the bar.
That's right.
Charlie?
Why a mess about a lousy piano player?
You hated him too, huh?
From the top of his toupee to tippy toes. He was egotistical, vain, selfish, snobbish. He loved himself. Know the kind of guy I mean?
He had me there. And after that, a moth started to whir around the light bulb. We all saw it at the same time. We watched it. There was nothing more to say. Suddenly, we all got tired and wished everybody'd go away. I walked Charlie out to the street. He hailed his cab. I hailed mine. I went home, went to sleep. The next morning, I went through the motions. Get up and breakfast and the morning papers propped against the sugar bowl and to work. Check in at headquarters and let them know you're calling on Ray Richard, drummer. Because when you saw Ray Richard a little while ago, he wasn't in condition to talk about murder. Maybe the morning would change it all. When I got to his door, Ray's Hymn to the Sun had a feathery quality to it. Ray looked better.
Hi. Come on in.
Thanks. Did I interrupt?
No. Sit down. Me too. I'm woozy. I'm really woozy, almost knocking over my drums.
That's quite an outfit of drums you got there.
Uh-huh.
I heard you play a little bit last night. Interesting.
Interesting? Why was it interesting?
I don't know.
I'm grateful you remember me because of my drums.
Just that it was strange. A man gets killed and you react by...
By doing this? By doing that?
Uh-huh.
For Harry Brett, pianist, his phrase for his dying. See, I'm lucky.
Lucky?
And people, things, I react to them. Everything has its tempo. I don't need words.
I see.
You? You. A policeman.
Look, Ray.
Kay Darby. You know her? That's Kay, exactly her.
What about yourself?
Me. Now it works out. End of show.
Not really that, Ray. I'm trying to find out whether you killed Harry Brett.
Not me. You're wrong about that. I mourned for him.
Yeah, I heard.
When you left the club. Later, after that, I took a walk. A Skid Row type walk. Because the night and the thing that happened to Harry needed that. You can't leave death quickly. You can't have it touch you and go home and forget it.
Ray.
You got to do it gently, so I went back to the dying and the half alive. And I came home and tried to hold the feel of it, the tempo of it, with my drums. And I could let it go, but I couldn't work that out either. I was trying...
When I came up here?
Yeah.
Where were you when Harry was killed?
I can't give you addresses.
What do you mean?
I had a half-hour break from the bandstand, boozed it up, and a couple of joints around.
Why didn't you stay at the 34 Club? They got a liquor license.
It's enough to play there. I don't have to live my half-hour breaks there.
Are you glad Harry's dead?
Doesn't make any difference. I'll hire another piano player.
Did you kill him?
No. I'd be afraid to kill.
You've got a tempo for that, too?
Yeah, I have. Would you like to hear it?
Not now, Ray. But stick around your drums, in case the yen suddenly hits me.
Danny?
Come in, Tartaglia.
Thanks. A toughie, huh?
What is?
This murder of this piano player. It isn't fair to the ballistics department how this murder of this piano player was performed.
Got them worried, huh?
Yeah, indeed. This guy getting shot on a revolving stage. How are they supposed to find out where the shot came from?
Toughie, huh?
You took the words out of my mouth. The shot could have come from any place. The line of the bullet being a secant to a revolving circle whose formula is pi r squared to the nth power.
Oh? Will you excuse me?
But that goes without saying.
Thank you.
You're welcome, I'm sure.
Danny Clover speaking.
I told you I was afraid, Mr. Clover.
Who is this?
Ray Richard, please.
The drummer?
Of course it is.
What's the matter with you?
A guy's been hanging around out front.
What guy? What are you trying to say?
I just saw him come into the house. Listen.
I don't hear anything. Ray.
No.
Ray, what is it? The shots and the scream held the tight blend of terror. And I rode it, followed it behind the siren, gouging a channel through the streets. It took 6 minutes to get to Ray's room. The room was empty. No Ray, nothing. Correction. The room was flooded with music coming from a phonograph. That and a streak of blood on the rug, lending its own touch to the shrieking room. But most of all, it was the music. A record. I looked at it. Tempo for Timpani, it was called. The room didn't need it. It needed another quality. The quality that came after violence. The tempo of silence, maybe. Of death. And wherever Ray Richard was right now, I had a feeling he was covered with it.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. healthful, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. We now continue with Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway's a place that can get excited about a lot of things. Joe Louis and war coming out of retirement. The Terrible Turk pinned the referee at St. Nicholas Arena. And up in Central Park, Robert, the rhinoceros, had twins and had his name changed to Alice. Broadway stands in front of the Paramount Building and gawks at the Translux. I didn't have it so good. Reason? A pianist named Harry Brett was shot on a revolving stage in a nightclub. Reason? A trap drum player named Ray Richard had left testimony of death in his room. Reason? I had to go to work. I called headquarters, had an all-points bulletin sent out on Ray Richard. Let them know I was on my way back to the 34 Club. In the early afternoon, the place was bleak, without reason, pointless. Like an old false face that hung on a dime store shelf for too many Halloweens. Kay Darby was sitting at the bar making a pattern of wet stains with the bottom of her glass. When she saw me, she looked as if she wished I'd never happened.
Oh, not again, Mr. Clover.
Why not?
Many's a time I meet someone and say to myself, oh, not again.
And you're telling yourself that now, huh?
Sit down if you want. I only make the offer because sometimes breeding gets the better of me.
Maybe I should tell you, Kay.
Don't tell me. You want me to shiver when you point your finger at me and say I'm a suspect for murder. Save it, I wouldn't even shrug.
Did you kill Harry?
Nope. Nope. Look, you don't understand, do you?
Understand what?
About me. I'm trying to get it over to you. I'm being in a dull gray mist. I was getting ready to salt my beer with a tear when you walked in.
Oh?
Yepper. This whole thing that's killing is going to break Lou to the nub.
Lou, your husband. You mean the publicity?
And he was just getting this little gin mill afloat. Now?
Tell me this, Kay. How close were you with Ray Richard?
Drummer boy Ray?
That's right.
What would I want with him?
You tell me.
He's talented.
I know.
Once I was with him where people drink out of glass thimbles and listen to violin music. He beat out for my amusement a rhythm with the fiddle with pickle forks. What about Ray?
He's missing. Maybe...
Wait a minute, the bar phone. Yes? Yes, he's here. Someone from your side of the tracks wants to talk to Mr. Clover.
Thanks. Hello?
Danny? We got Richard, Danny. Found him.
Hold him, Gino. I'll be right down.
Go by way of the East River docks, Danny. That's where they fished him out. Drowned. Dead.
At the docks, the heat clawed at the mounted policemen, at their horses, and they in turn clawed at the crowd with the pale, sullen face, rejecting the heat, the stain of heat on its body, on its clothes, dodging, scurrying from under the hooves of the rearing, sweating animals, because the spectacle of death was for free, and the crowd would not be denied by man or beast or element. And from the river, the vapors of night were beginning to rise, and the distant moan of a ship as it entered into the horizons of night. And death had shaped itself a proper setting. And someone known to you moved across it, pushed his way through the supernumeraries, found you, spoke to you.
Yeah, come on, Danny. I'll get through the crowd.
Where is he, Muggavan?
On the edge of the dock. Boys have fished him out, laid him out in one of the machine sheds. All right, one side, please.
One more shot of you.
Oh, will you please step aside? Yeah, I'm here, Danny. Here, I'll uncover him.
Oh.
Yeah, they shot him up good from up close and threw him in the river.
How long did you say he'd been in the river?
Oh, not long, Danny. Just long enough to... There's no blood on him.
Yeah. Identification?
Yeah, this musician's union card, local 802, issued to Ray Richard. And a driver's license issued to Ray Richard. This check from the 34 Club signed by Kay Darby made out to Ray Richard. Description tallies. And this gold Longines watch, Danny, with the initials RR on the back. That spells Ray Richard, huh?
Yeah, I remembered. Do something for me, Muggavan.
Oh, sure, Danny.
Call headquarters. Have them pick up Lou and Kay Darby. And a trumpet.
Huh?
A trumpet named Charlie Walker.
Next time you invite a trumpet player, Danny, pick a spot with better acoustics. This offends the ear, this hole. Listen how it echoes. Hey! See what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Reminds me of a dance crib I played once in Selma, all of BMI. Same acoustics. Same type of studio response. I was playing the trumpet in a manner unknown to this world. And those yokels just lay there, like these stiffs.
Stop it, Charlie. You're disgusting.
What's the matter, Lou? You develop a set of taste all of a sudden?
No. Just that with all these dead around me gives me the feeling I should commune with something. Why did you bring Charlie and me here, Mr. Clover?
I want you to identify a body we found in the East River.
Someone we have pleased, or vice versa?
That's a good question. Take all the time you need. I want you to be sure.
The shape is familiar, but the face, it's hard to tell.
Mr. Darby?
I recognize the suit. Uh-huh. I recognize it. Uh-huh.
You know who it is?
Of course, don't you? I've seen him wear it many times. Therefore, the body belongs to
Ray Richard?
Of course, Ray Richard. I only hesitated because a man doesn't rush into a thing like this.
What do you say, Charlie?
Ray Richard.
Recognize this ring?
Of course I do, Mr. Clover. That's Ray's all right. He pawned it with me many times when he needed more money for more booze.
All right, that's all.
He was murdered, huh?
Uh-huh, Charlie.
What makes Lou and me your darlings? Other people could have killed Ray, tossed him in the water.
Like who, Charlie?
Like the clarinet Jack Gage. Like Kay, the Song of Songs.
By the way, Mr. Darby, where's Kay? I've been waiting for you to tell me why she isn't here.
She was at the club the last time I saw her. Why?
She's not there anymore. Upstairs, they say she's not anywhere. Where is she, Mr. Darby?
You mean Kay's disappeared? You mean you can't find her? You gotta find her. I'm nothing without Kay. You gotta find her, you hear?
I hear. And we will, Mr. Darby. Honest, we will.
Attention, all cars. Attention, all cars. 9:33 p.m. Pick up Kay Darby. She's 5 feet 4 inches tall. Weight about 121. She has black hair, dark brown eyes.
Danny Clover speaking.
You fellas looking for Kay Darby?
Who is this?
Jean Brooks. I run the Kit Kat in Harlem. She's here now.
Hold her there.
You come get her.
You're late. She's gone. She's a long time gone.
Where'd she go?
She said she wanted to where the music was real secret. I told her where.
Where?
Brick Wall Club, Lenox Avenue.
Kay Darby. She been in here?
Been and left.
Where'd she go?
I know. There's a great piano around the corner. Maybe there.
I said Kay Darby.
Now you know. Was, but not now.
You know where she went?
Yeah, I know.
All right, where?
What she was looking for?
Where?
Room upstairs. All the way upstairs. As far as you can go. One room on the last floor. Try it.
She stood there before me in the corridor, blocking the open door. Her eyes closed, head moving back and forth to the rhythm of her wordless song. The music that came from the room in back of her drained her, touched her, flowed over her.
What do you want here?
You found him, huh, Kay?
He won't let me in. He and the other two.
Uh-huh.
They're worshiping something in there. They won't let anybody in. But I'll wait.
Get out of the way, Kay.
No.
Get out of the way. You two. Out. Hello, Ray.
Hi. Hi, Mr. Clover.
We've been looking for you, Ray.
That's funny. I didn't think you would be.
You made a mistake, Ray.
Me?
Uh-huh. Man shot up like that. So little blood in your room? A mistake.
Sure.
Who was he?
Nothing. I looked for a man who was nothing. I found him.
On that walk you took in Skid Row.
Yeah, that's when.
A derelict of the same size and build. You switched clothes with him. Watch, ring, kill him, and threw him in the river with your identification.
Yeah. And didn't fool you, huh?
That leaves the pianist, Harry Brett. Did he need killing, too, Ray?
Uh-huh. Kay hated him. He bothered her. I like Kay around me.
She likes it, too.
Loves it.
Let's go.
Loves it. Loves it.
I didn't stop it. Ray's frenzy. The girl stood in the doorway watching him. In a little while she came into the room and sat at his feet. Then it was over. All over. Nighttime leaps down on Broadway. The revelers swarm the streets to embrace it. Laughter pours into the shadowed places. And for a time, kid, no despair, just explosions and the sweet promise and have a drink on me. For a time. For a little time. It's Broadway. The gaudiest. The most violent. The lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's story and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to join us next week at the same time when Detective Danny Clover returns again with Broadway's My Beat. Broadway's My Beat, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis with music composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The program is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, changes my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Greetings, mystery lover. Welcome to another George Valentine adventure, better known as Let George Do It. I think we have a real George story for you, even though the title may do nothing for your goosebumps. It's called The Sedan from the City, which I must admit is kind of mild. However, it all takes place on Halloween, which is something at least. And even though it might not be Halloween where you are, I think this story with its goblins and its witches and stuff should kind of scare 'em your harem.
Hey, Roo.
You want some gas, mister? Better drive closer to the...
Take a joint, Broomville.
What?
Yeah, this Broomville. The way you're headed, though, is Timber Corner. But hey, look out! Holy smoke, mister, where do you think you're going? Just 'cause you drive a fancy sedan from the city.
Yeah, I know. I heard your car. Heard it drive up. I'm coming. Oh, shoes now. Where to put those? All right. Just a minute. Wonder who it could be. Yeah, I bet I'm going to be surprised. Now, wait a minute. I got a little surprise for you, too. Don't go away. Just take a minute. Well, big sedan. Whose car is that, for God's sake? Mervyn Brewster, huh? B-R-E-W-S.
But why? Why? Everyone loved my husband. They did.
From the city it was,
There was
Lieutenant
nobody-
Riley. Big black sedan. It didn't catch the license,
Oh,
but
I
it was
did.
the same car they saw drive away from the house here.
Didn't they, Fred? They loved Mervyn. Everyone did.
Now, Dora, wait a second till I tell him.
Take hold of yourself, Dora. The lieutenant has
But,
to.
Mac, I just came home, and there he was, lying there dead by the door. I'd been out visiting. I wanted him to go with me. It's such a beautiful night. But when I
Mrs.
came
Brewster,
home...
please, we've got to work fast. Several people spotted the strange car, and Fred, in the service station, couldn't you see what the man looked like?
Well, a dark hat, Lieutenant. An overcoat pulled up, he's sort of a fish-colored face. I remember that. Little skinny shrimp, I'd guess, and he had a funny eye, sort of pushed out of place. Scarred, I guess.
What, but Merv didn't know anyone
Well,
like
we'll
that.
radio the highway patrol. They're setting up roadblocks.
There's never been anyone like that in Broomville.
That's right, Lieutenant.
People loved Merv. He was the nicest man in the world.
Yes.
Why would anyone like that from the city just come out and shoot
Now,
him?
Mrs. Brewster,
Here, Lieutenant,
please.
I'll take care of it.
Yeah, thanks, sister. Huh? Miss Brooks, what in the name of heaven are you...
Come on, Mrs. Brewster, we'll go.
Wait a minute, what are you doing here?
Well, I came with George, naturally.
But what? Who sent for him? Come on, what's going on here tonight? Who sent for Valentine?
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It and George Valentine.
Everybody loved him, Mr. Valentine. That's why I called you so quick. I didn't know the city police would be called in, too.
Okay, Fred, so you phoned me.
Well, you see, Dora come home and found Merv. Went to the nearest neighbor, first place down the other road from Timber Corner. Only that's old Fawnville. He wouldn't help his dying mother. So she called Mackenzie.
Wait a minute. Let me get these people straight.
Mackenzie, he's in there in the other room. You saw him. Merv Brewster's assistant down at the factory. Whisk Broom, Merv called him. Gosh, Merv always had a funny word.
What's this factory you're talking about?
Brewster's Brooms. Haven't you heard of them? Sweep the skies, sweep the world. Yeah, that's Merv. Well, it's his factory, and this is his town. Gosh, he built the whole
You mean
thing.
the chubby man in the suspenders in there who's dead, Merv Brewster? You mean he owned a factory?
Well, sort of one. But it don't make him no rich man. He never cared about profit, just for the good of the town. See, practically everyone here works in the...
Okay, I understand. Brewster's Brooms. But you didn't work for him. You own a service station, so where do you fit in?
Well, but Merv's my cousin, don't you understand? Gosh, I'm the only relative he had. Always a joke for everybody. And you should have seen how the kids loved him. And then an hour ago comes a big sedan from the city, and this stranger...
He didn't know anyone in the city, Fred.
Huh?
This is Mackenzie. You saw him.
Hello, Mr. Valentine. I suppose it's confusing when you...
Yeah,
first...
sure, of course it is. Every murder is.
Until it's solved. Merv was a genius in his own way, you know. He drew his own labels. Witch riding on a broom is the trademark. Made up his own slogans. Rebuilt a barn for a factory all by himself. Sort of a rustic one-man band.
Okay, I get the idea. Now, that's the real mystery, isn't it? The town Santa Claus gets murdered. A man you say everybody loved.
Do you blame us for being surprised? Being shocked, yelling for help? There's no one in Broomville with a fish-colored face and a bad eye who drives a big black sedan.
It looked like one of them armor-proof jobs you see in the movies.
Mr. McKenzie, your boss or your partner, whatever it was, he must have done business in the city. Maybe he had enemies there.
No, he didn't.
Somewhere was born in Broomville, Mr. Valentine. Born and raised. Married 27 years. Didn't no children himself, but 20 times a godfather.
Now, look, somewhere there's got to be somebody who didn't like this guy.
No, I tell you there isn't. That's why you're here. To solve a riddle that's impossible.
Uh-huh. Impossible. But it happened.
Valentine, forget the sedan. Just think about Brewster. He sat here. Room was dark. Doorbell must have rung. Walked to the door.
Well, of course, Lieutenant.
Just a minute, I said. Little alcove by the door, see? Did Brewster go straight to the door? Did he flip on the porch lights like a friendly guy in a small town would do?
He was shot from the porch through the alcove window, that I know.
He was peering out to see who was ringing the bell. Now tell me Merv Brewster wasn't afraid. Now tell me he didn't expect a strange collar in a big sedan.
And the person saw him through the glass and shot him.
Shell casings, 2 of them, and they checked with the slugs. Found them right on the grass, right next to the window box here.
What kind of a gun?
A Luger, my friend, a special type with a special shell. A very popular gun in the city, in the dirtier parts of the city.
And gang killing.
Exactly.
But we already know it has all the earmarks
of
it.
A rubout, Miss Brooks. Yeah, a killer and a rubout.
Ronnie, if the killer stood here on the wet grass by the door, there's probably...
Now you're getting it. Now you see him. Oh, we'll chase the sedan from the city, sure. But right here in Broomville, we've got something. No? Because where the killer stood, there are no tracks.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh,
there
yeah?
were.
Yeah, sure. But some of these local lovable people have very carefully trampled all over them with a pair of rubber boots. You see, somebody's been killed that everybody likes. Then we find that he really sneaked to the door like a rat in a trap to peer out. Look, we don't know what kind of motives people really have underneath all that.
Okay, Riley, go ahead. Make like a detective.
Huh?
Me, I'm going to follow the footprints. The footprints of the rubber boots that spoiled the killer's tracks.
Here, George. They turn in here.
Yeah, across the road. Broomville, so innocent, so shocked. A sedan from the city, and to them it's like a man from Mars. You can't kid me what's going on right here.
Okay, here we are. White House. Tracks turn up the drive. You see it?
Yeah, come on.
Hey, wait a second.
Huh?
Yeah, number 3, Cedar Road.
Mailbox says...
Everett W. Fonville. Wow. Fonville, huh? First place down the other road from Timber Corner.
What's the matter with...
Oh, well, somebody said that, that's all.
The house is dark.
Yeah. The neighbor, Mrs. Brewster, came to for help. Only he wouldn't help his dying mother.
What in the devil was...
It's a bell. Oh. Like a homemade burglar alarm.
Yeah, it's a tripwire. Here it is.
Well, that does it. Oh, these rubes. They don't expect trouble. Oh, no. Imagine running a tripwire across your lawn.
Riley.
Huh?
Straight up the driveway. See it?
George. In the shadow by the garage, something moved.
Yeah. Well, here's where we get our answer to what's going on in this nice...
There we are!
Hey.
There's a barrel full of birdshot for the first one of you that moves.
That's not from the garage.
Someplace overhead, George. Back there.
I saw you. Oh, yes, I saw you. And grown up, every one of you. Well, you ought to be ashamed.
Hey, now look, friend, what do you
no
mean?
No lights. You think I'm asleep. Well, I've seen every one of your little games around here tonight. You'll get old fondle, you say. Kind of forget a man might keep a watch out of his attic window. Well, it's private property you're trampling on. Trespass, malicious...
Hey, slow down, Buster.
If this were any place but Boomville, I'd have every one of you arrested.
You'd what? Climb down from that attic. And get down here fast, my friend. Because you're under arrest.
So Mervyn Brewster was murdered. Huh. That's too bad. But I don't know anything about it.
Is that so, Mr. Fonville?
I've hardly met the man.
You what? But everybody in town...
I'm not from this town, lady, though sometimes I wish I were. Far from it. Brewster's brooms. That's all you hear. What a funny thing Mr. Brewster said. Well, I've had enough of it. I retired here for my health and let
For
me
your
tell you-
health? And a lawyer, too, huh? From the city, no doubt. And your doctor says surround your house with burglar alarms and sit up nights with a shotgun across...
Hold it, Riley. You're barking up the wrong tree.
Huh?
He didn't trample around in rubber boots.
George, can you still...
Yeah, still by the garage, Angel. There's somebody else here, all right, Riley.
What?
No, wait a minute. I'll do this. I don't want you embarrassing yourself anymore, barking at all the wrong things at the wrong time.
what are
Saying the small town must be up to something mysterious tonight. Broomville, where the trademark is a witch on a broomstick.
George, right here.
Know who it is, Riley? Wearing great big boots and sneaking around? Oh, I know. We've still got a crime to solve. Only tonight it's going to be a lot tougher than you ever figured.
Well, who is it? Who is it?
Take it easy now. It's only a little short guy carrying his head under his arm.
Huh?
But the head is a pumpkin. And the rubber boots are his father's.
What?
It's all right, Sonny. Come on out. The man here comes from the big city. He just forgot the date, that's all.
Trick or treat, sir.
Yeah, Riley. It's Halloween.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
And now, back to George Valentine. A sedan from the city. Before the car disappeared into the dark again, its driver had murdered Broomville's leading citizen, Marvin Brewster, the man that everybody loves. Well, naturally, the highway patrol is out frantically searching for the big black sedan. But if your name is George Valentine, your problem is right here. Your problem is why. Why would anyone even think of killing a jovial man like Brewster? And needless to say, Lieutenant Riley is not so jovial when he is reminded that tonight, whatever clues there are, may only be the work of goblins or witches. That tonight is Halloween.
All right, Mrs. Brewster, so none of it makes sense.
Well, this part does, Riley. Donuts.
What?
Oh, yes, those. I fried them myself just this afternoon.
Donuts. Now, look.
There was cider, too, on the little table, see? Poor Mervyn always liked to have something ready for the kids. It was sort of his day, you know, Halloween. We built this factory out of a witch's broom. He was so full of fun himself, you know. He wouldn't let anyone interfere, the police or anyone on Halloween.
No, sure. A big joker. Only Valentine...
Look, the donuts mean this, Riley. He wasn't sneaking to the door when he was shot into the alcove to peer out. He was just reaching for some donuts to give to the kids. That's what he must have thought the doorbell was, a trick or treat.
So he wasn't scared. He didn't expect a stranger from the city tonight. Oh, brother, the man that nobody hated. So maybe it's true that...
What? No, everybody loved him. That's what I told you. Until I heard about the telegram, I still don't believe...
What's this
What telegram?
Well, didn't Mr. Mackenzie tell you? He's the one who took the message from Priscilla. Maybe he told the local police.
Priscilla, what are you talking about, Mrs. Brewster?
Well, she's down at the telegraph office. It's really a part of the post office, and that's part of the general store. Priscilla's a lovely person.
What telegram?
A carbon or something that came through. The telegram somebody in Broomville sent today to somebody in the city. Somebody who came out here in a sedan.
Who sent this? In a little place like this, you must
but
have a
they just write them out and leave the money. I'm so busy at the other window, you
Hey, Riley,
see.
listen. It says, you don't something... Anyway, don't get paid until he's gone.
Paid until he's gone. Dead. There.
There, you see what I mean? The guy in the sedan was a killer from the city. And somebody right here in Broomville hired him.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's not the way I figure it, Riley. Come on, I'll show you. Okay, here we are, Timber Corner. Now, give me your flashlight.
What in the world?
Riley, what's the Brewster's address?
Huh? Well, the house on Cedar Lane beyond the corner. That's what I phoned my crew and wrote in the report.
Sure, but you've never been here before. You came out with a native cop. He wouldn't notice.
But look at the street sign, you idiot. Take a look at that.
Wait a minute. Get out of the way.
Huh? Right here, Miss Brooks, cutting out paper dolls.
You check at the newspapers, Brooksy?
Would you ask me to look up Mr. Farnville, George? It's true he's a lawyer from the city, sort of a big-time ambulance chief.
Uh-huh. Now, Riley, I said there was another way. Even the telegram could work. It didn't have to be sent by somebody from town, did it?
Huh?
Gangland stuff. Somebody might have spotted the victim and wired the killer how to find him.
Hey, I'm beginning to get you.
Yeah. And this street sign is loose, all right. Don't you remember Farnville's mailbox? It said Cedar Lane.
George, the street sign...
Sure. It turns. Now, which street is which? First house beyond the corner.
The oldest Halloween trick in the book. Changing street signs.
So maybe Merv Brewster didn't have any enemies. Just a big, loud, lovable guy who was so crazy about Halloween that by some kid's prank he died for it.
Farnville. He was the one they meant to kill. Come on!
Well, we're too late. He's dead.
That was the same gun. Same empty shells.
It all must have been the same. Came to answer the door and...
Yeah, that's right. 2 shots.
George, he was the kind of a man some gang might want to get. Retired criminal lawyer who didn't pick his clients too well.
Yeah, that's it, all right. The killer's set out to get Farnville, only tangles up with a Halloween prank and picks the wrong house. Kills the wrong man. Then finds his mistake and comes back.
Riley, this couldn't have happened very long ago.
No, I know. So, let's go. We'll,
Oh, hello.
It's Fred, the guy who got me into this.
Yeah, the guy who found the car. The sedan.
You what?
Yeah. Killer ditched it down the woods. Engine's still warm. Come on. It's all over but the shouting. We found it.
Not surprising you ditched it, sir. We got 100 patrol cars out on the highways, roadblocks set up at every
It's
crossing.
the same sedan. I'm sure of that. I'm positive.
Not going to be easy to trace, neither. There's no registration.
The driver will be easy to find. Little fish-faced guy with his eye all scarred up. How many men have you got, officer?
Oh, plenty, and everybody in Broomville will be only too glad to
Hey,
help
wait a minute.
us.
Don't touch that.
What?
There won't be any fingerprints, Valentine. We know he was wearing a hat, an overcoat, and probably gloves.
Yeah. Well, I was looking for something else, but I can't find it.
Oh, now, don't you start playing detective. We'll get him. This is Broomville. And we're going to sweep the woods for a killer.
All right. But remember, it's still Halloween.
Men, fan out there more. Move slower. Keep the flashlights on the ground.
I hope they find him.
Yeah. Mind if I take a look at something inside your house, Mrs. Brewster?
Oh, no. Miss Brooks is already in here someplace, I think.
Well, hello. Remember me?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Mackenzie.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were out on the manhunt.
I thought Dora might need me. They're coming closer, you know.
Yeah, looks like he's hiding right around Timber Corner here someplace.
Right close. And the closer they get, the more wrong I am.
Wrong? What do you mean?
Oh, something Lieutenant Riley said earlier. And he was right. When you investigate a case this fast, you don't know what kind of motives people really have underneath.
Motives? Everyone around here knows that old Farnville was mixed up in all sorts of things. Back in the city, that is.
Halloween. Gosh, if Merv hadn't always been so considerate, telling the cops to lay off and everything, then the kids never would have even thought of twisting that road sign.
George, what's happening? What? Oh, excuse me.
It's all right, Angel. What'd you find?
Well, I looked for it. I've been upstairs.
She's what?
It's all right.
But I didn't find it. And it wasn't around the car anyplace.
Someplace in between, I guess, huh?
Hey, how you doing out there? Hey, Lieutenant, you catch him yet?
George, he's leaving.
No, Brooks, it's all right. Fred's a tall guy. Let him go. It's a false alarm anyway. They haven't found the killer yet. They won't.
Mr. Valentine, will you please tell me what in the name of blue blazes...
Yes, I'll tell you, Mr. Mackenzie. Now, suppose somebody wanted to kill Mervyn Brewster. Oh, I don't know why yet.
But everybody loved my
George,
husband.
Upstairs.
Suppose that person set up the phony telegram. Suppose that person dug up a big sedan from the city. That part'd be easy.
Why, of all
and
the-
most important, suppose that person took advantage of Halloween by twisting the road sign. On purpose.
George.
Sure, Brooksy. What would everybody say? Kids. An unfortunate accident corroborated by the Halloween road sign and the telegram. Oh, yeah, sure. Everybody knows Farnville has enemies. And forever after, the police would be combing the city for some mythical gangster killer.
Mythical? Well, people saw him. Fred saw him. Of all
Mr.
the
Mackenzie, what do you think I was looking for at the deserted car? Miss Brooks looking for here?
I haven't the slightest
It's
idea.
Halloween, Buster, remember? Well, what's been the greatest boost to Halloween since the Headless Horseman? The rubber mask. The skin mask. The rubber horror mask. You've seen him. And think back, Mackenzie. Fish-colored face, a funny eye, sort of pushed out of place, all scarred.
Oh, no, it couldn't possibly have been anyone.
Those guys outside are getting closer and closer, lady. And I'm getting more and more sure all the time. It was somebody from Broomville, changing his voice and wearing a mask and an overcoat. It was somebody in this room.
Mr. Valentine, I think you're forgetting Farnville. He was murdered, too, you know. The killer made a mistake and then killed Farnville.
Yes, but Mr. Farnville told us he'd been watching from his attic. He'd seen every one of the little games around here tonight and the pranks.
Exactly, Angel. And he could have, from that attic, very easily seen who changed that road sign.
Mr. Farnville?
As I remember, there's only one person who's been over to talk to Farnville since Brewster's death. Who might have guessed and been told that the old coot had been watching from his attic, who would have known that he had to be killed, too.
I'm afraid
You,
that
Mrs. Brewster, when you went for help.
No, what are you
It
trying
was
to...
dark. If a stranger from the city came out and did get mixed up by road signs, how would he know it was your husband or even a man behind that darkened glass in the alcove? How would a stranger standing at the door think to look in that window and see him?
Stop it.
But if you heard
Stop
him
it.
trapping around, you'd know what he was doing, you and nobody else. If he stepped aside to get a surprise for the kids, some donuts maybe, you'd know where to look for him, wait for his shadow to fire at. Because you were the one who put him in the alcove with the cider.
Put your hands up, all of you. Oh. Yeah, sure. He loved Halloween. The Brewster broom, it's built around Halloween. You know, even the trademark. Oh, he was such a funny man, my husband. Everybody loved him.
Except you, huh, lady? All right, now, come on. Give me that gun. Give me the Luger. There's a lot of policemen getting closer all the time, and you can't get away with it.
Stay where you are. I'm going. I can go past those policemen. They know me. I'm just a meek little housewife.
There's Fred coming on the lawn.
There's a side porch to this house. I can see you from there. I have my own car. If you move, I'll kill
Dora,
you.
please.
No, don't move. Let her go.
But it's Halloween. The police won't pay any attention to it.
George, what happened?
Some kids piled trash cans on the porch. Brooksy, it's Halloween.
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
So I was right. You see, Valentine, we don't know how people really feel underneath. There she is, married for 27 years to a perfectly nice guy.
Oh, just a minute, Lieutenant. It must have worked both ways.
Huh?
Well, when I was upstairs, George, I started to tell you. In Mervyn Brewster's study, he drew his own labels, remember? The witch riding on the broom.
Yeah, that's right. It's on every broom.
It was a big sketch. The original, I guess, in the drawer. Oh, he must have been a lovely man to live with.
What do you mean?
Well, you can't see it on the little ones. But guess whose face he drew on that witch? And then probably laughed about it, thought it was funny.
Hey, yeah, that's right. Dora did look a little like a witch.
Santa Claus to everybody but her. Kind to everybody but her. Well, it worked both ways, all right. She's hated him.
Halloween. She used it to kill him. It trapped her. Well, Brooksy, somewhere the witches and goblins are laughing real loud. They had a big night.
You have just heard The Sedan from the City, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now, this is yours truly, inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Roy Vickers, New Britain Mutual, Johnny.
Hi, Roy.
How'd you like to try some Creole cooking?
Okay, what's up?
One of the bellhops at the St. Agnes Hotel in New Orleans had quite a time last night. He opened the safe and walked out with $7,500 in cash and a diamond necklace worth a cool $25,000.
So help me, Roy. I didn't know bellhops had so much fun.
That isn't all. He also stole a station wagon belonging to the hotel manager, not to mention the manager's wife.
What do you want back?
Mainly that necklace. It's the property of one of our clients. She was stopping at the St. Agnes and had it stowed in the hotel safe.
Any line on the bellhop?
Not a trace so far.
The wife?
Don't be funny. Can you hop a plane down there and see what's happened for us?
Sure, Roy.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the New Britain Mutual Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Valentine matter. Expense account item 1, $175 and no cents. Airfare and the incidental costs it takes to get from Hartford to New Orleans. Once there, I was more than surprised to discover the police had wound up the whole case. The prodigal bellhop, along with the $7,500 in cash, the diamond necklace, the station wagon, even the manager's wife, had all been recovered. Everything and everyone tearful, but intact. I reported this development to all parties concerned, phoned the airport for a reservation back to Hartford, which they said would be the following afternoon, and then looked around for something to do. I found a spot on Burgundy Street that seemed to be less crowded than the others and settled down for the evening. That's where it happened. He was sitting alone, tall, gray-haired, rugged. A face full of some 50-odd years, I guessed, and full of some other things no one could guess. It was 3 drinks at the bar before I made out who he was, who he had been. A man who was once big, in a way that only Prohibition made them big. This seat taken?
No.
Mind if I sit down, Mr. Valentine?
Well, you can't be that old.
How old?
Old enough to recognize me.
Recognize you from your picture. Long time ago.
Time. I guess I could tell you more about that than anybody. You a cop?
No, I'm an insurance investigator.
You were a cop once?
Once. Can I buy you a drink, Mr. Valentine?
Dan's enough. Sure. You're doing better than the boys in the force. I've been living in New Orleans for 3 months now. Nobody's calling me.
Any reason why they should?
No. No, there isn't. But then no one's ever figured out a way to stop a policeman from making a visit when he wants to.
That's true.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. There's a lot of policemen I've liked in my day. Visiting policemen. That is, on certain days. You're too young to remember much about it, Dollar, but a long time ago, a bunch of old women made a law called the Volstead Act.
Sure. Prohibition.
Everybody heard about it. Including the old women who passed the law. You see, this law was supposed to be for the other guy, not for them. Anyhow, a lot of people started bottling up violations of this Volstead Act. You tired?
No, not a bit, Dan.
Well, it got me a lot of money and a lot of trouble. 13 years for income tax evasion, finally. Ended just 3 months ago when I came here to live happily ever after. Funny.
No. New Orleans is a nice, quiet place to live. Better still, no one's bothering you.
That's the way I want to keep it. And they can pass 1,000 stupid laws, and I'm not going to fall for any of them. Everything the book says, everything in order. How's that sound?
Pretty good.
You believe it?
Yes, I do.
Then I've got my point over. I'm flattered that you recognize me, Dollar. I paid back 10 days for every one I took. Now, all I ask is that you don't ask the police to bother me.
Okay. As far as I'm concerned, Dan, you didn't even have the dinner I'm about to buy for you.
Dollar, it's nice to come out of prison and be recognized by a nice guy. Where we go, Jimmy Moran's?
That's where we went, and it was a swell dinner. Only Dan Valentine didn't eat much of it. He tried to smile and crack wise, but there was a sadness about him that stood in the way. I wanted to ask him more questions about those days back when, but I didn't. We dropped into a couple of other places. The Absinthe House, Joe Glorioso's. We listened to some jazz and drank Sazeracs and walked along Canal Street. Finally, we shook hands and said goodnight. Expense account item 2, $26.26. Hotel, board, and miscellaneous. The next morning, I packed my bags, checked out of my hotel, and was about to take a limousine out to Mobile Airport.
Oh, Mr. Dollar?
Yeah.
A message for you.
Oh, thanks. It was from a police officer on the New Orleans force, an Inspector DeBaca. Could I drop by before I left town? I went right over and met DeBaca, a tall, lean, gray-haired man with 30 years' service who kind of puzzled me at first.
Thanks for coming by, Dollar.
Sure.
Sit down.
What's up? The bellhop take back his confession on that necklace theft?
No. This is something else, Dollar. Dan Valentine.
Oh.
You met him about 6:30 last night. You had 2 drinks with him, and you went over to Moran's and had dinner. You went to 2 other places. You left him at 11:30.
Yeah, I also brushed my teeth when I got back to the hotel, but I bet you can't tell me what color my pajamas
Now, take it easy. Just take it easy. Maybe I'm saying this bad. He doesn't know it, but we've been keeping an eye on Danny ever since he showed up in New Orleans. Just so happened you were with him last night, and you did business with us here yesterday afternoon.
So?
We want to know if you had any business with Dan Valentine.
Don't be funny, Inspector.
Okay. Now, don't get huffy. Let me put it this way. Dan came to New Orleans 3 months ago, bought a house out in Jefferson Parish. He hired a housekeeper, bought himself a little car, took up fishing every afternoon or just walking.
Nothing wrong with that?
No, of course there isn't. We like it fine. The boys in the car drive by now and then to look at him. Just look. No questions, no knocking on the door. When we see Danny in town, we turn the other way. Just look, you see?
Sure.
Now, he doesn't have any visitors. No old pals from Chicago or New York or Detroit come to see him. He lives alone.
And he likes it. That's what he told me.
You're his first visitor. Now, I just wondered.
You wondered wrong, DeBaca.
Okay. I had to ask about it. You know how it is.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah? Okay. Right on cue. Your pal just stopped a couple of bullets.
Huh?
Danny Valentine. Come on.
According to the uniformed officer who had put in the call, a newspaper boy had found Valentine lying on the sidewalk and roused the neighborhood. One of the residents had carried him inside. The ambulance crew stood by the bed as we came in. Valentine was lying on his back, the white chenille spread under him changing to a deep red. 2 bullets had ripped ragged holes in one shoulder through flesh and bone. But he was just as self-contained as ever.
I got the idea you were going to stay out of trouble, Dan.
I didn't know I was in any trouble. Hiya, Dollar.
Okay.
You went to the police after all?
No. The inspector called me in.
About you, Dan, but let's forget that for now. How'd this happen?
This? Cleaning my gun.
You're a loser, Dan. You're not supposed to have a gun.
Oh, you know me and the law. We sometimes didn't hit it off.
Odd, where is the gun?
What gun?
The gun you were cleaning when you were walking down the street and shot yourself.
I swallowed it.
Now, look. Somebody's taken a couple of shots at you, Dan. Nobody can tell us anything about it but you so far. We don't want you murdered. Well? Okay, boys. Get the ambulance back.
Wait a minute.
You're hurt. You're going to the police hospital.
No. I've served my time and I'm clean. Being shot at even in this state doesn't make you a criminal. Dollar.
Yeah, Dan.
Do me a favor.
Would you phone a private hospital and have me taken there?
Go ahead, Johnny. Take it easy, Dan.
I did as he asked. A crew from one of the large private hospitals was out there in a matter of minutes. And an hour and a half later, Dan Valentine was operated on and the bullet successfully removed from his shoulder. I waited around until he was taken to a private room, and Inspector DeBacca waited with me.
Dollar?
Yeah.
Why don't you go back to Hartford? This isn't any of your business.
I know. My plane takes off at 4. I'll be on it.
Well, why are you waiting around here?
Oh, to see how he is, I guess.
You pal of yours?
I just met him last night. You know that.
But you're waiting around?
Yeah.
You want me to tell you why you're waiting around? You want to make sure he's okay. You met him last night, and outside of what you ever read or heard about him, you don't know him from a load of coal. But you want to make sure he's going to be all right. Well, so do I. Because in that room and on that bed lies quite a man.
Well, that about summed it up. No matter what he had been or what he had done, Dan Valentine was quite a man. It was the same thing that had caused me to go over to him the night before and start a conversation. The same thing that caused me to believe his plans for living a quiet life in New Orleans. He came out of the anesthetic a half hour later, and he sent for me.
Hi.
Hi. They say it's going to be okay.
Oh, sure. This is nothing. I just wanted to thank you for giving me a hand.
DeBacca could probably help you more. All you have to do is tell him who shot you and why.
I shot myself, and just for something to do.
Look, Dan, I have a fair idea of how tough things were for you and how tough they can be now. But Inspector DeBacca understands it, too. He'll do everything he can to help you. But you have to help him, Dan.
DeBacca's a good boy. You're right.
You'll tell him who shot you?
If there was any way he could help me, I'd let him know first. I'll handle this myself. Guess you'll want to be getting your airplane.
Yeah.
Good luck, kiddo.
Same to you. I went back to my hotel, picked up my bags, and took a cab to Mobilon Airport. My plane had developed engine trouble, and there was going to be a 5-hour delay. I killed time at the bar and in the restaurant and just standing around looking at the field at night. By that time, the newspapers carried the story of the attempt on Dan Valentine's life. It was as skimpy as the story Dan had told himself, and it troubled me.
Mr. Dollar.
Yeah?
Long distance call for you from Hartford. You can take it right in there.
Oh, thanks. Johnny Dollar.
Roy Vickers, Johnny, at New Britain Mutual. Glad I caught you.
Just waiting for my plane back to Hartford now.
This story about Dan Valentine's in all the papers up here. Have you read it?
Yeah, I was in on it in a way. Somebody shot at him today. He won't tell who. Says he'll handle it himself.
Can you find out, Johnny?
I don't know. Why?
We carry a $50,000 policy on him. Somebody's trying to kill him. We'd like to know all about it.
You mean I can stay here and work on this?
Yes.
Okay, Roy.
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the Valentine matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, all the King's men that could be the New Orleans police force try to keep one man alive. And they almost do it. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for another exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
This is Charlie DeBaca down at headquarters. You left a call for me?
That's right, Inspector.
Thought you went back to Hartford. What now?
The company I represent happens to hold an insurance policy on Dan Valentine. They asked me to stay here in New Orleans and look into this attempt on his life.
How'd they hear about it so fast?
Well, it was in all the papers and on the wire services. Valentine's always been news, ever since Prohibition.
Yeah, a guy like him would be. Well, you know as much as I do, Dollar. No lead yet.
He's still quiet about the whole thing?
Just like a mouse who won't open up, except to say he'll take care of it himself.
Maybe it'll help matters when he finds out the insurance company's interested.
You know something?
What?
I don't think me, you, the whole force, the insurance company, or anybody else can keep that bird alive unless he helps us.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account, submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the New Britain Mutual Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Valentine matter. Expense account continued. Item 3, $3. One telegram to Roy Vickers in Hartford requesting a copy of the policy contracts between New Britain Mutual and Dan Valentine, plus the name and location of the beneficiary and any other data on the case. After that, I walked over to the police station and looked up Inspector DeBaca.
Sit down.
Thanks.
I don't quite get this, Dollar. What's your part?
Well, the insurance company would like a full report on everything that's happened, that's all.
You could give them that on the back of your thumbnail, couldn't you?
Not quite, Inspector.
Oh, you mean a separate report from what we have?
Something like that, yes.
Well, it's their dough. They can spend it any way they want to, I guess.
If there's any reason for them canceling the policy on Valentine, they'll do it. The fact that somebody shot at him a couple of times and came near killing him is one thing. The fact that he won't open his mouth about it is another.
They're looking for a way out?
I didn't say that. They just want to make sure about everything, that's all. An insurance policy's a contract, mutually beneficial to both parties. Both parties have to keep the line of that contract.
They don't figure Danny Valentine's running around shooting himself for insurance money.
Inspector, they don't figure anything.
Well, now that you've been official, be unofficial. What's your idea?
Well, Valentine's got a legitimate policy with the company. They don't want to see him killed. They tell me to investigate the shooting. Actually, they're telling me to see to it that he stays alive and well.
Well, that makes sense. Good luck.
If you'll sort of let me tag along on the case, I'd appreciate it.
Well, we'll see.
Oh, what's the matter now?
It just occurred to me. Valentine bought our house out in Jefferson Parish 3 months ago, a couple of days after he was released from a federal pen. Now, he's lived there quiet, minding his own business, keeping his nose out of trouble.
Yeah.
Well, as long as a man does that, even a man with a background like Valentine's, as long as a man does that, we don't bother him, and he doesn't bother us.
Well, so?
So what happens? Yesterday, you meet him and have a couple of drinks with him. Hello and goodbye. Boom, boom. He gets shot twice. By somebody, somewhere. You a bad news boy?
Now, that's as wild as you can get. We had nothing together except the drinks.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Well, I'm thinking about it just the same. Here. Be back in a minute.
The bulky, thick folder Inspector DeBaca shoved across the desk at me was marked Valentine Daniel. It started in 1915 and was fat with yellowed clippings all the way through 1942. It was a pretty good history of Dan Valentine and the age he lived in. He was born in Ireland and had fought in the Irish Rebellion. He was regarded as both hero and scoundrel. For his own good, he came to America. Somehow, he started out in the wholesale drug business. And understandably, it was an easy step to making Prohibition alcohol. and an even easier step to make prison on an income tax evasion charge. The folder mentioned a wife and a daughter who seemed to have successfully avoided most of the newspaper headlines that had involved Dan Valentine. There was one picture of Mrs. Valentine taken in 1928. That's about as far as I got when DeBaca came back into the room, not alone.
Interesting stuff?
Very, Inspector, very.
Well, here's something more interesting. My men have been covering the neighborhood where the shooting happened yesterday afternoon. This man's a witness. This is Mr. Dollar. He's an insurance investigator. It's Willie Blakely.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
Hope you can help us, Willie.
Well, I can try, I really didn't see too much. See, I was on my milk truck, and I saw this fella, this big fella, walking down the street. What's his name?
Dan Valentine.
Yes, sir. Well, he was just walking, like for an early morning walk, and then I saw this car come around the corner, and there were a couple of men in it.
What kind of car?
I think it was a Buick sedan. I'm not sure. It was a black car.
You happen to get the license number?
No.
All right, go on.
Well, sir, this Mr. Valentine, he looked up when he saw it coming, and he stopped. You know, kind of funny.
No, I don't know. Tell me.
Well, you know, like he was surprised.
Do you think he was surprised at who was in the car?
Yes, sir, that's it. He sort of smiled. Not a hello kind of a smile. Sort of a sad smile. Didn't wave, just stood there. I couldn't see the men in the car by then, so I don't know how they were looking at him.
Did you see them as they rounded the corner?
Yeah, just a couple of fellas, dark coats and hats.
Would you know them if you saw them again?
I don't think so, Captain.
Okay. 2 men.
Yes, sir. So this Mr. Valentine stopped and looked at him and gave him this kind of smile.
He recognized them, you think?
Oh, yeah. And then I heard a noise, you know, something like whack, whack. And Mr. Valentine fell down, and the car drove off.
Did Valentine go for a gun?
No, sir.
What did you do then?
Well, I got out of there.
Why?
I didn't know what was happening. I didn't want to get hurt.
You didn't even try to help him?
No, sir. I was scared. I didn't know what that whack, whack was, sir.
And it took you all this time to tell us about it.
Sorry, Captain.
Dollar.
Yeah.
You got something to worry about. That noise he was talking about didn't sound like regular gunshots, or he would have said so.
Silencer.
What else?
Inspector DeBaca continued to question the witness, trying to ascertain more details about the shooting, the car, and the men inside the car. 4 hours later, when I left, he was still at it. Some more expenses. Item 4, $2.50. Cab fare from police station to hospital. I thought I'd drop in and take a chance on Dan Valentine coming across with some information.
Sorry, no visitors.
It's pretty important. I'm a friend of his.
I'm sorry.
When can I see him?
That's hard to say. Mr. Valentine's condition is not too good.
What?
Well, nothing to be alarmed about. He lost so much blood that he's in a weakened condition. The doctor's ordered a transfusion.
Oh.
You can phone in later if you like. Excuse me. Yes, ma'am?
I should like to see Mr. Valentine, please.
I'm sorry. I was just telling this gentleman. That's impossible.
How is he?
He needs rest. The doctor feels he'd be better off without visitors at the moment.
Thank you.
I had a feeling about the gray-haired, well-dressed woman, and I hurried after her down the long corridor outside the hospital. I was just in time to see her take a cab that had been waiting at the curb. I managed to hail one myself, and we tagged along Canal Street behind her until she paid off the driver in front of the Roosevelt Hotel. I was right behind her when she stopped in the lobby and got a key to room 1016. I gave her 5 minutes, then I knocked on her door.
Yes?
Hello, Mrs. Valentine. My name's Johnny Dollar. Ann Valentine looked at me for a long time. I had to hand it to her. There were no tears, no frowns or screams. Just a wide, frank look from a woman who, by any man's standards, had once been beautiful.
I haven't been called by that name for many years. You're a reporter, of course.
No, I'm not. I'm an insurance investigator. In a policeman's office today, I saw one of the few pictures ever taken of you.
At this hotel, I'm registered under the name of Ann Ward.
Ward is good enough for me, Mrs. Valentine. May I come in?
Yes. Now, what is it you want, Mr. Dollar?
Possibly the same thing you want. To keep your husband alive.
I believe that's up to the doctors, isn't it?
Not quite. If he was shot at once and he won't help the police find out who did it, there's a reasonable chance he'll be shot at again. Do you know who did it? Well, who it might be. Look, the police have found a witness who describes two men as having done the shooting. Can you add anything to that?
Mr. Dollar, I haven't seen Dan in over 13 years. I haven't written to him, talked to him, or contacted him in any way, either while he was in prison or these last few months he's been out.
I see.
It was his idea.
But he must have had a reason.
He did. Our daughter.
Oh.
She believes that Ward was her dead father's name. Do I make myself clear?
Yeah.
I read about the shooting. I caught the first plane here because I thought I might help Dan. My daughter thinks I'm on a little vacation by myself. You don't believe me, do you?
Well, in view of what you've just said about not having written to him for 13 years...
That was the way he wanted it. I was never ashamed of Dan, never. He was ashamed of himself and how his activities might affect us. He gave me everything I ever had out of life. In New Salem, that's where we live, and live very well because Dan saw to that part of it before he went to prison. We are considered very proper people, Teresa and myself. Dan sacrificed a great deal for that consideration.
I think that you sacrificed a great deal yourself, Mrs. Valentine.
When I go back to the hospital to see him tonight, he'll probably tell me to pack my bag and go home, that there's nothing to worry about.
But there is something to worry about, isn't there, Mrs. Valentine? He won't talk about it, and you won't talk about it, and both of you know all about it.
Oh, Mr. Dollar, you're a very young man. I'm sorry if I sound like I could help you. I can't. Please go.
I went back to my hotel and had some dinner. Then after a while, I put in a phone call to the hospital and found out I could talk to Dan Valentine between 7:30 and 9. About then, a special delivery came for me. It contained the information I wanted regarding the policy on Dan Valentine. I noticed that the beneficiary was a dual affair, wife and daughter, Anne and Teresa Ward. I had to check with Inspector DeBaca just once more. No luck. He had been unable to identify or locate the two killers described by the witness. He was trying to trace the car. 7:30 on the dot, I was at the hospital. The reception desk seemed reluctant to talk and referred me to the head nurse, who happened to be out to dinner, who referred me to the surgical nurse, who took me aside and told me to find a crystal ball.
Mr. Valentine's gone. We have no idea when.
How could he be gone?
We started to give him a transfusion. He jumped up suddenly, knocked down one of the male nurses, grabbed his clothes, and ran out of the hospital. Just as simple as that.
I thought he was in a serious condition.
Keep your voice down. He was in a serious condition, and it's going to be critical pretty soon. Running around town bleeding from 2 bullet wounds. If you want to keep him alive, Mr. Dollar, you better find him and find him fast.
I thought over what Dan Valentine had told me in the hospital earlier, about taking care of the matter himself. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized he was going to do just that, even if it killed him.
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the Valentine matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, what happens to a 30-year-old grudge when somebody explains it with bullets? Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for another exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Ann Ward, Mrs. Valentine. Have you heard anything about Dan?
Nothing, Mrs. Valentine. The police are looking everywhere for him.
I went to the hospital tonight and they told me he walked out. He might die, Mr. Dollar.
I know, Mrs. Valentine.
Did you tell anyone I was here in New Orleans?
If you mean, did I mention it to the police? No.
Thank you, Mr. Dollar. That was very kind of you.
But it makes me mad that I didn't, Mrs. Valentine. I know you don't want anybody to find you're related to him because of your daughter. But I also think you could help the police in this situation. You could help them find Dan and put him back in a hospital.
Mr. Dollar, would you come over and talk to me, please?
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the New Britain Mutual Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Valentine matter. Some more expense. I believe this is item 5. Yeah, $4. 4 drinks for myself. When the next big shot of the roaring 20s, like Dan Valentine, carries a $50,000 life insurance policy and walks down the street one day and gets himself shot and refuses to disclose who fired the bullets, I have to do the worrying for the insurance company. When he decides to leave a hospital bed minus a pint or two of blood, I have to worry some more. I needed those drinks. You can just say I liked what I'd seen of the guy, and I didn't want him to walk around New Orleans bleeding to death.
In here, please, Mr. Dollar.
The wife, who hadn't seen or heard from him for 13 years, looked pale and wan. It was obvious that the strain was beginning to tell on her, although she tried hard not to show it.
Doesn't it ever cool off in New Orleans?
Sometimes. But I'm not here to talk about the weather, Mrs. Valentine. You know that.
Yes, I know.
Well, don't just stand there and give me the tears, then. If you've got anything to say, say it. If you know anything that'll help, let me know about it.
You're perfectly right in being angry with me. Mr. Dollar, I honestly don't know where Dan is.
Well, do you know why he'd get up out of a hospital bed and endanger his life?
I have an idea he might have wanted to see somebody.
Who?
I don't know.
The 2 men who shot at him?
Perhaps. I just don't know.
We aren't getting anywhere, Mrs. Valentine. Look, I'm going to talk to you frankly. Why did he come here to live in New Orleans?
Well,
You live in New England with your daughter, Teresa. Obviously, Dan thinks a great deal of you and her. He's given you everything, provided for you with all of his troubles. Spent 13 years in prison. I can imagine his thoughts about you and her while he was in there. And yet he comes out and lives 2,000 miles away from you.
He didn't want to interfere with Teresa in any way.
Sure. But it seems to me he'd want to look at you. At her, certainly. Even if it was a matter of living in Boston and taking a bus to New Salem and standing on a street corner one day to watch the two of you cross the street. That sound reasonable to you?
If you put it that way.
Well, look, there's some reason he picked New Orleans. Some reason he didn't give himself the little gratification of just looking at you and Teresa. Why? Why here?
I'm sure I don't know.
And why is he running around now?
I can't answer that either.
But it must have something to do with you and your daughter. Obviously, you're the only ones he ever cared about. Well?
I honestly don't know.
Well, and I can't help you, and I can't help myself or him.
You mentioned his having a reason to be in New Orleans. Maybe...
What?
There was a man named Webster, Conrad Webster. He was a member of the Illinois Bar once, in those days. Did a great deal of work for Dan and friends of Dan. I think he lived here.
Wait a minute, I've seen that name... Yeah, on copies of the insurance policy. A man named Webster had the power of attorney. He bought the insurance. There's a trust in there for your daughter.
Yes, Conrad Webster was an old friend of Dan's. I don't even know whether he's alive now or not. He drank a great deal later on. I think he lived here.
Was he the kind of friend Dan would go to if he needed help?
Yes, I think so.
All right.
What are you going to do?
It's just something to look into. I'll try and find Webster, and maybe I can find your husband.
Thank you for coming by. I needed somebody to talk to. What?
I hope he stays alive, Mrs. Valentine. Item 7, $16. The money it cost me to find out the location of Conrad Webster. I started at his last known address, followed a series of bars, and finally got information from a bartender that led me to the crummier half of a decaying duplex on Gentilly Street. Everything was quiet for Gentilly Street.
Young man, the drugstore delivers what I need most. The telegraph office what I dread most. Obviously, you represent neither, and therefore you are no concern of mine.
Wait a minute. Are you Mr. Webster? Conrad Webster?
I am he, and I am drunk and disheveled, and it is 3:00 in the morning.
I'd like to talk with you. May I come in?
You may not.
This isn't exactly the hour for making calls, but I did stop by and pick up something to take the edge off.
Ted? Huh?
It's bonded.
Oh, inside. Now then, you were going to apologize.
Here you are, Mr. Webster.
Oh, well. Now then, as long as this lasts, you will last.
All right. I'm looking for a man.
The entire world is looking for a man. Just one man. A man they blindly presume will break off these shackles that bind us and lead us forth into eternal justice.
Yeah, sure, but that's not why
An ironic anticipation.
I'm talking about Dan Valentine.
You are?
Yes, I'm a friend of his.
No, you don't come from that place. The pallor is not with you. You lie.
I didn't say I was in jail with him.
And where else would he have made friends these long years?
He's out of prison now. He's been out for 3 months.
And I'm aware of that.
Did you know he was shot at yesterday? 3 hours ago, he left his hospital bed. I thought he might have come to you. Is he here?
He is not.
Do you know where he is?
I do not.
Mr. Webster, if Valentine isn't back in the hospital pretty soon, he'll die.
Why is the phenomenon of death so persistently alarming? So he will die. They all die. Usually from a bullet.
And that's what's going to happen to him. 2 bullets he stopped yesterday. Do you understand me?
Acutely. You've impressed me with the urgency of his situation. But Dan Valentine is not here, nor has he been here, nor has he contacted me, nor do I know where to contact him.
All right, Mr. Webster, all right. I guess I believe you.
Your concern for him is a distressing irritation. Well, what is the reason for it?
I'm an insurance investigator, and it's my job to keep him alive. More than that, I like him. I told you I was his friend. I think he deserves to live.
You, his friend? No. You are too young to be his friend. His friends, for the most part, are gone. Like the long years. Like Homburg hats and the Charleston and Lime Ricky. The ones who are left are broken and tired and faded. With old faces like mine, like his. And we should be gone, too. Another age is here. This is my sadness. As for yours, Dan Valentine should never have lived in that age or this age. He was meant to be an explorer, a pioneer who conquered a wilderness, not a racketeer who conquered a west side.
Are you sure you're his friend, Mr. Webster?
I once thought so. He once thought so. Now, I haven't strength enough to be anyone's friend. What's your name?
Johnny Dollar.
Good night, Mr. Dollar.
The look in Conrad Webster's eyes held the same sort of sadness I had seen in Valentine's eyes. But they were different, too. They held a weakness. The strong, sad eyes were somewhere else in the city, walking alone, probably looking for 2 gunmen, and the lifeblood was slowly draining from the body that sparked them. I went back to my hotel and tried to sleep, but sleep wouldn't come. I was still rolling and tossing at 7:30 the next morning when Orange Juice Coffee in the morning paper came up. A nationwide syndicate had picked up the new development in the Valentine shooting and gone to work on it. Among other names they mention in giving a resume of Valentine's career were his wife and daughter, living in New Salem under the name of Ward.
Hello?
This is Johnny Dollar. I just read the morning paper, Mrs. Valentine.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry it broke for you this way.
That's very kind of you to say so. Maybe it's for the better, anyhow. For years I've been wanting to tell Teresa who her father is, what he's like. I'm going to call her later today. Tell her where I am, explain why I'm here. I think she can take it.
You're doing pretty well yourself.
Thanks again. Any word yet?
No, we still can't find him.
Mr. Webster, did you find him?
Yes, he wasn't much help.
The New England paper said that Mrs. Ward was out of town. Sooner or later they'll find out what town Mrs. Ward is in, I'm afraid.
Well, maybe you'd better get another hotel. Use another name.
Yes.
All right, I'll wait to hear from you.
Mr. Dollar.
Yes?
Thank you.
I put in another call to Inspector DeBaca and asked him about developments. Valentine was still unlocated. They were covering drugstores and doctors' offices where he might seek assistance. The two unidentified men who had shot him were still unidentified. The police weren't able to dig up any more witnesses or get any line on the car. By 4 in the afternoon, Mrs. Valentine had still not called me to report a new address. I got worried and went over to the Roosevelt to see what was what. I was surprised to see Inspector DeBaca in the lobby talking to the bell captain.
All right, son. If you remember anything else, call me here.
Yes, sir, I sure will.
Hi.
Hi, Dollar. Well, you want to talk first, or you want me to? All right, I'll talk first. Mrs. Valentine's been staying here under the name of Ann Ward. You knew that.
Yeah.
Why didn't you say anything to me?
She asked me not to.
Doesn't make any difference now, anyhow. That boy over there called us a little while ago. He said that Dan Valentine came in here this afternoon, went upstairs, came back down 15 minutes later with Mrs. Valentine. They both left together.
Yeah, he must have seen the story in this morning's paper and guessed she was in town.
That's the way I see it. Well, we're right back where we started from, and I'm about sick of it.
We're a little better off. 2 people are easier to find than 1. We found them all right. At 7 o'clock that night. And it was easy. 3 squad cars were already drawn up in front of the little hotel. And I noticed with a sinking heart that a hearse was there also. Dan Valentine and his wife were dead.
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the Valentine matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, proof that the murder of Dan Valentine and his wife aren't the only murders to be solved. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for another exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
What is all this, Johnny?
Who's this?
Roy Vickers, New Britain Mutual. What happened to Valentine?
He was gunned down last night going into a hotel with his wife.
No.
The police here are turning the city upside down, trying to get a line on 2 unidentified gunmen.
Oh, couldn't you keep him alive?
I couldn't even find him.
Well, Well, this is no time to be yelling at each other. I just left his daughter.
Huh? She filed claim already? Through that lawyer Webster?
No, she didn't even know anything about him until the papers broke the story. Well, I'm sorry I got annoyed for a second. Do what you can, Johnny. They'll want a full report.
Sure, Roy, sure.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the New Britain Mutual Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is a further accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Valentine matter. Item 9, $7 for dinner. I had it with Inspector Charles DeBaca, New Orleans Police. He was a haggard, tired-looking man about that time. All of us were.
You want some more coffee?
No, thanks.
2 men, both about 6 feet, wearing dark suits and hats, medium to slight builds, one possibly 35, the other possibly 40.
Well, that about ties up with the description of the 2 men who plugged Valentine earlier and earned him a place in the hospital.
Yeah. We got more of a chance this time, though. Be some other witnesses. Somebody has to tell us what kind of a car they had and what direction they went.
One thing, they weren't using silencers anymore.
No, but they did a professional job. I think Valentine knew him, climbed out of that hospital bed to go out looking for him.
Sounds reasonable. How do you figure the rest of it, Inspector?
Well, Valentine saw the newspaper story and knew his wife was in town. He went over, got her, and I take it they were going to check into a new hotel when their friend showed up.
She just happened to get in the way, huh?
Sure. Why'd anybody want to shoot her?
Why would anybody want to shoot him?
Well, because no matter what he was now or how he was playing it, he still lived pretty hard way back then. A man who's lived the kind of life he has and done the things he has is bound to make a few enemies who'll remember.
No, I think it has something to do with his family. I agree with you that Valentine probably made enemies all over. But he wasn't the kind of man to get excited about any of those kind of people. He pretty well knew how to take care of himself and handle trouble. That's why he was out looking for them.
You sound pretty certain.
It seems to me that if Valentine had been expecting trouble from some of the old-timers, he'd have carried a gun.
You got a point. But then again, he was pretty gentled up. You know how he spent most of his time? Painting.
Huh?
And that house he bought out in Jefferson Parish is covered with pictures he's done since he's been out. Oils. Pretty good, too. When he wasn't painting it, he was listening to music.
You'd hardly think of Danny Valentine taking up the arts.
Hardly ever. Well, I gotta make a call and get busy.
Yeah. Inspector.
Yeah?
Any objection to me going out and looking around that house?
It's your privilege. Personally, I'm gonna look around town for a couple of gunmen.
Anyone out there now?
His cook. Her name's Giacchino. Nice woman.
Okay, I'll keep in touch with you, Inspector.
Do that. Dollar.
Now what?
You forgot to tell me you looked up the old family lawyer, Conrad Webster, the other night.
Oh, I was trying to find Valentine, the same as you.
Well, if you happen to run into Webster again, you tell him to drop in and see me.
Huh?
He's missing.
I didn't know what to say to that, so I left him standing there and went back to my hotel and shaved, changed clothes, and tried to go over the whole thing in my mind. I did phone into the police station and find out that the slugs that had killed Valentine and his wife were from an Italian-make pistol, a Rumbero, 37.5 caliber. So far, untraced. Expense account item 10, cost of cab, from my hotel to Danny Valentine's house in Jefferson Parish.
Yes, sir.
How do you do? Are you Mrs. Giacchino?
Yes, sir. Who are you, please?
My name is Johnny Dollar, Mrs. Giacchino. I'm from New Britain Mutual Insurance Company. I'd like to talk to you, if I may.
About Mr. Valentine?
Yes.
Not right now, Mr. Dollar. Some other time, huh?
Well, if you prefer it that way, Mrs. Giacchino, but...
It's been a hard day here. I mean, Mr. Valentine's death and his wife being killed with him. All of these policemen in and out of here, and now Miss Ward and all.
Miss Ward? His daughter?
Yes, she's here. Arrived 2 hours ago. Stay here.
Could I see her?
You come tomorrow, Mr. Dollar, please. Huh? Tomorrow.
Mrs. Giacchino.
Yes, Miss Ward.
Who is it?
Mr. Dollar. He's from the insurance company.
Insurance company?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to Mrs. Giacchino.
Teresa Ward stood at the base of the iron grill stairway, tall and dark-eyed. And I saw that, like her mother, she had a quiet intensity about her face that made it beautiful. At the same time, ageless. She smiled politely at me. I could only stand there without speaking for a long moment, looking at her. Then Mrs. Giacchino excused herself, and we were alone.
I wanted to talk to someone who might be able to give me a little more information about all this. It's all quite new to me.
I'll tell you what I can, Miss Ward.
My name is Valentine, isn't it? Really, Valentine?
Yes, it is.
Well, suppose we correct that mistake right now.
Sure. There's nothing wrong with Valentine.
From what a Mr. Vickers from the insurance office in Hartford told me, I'm to be quite well off because of this man that was murdered.
You mean Dan Valentine?
Yes, Dan Valentine. They tell me he was my father.
Who told you?
Oh, reporters at home and your insurance company. Mother told me my name was Ward. Poor thing. Must have been difficult for her over the years keeping the secret from me.
Yes, she told me she thought it was the best thing. She, well, the same as he did.
Tell me about my father. Was he a bad man?
Oh, as good or as bad as the Volstead Act made people. I only met him a couple of times.
To awaken one morning and discover that you're the only daughter of a famous racketeer who's been murdered.
Look, Miss Ward, if he had anything to do with the way you turned out, with what you seem to possess within yourself, I'd say offhand that whatever he was or did, he thought of you.
Are you flattering me?
I'm not trying to. You seem like a very nice person.
And so do you, Mr. Dollar. Will you tell me all about this, please?
Well, let's see. You're 21, isn't that right?
Yes.
Just about 15 years ago or so, your father was on trial for income tax evasion. Just before he was convicted, he set up a trust fund with my insurance company to provide for you. It's been paying money for your support and education ever since. According to the terms of the trust, all of the money becomes yours now that your mother and father are dead. It comes to well over $50,000.
That's all there is to it?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose I'm grateful to him. I suppose I should be grateful. I can't say that I'm particularly sorry about his death any more than I would be if any other human being died violently somewhere. But about Mother's death, I miss her very much already, Mr. Dollar.
She was holding up pretty well until that point. Then she let go. I held her in my arms and I talked to her. I told her what I knew of her father's life and death. She told me how she'd been reared so far removed from anything that might have connected her in the least way with the Valentine name. Altogether, it was a revealing conversation for both of us. Mrs. Giacchino brought us some food and wine.
How long will you be in New Orleans?
Until all of this is straightened out?
You mean until they find out who killed my mother and father?
Yes. How about you?
Oh, I really don't know. After the funerals, I suppose I'll go back. But I wanted to see him, to see what he looked like, what kind of life he led. He was just an ordinary man, wasn't he? You seen these pictures before?
No, this is my first time in the house. Look like Italian landscapes to me. Very good.
Mm-hmm. Must have been something he had with Mother. She was from Italy.
May I ask you something?
Yes.
How do you feel about him now?
Is this for your report?
For myself.
Well, since you've been here, these last 2 hours, I've begun to think of him for what he was. My father, I mean. I'd like to know why he was killed and who did it. Will I see you again?
I hope so. Terry.
Yes?
I hope so very much.
So do I, Johnny.
I left her at the door that night with a warm sensation inside of me. Something I certainly hadn't expected in the business at hand. The next morning, I was back at the house talking to Mrs. Giacchino. She gave me all the information she could remember about Valentine's activities. All of it accurate, but lacking in any possible clue as to the identity of the two men who had killed him and his wife. I had breakfast with Terry there and helped her with funeral arrangements. Then I spent a solid 12 hours with Inspector DeBaca, who had still not located or identified the two mysterious men. However, there were other developments.
This may be something, Johnny.
Oh?
Conrad Webster's been found.
Huh?
Out by Lake Punch Train. Just identified him. He was shot to death with a 37.5.
Italian gun?
Yep. Just like the one that killed Dan Valentine and his wife.
It later developed that the slugs taken from Webster's body, when compared with those that had killed the Valentines, were fired from the same weapon. The case took on proportions. Every available bit of information regarding the two ex-big shots of the 20s was located, read, and reread. It meant activity in cities like St. Louis, Chicago, Detroit, and New York. But no new information as to the identity of the killers. I went back to the house.
Johnny.
Here. What is this? You're shaking.
Hold me, please.
Sure.
I suppose I'm being a terrible fool about it all, Johnny, but they've been after me all day. Cheap little things. Newspaper syndicate wants me to write my exclusive story as the shadow daughter of Dan Valentine. Fairy princess of a racketeer.
Take it easy.
Even Hollywood called some producer. Oh, Johnny, I shouldn't have come here at all.
Then what would I have done, Terry?
And what would I have done? Make yourself a drink, Johnny. I'll go put on a new face.
It had become apparent to me in the short time I'd known her that she'd grown to love the memory of her father. Also, that the pressure of all that had happened was beginning to take its toll on her. We were walking down the gravel path away from the house. She was quieted down. I suppose I was thinking how nice it would be to kiss her. I twisted, trying for the gun inside my pocket, but there was nobody to shoot at. The two men who had fired the guns were already out of sight. I was alone with Terry Valentine, who was hanging on the gate. I caught her before she fell.
Why me, Johnny? Why?
She was dead before I could answer.
There'll be the final intriguing episode in our story of the Valentine matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, a sober lesson in how long, how far, and how deadly one man's hate can be. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for another exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Hey, what are you doing at the Valentine house?
Get a car out here quick, Inspector. Terry Valentine's just been shot. Two guys showed up.
Slow down. When did all this happen?
A few seconds ago.
Ambulance?
No good, DeBaca. She died in my arms.
Oh. Well, do you think they're still around there?
They must be. I'm going looking.
Now, wait a minute. This is a police matter. You stay put. I'll have a car there in 5 minutes and you can... Johnny, I heard that. Your gun. Now, look, you're all wound up. Don't do anything.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the New Britain Mutual Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of further expenditures during my investigation of the Valentine matter. Dan Valentine, ex-gangster, and, of course, your policyholder. But then his wife was killed, too. Then his lawyer. Then his daughter. The girl that I... 30 seconds after Terry Valentine died in my arms, I was stumbling down the gravel path that led from her house to the road. It had all happened so suddenly I can't say that what I did from there on or what I felt was entirely rational. All I know is I hadn't heard a car leave the area, which meant the two killers were still somewhere nearby. Then in the dim light, I saw the car. A man was climbing into it. Hey, stop! Stop or I'll shoot! Stop! Get out of there. Get out of there and get your hands up.
I'm a hit. I'm afraid to move.
Come on, get out. Come on.
I'm coming.
You two, come on.
It's no use on him, mister. He used up. You got him real good. Ooh. I need a doctor. Help me get to a doctor.
Stop right there.
Doctor.
Stand still.
You pretty tough fella.
What's your name?
Sisto.
Sisto what?
It's good enough for you. I need a doctor bad.
Listen. Tell it to me. Tell it to me right now. If you don't tell it to me now, you'll never tell it to anybody. Tell it.
No.
Tell it.
I need doctor.
Tell it.
I die first.
Johnny. What is this? Who's he?
He's going to kill me. He's going to kill me.
Now, you better give me that gun, Johnny. Estate will take care of him. Thanks.
I should have done it. I wanted to do it.
I know, son. Come on, let's get out of here.
But I didn't get out of there. I waited around while they dug the body of the other man out of the smashed-up car, and while they carried the still, limp form of Teresa Valentine away. She was the third member of the family who had died violently within 3 days.
I'm sorry about it, Donna.
Inspector, I was hoping I might have been wrong. That she wasn't dead.
Oh, you weren't wrong. Which one shot her?
Huh?
The dead one? Or the one we still got in the hospital?
Oh, I don't know. Both of them, I guess.
You don't feel like talking to it. I'm just trying to pin it down.
Well, what about him?
Can't get much out of him so far. He's in pretty bad shape.
Let me ask him some questions, Inspector. I'm no police officer. I don't have to obey any rules.
Now, take it easy, kid. You were about to do that once, and we'd be holding you for murder if you'd have gone ahead. I know how you feel about Teresa Valentine.
Has he said anything at all?
Nothing. We found papers on him and the other one that makes them brothers, Sisto and Darby Chianti, from New York. So far, there doesn't seem to be any connection with the Valentines. But people like Valentine make a lot of enemies. But that girl doesn't figure.
Yeah.
I know you talked to her a lot these last couple of days, Johnny. What'd you say?
Oh, nothing that had anything to do with this. You know yourself, she didn't even know her name was Valentine until her father got shot at.
Yeah, that could have been an act.
And you could have been 20 feet tall.
Just trying.
Try with that punk you got upstairs in the hospital.
We will, Johnny. We will. Just... Pardon me. Johnny, I got bad news. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Why?
Sisto Chianti died 5 minutes ago.
Expense account, item 10, $10, car rental. I went out to the Valentine house once more.
Oh, Mr. Dollar.
Hello, Mrs. Hitchino.
Please, come in. So many policemen, so many reporters. I've been trying to close the house.
Sure.
I know how you must feel. I mean about her. What of these Chianti brothers?
Well, we don't know much about them yet. The New York police are still doing a rundown on them. Don't let me stop you, whatever you're doing. I'll just look around if you don't mind.
All right.
Oh, well, one thing.
Yes?
Did Mr. Valentine make any provision for you?
Yeah. He thought of me. $1,000. Whatever he was, the man I knew was kind and good. And his sins had been forgiven him.
I spent 2 hours or better going from room to room, looking at the oils that Dan Valentine had painted. Pastoral scenes, happy scenes, gay scenes, all of them with colorful Italian backgrounds. I was thinking about that when I walked into Inspector DeBacca's office late that afternoon.
I don't get it, Johnny.
Don't get what?
Here. This came from New York on the Chanty boys.
Oh?
They came to this country when they were 18 and 21. Both of them were naturalized citizens, lived with their father.
Records?
Not a thing. No trouble ever.
What else?
That's about it. New York police can't seem to locate their old man. Disappeared about a week ago. Lived on the east side.
What's about him?
Well, that's another funny thing. He's taken out his papers and was due for an examination with the immigration people this week. They're looking for him, too.
We went out and had dinner together and talked about the case. It had been a strange one. The deaths were useless, the motives unknown. I parted company with Inspector DeBacca and went back to my hotel to trouble it out with sleep. About 11 o'clock, I had a phone call. Johnny Dollar.
This is DeBacca. Old man Chianti just showed up at our city morgue and wants to take his 2 sons back to New York for burial.
20 minutes later, I was standing in the coroner's office while Inspector DeBacca led a small, wizened old man into the room and sat him down on one of the chairs.
Mr. Chianti, it's Mr. Dollar.
How do you do?
Mr. Chianti?
I read about you. You killed my boys. Is it so?
Yes. They'd killed 4 other people.
I know. Bad.
Why did they kill the Valentine family, Mr. Chianti? Why did they kill Conrad Webster, the lawyer? Do you know why?
I know.
Then tell me. They're all dead now.
I'm still alive, Mr. Dollar.
He refused to talk about his sons or any of their activities. DeBacca held him to answer to the immigration officials. He remained in his cell, silent and noncommittal to all visitors, including the chaplain. I appeared before the coroner's jury the following morning and was cleared of any charges. Pietro Chianti still had said nothing. And he looked at me as though he was going to keep on saying nothing. Mr. Chianti?
I see you, Mr. Dollar. More questions?
Dan Valentine's wife was your daughter, wasn't she? Wasn't she? All right, you don't have to admit it. I have a copy of the marriage license right here. It came from New York this morning.
She was my daughter.
Is that all you have to say now?
I no talk.
Then I will, Mr. Chianti. Because your daughter, Mrs. Valentine, had a daughter herself, Teresa. A lovely, wonderful girl that your 2 sons killed. I happen to know that girl. I might have been in love with her, I don't know. But I do know.
She had to die, too.
What?
This Conrad Webster, Mr. Valentine, and my own daughter and granddaughter, they had to die. All bad.
You?
See, I order it.
You ordered it? And who are you? God?
I am the father. When a daughter marries a bad man, only bad can come from it. The granddaughter was then bad. He come to our village many years ago. Take her away. He and the man Webster help him. It lived with me. The stealing of my own flesh and blood. All this time it grow inside of me. I am old, but I keep on living. Only so I can come here and find him and destroy him. And her, and the daughter,
and the lawyer man who helped him. And I destroyed them through my sons.
A whole family. Vendetta. Was that it?
If you like. Vendetta. He was a bad man who did bad things. Batman. I smoke now. You have a cigarro, eh?
The disposition of old Pietro Chianti is up to the Immigration Department. I didn't stay around New Orleans to learn the results of all the extensive examinations that would have to be completed to test his sanity. I'd had enough of the town. Expense account, item 11, $140.20, hotel and board. Item 12, $28, car rental miscellaneous. That includes flowers to the Valentine family. Item 13, same as item 1, $175. Transportation back home. Expense account total, $1,290.38. Remarks? Whenever I close my eyes, I can see a lovely girl standing at the bottom of a long, curving stairway, smiling, because I'm in the room. That's all. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, please, there'll be another exciting story for you beginning next Monday night.
Monday, the Lorco Diamond Matter, in which a trip to Algiers makes Come With Me to the Kasbah sound like an invitation to a Sunday school picnic. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Lillian Baeff, Betty Lou Gerson, Barney Phillips, Will Wright, Forrest Lewis, Marvin Miller, Jay Novello, and Jack Boyles. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now for our weekly visit to the famous chronicler of Sherlock Holmes, our good friend Dr. Watson. Well, Dr. Watson, how are you this evening?
Oh, in the best of spirits, Mr. Bell. Thank you. And you?
Never better, thank you. And am I correct in deducing that faded old newspaper lying upon your desk has something to do with the story you're going to tell us tonight?
Indeed, Mr. Bell. Here you are. The London Times of September the 4th, 1903. Take a look at this.
Judges summing up to jury interrupted. Sensational solution by Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, I think that you will find it equally sensational, Mr. Bell. It was one of Holmes's most dramatic cases, but first, you want a word with our listeners. Go ahead while I light up my pipe.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Men, in summer when you go without your hat, does your hair get dry, wild, and unruly looking? After a swim, does it feel sticky and stringy? Then remember, Kreml Hair Tonic keeps dry, wild, sun-baked hair looking perfectly groomed throughout the hottest, stickiest day, as if your barber had just combed it. You see, Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This wonderful, natural-looking hairdressing has just enough light oil to keep hair neatly groomed with an attractive, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never leaves the hair looking or feeling greasy or sticky. Kreml always looks and feels so clean on both hair and scalp. It leaves the scalp feeling so cool, so refreshed and alive. Be sure to try it, men. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. And now that I see you've got your pipe drawing to your satisfaction, Dr. Watson, how about the story you promised?
Well, Holmes and I had just returned from a long-anticipated holiday in Scotland. Mrs. Hudson greeted us with the news that a lady was at that moment awaiting us in our rooms. And as we opened the door...
Oh, Mr. Holmes, at last, thank heaven.
I beg your
You
pardon.
must save him. He didn't do it. I know he didn't. And they'll hang him. They'll hang him. No one in the world but you can help him now.
Now, my dear madam, you must control yourself. I can't possibly help you until I know your problem.
Oh, you must excuse me.
Here, my dear. You drink this. It'll make you feel better.
Oh, thank you. I've been waiting for you, Mr. Holmes, praying for your return for days. You left no forwarding address.
I know. Dr. Watson and I had promised ourselves a real holiday.
I'm Edith Fairmont. Evidently that name means nothing to you. You haven't seen the newspapers?
No, not for 4 weeks, thank him.
Compose yourself, madam, and tell us what has brought you here. And remember that we know nothing beyond the obvious facts that you are in great distress and, from your apparel, recently widowed.
Well, I shall try to give you a clear account, Mr. Holmes. You're my one remaining hope. Some 10 years ago, I married Augustus Fairmont. A marriage which, I frankly admit, was forwarded more by my parents than by any wishes of mine. I was then only 18. Augustus was more than 20 years older than I. He was a diamond importer, and a very successful one. Our marriage was perhaps not an ideally happy one. But for 10 years, I did my best to be a good wife to Augustus.
No, my dear. Just
please continue, Mrs. Fairmont.
About a year ago, my husband took into partnership with him a young man of 32, Charles Rossiter. During the ensuing months, Charles and I fell in love, Mr. Holmes. But I assure you that both my self-respect and Charles's high sense of honor kept us from anything more than a declaration of that love. Oh, I beg you to believe that I'm telling you the entire truth.
I'm sure you realize, Mrs. Fairmont, that is the only thing to do.
Yes, of course.
Charles wanted to discuss our problem with my husband, but I persuaded him to let me approach Augustus. But the result was as I had anticipated. Afterward, I met Charles for tea, as we'd agreed, to tell him what had happened.
Edith, my dear, I thought you'd never get here.
Oh, it was difficult, Charles. Even more difficult than we expected. I hate to tell you this, my dearest.
You don't have to tell me. I knew as soon as I saw you.
Augustus refused even to discuss the possibility of giving me a divorce. You know how violent his temper is. He really frightened me.
I wish you'd let me speak to him.
I'm glad I didn't. His hatred for you is great enough as it is.
But how can he want to hold you tight to him in marriage knowing that you love me? I should think that any decent man...
Evidently you don't know Augustus very well. He has an almost abnormal sense of possession. Whatever belongs to him, he'll keep, no matter what the cost.
Very well, then. We've tried to do the right thing. Since he won't give you a divorce, there's only one thing left. Leave him. You and I will go to America or the continent and make a new life there for ourselves.
I can't, Charles. You know that I love you, but we could never find happiness in that sort of life. I want to be your wife, Charles, to have children. And since that's denied us, we must stop seeing each other. I shall always love you, dear.
Edith, you can't go out of my life like that.
There's no other way. Goodbye, my darling. That was the last meeting I had with Charles, Mr. Holmes.
I see. Go on, Mrs. Fairmont.
Well, my husband and Charles were, under the circumstances, equally anxious to dissolve their partnership. They agreed to make a final trip to Amsterdam to complete a transaction which they'd previously arranged, after which the business was to be dissolved.
How long ago was this?
A little more than a month ago. The day before they left, my husband, telling me that he was unable to find the revolver which he always carried when transporting valuable shipments of diamonds, asked me to buy him a new one. I did so, and he took it with him when he sailed. 2 days later, having completed their business in Amsterdam, Charles and my husband started back to England aboard the night boat from Flushing. My husband had with him over 10,000 pounds worth of unset diamonds which they'd purchased.
I assume, Mrs. Fairmont, that this part of your narrative is all hearsay.
What I'm telling you now, I've learned from the police. Charles and my husband had adjoining cabins on the boat. It was a foggy night in the North Sea, and about midnight, a German gentleman in the cabin adjoining my husband's, on the other side from Charles's, heard the sounds of a violent quarrel between Charles and Augustus.
Stewart! Stewart! Yes, Mr. Smith? What can I do for you? Listen to that bellowing in there. Is this a cattle boat? How can I sleep with such a verfluchte noise going on?
Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. The gentleman do seem a bit agitated, like. I'll knock on the door. I'm sorry, sir, but there's been a complaint from some of the passengers regarding the noise.
Oh, all right.
There you are, Mr. Smith. If there's any more disturbance, just ring for me.
If there is any more disturbance, I go to the captain. For an hour now I have been trying to get to sleep.
What was that?
That was a shot, you Dummkopf. Come.
It's locked.
Well, break it down.
Oh, good heavens.
That man is dead. Dead as a doornail.
It's Augustus. What's happened?
You ask what has happened? With that man dead on the floor and you in the doorway between your cabins? Here, Stewart, get the captain. I'll watch this murder until you come back.
There, Mrs. Fairmont. I can understand what a strain it must be for you to tell all this. Let me get you some aromatic...
Oh, I'm all right, Dr. Watson. Thank you.
Your husband had died instantly, Mrs. Fairmont?
So the police said, Mr. Holmes. Apparently the revolver had been fired at very close range, directly into his head. They said he must have fallen dead on the instant.
And the revolver?
Well, it was gone, Mr. Holmes. The porthole which gave onto the sea was wide open. The police, of course, say that Charles threw the revolver out of the porthole after shooting Augustus. The bullet was a .32 caliber, the same as the one I had purchased at my husband's request.
And what has Mr. Charles Rossiter to say?
Well, what is there for him to say?
Oh, quiet, Watson.
Oh, I don't blame you for thinking that Charles is guilty, Dr. Watson. Everyone in the world thinks so. But I know that he isn't. He has sworn to me that it's a complete mystery to him, and I believe him. If I didn't believe him, there'd be nothing left to live for.
The police arrested him, of course.
Oh, naturally. He goes to trial at the Old Bailey tomorrow. Oh, Mr. Holmes, you must save him. You must. You're my only hope. No one else can do it. Say that you will.
I cannot promise that, Mrs. Fairmont. I'll undertake the case, but you must understand that anything I discover, even though it may be evidence damning to Mr. Rossiter, will be turned over to the police.
That's all I ask. I know he's innocent, and I have faith that you'll prove it.
I beg you not to indulge in any false hopes, Mrs. Fairmont. I shall do my best to uncover the truth, but we have little time at our disposal. You omitted to mention what had happened to the diamonds. Were they found on your husband's person?
Oh, I almost forgot. They seemed so unimportant. The diamonds were missing, Mr. Holmes.
Huh? Missing? Oh. How do you account for that?
The police think that Charles was going to steal them, and that suddenly realizing the impossibility of the idea, he threw both them and the revolver out of the porthole.
Odd. Well, with the trial starting tomorrow, Mrs. Fairmont, Watson and I have much to do. Our first task must be a complete examination of the police records of the case. I know you'll excuse us if we hurry off, Mrs. Fairmont. Our first call must be on Mr. Charles Rossiter in prison.
And as heaven's my witness, Mr. Holmes, I've told you and Dr. Watson everything I know.
You say that you and your late partner had taken out business insurance on each other's lives?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, to the extent of £25,000 apiece.
£25,000 apiece. I say that makes it look even worse, Holmes, huh?
Unfortunately, yes. One more question, Mr. Rossiter. After the quarrel on the boat, when the steward had knocked and requested silence, you went back into your own cabin. Is that correct?
It is, Mr. Holmes.
And according to you, you heard the sound of a shot from Fairmont's cabin a moment later. How much time would you say had elapsed?
Oh, a very short interval, not more than 15 seconds at the outside.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Rossiter, I'll do what I can, but...
Oh, I know it's hopeless. I wouldn't believe the story myself if I heard it from someone else. Tell me, Dr. Watson, you're a medical man. Could I conceivably have had a lapse of memory? Could I have shot Fairmont without knowing anything about it?
Well, it seems to me almost inconceivable. I never heard of a case of amnesia or loss of memory that began and ended all in the space of a couple of minutes.
Well, come on, Watson. We must be going.
Mr. Holmes, do you think there's any chance?
Keep up your courage, Mr. Rossiter. There's always a chance. Water.
I say, Holmes, I grant you that Mrs. Fairmont's a lovely woman and that young Rossiter had a lot of provocation. But why did you tell him that there was a chance? It hardly seems cricket to me.
I told him that there was a chance, Watson, for the excellent reason that there is.
Chance of what?
Of acquitting Rossiter of a crime which he very obviously did not commit.
What do you mean to say?
Come along, Watson. We've no time to stand about arguing. Rossiter's trial opens tomorrow morning. And if we're to secure the evidence we need, you and I have our work cut out for us.
Evidence? Evidence of what?
Evidence to convince a jury. The sequence of events is obvious, but it'll require a continuous chain of proof to convince a jury of Rossiter's innocence.
Innocence? On my soul, Holmes, I think you must be mad. Prosecution has an absolutely clear-cut case, and you go on practicing about Rossiter's innocence. If Rossiter didn't shoot Augustus Fairmont, somebody must have.
Somebody did, Watson. And a devilishly clever plot he invented, too. But if we're to save Rossiter from hanging, it's up to us to prove it.
In just a moment, we'll find out if Sherlock Holmes is able to prove it. Men, on hot, sticky summer days, your hair needs extra special care. And when you buy a hair tonic, why not buy one that does lots more than keep your hair looking handsome? Why not get your money's worth and buy Kreml hair tonic? No other hair tonic keeps the hair more neatly groomed and attractive looking. Kreml gives hair such a handsome, clean-cut appearance. It keeps the hair perfectly groomed throughout the hottest, stickiest day. It never looks or feels greasy or sticky. In addition, Kreml is simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes itchy, loose dandruff and leaves the scalp feeling so clean, refreshed, and alive. No wonder Kreml is preferred among America's most prosperous men. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use this highly specialized hair tonic daily for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp. Kreml, Kreml hair tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, what steps did you and Sherlock Holmes take next to prove Rossiter's innocence?
Well, Holmes and I hurried to the offices of Fairmont and Rossiter in Hatton Gardens. Assisted by Fairmont's chief clerk, a little dried-up wisp of a man, we spent the next hour in an intensive study of Fairmont's old checkbook stubs.
There's no question of it, Watson. These regular payments, month after month, to Mademoiselle Elaine Dufour can only mean one thing.
Oh, I don't see why. She might have been an old nurse of his or something.
Really, Watson.
Huh?
One does not pay one's old nurse £50 a month over a period of years.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps you're right.
Thank heaven we found Mademoiselle Dufour's address.
Why?
Because you're leaving for Paris tonight.
Huh?
And I want you to bring back Mademoiselle Dufour no matter what means you use to persuade her.
Oh, really, Holmes? What are you going to do? I'll be doing while I'm off on this wild goose chase.
I have a few things to look into, Watson. Quite a few things. And you performed the post-mortem yourself, Dr. Macpherson?
I did, Mr. Holmes. And I'm prepared to stake my professional reputation that Augustus Fairmont would have been dead within a year, no matter what had been done. The disease had progressed too far for surgery to be any use whatsoever.
You told the police this, of course.
Oh, naturally. They weren't interested. All they cared about was the bullet which finished the fellow off. Of course, you understand, Mr. Holmes, that after the police had finished, this cabin was all straightened up. New carpet on the floor, everything ship-shape.
Quite. And Mr. Fairmont's body was lying right here. Is that right, Steward?
It was indeed, sir, and a fair turn he gave me, with half his head blown off.
And this cabin and the adjoining one, occupied by Mr. Rossiter, are identical in every way?
Yes, sir.
Ah, I'd hoped to find something like this.
Well, what's that, sir?
Take a good look at this, Steward. I may need your evidence in court. This rather deep nick here in the lower part of the brass rim of the porthole.
Well, I say the nick all right, sir, but I'm blasted if I can make
Just tell me one thing. After the tragedy, was any heavy object missing from Mr. Fairmont's cabin? Something heavy but fairly small?
That's a queer thing, sir, now that you come to mention it. I reported to the chief steward that the heavy glass water bottle was gone when the police let me straighten up the cabin. But I didn't think nothing of it at the time, so that maybe it got smashed in all the confusion.
Thank you, Steward. Thank you very much indeed.
And you asked me to come back to England with you, Dr. Watson?
Yeah, I do indeed, Mademoiselle Dufour.
To go into court and tell everything? I know nothing about your English laws. Perhaps I render myself liable to prosecution. All this for the sake of a man whom I have never seen.
Not only for his sake, Mademoiselle, but also for the sake of the woman who loves him. And, most important of all, for the sake of right and justice. To save a man from hanging for a crime that he did not commit. There's no way in which I can force you to come with me. I can only most earnestly beg you to do what we both know is the right thing.
And in the final analysis, members of the jury, I must remind you that the decision as to Charles Rossiter's guilt or innocence rests solely with you. Under the law, my province as judge is merely to assist you in reaching a just verdict. And this I have endeavored to do by summing up for you the evidence to which we have been listening during these last 3 days. The prosecution has endeavored to prove to you that this man, who has not denied his love for Mrs. Fairmont, knew that they could never be together so long as her husband should live. You have heard the evidence of their quarrel on the boat, of the shooting, and of the scene found by Mr. Schmidt, the steward, and the other witnesses when the door to the cabin was broken down. You have heard the suggestion of premeditation in the purchase of the weapon by Mrs. Fairmont. A weapon which, though missing, was of identical caliber with the bullet which killed her husband. You have heard the prisoner's protestations of innocence and his own inability to offer any logical explanation of the tragedy. Under these circumstances,
My lad, I beg leave to interrupt.
Well, Sir Aubrey, what is it you want to say?
During the entire trial, my lad, my client and I have put our hopes in an investigation being conducted by the eminent criminologist, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Mr. Holmes has just arrived in court, together with his colleague, Dr. Watson, who has brought with him from Paris a witness whose evidence is vital to the defense. I respectfully beg your lordship's permission, and that of the prosecution, to allow Mr. Holmes to tell us what he has discovered.
It is most irregular, Sir Aubrey, but the primary concern of this court is that justice be done. In view of Mr. Sherlock Holmes' distinguished record and many services to the law, I see no objection to granting your request.
Thank you, my lord. I assure you that we would not have waited till so late in this trial to present our evidence had it not been for the fact that Dr. Watson has only at this moment arrived from Paris, escorting a lady who is the final link in that chain of evidence.
Proceed, Mr. Holmes.
The late Augustus Fairmont, married to a woman more than 20 years his junior, was a man with a very great sense of possession. Whether or not he loved his wife, he was determined that no one else should have her. And when his wife freely and honestly confronted him with her admission that she loved another man, Fairmont could think of nothing but revenge.
I'm willing to allow you a fair amount of latitude, Mr. Holmes, but this seems to have no bearing on the case.
With your lordship's permission, I hope to establish its bearing in just a moment. I have here in court Dr. Macpherson, who conducted the post-mortem upon the late Mr. Fairmont. Dr. Macpherson will testify that Augustus Fairmont was suffering from an incurable disease which would unquestionably have killed him within another year. Silence in the court. Also in court and ready to testify is Sir Edward Penrose of Harley Street, to whom Augustus Fairmont went for an opinion just a little more than 6 weeks ago. Sir Edward informed Fairmont, who had never before suspected the presence of this disease, that he would be lucky if he lived for 6 months, and that there was nothing to be done. Now, Fairmont faced with the knowledge that he would die, probably painfully and lingeringly, within a few months at most. And the bitterness of this knowledge must have been increased 100-fold by the realization that his death would remove the last barrier to the wedding of these two people who loved each other.
Bravo, Holmes.
Quiet in the court. Oh, sir. Then Augustus Fairmont evolved in his twisted mind a perfect plot. He would die, not lingeringly and painfully, but instantly. And in dying, he would make sure that Charles Rossiter, the man he hated, would be hanged for his murder. With his partner, Rossiter, Fairmont sailed to Amsterdam. But when he had purchased some 10,000 pounds worth of diamonds, the thought crossed his mind of making a final provision for the woman whom, for many years, he'd been seeing in France. She's here now, due to Dr. Watson. And I will ask her to rise. Mademoiselle Dufour, is it not true that Mr. Fairmont provided for you during the last 6 or 7 years, and that he visited you frequently during his trips to the continent?
That is correct, Mr. Holmes.
Now, will you please tell the court what you received in the mail from Mr. Fairmont the day after you read of his death?
I received a package containing a small fortune in unset diamonds, together with a letter from Auguste, saying that I would not hear from him again, that I should make no inquiries concerning him, and that these diamonds would provide me with sufficient funds for the rest of my life.
Thank you very much, Mademoiselle Dufour. Quiet in the courtroom. I think that will be all.
Oh, magnificent, my dear. I'm very, very proud of you. Well done. Very well done.
Provided for the woman with whom he had so long a friendship. He did this with the knowledge that he was to die that very night. On board the boat, he purposely entered into a noisy argument with young Rossiter, an argument which ended with the steward knocking on the door. A moment later, Rossiter returned to his own cabin and shut the communicating door. The instant he had done so, Fairmont took from its place of concealment the revolver which, with studied malice, he had caused his wife to buy. This revolver Fairmont had previously prepared for what he was about to do by tying a stout string from its trigger guard to the heavy glass water bottle he had taken from his cabin wall. It was the work of but a moment, after Rossiter had closed the door, to suspend the heavy bottle outside the porthole which gave directly upon the sea. Then Fairmont raised the revolver to his head and pulled the trigger. As he fell dead, the revolver, released from his hand, was pulled sharply up and out of the porthole by the heavy weight of the bottle. It hit the edge of the porthole, nicking the brass rim, and then disappeared forever into the depths of the North Sea.
Unless this demonstration is stopped instantly, I shall have the courtroom cleared.
My lad, in view of the evidence offered by Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the Crown withdraws its charge against Charles Rossiter.
Oh, great work, Holmes. Great work. You brought it off, old man.
I never could have, Watson, if you hadn't been persuasive enough to get Mademoiselle Dufour here in time.
Very good to say so, boy. Ah, look. Here comes Mrs. Fairmont.
Oh, God bless you, Mr. Holmes. And you too, Dr. Watson. Oh, I've got to kiss you both.
Oh, very nice of you. Upon my word, that's the nicest fee we've ever had.
Now, friends, our guest star, one of the greatest authorities on feminine beauty, that king of glamour, John Robert Powers. And you know Mr. Powers is famous for his $1 million Powers models. Gorgeous girls you often see on magazine covers, in the movies, in exclusive fashion shows. Ladies and gentlemen, by special transcription, Mr. John Robert Powers.
Good evening, friends. I have a little surprise for you this evening, as I brought along one of my most attractive Powers girls of all times, Ellen Allardyce. And perhaps we can get Ellen to tell us how she keeps her hair so bright and shining. Will you, Ellen?
I owe all that to you, Mr. Powers. Do you remember how you told me to always wash my hair with Kreml shampoo?
I certainly do, Ellen. I tell all my Powers girls to use Kreml shampoo. I'm thoroughly convinced that no other shampoo leaves the hair more radiant with such natural, brilliant luster. And Kreml shampoo keeps it that way for days.
What I like about Kreml shampoo is that it never dries the hair.
That's right, Ellen, because Kreml shampoo has a built-in oil base. This oil base actually helps keep the hair from becoming dry and brittle.
I know it. Kreml shampoo always leaves the hair so much silkier with a lovely natural satin sheen. And I love the way Kreml shampoo whips up just lots and lots of luxuriant active foam, even in the hardest water.
Ellen, I think every girl owes it to herself to try Kreml shampoo. I feel certain she'll be in for one of the greatest beauty thrills of her life. Because, without a doubt, in all my years spent in helping women become more attractive, I've never come across a more beautifying shampoo than Kreml shampoo.
Many, many thanks to you, Mr. Powers, and to your very lovely Powers model, Miss Ellen Allardyce. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, in answer to many requests, I think I shall tell you about the most gruesome and most horrifying experience that Holmes and I ever had. It concerns the frightening happenings at Stoke Moran, the home of Dr. Grimesby Roylott, and tells how Holmes solved the mystery of the death of one of Dr. Roylott's two daughters and prevented the murder of the other. I call it The Adventure of the Speckled Band.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Problem of Thor Bridge. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of Universal International Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight, with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, inviting you to be with us next week at this same time. And Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of the Speckled Band. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood. Presented by the American Broadcasting Company. His office is high in the tower of a skyscraper overlooking San Francisco Bay. His name is Gregory Hood. By day, president of the Hood Importing Company. By night, criminologist and man about town. Tonight's story from out of his casebook, The Carnival of Death.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gregory Hood. Let's understand this from the start. I'm not a playboy. But when a hot blonde who's due to inherit a cool million suddenly writes me, "Be sociable, Greg. Drop around for a drink." It's 3-1 I'll drop around. That's how I got involved with Leora Thorne. I was in my office with Sanderson Taylor, my attorney, nose to the grindstone, sticking to business, when along came Leora's invitation. Excuse me, Sandy, but this letter's been lying on my desk all day.
Ah, perfume.
Mm-hmm.
Dear Greg, just because an old flame has got herself happily married, that's no reason to cross her off your books.
How's about dropping around for a drink tomorrow afternoon? I want you to meet Bradley, my new husband. You'll like him.
From quite a lady, Greg, judging by your smile.
Remember Leora Littleton? She's now Leora Thorne.
Oh, the one who's coming into old Colonel Littleton's money?
$1 million next year. She wants me to drop over this afternoon.
What for?
Just for Auld Lang Syne, I guess. Probably giving a big cocktail party.
Has she still got that big estate on Shore Drive?
Mm-hmm. Swimming pool and all the trimmings.
Oh, take my advice and you'll stay put.
I'm sort of curious to see Leora again. It's been a whole year.
Now, Greg, don't get involved.
Oh, nonsense. The gal's happily married. She says so.
Haven't you ever noticed, Greg, that your ex-girlfriends never invite you to their homes unless there's trouble brewing?
Oh, Sanderson, you're a cynic. I'll be back later to finish those contracts with you.
Greg, I'm warning you.
My attorney, Sanderson Taylor, is heap smart Injun. I should have avoided that perfumed billy do like rat poison. Because when I got to Leora's, there wasn't any party. There wasn't so much as a friendly Greg. How have you been instead?
Greg, you're just in time.
Hey, what gives?
This is Brad, my husband.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Hood.
I've been meaning to drop around ever since I read about you two getting married.
Never mind the chit-chat. Go into that small room over there.
And listen. Listen to everything that's said.
Wait a minute. All I came for was a nice sociable visit.
Greg, I need you. I'm desperate.
That's right, Mr. Hood. We're both desperate.
Before I could say, I'm booked for this waltz, thank you, and walk out, they pushed me into a small powder room. I watched them go into the library right alongside. I watched the butler usher in a little runt who wore a face like a dachshund plus a twitch. An unsavory type. I listened to Daco Face talking to Leora and Brad.
My boss says to tell you an old Chinese proverb. Confucius say, a Welsher gets it in the neck.
I'm not Welshing.
$3,000 worth.
I don't owe him a penny.
What about the IOU?
The game was crooked. I only signed it to get out of the place.
Better pay it, girlie, to stay out of a coffin.
Say, look, whoever you are, have a heart. That crap game was rigged. My wife was cheated into losing all that money.
Please, I need time. Tell your boss to give me time.
A week from today, my boss says.
What about a week from today?
That's how long you get. Or else. Girlie, that chassis of yours won't look so pretty with a bullet in the upholstery.
Brad, what am I going to do?
Oh, precious lamb, you've simply got to pay off.
I can't.
No, we'll sell your jewelry, rent this house, anything. Just so your life isn't in danger. Oh, please, precious lamb.
Now, look, you two. You've roped me into this, so you'd better give me the lowdown.
Greg, you heard that little man.
Mm-hmm. Where have you been gambling, Leora?
Out at Pacific Playland.
Pacific Playland? That's an amusement park.
I begged Leora to stay away.
You didn't drop $3,000 on ping pong and darts, did you?
There's a floating crap game out there.
People never tell me these things. Who runs it?
I don't know his name. They just call him the boss.
A rigged dice game at a honky-tonk carnival. Leora, have you lost your senses?
I can't explain it, Greg. Every now and then I get this itch to gamble. It just grabs hold of me and... Well, this time I got in too deep.
I tried to stop her, Mr. Hood.
Well, my advice is square up. I didn't like the looks of Jojo, the dog-faced messenger boy.
I can't pay, Greg.
What?
I haven't the money.
Leora Littleton, NG on the credit?
I don't come into the bulk of Grandfather's estate for another year. You know that. Right now I'm in debt all over town.
Darling, we'll sell things off. It's the only way.
You're right, Thorne. Take that wristwatch you're wearing, for instance.
What about it?
I handle lots of fine Swiss watches at the Hood Importing Company, but nothing that unusual. I've never seen a heart-shaped design like that.
I had it made like a heart because I gave it to Brad.
As a wedding present.
Well, that watch alone at some high-class hawk shop.
Oh, no, I can't let Brad part with it.
But precious lamb, for your own safety and for my peace of mind.
Your husband's very sensible. Don't risk your life, Leora.
Well, then help me, Greg. Find out who's after me.
Well, I'll think it over.
Oh, you were the one person, Greg, I knew I could turn to.
If you help us, Mr. Hood, you'll never find two people more grateful.
Well, I have to go now, but you'll be hearing from me, Leora.
I'll show you to the door, Mr. Hood. This way. I'm so worried about her, Mr. Hood.
Naturally.
Oh, sometimes I wish Leora didn't have, well, all this.
She's a swell kid. She just needs taking care of.
I'm doing my best.
You know, I think you are. I think you have a pretty level head on your shoulders.
Oh, thanks. Well, I'm so crazy about her. A lot of folks probably think I just married her for the money.
Well, anybody can see that isn't the case. Well, chin up. Don't let Leora get too upset.
Well, I'll try not.
Good meeting you, Thorne.
It was grand meeting you. And please, help us out of this mess.
Well, Greg, how was Leora's cocktail party?
What cocktail party?
I thought so. She only got you out there to rope you into something.
Put your hat on, Mr. Taylor. We're going places.
What about these business contracts?
They'll keep. We're going to Pacific Playland.
The amusement park?
What goes on out there, it seems, isn't so amusing.
What did you find out, Greg?
I've been pumping some of the concession owners.
Do they know anything about a floating gambling game?
They do. They're keeping mum.
What about the man they call the boss?
Couldn't learn a thing.
Oh? What about the little man who threatened Leora?
Dockleface? Yes, he works out here. They recognized my description of him.
Who's he?
Name's Benny Baker, known as Hot Licks Baker.
Hot Licks?
Used to be a trap drummer until he found an easier pitch.
Well, he sounds like a charming character.
They tell me he works at one of the concessions, some daredevil trapeze act, the incomparable Florette, whatever that is.
Yes, it's over there. You see that neon sign?
Well, hanging over that big tent. Well, come on, let's go visiting.
10 cents, ladies and gents, only a tenth of a dollar. See Florette. Florette the incomparable. Watch her death-defying leap through the air. The trapeze act of the century. At 200 feet, with perfect precision, the little lady will defy gravity.
Buy 2 tickets, Sandy.
Greg, that Barker.
What about him?
I have a feeling he's looking at us.
No law against giving his customers the once-over.
No, it's just that, well, he kind of nodded when he spotted you. As if... Look out, Greg! That neon sign is coming loose! Greg, get out of the way! Are you all right, Greg?
Me? Sure, Sandy. Phew. Lucky thing you pushed me.
Oh, I had heart failure. You were standing right under it.
You had heart failure. Brother, I could feel the breeze as that sign went past me.
Everybody okay out there? Accidents will happen. We'll have the debris cleaned up in a jiffy. Meantime, just step up, ladies and gents. See Florette. Florette the incomparable. Florette the wonder girl. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Greg, that was not an accident.
Sure it was, Sandy. The sign just tore loose.
When you were directly under it, I think somebody wanted to kill you.
Oh, nonsense.
He's right, Mr. Hood.
Huh?
I said your friend is right. 200%.
She was dressed in a kind of spangled costume, a carnival performer. She'd inched her way to us through the crowd. She pulled Sandy and me over onto one side and talked in quick whispers, as if there wasn't much time.
He knows you're after him.
Who does?
The boss, the man I work for.
Who is he? What's he look like? Where does he hang out?
What's it worth to you, Mr. Hood? To find out who's threatening Leora Thorne.
Suppose you tell us first who you are.
What's a diff who I am? Make with the cash offer and you'll get what you really want to know.
50.
Oh, chicken feed, Mr. Hood.
100.
Come again. Double or nothing.
Step in, folks. Big show's about to commence. You will see Florette the incomparable.
Oh, that's my cue. I gotta go in the taxi.
Go, Florette.
Yeah, for a crummy 65 a week.
All right, you win, Florette. $200. Let's have it. Where can I find this man they call the boss?
Well, he's always at the same place. You'll find... Oh, look, I ain't got time to talk now.
Why not? Wait, come back here.
After my act. Meet me back at the tent in my dressing room.
We bought our tickets, Sandy and I, and followed the crowd into the big tent. Pretty soon, the girl appeared and climbed a rope ladder, 100 feet up at least. 4 times a day she did this stunt. She must have had nerves of iron.
I don't get it, Greg.
Get what?
Well, a trapeze artist, a honky-tonk character. What possible connection can she have with a girl like Leora Thorne?
That is what we're going to pay her $200 to find out.
Are you ready, Miss Florette?
Greg, she missed!
They're taking her to the dressing room.
She'll never live after that fall.
Wait, let's get out of here, Sandy.
Keep your seats, ladies and gentlemen, please. Keep your seats. It was an accident. Please keep your seats.
Excuse us, please. We have to get through.
Keep going, Greg. I'm right behind you.
This time I'll bet my most sincere necktie on it, Sandy. That was deliberate.
What?
Did you notice the fellow who was beating the tempo for her?
Oh, the little fella with the drum?
Uh-huh.
Yes, what about him?
He took a powder as soon as she missed that second trapeze.
Well?
He was Benny Baker.
The man who went to see Leora Thorne?
That's right. And this was murder, pal. Deliberate murder. In her dressing room, the incomparable Florette was dying a death I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. We pushed our way through before anybody could stop us. An ambulance intern was already there, shaking his head. A policeman was there, too, making duck tracks in his notebook. I could see what was in the wind when I heard the copper say,
Open and shut case, looks like. Just an accident.
We may as well get out of here, Greg.
Not yet, Sandy.
But it's too late. The girl won't be able to talk to us.
Maybe she will. Look at her eyes.
Her eyes?
She's staring at us. I think she wants us to come closer. Can you speak, Florette? Try. Try hard. Who is he? This boss person. The man who made them do this to you.
Oh, Greg, it's no use.
Wait. She's moving her lips.
The death ride.
What's she saying? Something about death.
Something about a death ride. Shh. Listen.
Last boat. On the death ride.
Come on, Greg. She's dead. Well, we didn't get very far, did we?
Not yet, but you may quote me as saying I'm hopeful.
Oh, Greg, for Pete's sake.
What?
Call Leora Thorne. Tell her you're washing your hands of this.
Not a chance.
But we have work to do back at the office. But this is ridiculous, traipsing around an amusement park.
I'm going to find out who the gentleman known as the boss is. He's responsible for Florette's murder.
What makes you so sure that Florette was murdered?
You'll see. Right now, I'm wondering what she meant by that death ride stuff.
She may have been referring to Leora.
Could be. But on the other hand, hey.
What, Greg?
Down there on the midway in colored lights a mile high.
The death ride. 25 cents.
An amusement concession. Well, things are adding up. Come on. We ran down the midway, past the bingo joints and frozen custard stands. For only 2 bits, the death ride looked entertaining enough. It was a long tunnel filled with water. Flat-bottomed boats chained together took you on a dark and dismal voyage. But we didn't go on it. Not yet we didn't. Because just as we got there...
What's the matter?
Did you see what I saw?
Where?
Over there, the ticket booth. He was buying a ticket on the death ride, then he spotted us and ducked.
Who?
Benny Baker.
There he goes up that alley.
Quick, Sandy, we can corner him.
Head him off, Greg!
I'm trying to. All right, slow up, Baker, into the line.
Okay.
You're out of training, Hot Licks. It's the life you lead.
What do you want?
Hold him, Sandy.
Let me alone.
Quite a trick, Hot Licks. Who put you up to it?
Up to what?
Florette's belly flop.
That was an accident.
Slight correction, a murder.
You're wacky.
Listen, Benny, I know how trapeze artists work. They practice a certain beat till every muscle is adjusted to it. And when that beat is changed, even by a split second...
So that's how he did it.
That's how he did it, by changing the drum beat.
A couple of Weissenheimers, huh? Well, try and pin something on me.
We both heard that drum.
So did 100 other people in that audience.
You're cooked, Benny, unless you talk. Who put you up to it?
Suppose I sing. What then?
The deal?
Yeah.
I don't do business with rats, Benny. Here's what I do.
Hey, cut it out. I'm sick, I tell you, I'm sick.
Who's the man that hires you? Start singing.
All right. Only stop. I figure he's a middle-aged guy, maybe. Kind of fat, maybe, judging by his voice. I never actually seen him.
But he paid you to threaten Mr. and Mrs. Thorne and to take care of Florette.
Yeah. Only I never actually seen him.
Well, where is his gambling place located?
He ain't the gambler. He ain't the guy Leora lost the money to.
No?
He's only using that, see? To pull some other racket on Mr. and Mrs. Thorne.
Some other racket? What kind?
Don't ask me. I just follow orders.
Well, how, if you've never seen the man?
The boss gives me orders on the phone.
How does he pay you off?
Well, he meets me now and then, but always in the darkness.
In the darkness?
Oh, Greg, he's lying to us.
I swear I ain't. Look, over there, where I'm pointing. That's where he meets me.
On the death ride?
Yeah, the last boat.
You believe him, Greg?
Could be. Remember the girl's dying words to us? Yeah. I think he's telling the truth.
What are you going to do to me, mister?
Until the police take over, I'm leaving you in the capable hands of Mr. Taylor here.
Greg, where are you off to?
A sudden yen has come over me, Sanderson. I haven't tried one of those amusement rides since I was a small boy.
You're going on the death ride?
If anybody wants me, I'll be in the last boat, keeping a date in the darkness of the tunnel. I strayed over to the ticket booth and put down my quarter. It was past midnight now, and I was the only customer. I waited by the entrance gates. The string of tiny boats emerged from the tunnel, slowed up, disgorged a load of giggling bobby-soxers. Then it was my turn. I asked the old geezer who was in charge, "Mind if I ride in the last one?"
Ride anywhere you please, mister.
The death ride got underway, with yours truly as the only passenger. Suddenly, I felt lonely, as if I didn't have a friend in the world. The boats headed into the long, black tunnel. I couldn't see my hand 2 inches in front of my face. In the inky blackness, I lost all sense of direction. I felt stifled. Beads of perspiration collected on my forehead. But, so far, no fellow passenger. You know that feeling you get in a dark room? That a stranger is right alongside you? Well, suddenly I knew. I could sense him sitting behind me in that last boat. I waited for him to speak. But all I could hear was the water in that tunnel and his watch, the ticking of his watch. I remember how it echoed. Finally, when he talked, his voice was muffled. But when I answered, I tried to sound like Mr. Benny Hotlick's Dockleface Baker.
That you, Benny?
Yeah.
Take care of Florette?
Yeah.
Good boy. Got another job for you, Benny.
Okay.
Up near Tahoe. Gonna be an accident up there. Tomorrow morning.
What kind of accident?
Falling rocks. Automobile's gonna get out of control.
Will someone get killed?
A girl.
Suddenly, a shaft of light. There must have been a torn place in the canvas that lined the tunnel. Suddenly, he must have seen that I wasn't Benny because...
Okay, one.
I couldn't turn around. His hands were on my throat. I still couldn't see who he was, and the hands kept gripping tighter. Tighter! And then Roman candles started shooting off in my brain. Bonfires danced before my eyes, and then I blacked out.
So long, Hood. Here's where you get off. Only 2 feet of water, but enough to drown you.
Greg, take it easy, old man.
Oh, my throat.
Just lie on that bench for a while.
Where'd you find me, Sandy?
On the death ride. Floating face down.
You deserve a Carnegie Medal for life-saving. How come such perfect timing?
Well, he got away.
Baker?
I was running after him. Just as we passed the death ride, I saw a passenger climbing out of the last boat. It wasn't you, and I got worried.
That passenger. What did he look like?
I didn't wait to see. I grabbed a flashlight from the old man and went sloshing into the tunnel to find you.
I never saw that other passenger either. Too dark.
That was the boss.
Yes.
Any idea of his identity?
None. His hands suddenly... Sandy.
Yes?
I just remembered that fellow's hands, his left wrist.
What?
Never mind, it'll keep. We'd better get after Benny Baker. I've learned he's a professional killer with another job on tap for tomorrow morning.
Oh, and I let him get away.
Come on, we've got to stop him.
What are you stopping for, Greg?
We won't have to look any further for Mr. Benny Hot Licks Baker.
Where? I don't see him.
Look. Now do you see him?
Where you're pointing?
Yes. That concession over there.
Hilbert's Waxworks Museum.
Those figures on display outside. Look at those wax figures.
Oh. Greg. How fantastic.
Fantastic was the word, all right. 3 of them standing upright and motionless. Napoleon, Mary, Queen of Scots, holding her head in her hands, and Jack the Ripper, all built of wax. Alongside, slumped over and equally motionless, was Benny Baker. They made a lovely foursome.
Oh, that green spotlight on them, you'd almost swear that Benny was a wax figure, too.
Yeah, except for the bullet hole and the blood. Sandy, let's get back to the car.
Yeah, Greg, where are you driving to?
You'll see.
This isn't the direction to my house.
I'm not taking you home, pal.
Oh, now see here, Greg, enough is enough. I've got a home and a comfy rest mattress waiting for me. Yes, and a wife who's probably ready to divorce me for staying out all night.
Here we are, Leora Thorne's house. I know it's late, Leora, but I've got to see you. This is Sandy Taylor, my attorney.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Come into the library, Leora. I want to talk to you.
I'll wait out here in the hall.
Yes, Greg?
Are you, by any chance, planning an auto trip?
How did you know?
A little birdie told me.
In the morning, Brad and I are driving out of town for the weekend.
Up to Lake Towel?
Who told you?
You're not going, Leora.
But, Greg, Brad and I were
The
counting
trip is
on...
off for a very simple reason. If you value your life.
If I... Greg, what are you talking about?
Why, hello, Mr. Hood.
Oh, Brad, darling, you better come in and listen to this.
Oh, I woke up as I heard you going downstairs, Precious.
Greg insists that we call off our trip to Tahoe.
Oh? Well, why's that, Mr. Hood?
Falling rocks.
What?
There's to be an accident on that mountain road to Leora's lodge. Leora is scheduled to be a corpse.
Greg!
You mean they'd actually kill her because of that gambling debt?
That petty crap game operator hasn't been threatening Leora at all.
Well, then who...
Somebody who figures this is a perfect time to put you in a nice marble mausoleum, while he can use that gambling debt as a cover-up.
But who? I haven't any enemies.
You're absolutely sure of this, Mr. Hood.
I've met the gentleman in question.
You've seen him?
I didn't say I'd seen him. We met in the darkness. He tried to kill me.
What?
Oh, he's a bad boy. He had 2 Confederates working with him. When they talked too much, he put them both out of the way.
It all sounds so fantastic.
Laura's right, Mr. Hood. Like a bad movie.
You don't care for melodramatic doings, eh, Thorne?
Well, I guess I'm just not used to them.
You like things to be calm and serene, eh?
Well, yes, I guess you'd call me the matter-of-fact type.
Mm-hmm. Tell me something, Thorne.
Yes?
Don't you ever get tired?
Well, tired of what?
Of playing cat and mouse, you filthy
Greg, you're out of your mind.
He knows you love him now, Leora. He knows he's mentioned in your will. He also knows how changeable you are, and he'd rather be a rich widower than a poor ex-husband.
What? Get out!
I'm not listening, Brad. I'm just not listening.
You used to work in carnivals in the old days, didn't you, Thorne? With Florette and Benny, you knew they could be hired for a price.
Brad, don't let him say these things.
That's right, Thorne. Don't let me say them.
Okay, Hood. This is how you want it. Stand up.
Brad, that gun.
You too, precious lamb. You once told me you'd die for me. Here's your big chance.
Oh, no.
You see, he's right. You are too changeable, precious. You'll be getting tired of me one of these fine days, and we mustn't have that.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Finish up what I started.
Okay, Sandy, you can come in now. Watch out, Sandy!
I'm okay. He's shot with wire.
Drop that gun, Thorne. Drop it. You dirty! Drop it. Grab it, Sandy.
I've got him.
All right, Thorne. You coming quietly to the police, or do we play more patty cake?
I'll come. Quietly.
I knew it was you ever since that excursion on the death ride.
You knew? How?
Say goodbye to your wife.
Goodbye, precious lamb.
Now take off the wristwatch and give it to her.
I don't want it.
But your love gift to him is what put me onto him.
What?
In the darkness, Thorne, it was like an engraved calling card.
A wristwatch?
Heart-shaped. Extremely unusual. And you forgot all about the luminous dial.
You have heard The Carnival of Death, an adventure from the case book of Gregory Hood, written this week by Jerome D. Ross, directed by Martin Andrews, and produced by Frank Cooper Associates. Listen again next week at the same time over this ABC station for the story of the Mutton Jade Buddha, another adventure from the case book of Gregory Hood. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
What do you know? The Valentines are coming in already. And here's one addressed to man's best friend.
Well, that must be for you, Ethelbert.
And here's one addressed to a great snooper.
And that must be for you, Casey. And here's one addressed to the most famous announcer, the man you can always count on.
I wonder who that could be.
I wonder. How I wonder.
Oh, I get it. They mean you can always count on me to say, Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, Key Witness. Night. And a most unpleasant night. Dark, windy, damply cold. Snow was falling. The kind of snow that turns to wet gray slush as it strikes the ground, and then in spots turns to a treacherous film of ice. On an almost deserted highway, far out on the city's fringes, a car moves cautiously over the slippery pavement. In the car are...
Had to be our luck to draw an out-of-town assignment on a day like this, Casey.
The day part of it wasn't so bad as just coming back at night. I'm not familiar enough with this road. I can't see.
Well, Casey, there's a big electric sign just ahead. I think it's on a roadhouse. If it is, let's pull up and have a cup of
we certainly will. A warmer-upper is something both of us need.
I can make out the sign now. 5 Spot Cafe.
That's for us.
5 Spot Cafe. Seems I've heard of the place.
Yeah, the name's kind of familiar to me, too, but I can't remember. Well, I guess we drive in here, huh?
Yeah, there's a big parking spot.
Yeah. Good spot for our bus right here. About as near as we can get to the main door, I guess. Well, I'll come around and help you out, Annie.
No, don't bother. I can make it. You have cameras inside. Don't forget to lock up.
Yeah, I won't.
Casey, doesn't some racketeer run a place like the Five Spot?
Hey, wait a minute. That's right, kid. You got it. This is Shark Yardley's headquarters. I've known the rat for years. Never been out to this joint, though. Well, I've never heard of him selling poisoned food, so I guess this place is as good as any other on a night like this. All right, we're all locked up. Come on.
Uh-oh. Electric signs just went up.
Oh, nuts. It's the only light we had out here, too.
I can't see 10 feet in front of me.
Now, wait a minute. I got a pencil flashlight in my inside pocket. Stand back in the car, Annie, out of the wind while I dig it out.
Yeah.
Careful with him, Pete. How about being careful? Which is our car? I can't see.
Yeah, I know where it is.
Let's get a minute and get going. All right.
Someone else is having a little trouble in the dark, Casey.
Yeah, more than we're having. Did you see that drunk those two guys had between them?
They passed close enough for that. He could hardly stand. They were practically dragging him along.
Well, he want to take the pledge tomorrow. Where's that darn flashlight, anyway? I found it here.
Car's pulling out. Guess they got the drunk inside, okay?
Yeah. Oh, nuts. Now it doesn't work.
The flashlight?
Yeah, the battery must be dead.
Oh, we don't need it now. Signs come on again.
That's a break. All right, come on. Let's get into that cafe.
Yeah, I hope there's plenty of heat in there and chill through.
Hey, wait a second.
What?
It kicked something in this slush here.
Huh?
I heard it.
A hotel key. At least it has a hotel tag attached to it.
Yeah, wait, let me wipe some of this muck off it. Harwell Hotel, room 1118.
Maybe one of those men dropped it who were taking the drunk home.
Well, if the drunk dropped it, they're going to have some extra trouble taking him home unless they know his hotel and room number. He'll never be able to tell them. Well, I'll stick the key in my pocket and turn it over to somebody inside the joint here. Maybe inquiries for it. Let me help you on these steps, Annie. They're pretty slippery.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, boy, it's good inside. Dining room's pretty crowded, Annie. Let's look in the bar. No customers in there. We'll get quicker service. We'll get the bartender to bring us coffee and sandwiches, huh?
Okay.
Good evening.
Well, it's really a very lousy evening, bartender.
Yeah, so they tell me. You just drove up here?
Yeah, give me a menu, will you?
Okay. Here you are.
Casey, where'd you get that blood on your hand?
Huh? Blood?
Yeah, look.
Yeah, I see.
Cut yourself, mister?
Well, not that I know of it. Annie, this hotel key I found. I thought it was simply wet with slush and snow. But look at it under these bright lights.
The tag is streaked with blood.
Hey, you found that key, mister?
Yeah, to room 1118, Harwell Hotel.
Well, give me it. Somebody might come and ask her for it.
I didn't say I found it anywhere near here, did I?
No, you didn't. Excuse me a minute, will you?
Casey, how did fresh blood get on that key?
I don't know, Annie. I don't know why that bartender showed such an interest in it either. But I do know this joint belongs to Shark Yardley, who's made quite a few guys bleed plenty.
The bartender just went into that back room.
Yeah. Annie, I got a hunch we better get out of this place.
So have I.
Okay, come on.
Oh, the door of the back room just opened.
It's Yardley, one of his rod men.
Well, if it isn't my old friend Casey.
Hello, Shark.
Well, I never hoped to see you in this little joint of mine. It's so off the beaten track.
We newspaper guys get around, you know.
So I've heard. I don't want you and the lady to have a drink with me. In my private office.
Well, thanks, Shark, but we're in a hurry.
But I must insist you step into my private office. I want to talk privately to you. About a key.
I think I see the outline of a gun in your pocket.
Casey.
Shall we go to my office?
Come on, Annie.
Thank you. And be very quiet. There are guests in my dining room. I wouldn't want to stir. Yes, come right in. Well, sit down, lady. This chair is the most comfortable.
It looks comfortable.
Before I ask my friend Casey to sit down, frisk him, Nick.
Okay, boy. I don't carry a gat, Shark. Guns aren't part of my racket.
Oh, I believe that, Casey. But I'd like to be sure.
He's clean, boss. There's the key that was in his pocket.
Where did you get this key, Casey?
You undoubtedly know that I picked it up in your parking lot. You mind telling me why it's so important to you?
You've no idea?
No. I'm just a dumbbell.
Well, because I don't believe you're a dumbbell, I'm keeping you here. For a while. I'm leaving Nick here to watch you while I join my guests in the dining room.
How long are you going to keep us here?
We'll discuss that when I come back, lady. Now I must return to the cafe. You see, I have reason to wish that my guests see a lot of me this evening. Make Casey and the lady comfortable, Nick.
I'll take care of them, boss.
Now, excuse me, won't you?
Looks as though we've walked into something, Casey.
I'll say we have, Annie, and without our galoshes on.
Yeah, and you ain't walking out of it neither.
Shark told you to make us comfortable, Nick. That's not the way to do it.
Oh, thanks for reminding me. Sit down and take a load off your feet.
I'd rather stand.
Sit down or I'll blast
well,
you.
Since you put it so nicely, I will. What made the electric sign on this joint go out a while ago, Nick? Huh?
Oh, did the sign go out?
Yeah, just long enough for two guys who were propping up a third guy to get him into a car and drive away.
You saw them guys, huh?
Well, I think your boss figures we did. The third guy wasn't just drunk, was he?
Casey, that
Sure,
doesn't...
Annie, yes. Was the third guy dying, Nick, or already dead?
I ain't here to answer questions. Maybe the boss will before you leave us.
I wish you wouldn't talk like that.
Can't take it, huh?
Well, it isn't easy to take, you know. Say, Shark said he'd stand us a drink when he brought us in here. I see a bottle on his desk there. 100 proof, too. Do you mind?
Keep your mitts off that bottle.
Look, the least you can do is let a guy have a drink. I need it, fella.
To buck you up, wise guy? To brace you for what's coming?
Well, put it that way if you want to. Look, can I have a shot, huh?
Okay.
Oh, thanks.
Wait a minute.
Huh? What?
Tilt that bottle slow and easy into one of them glasses. You try to lift the bottle or throw it, I'll plug you before it leaves your hand.
I won't take any chances like that with you, Nick. This suits you all right?
So far. Now put the bottle down.
Yeah, just as you say.
You poured a stiff one for yourself, didn't you?
Yeah, I need it.
Well, ain't you offering the lady none?
I don't want anything to drink.
And I don't want anything to drink.
He's with that whiskey in his eyes, Casey.
That's right, 100 proof stuff, too. All right, I've knocked him cold, Annie.
I got his gun.
Give it to me. Here. Tap him gently on the head with it so he'll stay out till we make our getaway. That'll do it.
We can't go out this door through the bar.
Come on, there's a window here. Only a short drop to the ground. Come on, you first.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah, all right. Come on.
Right with you. Now let's get to our car in the nearest police station.
Did you have to throw a half tumbler of that good whiskey in the guy's eyes, Casey?
Well, it was worth it, Ethelbert.
I'll say.
Well, what happened after you made your escape from that joint last night?
20 minutes later, we were back at the 5-Spot Cafe with a carload of cops.
Yeah, but Shark Yardley and his gorillas were gone, of course.
How you figure blood got on that key you found?
The body of Chuck Trumbull was found in a vacant lot way over on the south side this morning.
Chuck Trumbull? He's the character who's been trying to bust in on Shark Yardley's racket.
Uh-huh. The Shark paid him off last night.
Trumbull was stabbed to death with his own knife. The police found it sticking in his body.
And Trumbull lived in room 1118 of the Harwell Hotel. See?
Well, then that key you found...
When Yardley learned that we had the key with the blood on it, he knew it would put him on the spot for Trumbull's murder.
And as he'd planned the murder, there was to be no evidence that Trumbull had been anywhere near the 5-Spot Cafe. In fact, Shark Yardley's alibi would be that he was at the 5-Spot when Trumbull was killed someplace else.
Yeah, but that key to Trumbull's hotel room, found in Shark's parking lot, was proof he'd been there.
Yeah, that's it.
Ah.
And when Yardley's brought to trial, Casey's testimony and mine about that key will send him to the chair.
The cops ain't caught up with the Shark yet?
No, but they will.
Until they do, I'd be pretty worried if I was you.
Worried?
The Shark's a bad baby, Casey. This Trumbull ain't the first guy he's suspected of bumping off.
No. Cops think he got Ed Clive last year.
Yeah, with Clive's own gun. Like you think he carved Trumbull with Trumbull's own knife. And there was that gambler a couple of years ago, I forget his name.
Oh, Ernie Hastings.
Yeah. And the cops could never prove nothing. What I mean is, Shark Yardley ain't gonna like having a couple of witnesses loose that can finally fry him as he deserves to be fried if they stay loose.
I'm not worried about the Shark. He'll be too busy dodging cops to bother Ann and me.
Besides, we've been witnesses against his kind of rats before.
Well, he's a special mean kind of rat, Miss Williams. A special dangerous kind.
Look, Annie, it's after midnight. It's time I took you home.
Yeah, I'm ready to go home. I'm tired.
Well, here's what we had, pal.
Gee, you're paying for a change.
Huh? Well, I always pay. Don't I? Well, eventually. Don't I?
Yeah.
Good night.
Night, Casey. Night, Miss Williams.
Good night, Ethelbert. Casey, Ethelbert may be right. Shark Yardley might try to put us out of the way.
Oh, he and his mob have got to keep themselves under cover, Annie. Yeah, but look, tomorrow morning, I'm going to ask headquarters to put a guard on you for a while.
How about you?
Oh, I can take care of myself, all right.
Well, so can I.
Now, wait a minute. Women are different.
Really? I wasn't sure you were aware of that.
Huh? What do you mean?
Nothing.
Annie, are you getting one of your humors again?
It's a woman's privilege to have humors.
Hmm.
I don't like to discuss nothing but the latest crimes and the newspaper business with you all the time and sit around and be the same as Ethelbert and Captain Logan.
Oh, you couldn't be the same as Ethelbert and Captain Logan.
Not quite, because my hair is longer and I wear skirts.
Well, okay. So your hair's longer and you wear skirts.
And that's that.
And that's got to be that. I'm not going to lose a pal.
Meaning me.
Meaning you.
I'm beginning to hate that word pal.
What's the matter with it? I like it. I like what it stands for, too. Well, come on, the car's across the street. Let's cross over right here, huh?
Okay.
Now, look, getting back to Shark Yardley. I'm sure there'll be no danger from him for a while, Annie, if ever. The heat's on him heavy and he's got the lie.
Casey, that car! I only missed it by hair. If you hadn't pulled me out of the way, I
Fool
would...
driver swerved way across the center line, as though he were trying to run us down. Then he kept right on going.
Yeah, well, I think he did try to run us down, Casey.
Huh?
Yeah, I got to look at that driver. And I'm sure he was Shark Yardley.
This is the season of buffet suppers and other informal entertaining. Now, when it's necessary to serve an unusually large number of guests, Jadeite is the ideal answer. Yes, Jadeite, spelled Jadeite, Jadeite, the new kind of dinnerware developed by Anchor Hocking. You'll love its delicate jade green color, its fine porcelain-like texture, and you'll be amazed to find that Jadeite is as strong and heat-proof as the Fire King oven glass you use for baking. Yet, with all its advantages, Jadeite is incredibly low in price. For example, a Jadeite cup and saucer costs only 15 cents in open stock, and a complete 35-piece dinner service for $6, including cups, saucers, dessert dishes, salad plates, dinner plates, vegetable bowl, platter, and sugar and creamer set, is priced at less than $5. Ask for Jadeite at chain stores, department stores, hardware stores, and other stores selling chinaware and glass. Jadeite is the newest triumph of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Don't argue with me, Casey. Both you and Miss Williams get police bodyguards from now on.
Well, after what happened half an hour ago, Captain Logan, I'm delighted.
Well, I'm not, and I won't stand for it. How could I have one of your cops at my elbow 24 hours a day, Logan? I'd feel like a sap.
You rather feel like a dead sap who don't feel anything at all?
Listen, the driver of that car may not have been Shark Yardley.
Oh, yes, Casey.
I think he was the driver, and I don't think this will be his last attempt to get you. You two are the key witnesses against him. And while he's on the loose, you're on the spot.
Well, okay, all right, you win.
And aside from bodyguards, I'm giving each of you a gun to carry.
Now, give one of them to Ann. I'm not looking to gat around.
Hey, Casey, please.
No, I don't like this thing. I won't carry him and I won't shoot him.
All right, bullhead.
Now, look, since I must have bodyguards, give me guys who won't be hard to take, Logan, will you? I mean, preferably bad pinochle players.
I'll put Bradley in charge of your guard detail. Does he suit you?
Yeah, Brad's okay. But will he get worn out following me on assignments? Come on, hurry up, Brad. City desk says there's a rest job. We left my car down the street here.
Oh, where are we going now, Casey?
City Hall. An appointment assignment to take pictures of the mayor's newly appointed park commissioner.
Say, you get all the dirty work? Who takes all the pictures of those pin-up gals I see in the papers?
Oh, the very old press photographers. Well, you've been my shadow for 5 days now, Brad. How do you like it?
I'll be glad to get back to the straight detective business.
Yeah, say, look, Logan's making saps out of both of us. Shark Yardley hasn't tried anything, and he won't try anything.
They tried to make a hit-and-run morgue case out of you.
Yeah. I think Miss Williams only imagined that Shark was in that car. And nothing's happened since. Logan's just wasting your time and the city's money, Brad, and that's a fact. Well, here's the old bus. Let's get in, get going.
Okay. Casey, don't step on that starter.
Huh?
Don't touch the starter. When we left this car half an hour ago, its hood was covered with snow.
Yeah?
Most of the snow's fallen off. Maybe because somebody raised the hood. I'm going to see.
Well, why would anybody raise the hood?
Somebody did. And put this underneath.
What is it, Brad?
Look. It's attached to your starter. I think it's a little TNT.
Bomb, huh?
Uh-huh. The old gangster gag. When you started your car, Bluey.
Bluey, yeah. Yeah, well, thanks, Brad. Guess maybe Logan was right. Okay, Logan, all right. I've been the sap and you've been the wise guy.
You finally think so, huh?
Well, don't rub it in now, pal.
Why not? Even after Bradley found that bomb in your car 2 weeks ago, you gave me an argument. Since then, a 45 slug's gone through your head and a knife's been thrown at you.
I know.
But still, you argue.
All right.
Even with all the luck of the Irish you've got, you should be dead by now.
Well, my luck can't last forever, I guess. I'm plenty jittery right now.
Yeah, since this morning, after you learned Miss Williams had received a box of candy through the mails that turned out to be poison.
Look, has she been sap enough to eat one of those candies, Logan?
Fortunately, she wasn't. You'd probably have swallowed a couple.
We gotta stop this, you know. We gotta nail this guy Yardley.
How, exactly? You know we've turned this town inside out trying to find him.
We've got to make him come to us.
That's a beautiful idea. Just what method will you take?
Wait a minute. I think I've figured a method.
Yeah?
Look, the Shark's got a big fat grudge against me, Logan. He's a guy who always settled his grudges in person when he could. Well, I want him to have an opportunity to get into my apartment at night unmolested.
What do you mean?
I want the guard who watches my fire escape to apparently sneak away from his post every night and do a little guzzling at a bar around the corner. I'd like him to make a special habit of doing it between 2 and 3 a.m.
So Shark will be tipped off and pay you a call by way of the fire escape?
Right.
Now then what?
I'm going to take that gun you offered me.
Casey, I doubt if you'd shoot a guy even to save your own life.
I'll kill Shark Yardley if I have to, but he ought to save me that trouble. You know, crooks and killers usually follow a set pattern. They stick to old habits.
I don't get you.
Well, I'll explain it later, but right now, you tell my fire escape guard to play hooky between 2 and 3 a.m., and do I get a gun?
I'm always a sap for you, pal. All right, I'll instruct the guard. And I'll give you my best gun, a 38 positive and a 45
No, I don't want a revolver. I want a rifle.
Rifle?
Yeah. A big caliber rifle with a silencer attached.
Silence?
Yeah. And Logan, look, we'll have to let Bradley and the rest of my shadows in on this, of course, but don't let it go any further, especially don't tell Ann Williams about my plan.
I'm not to tell Miss Williams. Suppose you tell me about your plan, and now.
Well, okay, Brad, here's the old homestead again. Time to go through our usual routine.
Yeah, well, I don't like the routine that's become usual during the last week, Casey.
Yeah.
You're taking a big chance with nobody watching that fire escape between 2 and 3 in the morning.
I'm watching.
But you're not used to handling guns.
Well, I can handle a rifle Logan gave me. Also, I've had lots of experience handling crooks.
All I can do is hope you'll be okay. Shark may show up any time now, Casey. Maybe tonight.
The sooner the better. Miss Williams is losing a lot of sleep.
She's got nothing to worry about. She hasn't a fire escape.
Well, come on, Brad. Let's get out of this car. You come up to my apartment as usual, look the joint over as usual, then come back here down to the street as usual.
Then you'll turn out your lights as usual.
And I'll seem to be sleeping soundly between 2 and 3 a.m.
What if you do fall asleep, Casey?
Well, in that case, Well, I won't. What? Who's there? Who's behind that flashlight? Only me, Casey. Shark! Don't reach for that gun beside your bed. Guess I won't. Don't. Turn that table lamp on so I can see you and that gun a little better. Okay. Thanks. Well, you look like just the same sap who butts into things we should keep away from. Oh, that gun of yours. Nice high-powered rifle that can make a big hole in a guy. Why the silencer on it? Well, it had the attachment when I got it from the cops. Wasn't that nice? The revolver I brought along has a silencer, too. But I always like to use the other fellow's weapon if he has one. If I'm unlucky and fall into a pinch, a good lawyer may convince a jury that the other fellow was a suicide. You're going to shoot me with my rifle? Yes, Casey. After I've made sure it's loaded. It is. And now...
Don't, Shark.
Yellow, aren't you? Afraid to take it?
Put down that gun.
Putting the muzzle against your head, the cops will be sure this was a suicide.
It will be if you squeeze that trigger. You're suicide.
What do you mean?
You looked to see if it was loaded. It is. You didn't look to see if the barrel is clear. It isn't. It's been plugged. So the shell in the chamber will blow up the gun.
Yeah, this is a bluff. You can't get away with it.
It isn't a bluff.
Nuts. Take what I came to give you. You snapped the trap yourself, Shark. And I can't say I'm really sorry.
We'll join the crowd of the Blue Note in just a moment. The baby of today, your baby, has many advantages which most of us didn't enjoy when we were very young. And not the least of these are scientifically prepared baby foods. These baby foods make it easy to provide a nourishing, well-balanced diet. They save the young mother countless hours in the kitchen. But to take full advantage of the convenience of prepared baby food, be sure to insist on glass jars. For with a glass jar, you can heat and serve baby food and reseal it to store leftovers all in the original container, saving endless extra hours of work each week. And then, too, there's the matter of cleanliness. Glass jars are completely sterile. They protect baby food perfectly, both before and after opening. Most of the better brands of prepared baby foods are packed in Anchor glass jars and sealed under vacuum with easy-to-open, easy-to-reseal Anchor caps. Both products of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Well, the explosion of that rifle didn't kill the shark, huh, Casey?
No, Ethelbert, miraculously enough. The docs will have him patched up for his trial on the Trumbull murder charge. He'll be able to walk to the hot seat afterwards.
But how could you be sure he'd try to shoot you with that rifle instead of his own gun, Casey?
Look, now, he killed Trumbull with Trumbull's own knife, huh?
Yeah.
And Clive with Clive's own pistol.
Yeah.
Well, that was Shark's murder pattern, don't you say?
That's right.
Well, I'm awful glad it's over, Casey.
Oh, my, Annie. I'm sure glad to get rid of that bodyguard.
You know, I'll miss mine.
Huh? Miss having a cop at your elbow every minute?
Well, my principal guard was nice. I liked him.
Yeah?
Nice looking, too. You met him.
Oh, yeah, I met him, sure.
Of course, I won't miss him too much.
Oh?
We have a date together this evening.
Oh. Have a date, huh? With a cop tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but look, Annie, you and I usually go out together every evening.
Oh, but you and I are just pals, Casey.
Huh?
I said we're just pals.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I must be running along to meet him now. So long, Ethelbert.
Hey,
so long, Miss Williams.
Good night, pal.
Good night. What are you laughing about?
Pal.
Nuts.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is written by Alonzo Dean Cole. It is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass. Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Crime Photographer is directed by John Dietz and is based on the fictional character of Flash Gun Casey, created by George Harmon Cox. Original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. If you're a young man from 17 to 31 years of age, the Navy is interested in you, and you'll be interested in the Navy. For the Navy offers you training in the most extensive scientific schools in the world, combined with travel and adventure, good pay, financial security, and early retirement. Get in touch with your local Navy recruiting office immediately. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
You've all heard the expression, beware of Greeks bearing gifts. In case it slipped your mind, a fellow by the name of Virgil said that some 2,000 years ago. But as far as George Valentine is concerned, he could just as well said it today. Want to know why? Well, suppose you listen to our Let George Do It adventure entitled Deal Me Out, and I'll deal you in.
Dear Mr. Valentines, now's your chance to be rich. I am a stranger in town and you should take me. Percentage, cost plus, straight commission of the goods, I will pay whatever you like, whatever. And why? Because 5 private detectives I am hiring. With what? No satisfactions. Mr. Valentines, a young friend of mine is having a most desperate situation. And if you can give satisfactions, then I deal you in. The riches are yours. Knowing you like that sort of thing, I remain as ever yours, Ambrose Acropolis.
Knowing you like that sort of thing?
For the young lady, yes. Money will mean something beautiful. For a man, it is different. To him, it is only like bread and butter, or blood, maybe.
Okay, philosopher, but you still haven't told me what kind of trouble this friend of yours is in.
Now, isn't that foolish? Would I need you if I knew?
Yeah, but
I
you
am
still...
in town to visit. I am a happy man. I like other people to be happy. How should I know? He won't see me. He is afraid. He avoids his friends. He runs around in alleys with his coat pulled up and his mouth full of mumbling.
It sounds a little peculiar.
Oh, no. Do not misconceive. A nicer, sweeter, more innocent boy could not be imagined. In other places, we have spent many happy evenings together. But something has happened to suddenly change him. Why? What? I would not be a friend if I did not cock my ear to the ground and scratch my head, would I?
Contortionist, huh? Okay, what's his name?
I have his picture here. And the name is like a haircut. Bob Sprague. Sprague is his last name. And you can remember that by a sprig of parsley.
Never mind, I got it. Bob Sprague. Now, where do I find this poor man in trouble?
Oh, no, he's not poor. Oh, my, no, indeed.
Oh, rich like you are?
I'll bet he doesn't wear such pretty spats or striped pants.
You like them, eh? So do I. I always wear... You are laughing at me.
Oh, no, really.
No, not you, lady. You, sport. You think I'm lying, perhaps, eh? You think I would not know a trouble what I saw?
Take it easy. I didn't say anything.
Ambrose Acropolis will show you what he means. When in doubt, deal a hand of jacks or bet.
Hey, let go. What is...
Come on. Goodbye, young lady.
But, Mr. Acropolis...
So me, I will deal you in with Jackson, Higby, and whoever. Let a whole quartet of lawyers convince you.
But, Mr. Jackson, the name Bob Sprague means something to you, doesn't it?
Well, just the nephew of a friend of mine, that's all. Why?
Why? I will take over here the explanations how it began. There is something wrong about this boy, and it is only my desire to contact him.
Yes, of course. But Bob is out of town just now, I think. In fact, I'm quite sure he is.
Out of town? But his friends did
and
not
there's
say...
certainly nothing wrong with him. However, I'll tell you what I'll do. If you want to send him a note or a letter, you may drop it off here, and I'll see that it gets forwarded to the right place. Be glad to.
Uh-huh. Why not just give us his address?
Well, I don't know it, naturally. Just that he's away somewhere, that's all. No, really, gentlemen, I'm very busy.
Mr. Jackson, permit me to tell you that a young friend of Bobby's has made from you a liar. To me, he is swearing poor Bob Sprague, with his coat turned up, sneaks into the Afton Hotel here in town every morning.
Oh, get out of here.
Well, how could that be? What is going on here?
Go someplace else. Call other people liars. Get out of here.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It and George Valentine.
Well, Valentine's?
Okay, sport, I'm in. What's the name of that hotel again? Wow. Flow gently, sweet after.
What? What's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing. I just say that to myself every time I have a glass of beer here at the hotel this time of morning.
Oh. Well, I'm not insulted. Just sitting here, waiting for the first race at Hialeah.
Uh-huh. Who's the bookie, bartender?
Didn't you know?
Well, I'm a little new here. Say, your name's Bob Sprague, isn't it? Hey, wait a minute. I just asked, that's all.
Look, what do you want?
Now, listen, I never heard of you until 1 second ago. I asked you the same question a guy down the bar asked me about you, that's all.
What?
Sit down. He's looking at us.
Oh.
What's the matter, anyway? You must be popular or something. No sooner had I walked in this place than this guy walked up and asked if I knew you. Then he asked the bartender. The bartender looked at you, but then looked away quick and said no.
Bartender's a nice guy.
Well, I thought maybe I could help with something, you see.
Well, hello, fellas. You mind if I join you?
Sorry, private club.
Well, that's the way it goes, doesn't it? Man doesn't make new friends without getting blackballed once or twice.
What's your problem?
There's what's wrong with the world. People don't say, what's your happiness? They say, what's the matter? Here, you're going to have one with me now, both of you. Hey, bartender, say, either one of you fellas just happen to know a fella named Bob Sprague?
Now, what's going on in this town? You asked me that just about 2 minutes ago.
Oh, so I did. My mistake. But that's the way it goes, isn't it? No, it's on me, bartender.
Here, kid. What? My key. I got a room upstairs. Hey, you, whatever your name is.
Al. Name's Al. Didn't I tell you?
No. And you didn't ask me if I was Bob Sprague either.
Look, I'm getting out of here. Thanks, man.
Sure, see you later.
Hey, now, wait a minute, both of you. You mean you're old Bob?
Sure, why not? Me, not him. But my mother called me Robert.
Well, holy smoke. Think of that.
Uh-huh. So what do you want with me?
Just get out of my way, that's all, buddy.
But I thought you wanted to see me.
It's too early for games. Where's that guy going?
Oh, I don't see anybody.
You're no more Sprague than I am. Get off my toes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean
Get out of my way.
Hey, wait a minute. No offense. If you want to know where the kid's going, just ask.
What?
Sure. I don't mind telling you. I got a room upstairs. Kid's meeting me there, 612. I just slipped him the key.
Huh. What kind of a sucker do you think I am? So he's headed for the street, huh? Thanks for nothing.
Don't mention it, sucker. Hey, kid. Bob.
Oh, hi. Get rid of him?
Yeah, pushover.
Thanks a lot.
Who is he? Called himself Al, but he didn't...
I don't know. I've never even seen him before. Just another strong man, I suppose.
Brother, you're sure popular. Now, look, let's have it. What are you afraid of? What are you hiding from?
$40,000.
What? Hey, look, I don't get it. Well, come on. You're in trouble. Dodging somebody like mad. Your friends all covering up for you.
Ah, sure. Don't know why I shouldn't tell you. You see, it's like this.
Well, go on.
Somebody outside.
Well, hello, everybody.
What in the name of...
So you have got him at last. George Valentine's, you are a genius.
I might have known. There was no baggage in the room or anything. Look, get out of my way.
Bob, wait.
Bobby, my boy, my old
so
friend.
Long, fatso.
Kid, wait. What's the idea?
You lousy double-crosser.
Wait. Stop him, Valentine.
No, let him go.
He's in trouble. He will get away. Get him.
Yeah. There we are. That's better.
Valentine's, what has come over you? Why did you hurt me?
Oh, shut up, Acropolis. Find Bob Sprague. He's in danger. He's hiding from someone. Oh, brother, what a sap I am. The guy he's hiding from is you.
Please, don't look at me like that. I am an innocent man.
Sure. Hiring people right and left to go after the poor guy.
But I promised you a God, didn't I?
Oh, yeah, sure. Percentage, cost plus, straight commission of the goods. Why didn't I catch on earlier? $40,000. What is it you're trying to do? Shake him down?
No, please. I am honest. We are friends, Bobby and me. We spend many happy evenings together at poker. He lost.
Ah, so that's it. A nice kid welching on a gambling debt, and you're the gambler.
Valentine's, once in a while to be a gambler is a tragic thing. The government says you must pay income tax, but the laws will not let you collect your debts. And when your debtors run away from you...
Oh, my heart's bleeding for you.
No, wait, this boy is good for it. His uncle is rich.
So you wanted me to strong-arm for you, huh?
What, only for a cut?
Okay, so here goes.
No, yeah.
I guess that deals me out, doesn't it?
George, where on earth have you been?
Getting a bad taste out of my mouth.
What?
Yeah. Well, there's a movie on down the
And
street.
what did you do with Mr. Acropolis? It's been hours since you two left.
Oh, skip it. I'm all through with that. What's the matter?
The police just phoned. I've been trying to reach you.
Police?
They want you out at the house of Bob Sprague's uncle. That's where the other phone call came.
Which phone call?
The one from the man who said he'd kidnapped Bob Sprague.
What?
And unless his uncle paid $40,000, Bob would be murdered.
Oh, that does it. Do I care? Angel, I dealt myself out of that three-ring circus once.
George, listen. The butler who took the call said the man tried to disguise his voice, but he did give his name.
Ambrose Acropolis?
No. George Valentine's.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
And now, back to George Valentine. Deal me out. Only if your name is George Valentine, you always seem to get dealt right back in. A man named Ambrose Acropolis asked you to help him find a friend named Bob Sprague. And it wasn't until after you found him that you realized why. Acropolis is a gambler trying to collect what he calls an honest debt. The only trouble is now someone has collected Sprague himself. Yes, he's been kidnapped. By whom? Someone calling himself George Valentine's.
Ambrose Acropolis. He's using my name, and he's the one you want.
No, we just put out an alarm and find him, and it's all over. Simple like that.
Well, why not, Johnson? What's wrong with that?
You haven't met the uncle yet. Here, in here.
Bob Sprague's uncle, the guy with the dough?
He certainly has a fancy house.
Well, what's wrong with him?
You'll see. Mind if we come in?
Lieutenant Johnson, come around here. Come around here.
Well, I noticed you there on the patio.
Wait. How do you like this, eh? Butler just brought in the package. First one I ever owned in my life.
Well, where's the yacht? Mr. Dougal, this is Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
Hello.
Pleasure indeed.
Hi.
Can't own the costume without the yacht, eh?
It's a very becoming cap.
Oh, now you know it isn't, but thanks. That's what I'm hoping my wife will say.
Your wife?
Wife-to-be. Getting married in a few days. Why not? You think I'm too old, I suppose. Well, of course I am, but there's no
Oh,
fool
wait a minute, Mr. Dougal. What is all this? You're Bob Sprague's uncle, aren't you?
Huh? Not my fault.
Well, aren't we here to find out about this kidnapping message you received?
I'm afraid that's a problem for the police, not for me.
What's that?
See what I told you, Valentine?
Now, why don't we all sit down and have a drink?
In other words, you're not even worried? Is that right? Only, what kind of a message did they give you?
My butler took it over the phone. The voice said somebody had better show up at a certain address with $40,000 in cash. The lieutenant's got all that.
Well?
Otherwise, they'd kill Bob.
Yes, that's right. Now, sit down. We'll all have that drink.
Well, what's so funny?
Oh, Bob's been in scrapes all his life, just like his father. And I've been silly enough to keep hauling him out. Keep pulling him off the railroad tracks before the trains cut him in two.
Uh-huh. Obviously, you don't like your nephew very much.
Don't like him? I hate him. He's a blasted nuisance. Gambling all the time. And I've finally grown up enough to realize that I owe him nothing. Peace, it's wonderful.
And so you won't pay the $40,000 that they asked?
Look, I'm going to be married. I'm going to have a wife. I'm going to buy a yacht. And as far as I'm concerned, Bob can save himself from the buzzsaw. I'm not going to.
Okay, then. Neither am I.
But you will, won't you, Lieutenant? That's your job.
Play it safe. We'll need money. Acropolis isn't going to sucker for any cut-up newspaper.
Well, then take up a collection. Pass the hat. Or maybe you should just sit out this hand. They won't kill him. What good would it do them? See what I mean? Forget it. Have a good time. Let's everybody just deal ourselves out.
Valentine Dougal's right. I've got a job to do.
Oh, his uncle can't mean those things he said, Lieutenant.
I don't care if he does, Angel. It's Acropolis I want to find.
Sure. Who likes to be made a sucker? Think how this is going to look in the newspaper. George Valentine's. Kidnapper or patsy?
Yeah, sure. Sergeant, have any luck tracing our fat friend?
Says they picked up about 10 trails on Acropolis, but none of them... No. I'll get that. Oh, no? Yeah, that's right. What? You did?
Who did what?
Yeah, I got it. Sure, right away. He's dead.
Huh?
Bob Sprague? Oh, no.
Wrong guess.
Acropolis. Where'd they find him?
No. That was the lawyer Jackson just called. Well, don't just stand there. Dougal's dead.
Two shots, huh?
Yeah. After Dougal put up a pretty good fight.
Somebody came in through the patio just the same way we did, I guess.
And all this poor guy could think of was about getting married and buying a yacht. Yeah, makes no sense.
Johnson. There's a perfectly simple reason for this guy being killed, and it ties right in with the rest of it, too. Mr. Jackson. Oh, Sergeant, has the lawyer...
Yes, right here.
May I see you a second, please?
Well, it isn't the inquisitive young man.
Sure, we've met before. Now, I want $40,000.
I beg your pardon.
Well, Dougal's dead, so his money can't be his anymore. And if he wasn't married yet, I suppose his nephew still gets it, check?
Well, yes, Bob Sprague inherits, but
and Bob is being held prisoner somewhere for $40,000.
But it's ridiculous to pay that. Dougal called me earlier and asked my opinion. I told him the same thing. That's what I was coming out here to talk about when I found him. Bob has been in these scrapes too often before.
You also think we ought to just let Bob be killed?
Well, but they wouldn't do that. It's ridiculous. They wouldn't dare. Well.
Yeah, somebody killed Dougal fast enough. Now, look, there's no time to waste. I want $40,000 in cash. Just give me those instructions on how and where I pay the money, Johnson.
You, George?
Sure. Here I go again, drawing another hand. Because you see, Mr. Jackson, this is the only way we can find out who's holding the kid. It's also the only way we can find out who murdered his uncle.
George, that's the address, but the place looks so empty.
Just stay out of sight, Angel, and see if I bounce out. If I do, then you'll know it's not.
But you don't expect to see anyone. You're just supposed to leave the money here.
Yeah, well, I don't know what's going to happen, but it won't work with a lot of police watching. I know that.
Oh, George, wait a
So
minute.
long, Angel. Anybody home? All right, where do you want the money? Well, what do I do? Just drop it on the floor and then... No, you don't. Your aim's bad, Buster. Drop that blackjack. Yeah, that's better. You think I'd walk in here without a gun?
Don't shoot again. You hurt me, and Bob Sprague will be killed.
Hey, where have I heard you before? Let's get a little light in this mausoleum. Well, the laughing boy at the Afton Bar. Al, isn't it?
Now, don't that beat all. It's a small world, ain't it?
Who are you working for?
You got the gun, but I got the boy. Let's not waste time.
All right. Want to count the cash?
Oh, me? No. Who wants to count money?
Oh, it's all there, all right.
Oh, boy. Why work for a living, huh, pal? 5, 6, 7, 30, 35, 40. Now, there's a head of lettuce. I didn't even know they made them that big.
Not so fast, Buster. It goes back in the envelope, and I keep it.
Well, now, look. We got to go through that again.
I keep it until you show me the kid. Unharmed.
Can't be done. Put up an awful fight. He's got an awful black eye. All right. Don't get anxious. But you know what'll happen if you try anything fancy.
Sure. You'll get shot.
Now, don't be like that. After all, this isn't a regular kidnapping. A debt's a debt, that's all. Come on, my car's outside. After you.
No, thanks.
Have it your own way. But I told you I'd bring you down here. There's nothing to be suspicious about.
Drop the gun.
Okay. Regular parade, isn't it?
Sure. You're going to play bass horn.
Take it easy.
Or should we see if he makes noises like a cymbal?
Cut it out.
No, leave him alone. I'll take the gun. Thanks.
Where'd you get the gorilla boy, Al?
Relax, I tell you. You're among friends.
Then stop picking my pocket.
Debt's a debt, that's all. There we are, 40 G.
Okay, where's the kid? I suppose he's no more here than he
That's
was
the trouble with everybody nowadays. No good faith. You see what I mean? Let him out, Louis.
What?
Oh, boss, he's a good boy. Ain't caused no trouble. Sure plays lousy poker, though. All right, Dopey, wake up.
What do you want?
Oh, it's you again.
Hello, kid. I wasn't sure I'd find you.
Play hearts and flowers.
Now, look, this time I'm legitimate. I'm from your uncle.
Oh, try again. Will you? I'd rather be locked up.
We're going to turn you loose, Playboy. Matinee's over.
Wait a minute. You mean that old skinflint threw away his fancy blonde, his yachting cap long enough to cough up? I don't believe it.
Here's the dough.
I still don't believe it.
It's your dough, not your uncle's.
What?
Yeah. Mr. Dougal's dead.
He's dead. Oh, now, look, he was...
Come on, Louis. So long, sucker.
Hey, come on back here.
Stop it. Look out, kid. All right, let them go. They got their money. They're just hired hands.
Look, what's it all about? What's been happening? Who hired them?
Same guy who murdered your uncle.
Valentine's, tell Lieutenant Johnson how harmless I am.
All right, I'll let go of you, but just be quiet.
For Acropolis, I doubt if it's possible.
But you are my friend. Valentine's, you are my friend.
Did you check his voice on the telephone?
Sure, I checked it.
What's the matter, Johnson? Not him, huh?
Me? Why should I phone to anybody? Why should I be involved with kidnappers?
Shut up. So it wasn't him on the phone. What difference does it make? One of his hired hands spoke the piece, that's all.
Okay. I left Brooksy out here with Bob.
Valentine's, come back here. Don't leave me in this pickle of stew. Valentine's!
Why not? It's all over. It's finished.
What's that?
Well, all except the hard work. But you've already got the lead, Lieutenant.
Yeah, what's that? What lead? What are you talking about?
Oh, hello, Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Valentine Jackson here seems to think that Acropolis...
Oh, sure. Everybody's thinking, but skip it, will you? Now, why would Acropolis want my name used? Why would he hire me in the first place if he intended to stage a kidnapping? As I remember, he even tried to get a few other detectives to help him chase down Bob here.
I'm a lawyer. I prefer to think logically, if you don't mind. Acropolis is the one the debt was owed to, isn't he?
Sure, and that's how the murder ties in.
Why, of course. He discovered that Dougal wasn't going to pay up, so he killed Dougal in order to make the boy able to pay. You went through it yourself. It worked. That's what happened.
Are y'all through? Okay, listen. Acropolis here is all noise. He blunders around so much he couldn't even collect his own debt.
Be careful of the words, please.
Sport, you hired me to find Bob Sprague. All right, I did. But all the fuss certainly provided a good opportunity for somebody else to blame this all on you. And that's why my name was used, to link it to you, Acropolis.
Now, see here, that doesn't make any sense.
But for some reason, I was called Valentine's.
Yes, but that's the way he pronounced it.
Yeah, and the simplest explanation for that extra S is that certain people today must have actually thought that was my name. Well, on the phone, it could have been Al or Louis or the person who hired them. But it was the latter who only heard my name once, and in Acropolis's lovely voice.
I don't get you.
Oh, yes, you do, Bob. Up in that hotel room. He walked in and called me George Valentine's, and you must have thought that was my name.
Now, see here.
What's the matter, Mr. Jackson? Don't you think it makes sense that Bob here should have taken advantage of his own predicament to get his uncle's money before the old boy was married and cut him off?
Look, I was a prisoner at the time of the murder.
Oh, no, you weren't. Sure, Al put on a show for everybody in the hotel this morning. Who's Bob Sprague? Didn't know you. Big menace chasing you.
You're crazy.
And he carried through the act just fine. After all, why not? I suppose his cut is the $40,000 he walked off with.
But that's not true. He had me locked in a room. I don't know what he said,
They didn't make the mistake you did. And I don't just mean that Valentine's business either. Because I don't wear a yachting cap.
What?
Yeah. And neither did your uncle until today. He told us. Package just came before we saw him. After you'd been, quote, kidnapped, unquote. Okay, Johnson, it's all yours. Just get him to explain how he could mention that yachting cap to me when he'd never even seen it. Except, of course, while he was killing his uncle.
Why, you dirty meddler.
Sing it sweet, Buster. Sing it sweet. Come on, Brooksy.
But, George, Mr. Acropolis
No,
here...
we're not leaving him. Come on, gambler. Let's see what kind of cards we can deal.
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
But 40,000. Now I will never get my $40,000.
Of course you won't. You can't collect it legally, and I certainly don't know how else you could get it from a man who's being tried for murder.
You sound so sorry for me.
There is an understatement.
How many times must I explain to you my honesty?
Oh, cut it out, sport. You're not bright, that's all. Maybe you beat Bob Sprague at cards, but he almost got even by hanging this whole mess on you.
Valentine's, we will not speak of it anymore. The pleasure of this meeting has been yours.
And for the last time, my name is not Valentine.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. Please? Now we are friends. Of course. I will call you Georges.
Why, that's stupid.
Oh, George, let him go. I think it's kind of cute. George is George.
You have just heard Deal Me Out, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Thank heaven someone's come. Help me.
What's the matter? What's happening?
Oh, it's awful.
Don't listen to her, Mr. North. She's just
Jerry, her dress is all torn.
Yeah, I see.
If you don't cut that out,
Mr.
Shirley,
North, he's crazy. Don't let him hit me again.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, The Premature Corpse. It's a beautiful night in New York, clear, fresh, and in the snug apartment of Ferdy Hathaway, warm. A night for music, for friendship, for love. And Shirley Hollis seems to have this last on her mind as she snuggles up to Ferdy on the sofa.
Oh, Ferdy, I was just getting comfortable.
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to run along, Shirley. Some people are coming over in a little while.
Will they be here long?
I don't know. It's business. He's Jerry North, the publisher. They're going to discuss a book I've written.
Well, I'll wait till they leave. I want to talk to you, too.
Come
here.
What do you want?
Put your arms around me.
Now, look, Shirley.
Then I will. There. Hello, Ferdy.
It's getting awfully warm in here.
Yes, isn't it? Yes, Ferdy.
Is this what you want?
Oh, yes, darling. That's just what I want. Now, that didn't hurt, did it?
You little cheat.
Ferdy.
My brother's wife. What do you want with me?
You know I don't love Doug.
I knew it when you married him, but you loved his money. I tried to tell him, but he wouldn't listen.
I don't know why you've always hated me.
Because you're a little cheat. You married Doug for his money, and now...
Yes, now what? What do I want with you? You don't have money.
You want something.
I want you, that's all. Can't you see that, Ferdy? It's always been
That's
like
what you
that.
want me to think. But I know you. It's just another one of your schemes. I wouldn't put it past you even to try to get me to get rid of Doug for you. Now that you have his money. Is that what you want, is it?
Oh, poor suspicious Ferdy.
You didn't answer my question.
I know why you don't like me, Ferdy. It's not Doug. There's nothing to do with Doug.
You still
It's
didn't...
that stuffy superiority of yours, that stuffy righteousness. You're a Hathaway and I was just a chorus girl. That's why you didn't want Doug to marry me. That's why you think you're too good for me.
You're a cheat.
Always
That's why I...
that Hathaway superiority. Well, how about Doug? I suppose he's not a cheat.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about your brother, a Hathaway, a crook.
That's a lie.
You know it isn't. Or maybe you don't. Maybe you've blinded yourself with that phony righteousness of yours until you can't see what's going on right in front of you.
What do you mean? What's going on?
You say I married Doug for his money. Well, how did he make that money, huh? The Hathaway fortune?
Business.
Sure, business. Some business. Black market in the wartime.
You're crazy.
It so happens I can prove it. And that's not all I can prove if I have to. I know enough about Doug to send him to jail. How would you like that? A Hathaway in jail,
Get
huh?
out of here.
Why don't you stop kidding yourself, Ferdy? So your grandfather was Colonel Hathaway. You're just a hack writer. Your brother's a crook.
Stop it.
Come on off that high horse. You're no better than I am, and no worse. We could be friends. Good friends.
Never.
Oh, Ferdy, look at me.
You cheap, lying, dirty...
Oh, I'm not taking any more of that.
Let go.
I tried to be nice, but you don't want it that way. All right.
Hey, those nails are sharp.
And so are my teeth.
You're asking for this. Put down that poker.
I will. On your head.
No, you don't. Let me have it.
Oh, you're hurting me.
I haven't started. Don't try biting again, or I'll make sure you don't have any teeth left to bite with. Now, come on. Drop that poker.
All right. There.
That's better. And now get out of here. I've got to get cleaned up before the Norths get here. What's so funny?
You're always concerned about impressions, aren't you, Ferdy? Well, brother, I promise you, you're gonna make a beaut.
The more I think about it, Jerry, the more I think his sister will have to be killed, too.
What?
But not shot. I think strangling would be better.
What on earth are you talking about, Pam?
Well, about Mr. Hathaway's book, of course. Well, what did you think?
I didn't know. The way you start a subject out of a clear blue sky.
It wasn't a clear blue sky. It was a murky green elevator. And it's in Mr. Hathaway's building, so I should think you'd know what I meant.
I see. Well, let's go tell Mr. Hathaway the sister ought to be strangled. I'm sure he'll love the suggestion. It'll mean rewriting 3 chapters.
But it'll make a story much stronger.
In one woman's opinion.
Well, gosh, what was that?
Sounded like it came from the apartment at the end of the hall.
Jerry, it's Mr. Hathaway's apartment.
Yeah, I wonder what...
Oh, thank heaven someone's come. Help me.
What's the matter? What's happening?
Oh, it's all...
Don't listen to her, Mr.
He
North.
tried to kiss me. When I wouldn't let him, he hit me.
Jerry, her dress is all torn.
Yeah, I see.
She's just trying to embarrass me, Mr. North.
Why would she try to do that?
Kind of hard to
You
explain.
bet it is, you maniac.
Oh, stop it, Shirley.
Did you hit her, Mr. Hathaway? Her face looks bruised.
Well, yes, I guess I did, but...
Why?
Well, because she bit me. Stop it, Shirley.
Jerry, she's hysterical.
It's just an act. If you don't cut that out, Shirley, I'm going to have to hit you again.
Mr. North, don't let him hit me.
He won't. Now, come on, let's go in and see what this is all about.
No. I want to go home. I want to see Doug. I want my Doug. Doug, it was awful. When I wouldn't let him make love to me, he got like crazy. He said all kinds of awful things about you and me.
All right, Shirley, forget it. It's over.
Oh, I can't, Doug. I'm afraid. He said he'd see you in jail.
What?
That's right. He said you were a crook and he can prove it.
Bertie said that?
Yes, he started talking about your tie-up with gambling.
How does he know about that?
I don't know, but he said he's going to make sure you get what's coming to you unless Unless I... Oh, Doug, I can't. Not even to save you, I can't.
All right, sweetheart, you won't have to. I can handle Ferdy.
Oh, he'll deny it. He'll make up some story.
Don't worry.
If you don't believe me, you can ask the Norths. They saw...
I believe you, Shirley.
I hate to have to tell you this about your own brother, Doug.
Yeah, my brother. My dear sanctimonious brother. It'd be just like him to keep his threat and run to the police now that he knows about me. I've got to figure some way to shut him up.
But how?
I'll think of something. And one thing's for sure. He's going to keep away from you, or I promise you, Shirley, I'll kill him.
What's the matter, Ferdy? Don't you like this restaurant?
Sure, Laura.
You're not eating.
I'm not hungry. Laura, I've got to tell you something. I don't know how to begin. Laura.
Yes, Ferdy?
I love you, Laura. You know that.
For someone who says he doesn't know how to begin, I'd say you're doing fine.
I only hope you believe what I'm going to tell you. My sister-in-law, Doug's wife, Shirley, came over to my place last night.
Yes?
She made a play for me.
What?
She tried to get me to make love to her. When I wasn't interested, she blew her top.
Oh, the woman scorned.
Well, it's more than that. She doesn't want me. She wants to use me.
Use you? What for?
I'm not sure, but... Well, you know she only married Doug for his money.
Yes.
I think she wants to get rid of Doug. I think she wants me to help her.
Get rid of him? Well, how?
How? Kill him.
Oh, no, Ferdy.
You don't know Shirley like I do. Yeah, Laura, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what she wants.
Well, why are you telling me this?
Because I think Shirley's going to try to go through with it, with or without my help. So I've got to warn Doug.
Well, I still don't see...
He's not going to want to believe me. Especially because she's probably filled him full of lies. But I may be able to convince him. I've got to. Maybe if I tell him some of the things she said about
What
him.
things?
Oh, it's beside the point. The point is, she's going to be afraid I may convince him. So she's going to try to shut me up.
How?
I told you about last night.
Yes?
Well, she's already turned that around to make it look like I attacked her.
Oh.
Yeah. And that she's poured it on heavy to Doug. Yeah, that's why I wanted to get to you first. I wanted you to hear the story from me the way it really happened.
I see.
Because you've got to believe me, Laura. I can't let her break us up. And she's going to try. I know she is. If she can't shut me up one way, she'll try another. There's nothing she won't stop at to get what she wants. But it's not going to work. At least, I hope it's not.
Hello.
Hello, Jerry. This is Bill Wagon.
Oh, yes, Bill. How are you?
Okay. Say, Jerry, what can you tell me about Ferdy Hathaway?
Hathaway? I'm considering publishing a book he wrote. Why? Does he want to go to your office and do research on how the homicide squad works?
No, it's the other way around.
What do you mean?
Well, we got to see him, and it's not research. This is the real thing.
You mean he killed somebody?
No, that's the other way around, too. Somebody killed him.
Well, Jerry, I'm all ready. Let's go.
Pam, it hasn't been 2 minutes since I hung up the phone. And you asked me to tell Bill we couldn't possibly to get over to see him for at least an hour.
Oh, we're not going to see Bill.
We're not?
No.
But, darling, he wants to talk to us. I told him about the incident last night, and he wants all the details.
Oh, we'll tell him. Later.
All right, dear. But if we're not going to see Bill right now, where are we going?
To see Laura, of course.
Oh, yes, of course. Laura. That's a good idea.
I thought you'd agree, darling.
There's just one thing, though.
Oh, what's that, dear?
Who in blazes is Laura?
Oh, you know, Jerry.
I do?
Laura Arnold. Freddie Hathaway's girlfriend.
Hmm?
Well, don't you remember? He mentioned her last night. He was afraid that she might hear about Shirley's accusation and might believe it.
Oh, that's right.
And if she did believe it, it might make her angry.
And you think it might have made her angry enough to commit murder?
Well, you never know. At least it's worth checking up on. As long as Bill wants us to give him information, maybe we can take him more than he counted on.
Yes?
Are you Laura Arnold?
Yes.
Well, I'm Pamela North, and this is my husband, Jerry North.
Oh, the publisher. I've heard Ferdy mention you. What do you want with me?
We'd like to talk to you, if we may.
Well, I'm pretty busy right now.
We'll only take a few minutes.
Well, all right, come in. What's it about?
Ferdy,
What about him?
I'm afraid you're in for a bad shock, Miss Arnold.
He's been murdered. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Why do you ask that?
He said Shirley wouldn't stop at anything, so... Well, naturally, I've been afraid...
When did he tell you that?
Today at lunch.
And that's the last you saw of him?
Yes. I came home right afterward, about 1. I've been here ever since.
Well, that's funny. When we asked if you were in just before we came up, the desk clerk said you got in only about 20 minutes ago.
Well, Oh, Mr. North, I'm frightened. I don't know what to do.
Well, maybe we can help you, if you tell us the truth.
Yes, the truth. I did have lunch with Ferdy. He told me about Shirley. Then we went back to his place and talked a while. And I left. But about an hour later, I realized I'd left my gloves up there, so I went back.
Mm-hmm.
And there he was, on the floor, dead. I'll never forget how he looked. I don't want to think about it.
You'd better sit down, Miss Arnold. There are a couple of things I'd still like to ask you. Because if we're going to help you, we'll have to know what we're doing. She says she was afraid you'd suspect her, Bill. That's why she wouldn't give a name when she phoned that she discovered the murder. And why she ran out before you got there.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll get around to her later, after I've had a talk with Hathaway's brother and the brother's wife.
Find out if they own a yellow convertible, Bill.
Yes, that's right. Miss Arnold says that a yellow convertible pulled away from in front of Ferdy's place just as she arrived the second time.
Did she know the make?
No, she said she never saw one like it. It was very long and low.
And it had a funny shaped back, kind of like, the way she described it, it must look something like, well, like the back of that car parked right in front of us.
Hey, Pam, that is the car. Fits a description to a T.
And it's parked right in front of Douglas Hathaway's apartment. Let's go in and see what he has to say about it.
I know you have your job to do, Lieutenant, but is it necessary to question me now? After all, it's quite a shock hearing my brother's been murdered.
Well, suppose we question your wife. And from what I hear about last night, I don't imagine his death should make her too unhappy.
I didn't kill him, if that's what you're implying.
I'm not implying anything. I just want to ask you some questions.
I suppose you want to know where I was. Well, I was right here. I've been home all day long.
Was your husband with you?
No, he was at the office, Mrs. North.
Oh, then nobody was with you here. Nobody saw you.
The servants did. Part of the time, anyway.
And part of the time not.
Oh, Doug, are you going to let them suggest...
No. Look, Lieutenant, I can't take this now. I don't feel up to questions, and I certainly don't intend to sit by while you badger Shirley.
Well, let's clear up the matter of the car, at least.
What about the car?
Did you drive it to work this morning?
Couldn't. It's brand new. It wasn't delivered until noon.
Then you didn't have it with you at the office.
I just told you.
All right. You didn't have it. And you, Mrs. Hathaway, you didn't go out at all?
How many times do I have to tell you?
Well, then who did have the car?
Nobody. The salesman delivered it, left it out front, and it's been there all afternoon.
Well, if you want to get by with a story like that, you should get a car that's not quite so distinctive.
What do you mean?
Tell her, Jerry.
Well, Mrs. Hathaway, it so happens your car was seen driving away from your brother-in-law's right after the murder. And with a custom job like that, there can be no mistake.
Well, that is, I don't...
All right, Lieutenant. I had the car.
Oh, you did, Hathaway?
Yes, I came home from the office early and picked it up, went to see Ferdy, but I didn't kill him.
Why'd you go there?
I wanted to talk to him, but there was a man with him. What I had to say was private, family matter. Didn't care to discuss it in front of a stranger, so I left.
Well, who was the stranger?
Ferdy didn't introduce us. I was only there a minute.
What did he look like?
Tall, blonde, well-dressed.
You'd know him if you saw him again?
Yes, but now that's enough questions.
Not quite. I said
that's
enough. Now, look, Mr. Hathaway, I'm just trying to find out what... Say, where are you going?
To call my lawyer and see if I have to put up with this. Don't answer anything until I come back, Shirley.
When you know Doug better, Lieutenant, you'll know better than to try to cross him.
What was that?
Well, there must be someone in there with Doug. They're fighting.
Oh, the shots. Come on, Bill. Yeah. There's Hathaway on the floor.
He got away. Window to the terrace.
I'll go see what I can find, Jerry. And you stay with Hathaway and see if he's all right.
Right.
Doug. Oh, Doug, what happened?
He was hiding in here. A fellow I saw at Ferdy's tried to slug me with a blackjack, but I heard him and turned. Just grazed the side of my head.
Yes, you've got a gash there.
I put up a fight. He broke away, ran for the window. I fired at him. Guess I missed. Blow had me kind of woozy.
You're sure it's the same man you saw at Ferdy's?
Positive.
Well, I took a quick look outside. No sign of anyone now. Well, he could have crossed the terrace to another apartment or gone down the fire escape and ducked in below.
But then he's still in the building.
Yeah, he'll be out of it before we can do anything about it, Pam.
And what do we do?
Well, first of all, Hathaway, you stop being coy and give us a detailed description of this character. Or do you still want to call your lawyer?
No, Lieutenant, you win. I'll tell you whatever I can.
There's your coffee, Jerry. Jerry. Jerry North.
What, Pam?
Your coffee. I know you don't like it cold.
Oh, thanks.
Where were you?
What?
Just now, in your thoughts. You were miles away.
I was thinking about the Hathaway case. It's been 3 days now and no sign of the mysterious stranger.
Well, maybe they'll never find him. He had time to get far away.
But I don't think he did. That's what I've been thinking about.
Do you think you know where he is?
Maybe. Anyway, I'll bet there's one place they haven't tried yet.
Where's that?
The morgue.
The morgue?
Mm-hmm. And somehow I have an idea it might yield results.
That was a pretty good idea of yours, Jerry.
I don't know, Bill. Wait till we see if Hathaway identifies the body.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but this seemed like the logical bet.
Well, here's where we find out. Here's Hathaway.
Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Oh, good morning.
Am I late?
Oh, right on the nose, Hathaway. Well, should we go in and get it over with?
Yes, let's.
All right. Right through here.
You really think it's the right man, eh, Lieutenant?
Oh, that's for you to say, Hathaway. He seems to fit the description you gave us. Oh, here he is. Well, Hathaway?
That's the man.
Are you sure?
Yes, Lieutenant, I'm sure.
Well, Jerry, seems you were right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Hathaway, this is very interesting. Now, you say you saw this man at your brother's the day your brother was killed.
That's right.
Your brother was killed on Tuesday. But it so happens this fella died on Monday.
You see, Pam, I thought that if Hathaway was lying, he'd jump at the chance to strengthen his story. So I suggested that Bill show him a corpse that approximated the description he gave us.
Yes, after all, the corpse couldn't talk back.
Right. And now that we've eliminated the mysterious stranger, we can concentrate on the real suspects, and Bill thinks he can wrap it up. That's why he asked us down here today.
Come in. Oh, Pam and Jerry.
Well, how's it going, Bill?
We've just started.
I don't see why you had to bring them in, Lieutenant.
Because, Mrs. Hathaway, they were present when you had your unpleasantness with your brother-in-law.
All right, we had an unpleasant scene, but it wouldn't make me kill him.
That depends on the reason for the scene, Mrs. Hathaway.
I told you the reason. He tried to make love to me and...
I can suggest another.
Yes, Jerry?
Suppose Mrs. Hathaway wanted to get rid of her husband.
What do you mean?
He has a lot of money, Mrs. Hathaway. Maybe that's what you married him for. Then you tried to get Ferdy to help you kill him, and when he refused...
You're lying. You're lying. Hey, don't talk to me like that.
That's enough, Mrs. Hathaway. Now, stop it. Stop it, Miss Hathaway.
I'll tear his eyes out.
I believe you would.
Oh, Doug, help me. You know he was lying.
Of course he was, so calm down, will you?
You don't believe him, Doug.
I told you I don't, but this is no way to answer him.
Yeah. Yes, you're right, but he made me so mad.
I see I did. You have a low boiling point, Mrs. Hathaway.
You couldn't expect her to like what you were saying, North.
I didn't.
You just said it to upset her.
I just said it because I wanted to see if it were true.
What on earth gives you the idea that it might be?
Things that Laura Arnold told us.
So that's it. Laura, wouldn't you know?
Why do you say that?
Can't you see she's behind this whole thing? It all ties up now. I'll bet she's the one who claimed to have seen my car at Ferdy's, too, wouldn't she?
What if she is?
Lieutenant, you said I've been trying to shield Shirley. I have.
Mm-hmm.
When you said my car was seen at Ferdy's, I could see Shirley was upset. She didn't know what to say, so I stepped in and said I'd been to Ferdy's.
And you hadn't?
No, but I thought Shirley might have. But now that I know she wasn't, at least not at the time of the murder...
How do you know that?
Because now I know when the murder happened. It's been in the paper.
Well?
Well, I did have the car at that time, but I was nowhere near Ferdy's. So if Laura says she saw me there, she's lying.
It seems to come down to your word against hers. Well, I've sent for her, too, so let's see what happens when she gets here.
Oh, I don't think we'll have to wait for that, Bill. I know which one to believe.
You do, Pam?
Yes, Laura. Mr. Hathaway's still lying. So it looks like he's the murderer.
Don't be ridiculous. Laura says she saw my car at Ferdy's. That means she had to be there herself.
That's just it, Mr.
So
Hathaway.
naturally, she's going to lie, try to place somebody else there,
But
too.
she couldn't have been lying.
Why not?
You told us your car was brand new. It had been delivered just a short time before the murder.
That's right.
Well, then how could Laura have described it? Unless she really did see it at Ferdy's. Jerry, get him!
I've got him. All right, Hathaway, sit down. Looks like you've told one lie too many. Oh, it's a beautiful day, isn't it, dear?
Yes. Poor Shirley.
Well, how do we come to Shirley?
Out of a clear blue sky. The sky's clear, and you just mentioned the weather, so you see, there is a logical connection.
You win, dear. But why do you say poor Shirley?
Well, it's quite obvious that she just married Doug Hathaway for his money.
Mhm.
And now that he's caught for murder, they've broken him down about how he made his money.
His whole crooked house will come tumbling down.
That's right, Jerry. And all his money is tied up.
And so poor Shirley gets nothing.
Now, you see what I mean, dear? Poor Shirley.
But somehow it doesn't break my heart. She knew Doug was a crook. Ferdy knew it, too. That's why Doug killed him, to shut him up. He claims Ferdy was always a tattletale as a kid. Hey, Pam, why are you stopping?
Oh, I just want to look in this window. Look at that car, Jerry. Isn't it beautiful?
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of like the Hathaway's car. Oh, it must be wonderful to be able to afford a car like that.
Well, even if you could, where would you ever find a parking space for it in Manhattan?
Well, if you didn't live in Manhattan.
But we do live in Manhattan. And we can't afford the car anyway.
I know, Jerry. I'm just thinking. Don't you ever like to think of what it would be like to have a car like that?
I don't let myself.
How do you prevent yourself?
Oh, easy. I just walk over to the curb, like so.
Yes. And then?
Then I just shout, like so. Hey, taxi!
The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North are brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, Everything Shipshape.
There's nothing very exciting about the postman's morning visit to my Cafe Tambourine. The usual stack of bills, an ad for a new brand of Bolonacci, maybe, a copy of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. But this particular mail delivery brought something else. A business-sized envelope bearing a Syrian stamp. The letterhead inside carried the heading, Ship and Shape Enterprises, Beirut, Syria. And below, a curt message. Arrive in Cairo Thursday. Please arrange appointment at your cafe, 3:45 p.m. that day. Signed, Joshua Shipp. So I wasn't a bit surprised when at exactly 3:45 p.m. the following Thursday, a little man sporting a cane and waxed mustache darkened the Tamborine's front door. He gave the place a quick once-over, nodded his approval, and he came directly back to my office, put down his briefcase, and wiped the sweatband of his derby hat with a silk handkerchief.
Mr. Rocky Jordan?
Yeah, that's right. How are you, Mr. Shipp?
Ah, you are right, Mr. Jordan. Joshua Shipp. Excellent, thank you. Wonderful air trip from Beirut.
Hey, you're right on time.
Never keep a man waiting. Policy. Well, now that we're off on the right foot, shall we get right down to business?
It depends on what you're selling.
Selling, my man, selling. I can see you don't realize the importance of my visit.
I suppose we get at it. Sit down, Mr. Shipp.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. One moment, please.
Oh, by the way, how's Mr. Shape?
Shape?
Of Ship and Shape.
Oh, the letterhead, of course. Old stationery, Mr. Jordan. Unfortunately, Mr. Shape is no longer with us.
Carry on, Mr. Shipp.
Yes, of course. Now, Mr. Jordan, I represent a client, one A.K. Kesak.
Kesak? I don't recognize the name.
Quite true, Mr. Jordan. New in Cairo. I'm sure you will find doing business with my employer most profitable.
Just what does A.K. want?
Now we get to the matter at hand. At A.K. Kesak's authorization, I am commissioned to buy your cafe tambourine.
Who said I wanted to sell?
We have discussed the matter with no one.
Sorry, Mr. Shipp. Just tell A.K. I like the place. Tambourine's not for sale.
Tut, my good man. You just go ahead and take a thorough inventory, your equipment, spirits, food, tangible and intangible assets, set your price, and then double it.
Just like that?
But we must have your answer quickly. I'll give you 24 hours to think it over, sir. 24 hours.
Not a minute more?
That is my deadline, sir. My address, of course. Joshua Shipp. 394 Esbekia Plaza, Bungalow 6. Good day, sir.
Joshua Shipp hoisted his derby, thumped it with his finger, and set sail through the Tambourine and out into the street. Well, I figured I'd had my kicks for the day and settled down to some paperwork in the office. It was just a few minutes later when I noticed somebody else coming through the tables toward my office. She could have been pretty, only her thin face was too tight, like a knot that needed untying, and her eyes had that wild look. I knew right then she was the kind of company I didn't want. Chris moved over from the bar.
Hold on, lady. Where you going?
Where did he go? Where is he?
Just take it easy. We don't want no trouble.
Don't you touch me. Keep out of my way.
Okay, Chris, I'll take over. Better watch the bar.
Sure, Rocky. Guess you had one too
I
much.
have not been drinking. I know what I'm doing. Where is that man?
There are no customers in the office, lady.
I know he came to see you. Tell me where that man is or I'll...
Look, the door stays open.
Now listen to me. You will listen to me.
Hey, what's the idea? Put away that gun.
Don't you dare touch me. Now for the last time, where is he? Where did he go?
It depends on who you're looking for.
Joshua Shipp.
He's not here. What do you want with him?
I'm going to kill him.
Oh, get some sense, will you?
And I'll kill you or anyone else who tries to stop me. I will shoot.
I don't argue with hysterical women holding guns. But suppose you tell me what this is all about.
I followed them all the way from Beirut, and I won't stop till I get them.
You're from Beirut, too?
Yes. Now, do you believe that I know what I'm doing?
Maybe I do. Who are you?
Ask Joshua Shipp who I am. Ask him if he remembers Drina Ritar. And then tell him. Tell him I'm going to kill him. Tell him.
He left here just a few minutes ago.
Where did he go?
I don't know. Now listen, Drina.
Maybe you're no better than he is, and I don't care. But I'll tell you this, Rocky Jordan. No, stay back.
Sorry, Drina.
Give me that gun.
Not a chance.
Give it to me. Oh, please, please.
Yeah, that's better. I suppose you sit down and tell me what this is all about.
Rocky, don't sell the tambourine to that man.
You know a lot, don't you? What's your interest, Drina?
Just don't sell. He'll do the same to you as they did to my husband.
Your husband? All right, let's have it. What are you talking about?
I can't. Jonathan, he's...
What about Jonathan?
Oh, please. I can't talk.
Getting sense out of an hysterical woman is not one of my big points, so I stopped trying. I kept her gun in my pocket, got her address, and put her in a taxi for home. But it made me want some more conversation with Joshua Shipp. So I sat down and figured out a price I was sure no one in their right mind would accept. Then I went over to his place on Esbekia Plaza. It was a real nice setup. Big fountain out in front, acacia trees along the tile walk. I found Bungalow 6, and Shipp answered my buzz.
Well, Mr. Jordan, come in.
Thanks. Say, I've been thinking over your proposition, Mr. Ship.
Fine, my man, fine. You came even sooner than I expected.
I do lots of surprising things.
Well, now, if you'll name your price for the tambourine...
Just a minute, Mr. Ship. I'd like to deal directly with the client.
Well, AK is very busy, very busy.
Too busy to swing an important deal like this? And so am I.
Oh, no. Talk, my man. Don't be hasty. AK happens to be waiting in the next room.
And just tell the big boss I want to ask a few questions.
Oh, yes, of course. One moment, Mr. Jordan.
Joshua Ship stepped into the next room and spoke a few words. I waited just a few seconds. Then I met A.K. Kesak. Naturally, I expected A.K. to be a man. I was never so wrong in my life. She was all woman, from the tips of her lacquered fingernails to the French perfume that rocked the room and Rocky Jordan. She let the doorway frame her sleek figure, and I wondered if she mightn't have been the shape of the firm of Ship and Shape. Any minute, I expected a Rye Crisp sign to light up over her head. She looked me over like a champ looks over the contender in the first round.
Rocky Jordan. Oh, this is a pleasure.
Unexpected pleasure, Miss Kesak.
Yes, isn't it? Oh, please, sit down.
Thanks. After you, lady.
Now that we've met, Rocky, I'm quite sure we can do business.
Yeah. We ought to get along real cozy.
Yes. Now then, my dear, shall we get on with the deal? Mr. Jordan has...
Joshua, there's no hurry.
But I'm sure there is, my dear, you see.
By the way, Rocky, Joshua told me you were not interested in selling your cafe. Why did you change your mind?
A lot of reasons, maybe, including a couple of people named Drina and Jonathan Rittar.
Friends of yours?
I was about to ask the same question.
Well, neither here nor there. Now, Mr. Jordan, your price for the tambourine.
10,000 pounds, cash.
Well, my dear?
Write him a check, Joshua.
Wait a minute, I said 10,000 pounds. That's 40,000 American dollars.
You add very well, Rocky. What else can you do?
I will prepare a bill of sale. We want to take possession of the tambourine immediately.
Why the hurry?
Oh, don't be surprised, Rocky. Your cafe is ideal for our purpose. Your price is high, but we'll make it back quickly. On the dice tables alone.
Dice tables?
Of course. Don't tell me you object to the tambourine being used as a gambling casino.
Oh, not especially, as long as I'm out of it.
Out of it, Rocky? Oh, but surely you told him, Joshua.
Hey, wait a minute. Told me what?
Perhaps I didn't make myself clear, Mr. Jordan. A necessary part of the deal is that you remain at the tambourine.
We supply the money and the know-how. You supply your good name, Rocky.
You mean I front for your gambling setup? Not in your life.
At a good salary, of course. Say, £100 a week?
It's no deal.
Not so fast, Mr. Jordan. Refuse and you get nothing.
Okay, let's keep it that way.
We do not like our time wasted, Mr. Jordan.
Wait, Joshua. Rocky changed his mind once. I think he will change it again.
I wouldn't count on it, lady.
As I said, I'm quite sure you and I can do business. Goodbye, Rocky.
She said it like she expected to see me again real soon. I walked out to the street wondering if she actually thought I was a sucker for that sort of a deal. I wondered something else. Neither Joshua Ship or Miss Kesak had batted an eye when I mentioned Drina and her husband's name. But I still wasn't sure. I couldn't go back to the tambourine till I'd satisfied my curiosity about Drina. So I dropped in on Captain Sam Sabaya at Cairo Police Headquarters to see what he knew.
Jordan, how do you manage to pick up such unusual friends?
What have you got on her, Sam?
Only what the Beirut police authorities have told me.
The police? What's their interest?
A dispatch from Beirut arrived this morning. They suggest that we keep an eye on her. She is a wild one.
What else do they say?
Jordan, what possible interest do you have in this case?
Just curious, Sam.
Curious. Very well. This Drina Rittar became involved in serious trouble in Beirut. Her husband is now in prison.
For what?
Murder.
What's the lowdown?
They didn't go into detail. It seems that Drina and her husband Jonathan ran a cafe on the Beirut waterfront. There was some talk of gambling in connection with it.
Gambling? What else?
Well, there is little more. There was a fight there. A man was killed. Jonathan Ritter was convicted and sent up for several years.
Who'd he kill?
Well, the dispatch does not say. But be that as it may, we suspect that Drina is in Cairo to make trouble. She is being watched.
If that's all you have, Sam, thanks.
Jordan, one moment. Could it be that you are in danger from this lady?
What gave you that idea?
Well, Jordan, it is most unusual for you to be carrying a gun. That bulge in your coat pocket.
Oh, sure, yeah. It's a gun. I've got a permit.
Oh, yes, of course. Please let me see it.
Sure, yeah. Look it over.
Rather light for you, Jordan. Italian make. Where'd you get it?
Why, Sam, is this a shakedown?
I, too, am a curious man, Jordan. Yeah. Needs oiling.
So does that chair of yours, Sam. How about the gun?
Yes. Here you are.
Thank you.
And about this Drina, Jordan, remember, if she makes trouble, the police will take care of her.
Well, Sam didn't give me much, just enough to help me decide to drop Drina, Kesak, Ship, and the whole business. I had a few things to do at the Tambourine, so I wandered back that way. When I got there, a side of Turkish beef stood blocking the entrance.
You'll stay outside, Mr. Jordan.
Move the body, mister.
I warn you, I am a very mean man.
I'd get tough someplace else.
I am instructed to get tough right here, so don't try to go in.
That's right, Tonoff. We don't want Jordan around the Tambourine.
Oh, Joshua Ship. This knuckle boy working for you?
Quite right.
Then get him out of my doorway.
Not your doorway, Jordan.
What are you driving at?
You just sold the Tambourine to A.K. Kesak and me. You don't live here anymore. We don't want you around.
Look, I told you the deal was off. Now get this overgrown camel out of my door.
Stop it, Tonoff.
I will do. I'm very dangerous. Man!
Now, Jordan, get it straight. The deal's closed. We deposited the £10,000 in your bank account, and the bill of sale is complete with your signature.
Oh, a reasonable facsimile.
It'll do for now. So give me a forwarding address, and I'll send you your clothes.
What makes you think I'm going anywhere?
I took care of that, too. Here's a bonus, Jordan. A plane ticket to Rio de Janeiro.
For me?
That's right. They say it's wonderful there this time of year.
Supposing I like Cairo better.
Cairo can get hot, Jordan. Extremely hot.
You are listening to Everything Shipshape, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. The Accused is coming to CBS listeners Monday night. Loretta Young, Robert Cummings, and Wendell Corey will bring this unusual psychological drama to life in all its stark reality. Don't miss the hour-long absorbing story on CBS Radio Theater at 6 Monday night. Now we return you to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, Everything Shipshape.
After I refused to front for a gambling setup in my cafe, a couple of characters from Beirut named A.K. Kesak and Joshua Ship got real busy. They faked a bill of sale for the Tambourine, deposited a lot of money to my account in the bank, and planted a big Turk in front of my place to keep me out. To top it off, Ship handed me a plane ticket to Rio de Janeiro, told me to clear out. Ordinarily, that'd be a nice, juicy job for the police. But first, there were a few angles I wanted to handle myself. So I got moving. Not to Rio, but to see Drina, the girl who had warned me not to sell the Tambourine. Sabaya had given me part of her background, but I wanted the rest from her. She had a clean room in a little hotel along the Sharia Najim. When I knocked, she cracked the door and then opened it.
Oh, Rocky, come in.
Who are you hiding from, Drina? The police?
I know they're following me, but I'm not hiding from them. Let them wonder what I'm doing in Cairo.
I'd like to know myself.
I told you to kill Joshua Ship and that woman with him.
Why?
Didn't I explain?
Well, you never got around to it. Suppose you cut out the dramatics this time and set a few things straight, huh?
What are you trying to find out, Rocky?
Who did your husband kill?
He killed no one. Jonathan is no murderer.
The Beirut police could give you quite an argument.
Get out, Rocky. Go on, sell the Tambourine to whoever you like. See what happens. Oh, I'm sorry I tried to warn you.
Wait, Drina. Why not give it to me your way?
Oh, you wouldn't believe me.
Maybe I would. Let's have it.
Very well.
Well, Jonathan and I had a little restaurant near the Beirut waterfront. One day he was approached by this Kessock woman and her two associates, Joshua Shipp and Aaron Shape.
Ship and Shape.
Yes. Shape was the number one man with her then. They offered my husband a large sum of money for our cafe, for a gambling setup. Jonathan was well known and liked in Beirut, so he was to front for the syndicate. Does this all sound familiar, Rocky?
Yeah. Go on, Drina.
Well, a short time later, Aaron Shape was killed in our cafe, but not by my husband.
Who did it?
A.K. Kessock. I'm sure of it, Rocky.
Only they planted it on your husband, right?
Yes. Yes, both the woman and Ship testified that they saw my husband fire the gun. Well, he didn't have a chance.
Why would Kessock want to get rid of her top man?
He was getting a little too big. Besides, she was tired of him. You see, she always gets tired of him. After that, Joshua Shipp moved in.
And you're out to get them both. You think that'll help get your husband out of prison?
All I know is I've been able to think of nothing but killing them. Oh, now I don't know what to do.
Look, Drina, I've got some things to settle with them, too. The best way I can check on them is to go along with the deal.
But I told you what would happen.
Not if I keep ahead of them. Now, you better stay right here. I'll let you know how it's going. She put up some more argument, but she agreed to my plan when she learned how Ship had moved in on the tambourine. Sam Sabaya might have worked out my end of the deal without too much trouble, but not Drina's. So I went back for another chat with A.K. at her bungalow on Esbikia Plaza. Somebody must have expected me because the side of beef wearing a fez was right outside the door.
So, Mr. Jordan, you not smart and fly to Rio.
Delayed takeoff, Turner. Look, you're still in my way.
I stay in your way. You not go in.
Want to take bets on that?
You find out I'm very dangerous man.
Well, we compare muscles sometime. Move over, Man Mountain.
I not. So now we make big fight. I get me.
Turn off. Let him come in.
Mr. Sheep say keep this kelp out.
I wish him to come in. Run along now, turn off. Imshi.
Listen, A.K., my dear. Do you think this is best?
I have no objection to Rocky's visits, Joshua.
Yeah, you're here too, Mr. Ship. That's fine. Now we can all talk.
Everything is settled, Jordan. You wanted out of the organization. We left you out. Why did you come here?
To return the plane ticket.
Plane ticket? What is this, Joshua?
Why, I didn't think it necessary to tell you, my dear.
Save the cover-up, Ship. Anyhow, you got me convinced. I'm ready to team up with you.
It's too late, Jordan. You had your chance.
Wait, Joshua, let me decide. So now you want in, Rocky. I think you are very smart.
Yeah, smart. Okay, I'll front for your racket. But get this. I'm no patsy for either of you, the way Jonathan Rattar was.
Mr. Jordan, what are you talking about?
Cut it, Ship. You know who killed your partner, Shape, just as much as I do. And it wasn't Jonathan. Just don't try setting me up the same way.
Tut, my man. If you are in
Joshua, Rocky's only being frank. I like him that way. Now run along like a good boy. I have a few private things to discuss with Rocky.
Now look here, my dear. I see no
Don't forget your gloves and cane, Joshua, and hurry along.
Very well, my dear. I'll see you later, Mr. Jordan.
Well, A.K.?
I just thought we might drink to our new partnership. Bourbon?
Straight. But easy on the knockout drops.
Are they necessary, Rocky?
I wouldn't know.
Now, to you and me.
Just where does your ship come in?
He doesn't. Not anymore. Drink, Rocky.
Yeah, beats the liquor at the tambourine.
We'll change that, too. Won't we?
Yeah.
Another?
No, save it till we have more time.
Going so soon, Rocky.
Yeah, a few things to clear up at the tambourine, A.K. See you later. When I got outside, just as I expected, Joshua Shipp was waiting for me up by the fountain. He stood there tapping his cane on the tile walk till I was alongside. Then Shipp tacked to the starboard, full sail, and stood with his feet wide apart.
One moment, Mr. Jordan.
Well, we'll get everything settled, Mr. Shipp. Not a thing to worry about.
There's plenty for you to worry about, my man.
Oh, tut,
Enough,
Mr.
Mr. Jordan. I demand to know your intentions toward Miss Kessock.
Well, we all take our turns, don't we? It was your partner, Shape, first, wasn't it? Before she killed him?
I'm quite aware that Aaron Shape held her affections. I'm also aware that A.K. tires quickly, as she did of him.
Why confide in me?
Because I want you to know that I will not give her up so easily.
Look, Joshua, this is all very interesting.
You will keep away from her, Mr. Jordan. This is a warning.
Yeah, maybe this is something for her to decide. Why not go to A.K. and talk it over?
I most certainly shall. I'm going to lay down the law to her immediately. We'll have it out once and for all.
Ah, good boy. And when you talk to her, be sure to take off your hat. I couldn't resist the temptation, so I reached over and thumped his derby with my finger. He grabbed for it and gave me a dirty look. It was just a little insurance to keep him in a fighting mood. Well, I did want to get back to the tambourine, but Drina's place wasn't far out of the way, so I stopped by to keep her posted.
Well, Rocky.
I was hoping there'd be a weak link in the setup, Drina, and I think I've found it.
Oh, Joshua Shipp?
Yeah. He's got something in his mind besides gambling. Her name is A.K. Kessock.
Yes, I know. He's insanely jealous of her.
Well, I'm going to go work on that. Sooner or later, he'll do something to break it up. Maybe try to get me out of the way.
What happens then?
We'll just wait and see. So far, my plan seems to be working.
Rocky, do you trust me?
Sure, Drina. Why?
Then perhaps you'd let me have my gun back?
Sure, you can have it.
Well,
wait a minute.
Don't you have it?
It's gone.
Well,
the only way it could get out of my pocket was for somebody to take it out.
But who, Rocky?
A.K. Kessock. See you later, Drina.
Where are you going, Rocky?
Now get your gun back. I wasn't willing to concede even the first round to A.K. Kessock, but right then it looked like she'd scored all the points. Why she had slipped the gun out of my pocket was something I wanted to find out quick. This time, no one tried to stop me at the bungalow, and the door was unlocked.
Come in, Rocky. Close the door.
It was A.K. Kessock, waving me in with Drina's gun. Across the room, against the wall, stood Joshua Shipp, beads of sweat dripping from his wax mustache. From where I stood, my little plan had backfired right in my face.
I knew you'd come back, Rocky.
Don't let me interrupt an argument.
Oh, you won't. We'll settle it, the argument, very shortly.
Jordan, talk to her. Fellas, you can't do this. Please, Jordan.
Stop crying, Joshua.
Better brief me, A.K.
Very simple, Rocky. I'm going to kill him.
No, my dear, no.
Just like you killed Aaron Shape? I think I know why.
I'm through with him. He's getting too big, giving me too much trouble. You see, I don't think he likes you, Rocky.
You don't need much reason, do you? What makes you think you can get away with this? You can't just shoot.
Can't I? You see this gun, Rocky? Only two people have any motive to kill Joshua. You and Drina. This is her gun. You took it from her. Do I make myself clear?
Sure. You can lay the blame on either one or both of us.
Not necessarily. You can both keep quiet. We'll dump Joshua's ship in the Nile.
A.K., my dear, you can't do
And
this
no
to me.
one will be the wiser. Will they, Rocky? Well, make up your mind.
I can't speak for Drina.
Then bring her here. Go to the phone there and call her. Tell her to come at once, but be careful. I never hesitate when it is necessary to kill.
Had an order?
A.K. always gives the orders. Call Drina at once.
Give me Drina Ritar. Yeah. Hello, Drina. Rocky Jordan. Listen, I'm at 394 Esbekia Place, Bungalow 6. You got that? Yeah, I've got to see you right away. It's very important. Don't ask questions. Just come right over. Yes, right away, Drina. Goodbye.
Thank you, Rocky. Now we have a little wait. Then it will be all over.
What then?
Just you and me, Rocky.
Yeah, but for how long?
Until I'm tired of you.
I'm tired of you already.
But there isn't much you can do about it. Is there, Rocky?
You're listening to Everything Shipshape, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. There are more treats for CBS listeners on Tuesday night, when you'll find as many chuckles as clues on the Mr. and Mrs. North program. Meet Jerry and Pamela North at 8:30 Tuesday night. Yes, you'll find mystery better on CBS. Now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. Everything Shipshape.
A.K. Kessock held the gun with her right hand and an Egyptian cigarette with the other. And we waited for Drina to arrive. There wasn't much doubt in Joshua Shipp's mind, or mine, what would happen once Drina got there. A.K. was lighting her fourth cigarette when the buzzer sounded.
Rocky, ask who it is.
A.K., my dear, for the last time, I beg you.
Quiet. Go on, Rocky, quick.
Who is it?
It's Drina, Rocky.
No. Tell her to come in.
Come in, Drina.
No! No!
Stand still, Drina. Don't move.
Rocky, she's killed him.
Surely you're not sorry, Drina. You wanted Joshua Shipp dead, so I took care of it with the last 2 bullets in your gun. Here. Pick it up.
A most charming confession, Miss Kessock.
What?
Come in, Sam.
Thank you, Jordan. I appreciate the opportunity to be on the scene of a murder for a change.
So, Drina, you brought the police here. You little
Do not move, Miss Kessock. It is I who hold a gun now. Greco, Ali, take care of this man quickly.
I should have killed Drina, too.
Let us have it understood, Miss Kessock. I did not bring the police, but I knew they would be following me. And for once, I didn't mind.
I'm quite sure Jordan knew I was following you, too.
That's right, Sam. But it's okay now, Drina. They won't be tailing you anymore.
Jordan, the next time perhaps you will be kind enough to tell me of these things beforehand. You might have prevented a murder.
You know, Sam, you're absolutely right. Well, the way things worked out, A.K. Kessock figured 2 more murder raps were no worse than one, so she finally confessed to the killing of Aaron Shape. I now have a standing invitation to visit Drina and her husband at their waterfront cafe in Beirut. Oh, about my tambourine. I decided to let the phony sale stand. Anyhow, the $40,000 in the bank was mine, so I bought the tambourine back from A.K. for half that amount. She didn't care. For me, $20,000 profit for the day wasn't bad. And you know, looking back, it's been quite some time since I made anything out of one of these deals.
It's CBS again at the same time next week for another story of adventure and intrigue when we take you back to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine run by Rocky Jordan. Jack Moyles plays the title role with tonight's story by Gomer Cool and Larry Roman. Rocky Jordan is produced and directed by Cliff Howell with original music by Richard Arant. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The F.W. Fitch Company presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Laugh a while, let a song be your style, use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair, use Fitch shampoo. The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo and Fitch's shaving creams, presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. You know, I'm a man who loves sunshine, in or out of orange juice. And the only place that has more sunshine per square inch than the Sahara Desert is the San Fernando Valley. San Fernando seems to be the place where everybody, including some of the healthiest gophers in the world, makes his home but me. I've withstood the blandishments of hundreds of brick-red real estate men who have offered me membership in that clan of plaid-shirted, tight blue-jeaned, high-heel-booted fraternity known as the San Fernando Valley Ranchers. Ranchers. Yes, sir. The San Fernando Valley has ranches that are thicker than any place in the world. There are at least 2 on every acre. Well, anyway, I was driving around out there this Sunday evening. It was swimming weather. And I happened to remember that my friend Joe Dale had a half-acre spread in the neighborhood with a quarter-acre swimming pool. So I stopped at the antlers on the gate, rang the ship's bell hanging there, but nobody answered. I thought maybe Joe was in the pool in the rear, so I opened the door and walked in. Then I felt like walking out again, because I saw Joe Dale lying there, making a red stain on the white living room rug. Very defunct. I walked over to him and gazed down at him. Then I heard the footsteps behind me and did a half turn in time to see oblivion whistling down on my head. Oh. Everything went red, white, and blue. And I was whirling like a top. Oh, it made me dizzy whirling like that. I couldn't stand the shrieking of the wind as it whistled past my ears. I concentrated on stopping so hard that I could hear my teeth gritting. But no go. Then I thought of Ugor. And suddenly I heard his pleasant voice.
Hello, Chiefy. Welcome home to Cloudy.
Oh, my head.
Funny looking, ain't he? Wait till he sees you.
Ugor, who is this ancient feather merchant with you?
Well, Rogie, I warned you. This is her father.
You mean the little dame's father?
Is he talking about my daughter? Yes. Sir?
What's he doing with that gun? He couldn't pull the trigger with a tractor.
Will you see, Chiefy? You're the young whippersnapper who's advising Ugor here not to marry my daughter. Well, let me tell you something.
Oh, shut up. I don't feel good.
Rogie, you're making things tough for me. Her father has a gun. I'm not going to stand for much more fooling around, Ugor.
Oh, make him stop talking. His voice sounds like a grindstone on a grindstone.
Now, looky here, young fella. I'm a gentleman of the old school. And if my daughter is half-witted enough to want to marry this good-for-nothing Ugor...
Oh, no. I'm not going to let my alter ego get married. Ugor can't get married.
Oh, that's a mighty selfish way of looking at things, Rogie.
Oh, look. Look, my head. I don't feel good. I came up here for a rest.
Now, we're going to have a serious talk, Mr. Earl. My daughter's happiness is a mighty important thing to me.
Oh, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I can't stand that silly voice of yours.
But he's right, Rogie. You can't stand in the way of our happiness. It's not fair. It's only normal to want to get married. Now, look at it from our point of view, Mr. Earl. Here's a couple of...
I can't stand it. I'm getting out of here.
Grab him. Come back here. Come back here.
When I came to, I was looking right in Joe Dale's face, which was inches from mine. The inside of my head was still whirling and clanking like a washing machine, but it didn't take me long to get back up to date. I remembered I had dropped in at Joe Dale's house for a quick swim and found Joe stretched out on the living room floor, shot. Then I remembered that swishing sound, which always means another bump on my head. And now my feet felt like they were in diver's shoes as I got up and looked the situation over. The murder gun was lying there by the side of Joe's body, and there was a billfold on the floor by the door. Being the kind of a guy I am, I picked up the billfold first. It was Joe Dale's, and I put it in my pocket. Then I took my handkerchief and carefully picked up the gun. I was bending over Joe, gun in hand, when I heard a voice behind me.
Yo!
A beautiful dame had walked in on me and caught me bending over the corpse, gun in hand. She fainted. I ran over to her. Hey, come out of it, lady. Lady, hey, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, Lord, everything happens to me. Come on, come out of it. Open your eyes. But she didn't. And while I was working on her, a man showed up in the open door. He took one look at the tableau and dived for the murder gun which I had dropped. He pointed the gun at my third vest button and said, "Just stay right where you are. I know how to shoot this thing, and I'm holding you for the police. Your partner got away, but I'll Look, mister, I am the police.
I know who you are. You're Richard Rogue, the private investigator. You've been mixed up in plenty of shady deals before. What did you do to my wife?
Is this your wife?
Yes. What's the matter with her?
Well, she came in, saw Joe Dale's body, and fainted.
Perry, is that you?
Yes, dear. Now, don't worry. I'm here, and I'll take care of you.
This man, he was standing over Joe's body with a gun in his hand when I came in. He's a killer, Perry. Be careful.
Don't worry, dear. I have him covered. Stay right there, Rogue. I'm a nervous man, and I advise you not to move while I'm phoning the police.
We'll return to our story in just a moment. First, time was when heavy perfumed oils were considered the thing for pleasant-smelling hair. Now, of course, we know that the clean, delicate fragrance imparted to the hair by Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo is much more the modern idea of good grooming. This clear, golden liquid shampoo makes an abundance of creamy lather that does an efficient job of cleansing the hair. It removes dust, perspiration, oily film, and all unpleasant scalp odors. Leaves the hair with a gloriously fresh, clean feeling. And Fitch's saponified shampoo is made from mild coconut and pure vegetable oils. Thus, you can use it as often as you like, because Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo does not rob your hair of its natural oils. Always leaves it soft, lustrous, and manageable. Next time you're at your barber or beauty shop, ask for a professional application of Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo. Or buy an economical bottle at your drug or toilet goods counter. Look for the bottle with the bright yellow label. Now back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
I couldn't very well blame Perry Stevens or his wife for thinking I just put the kiss of death on Joe Dale. Mrs. Stevens came in and saw me bending over the body with a murder gun in my hand, promptly fainted. And so when Perry arrived, the floor was cluttered with bodies, and I was the only stranger. He picked up the killer's gun and held me at the point of it until the cops arrived. Lieutenant Urban of Homicide was in charge, as usual. He seemed a little bit discouraged with me.
Well, Rogie, what's your story?
Urban, it's a simple one. I just dropped in here to take a swim and found Joe Dale dead.
Why didn't you report the murder to homicide?
I didn't have a chance. The killer was hiding here in the room. He slapped me silly and escaped while I was out. How do you think I got this cut on my head, shaving?
I never know about you.
There were two of them, Lieutenant. I saw one of them run out from behind this house. A big man, red-haired, rough. This man here, this Richard Rogue, had an accomplice.
When I came in, Mr. Rogue was bending over the body with a gun. That gun in his hand. I almost caught him in the act.
How about it, Rogie?
Well, I was bending over the body all right. I'd just come to. I was checking up.
Why didn't you call homicide when you came to?
I was going to, Urban, but this dame here walked in on me, screamed, fainted.
I demand that you arrest this man.
Oh, wait a minute. What were you doing here?
I came over to...
Joe is an old friend. We just came over to take him to dinner. Don't try to implicate a couple of law-abiding people in your crime.
You and your wife came together?
Of course.
Then how come she came in ahead of you?
I hesitated when I saw that man run out from behind the house. Lieutenant, do I have to stand here and let this murderer cross-question me?
Mrs. Stevens, you and your husband came here together?
Yes. We had a dinner date with Joe.
Did you see this man run away from the house?
No, I came right straight inside.
Okay. Look, Rogie, you'd better come down to headquarters with me right now. We've got some talking to do.
Urban, I'll be down in an hour. I want to go to the emergency hospital and have my head put back on. I gotta go home and get a suit without these red polka dots. Then I'll be down.
I demand that you put Rogue under arrest, Lieutenant.
Now, take it easy, Mr. Stevens. I've had a little more experience with this sort of thing than you have. See you in an hour, Rogie. Be there.
That gash on my head had cost me a lot of blood, and I was a little woozy as I left the ex-residence of the late Joe Dale. I drove turtle speed to the emergency hospital, where the doc made a few insulting remarks about me getting scars on my forehead. And then I went home. I walked in the door, and an arm went around my throat. A crooked elbow squeezed my Adam's apple until I choked. I felt a hand sneak into my inside breast pocket and lift that wallet I'd picked up on the floor beside Joe Dale's body. The elbow squeezed a little tighter, and I had a horrifying sensation of bursting lungs. And then the elbow released me, and I fell to the floor, to the accompaniment of departing footsteps. I was still lying there when Urban walked in through the open door.
I got worried about you when you didn't show up, Rogie. What happened?
I don't know. I guess I just got faint. Flopped over here. I lost a lot of blood, you know.
Better take care of yourself, Rogie. I don't want to lose you. Feel like talking?
Oh, sure, but I don't know anything to talk about.
Maybe you'd like to talk about a murder.
Well, and tell me, did you get a line on that red-headed guy that was seen leaving Joe's house?
I've got a description out on him. Nothing's happened yet.
How about Mr. and Mrs. Stevens? Check up on them?
Yeah. Stevens is the personnel director for an airplane company. Pays his bills promptly, has money in the bank, lives within his income. And he's been a friend of Joe Dale since college days. They're clean. That leaves you and a big red-headed guy in the finals. One of you killed Joe Dale. I don't think you did it, but I could get an indictment against you in 20 minutes with the evidence I have.
No, but I didn't kill him. I didn't like him well enough. Well, I guess it's up to me to find the big red-headed guy, huh? You checked the gun?
No soap. The number was filed off, and the only fingerprints on it were Stevens. And they got on it when he was holding you.
Yeah, I was there when it happened, remember? Oh, brother. Brother, do I feel weary. Well, there's one thing I'll swear to. Mrs. Stevens was not expecting to find Dale murdered. She really went out like a butler on Thursday night.
You know, Rogie, I'm a cop, and the fact that you and I understand each other doesn't make any difference to the commissioner.
Yeah, I know.
Joe Dale was a pretty prominent character. Lots of connections. Now, the commissioner expects a quick pinch, and with our friends, the Stevens, down there at City Hall, swearing that they saw you standing over the body with a practically smoking gun in your hand, well, it looks like it's going to be you I put the arm on.
Oh, but you know I didn't kill him, Urban. Why would I want to kill a guy like that?
Yes,
for?
I know you didn't kill him, but the newspapers are on the old man. He's on the chief, and the chief's on me. I'm going to have to pinch you, Rogie.
You're a great pal, Urban. But look, if you pinch me, they'll never get a conviction. You know that you can't get a conviction without a motive.
I know that, but you've made a lot of enemies around headquarters, Rogie. They see a chance to give you a bad time, and they don't want to miss it. You can see the spot I'm in.
Yeah. Now look, Urban. Give me 24 hours to get the guy that pulled the boom on Joe Dale. Just 24 hours, and I'll have him for you.
Oh, that's whistling in the dark, Rogie.
Yeah, with a 10 whistle. But just give me a chance at it anyway. Maybe I'll be lucky.
Okay. It'll probably put me back on the beat, but I'll play along with you. You've got 24 hours, Rogue. Then, don't make me come after you. Come in and give yourself up.
The deal? Yeah, the deal. You're a good cop, Urban. I know you're sticking your neck out like a turtle at feeding time, and believe me, I won't let you down.
Okay, Rogue, I'll get out. Better get some sleep.
You look awful. Oh, I can't afford the luxury of sleeping. I got work to do.
Okay, Rogue, call me if you need me. I'll be around. Lots of luck. You'll need it.
Hello?
Hello. Is Lieutenant Urban there?
Just a minute. Hey, Urban.
Yeah? For me?
Yeah. He'll be right here. Hang on. Oh, mighty excited little man on the other end of this.
Yeah? Hello. Urban speaking.
Lieutenant Urban, this is Perry Stevens.
Yeah? And what do you want?
That red-headed man that I saw running away from Joe's house this afternoon.
Yes?
He came here tonight to my house.
Well, what did you do?
He came here to kill me, but I shot him. He's dead. Please come out at once.
I'll be right there. Now, don't move a thing till I get there. Come on, Rogie.
Well, this puts that 8-ball I was behind clear over the corner pocket, doesn't it, Urban?
Yeah, looks like Stevens wrapped his case up for us.
And that makes me very happy. Oh, I wasn't looking forward to sweating it out in that jail of yours. No, I didn't have anything against that red-headed guy, but I'm never going to miss him.
Well, it takes me off the spot, too, you know.
Yeah, well, you don't have to be a hero in my corner. Oh, well, all's well that ends well, coin of phrase.
It's right down this next block here.
Huh? Stevens must have a lot of cabbage, big houses in this neighborhood.
Yeah, I checked that. The wife's got money.
Oh, there it is, that two-story white job. There's the precinct prowl car in front. The boys are on the job.
Well, let's get with it.
Good evening, Lieutenant. Hello, Bauer. Medical examiner here yet? No, not yet. Precinct boys just got here. Thanks. Come on, Rogie.
Well, this is quite a layout. Wife's got dough, huh?
Yeah, and Uncle left her plenty about a year ago.
Makes it nice for Perry.
Oh, what a mind.
Yeah, you know, someday Betty Callahan and I are going to have a chicken ranch out here in this valley.
Look, we're investigating a murder. That's serious business.
All right, Charlie, take it.
Hello, boys. Where is he? Right in there, Lieutenant. Thanks.
Well, Lieutenant, it's about time you were getting here.
We came as fast as we could, Stevens. Now, suppose you tell me what happened.
I'll be glad to. My wife and I got home tonight.
Where is your wife?
Is he any right to question me in that tone of voice, Lieutenant?
Where is your wife?
Why, the shock was too much for her. She's upstairs.
Don't blame her. She's had enough for today. Come on, what happened? You got him with that shotgun, eh?
Yes. I was frightened, terribly frightened, and as soon as I came home, I got my shotgun. I hunted a little, you know, and I put it here beside my chair. It was just a hunch.
Yeah?
The doorbell rang. My wife answered the door. We thought it was a neighbor. This red-headed man walked in. I recognized him at once. He was the man I'd seen run away from Joe's house. He had a gun. He was going to kill me. I suppose because I was the only eyewitness to the crime. Well, that makes sense. It certainly does. It's the truth. He turned to talk to my wife. I saw my chance. I shot him. There he is. Your murderer. I've never seen anybody killed before.
Well, he's sure dead.
Yeah. Ever see him before?
No, not that I know of. Hey, what are you doing, Rogie?
Oh, I'm just trying to get some identification on the guy, that's all. Little shakedown. I thought... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, an alligator billfold. I didn't expect to see one on this guy. And hey, Urban, this is Joe Dave's billfold. It's full of dough. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, several $100 in it.
Yeah, that's the final piece of evidence.
Mm-hmm. I'll take care of it.
Well, there's the medical examiner, and the newspapers are about due to arrive. You've done a good night's work, Mr. Stevens. I want to thank you.
I'm not a man of violence. I'll never be able to forget this night. There was something about that wallet that was as strange as a bride in black. Other identification on the body pegged the redhead as one Tom Church, recently of the Navy, now a resident of the Crane Hotel. I watched for my chance to give Urban and his minions the slip and faded away. I went to police headquarters and charged into the Identification Bureau on a dead run. I handed the sergeant in charge the wallet and asked him to dust it for fingerprints. Then I waited. When the sergeant came back, his jaw was stuck out like the business end of a snowplow, and there were icicles in his voice.
What's the deal, Rogie?
Well, what's the matter with you? All I ask you to do is to give me the identification on the fingerprints you found on the billfold.
Yeah. Do you know whose prints I found, you wise private creep, do you? Yours. Only yours.
We'll return to our story in a moment. First, a word to the ladies. Did you ever make the remark that your hair never was manageable after a shampoo until it was time to wash it again? That's been the experience of many a woman. Well, you can have your hair immaculately clean, lustrous, and manageable too. Try using Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo for your hair care. This shampoo is made from pure natural oils and leaves your hair soft and manageable even immediately after shampooing. Its creamy, fragrant lather never dries the hair, but cleanses gently, removing dirt, perspiration, and every trace of unpleasant scalp odors. Fitch's saponified shampoo brings out the gleaming, natural color highlights in your hair, too, and leaves it clean and fragrant. A special patented rinsing agent contained right in the shampoo leaves your hair sparkling clean and free from any dull, soapy film. Try Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo the next time you want an extra special beauty treat for your hair. Then use it regularly to keep your hair soft, fragrant, and lovely. Now back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
The news that the only fingerprints on that billfold were mine turned on the floodlights. And one of my hunches picked up a hammer and started pounding against my skull. I left the billfold there for Urban and took off for the Crane Hotel to check up on the red-headed guy named Tom Church. The hotel was a fourth-class flea bag on Main Street. The clerk took a look at my buzzer and answered my questions. That's right, Shorty. I'm the law. And I want some answers. Now tell me, how long has Tom Church been registered here?
Tom Church, 3 days. He came in 3 days ago.
All right. Now let me see his phone calls.
Oh, we don't give out phone
Now don't lip me. Give them to me before I jump over that counter and stand on you while I pick them up.
Oh, okay. You look like just the kind of guy that could do it. I'll get them for you.
I checked the phone calls and found one of them had a message that was going to ring somebody's number for a surprise party. I thanked the clerk and drove to the valley. The pre-dawn gray made way for the sunshine just as I walked up the front walk at Dale's house. An elderly man walked around the next branch, pushing a lawnmower.
Hey, are you policeman?
That's right, yes.
A horrible thing, that murder yesterday. Did they get the killer yet?
Well, I think so. Were you home yesterday afternoon at the time of the killing?
Yeah, I wasn't paying much attention, you know. I heard the shot, but I thought it was a backfire,
Look, old-timer, I want you to tell me everything you saw and heard after that shot, will you?
Well, you see, I was sitting in my living room reading the evening paper, you know, and I saw you drive up. You sure you're a policeman, mister?
Why, yes, of course.
Yes, well, I'd like to see your credentials. You know, you were the first man I saw enter there.
All right, here's the dope on me. Here, the sheriff's office loves me. There it is. Satisfied?
Oh, yes. I've heard of you, Mr. Rogue. Well, after you drove up, the lady arrived and...
What do you want, Mr. Rogue?
Mrs. Stevens, I'm coming in. I want to talk with you.
No, come back later.
I'm sorry. Go on in and sit down.
What do you want?
Some answers. Sit down. Now, where's your husband?
Asleep. Nothing ever wakens him.
All right, let's get right to it, huh? What were you to Joe Dale?
I don't know what you mean.
Mrs. Stevens, you've been seeing Joe a lot, haven't you? Now, don't bother lying. I've got witnesses. You and Joe Dale were better friends than your husband knew, weren't you?
Oh, no. I used to meet Joe once in a while to talk over investments he was making for me.
Uh-huh. At his house? In the afternoons, usually, huh?
Yes.
Mrs. Stevens, your husband killed Joe Dale. You lied when you said that the two of you had a dinner date with Joe last night. I just talked to your husband's secretary. He was supposed to be in San Francisco yesterday.
No.
Yes. But instead, he went out in the valley and killed Dale. I practically surprised him in the act. He got panicky, knocked me out, and ran.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
I can prove what I'm saying, Mrs. Stevens. You came up in your car alone. Your husband came up in a cab a few minutes later. He had to get back in to get that wallet and the gun to make the murder look like a robbery. He picked the gun up so there'd be a reason for his fingerprints on it. Then he went to my apartment and collected the wallet after choking me half to death. Were you with him then?
You're just making this up. You can't prove it.
Marge! Don't say any more. It's a little late for that, Stevens. You've bungled the job all the way through. And you won't be needing that gun.
Harry, don't. Don't shoot.
Give me that gun, Stevens. You'd be crazy to get in a shooting contest with me. You stay right where you are, Rogue. I'm not afraid to shoot. Marge, they can't make you appear against me. That's the law. If you stay with me... I'm coming after that gun, Stevens. You stay where you are, Rogue. Marge, stop looking at me like that. Nobody knows anything about what I did but Rogue and...
No, Perry. You killed them. And I'm glad to get rid of you.
You... Marge, you can't. Don't sell me out.
I've been frightened to death ever since I've married to you. Take that gun away from him, Rogue. Take it away from him.
Give me the gun, Stevens. Get away from me, Rogue. Marge, you're going back on me. You can't do that, Marge. We're in this thing together. Let me have that gun, Stevens. I should have shot you instead of... Give me that gun or I'll break your arm off. Give it to me. Okay, Stevens. This is the end of Easy Street for you. Well, that finished that case. Stevens went to the gas chamber on Marge's testimony, and Marge is still in prison on an accessory rap. The red-headed kid, Tom Church, was an innocent victim. He'd been interviewed by Stevens for a job the day before. Stevens knew he had no relatives, no connections, so he decided to frame him for the murder of Joe Dale. He described Church to the police, then called him at his hotel and asked him to come to Stevens' home for an interview about a job. If Church had been in when the call came, I might have muffed the case. But he was out, and Stevens left his number for a callback. That was luck, I guess. But, I don't know. I think I would have solved the case anyway. Of course, I didn't make a dime out of it. Oh, well, money can't buy happiness. But it can buy a lot of things that make unhappiness pleasant, can't it? Oh, you know what I mean. This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it, Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. Next week, we have a story for you about a missing witness, a worried rogue, and an ambush that failed. Be with us then, will you? Thanks for listening, and now here's Jim Doyle.
Be sure to tune in again next week, same time, same station, when you will again hear Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Laugh a while, let a song meet a style. Use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair. Use Fitch shampoo.
After and between Fitch shampoos, you can keep your hair shining and manageable by using a few drops of Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic every day. Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic is not sticky or greasy, yet it gives your hair that well-groomed look.